Chapter 341. Wadona is under our protection. The main city of Wadona was shrouded in gloomy clouds and fear of the Zerg. The hideous dragons hovered over the city like a flock of crows returning to their nests. The majestic skyscrapers in the city center also trembled because of the arrival of the Zerg. All LEDs and holographic screens flickered due to the turmoil in the power supply hub. The whole city seemed to scream in fear at the impending disaster. Accompanied by the family butler, Carolina Davis left the floor where the banquet hall was located and went to the helipad on the top floor. The elevator was already overcrowded and always in overloaded state, so they could only take the stairs through the safety passage. This city center building named Wadona Gate has been open to Wadona's socialites since its completion. The strict security facilities and strict guards have always made it the safest place on the entire planet. No wanted criminal or robber has ever made the celebrities in this building so nervous, just because someone told them that the two forces they feared the most, the terrifying aliens and the rebels, are coming. As Davis walked through the long corridor, people passed by her from time to time. These people were either the staff of this skyscraper or people with power and status. No matter how different their clothes were, they were all terrified now. When disaster strikes, not everyone can fearlessly take up arms to defend their homes. When Davis climbed onto the top floor apron, the roar of anti-aircraft artillery became more intense, and some more violent roars came from the explosion of the federal arsenal in the main city of Wadona. The protective shield opened by the Defense Matrix force field designed by the Comorian technology giant Lars Technology Company effectively isolates the violent storm from the outside world. But it cannot block the sound. Standing on the edge of the docking platform, Davis can see the gray dome above the main city of Wadona through the transparent energy shield. Gray clouds gathered above the city, blocking the sunlight falling from the dome, and the whole city was shrouded in gray. The city buildings below the apron are still flashing colorful lights, flickering. Rebels. How many are they? Davis did not rush to board his own armed airship like the other dignitaries who were allowed to enter the helipad, but just looked at his butler with worry. I don't know. The butler with white hair was not affected by the tense atmosphere around him. The Wadona Radar Observation Station has discovered at least 12 battlecruisers. If they are all rebels, then the federal spokesperson must be lying. It seems that the Federation Navy has not dealt a heavy blow to the rebels as they said. On the contrary, their strength has doubled compared to a few years ago. The rebels have long been a force that cannot be underestimated, Davis said as he retied her long blonde hair that was piled high. Hurry up and get on board, Carolina. The butler said at this time. The central airport of Wadona is already overcrowded. If we are late, we may not be able to catch up with the large transport ship that evacuates Wadona. Wadona is my home, and today I will witness her fall with my own eyes. Davis turned around and prepared to leave. Faced with the threat of the Zerg, Davis felt human for the first time and felt the insignificance of his own power. A scream of trickery came from the clouds, and a crack appeared in the dark sky. A dozen screaming Jormungandr dragons swiftly passed through the clouds and attacked the apron on the top floor of the skyscraper below. Their shells flashed bright purple in the weak light. The automatic anti-aircraft turret on the roof rotated and fired at the flying snake-like creatures with leather membrane wings, roaring and throwing a series of golden bullets. Several dragons that flexibly moved in the air were turned into blood mist by the dense rain of bullets, but the rest avoided the dense anti-aircraft firepower. A luxury yacht that had just taken off was caught by two dragons flapping their wings vigorously. Davis watched with her own eyes that the yacht worth tens of millions of federal credits was torn into pieces, and the screams from the crowd pounded her eardrums. People have never seen such hideous alien creatures outside of holographic films and zoos. And the Zerg is much more terrifying than the most ferocious beasts in the universe. The snake-like body of the alien dragon is full of sharp spikes, shaped like a barbed file. Davis has never seen any other animal in the universe that has so many exaggerated fangs and thorns like the alien dragon. Every pair of its orange-red eyes, every pair of sharp fangs and spikes seem to be born for killing. From the moment they hatched from eggs in the hatchery and the spire, the mission of these mutalisks was destined to kill for the Zerg, or to die for the Zerg. We can't stay here. Davis is a strong woman, but she can't help but feel real fear when she sees the mutalisks. It is extremely dangerous to forcefully take off in the sky occupied by mutalisks. The limited armor of the armed airship can't withstand the powerful acid of the mutalisk symbiotic blade insects. A mutalisk flapped its wings like a bomber and dropped several bright green symbiotic blade insects on the tarmac. The explosion shook the seemingly extremely fragile protective shield. Lars Technology once claimed that their products could easily resist the broadside guns of battlecruisers. But no one has ever really verified it. Although Comorian's technology has always been as simple and reliable as their KMC armor-piercing shells. Get out of here! Davis saw several yachts of wealthy businessmen or nobles still taking off without knowing whether to live or die when he turned back. And some people hysterically shouted that this defense field was indestructible. Those yachts that still chose to take off immediately became the new targets of the Mutalisks. Although the pilots of these yachts were all highly paid aces, the Mutalisks were definitely efficient and deadly aerial hunters. Davis followed the security guards back without looking back. But at this moment, a surprise shout came from behind him. A chaotic thought and an irrepressible despair filled Davis's uneasy heart. She couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed with the Terran Federation that had promised to protect Wadona. Battlecruiser. It's a fleet. Hearing people's exclamations, Davis turned around in an instant. I saw an unparalleled steel giant ship sailing out of the dense clouds, with its cannons flashing cold light, and the lights on its wide bridge always on. The silver-gray steel giant ship was advancing in the storm, shaped like a moving steel fortress. Hundreds of fighter planes with ice blue and orange-red tail flames sailed out from both sides of the battleship, chasing the alien dragons driven here by them, and passing over people's heads. The battlecruiser was just above the city, only 1,000 feet away from where Davis stood. She could vaguely see the red whip ring logo on the bow of the battlecruiser. The battlecruiser also depicted silver Z-shaped lightning, which might be the logo of its fleet or its own name. Only by standing under a battlecruiser can one deeply appreciate the majesty of such a giant steel ship. Every cold gun muzzle under its fine steel ship interprets the power of mankind standing in the interstellar space and demonstrates the infinite determination and courage of mankind to challenge the starry sky. This scene was deeply reflected in Carolina Davis's eyes. From then on, she was convinced that the source of mankind's power to conquer the galaxy came from the strong ships and cannons. We are the Korhal Revolutionary Army. The Zerg that invaded Wadona have collapsed under the attack of the Revolutionary Army. I am Augustus Minsk, and I promise you that Wadona is safe now. The image of a revolutionary soldier wearing a wide-brimmed military hat and a dark gray cloak appeared on the screens of the skyscrapers in the city center. The Korhal Revolutionary Army will do its best to provide protection to every colony we encounter that is forced to join the Federation political entity under the pressure of the Terran Federation, so that the people of these colonies will not be threatened by the Zerg. Now, Wadona is under our protection. All anti-aircraft firepower ceases fire immediately. We are here for the purpose of peace. Augustus Minsk. In front of Davis was a slightly shorter skyscraper screen, on which was the young and very courageous leader of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Augustus Minsk and the Minsk family he represented, and the Korhal 4 rebels have always been the biggest concern of the Terran Federation. They have always been considered the source of chaos in the Terran Federation territory. After all, every colony that the Korhal Revolutionary Army has visited was on the verge of destruction under the attack of the Zerg and the Protoss. Demon of Korhal. Lackey of Zerg and Protoss. Traitor to humanity. Davis read out several titles that Augustus had recently obtained, and suddenly felt that life was really wonderful. A few years ago, when he was on Tarsoni's prime, Augustus Minsk from Korhal 4 only brought a few private soldiers of the Heavenly Devils to the banquet. At that time, no one realized that the handsome young nobleman, who always treated people with a smile, would become the leader of the rebels, who now had a huge fleet. In the eyes of the Tarsoni's nobles, no matter how prestigious and status Augustus' family enjoyed on Korhal 4, he was always a small noble from a small place. The federal parliament and the creation family will eventually pay the price for the foolish decision they made. Davis sighed. They destroyed Korra, but they also created an angry avenger with their own hands. Davis did not believe that the Revolutionary Army was the murderous demons and butchers in the Federation propaganda, because Wadona had accepted some refugees who escaped from the marginal world. Some of those people had witnessed the Revolutionary Army's fleet falling from the sky, like an angel of death summoned by God. She had also learned in detail about the political policies and propositions of the Revolutionary Army, which were mostly the enlightened policies that Angus Minsk used to manage Korhal 4 and focused on development and people's livelihood. In any case, this at least proved that they were not just a peasant uprising army that advocated uprising for justice for the people. In the territory of the Terran Federation, books and materials about the Korhal Revolutionary Army were illegal. But the omnipresent sons of Korhul were always able to hand over detailed information to those who had long been dissatisfied with the Federation at the right time. Davis has quite a few collections, although most of them are portraits of Augustus. Possessing these dangerous contraband items is likely to attract a late-night visit from the Federal Secret Police. But a noble like Davis will not be suspected of such things. Augustus, the Wolf of Korhul. Rebels. How can rebels be seen where there are Zerg and Protoss? Aren't they related to these aliens? The people around him showed completely different reactions to Augustus' words. Some of them cursed Augustus and his revolutionary army with malice, while others turned to fear that their property would be damaged by the arrival of the revolutionary army. It is said that wherever the revolutionary army arrives, the people who welcome them the most are the lower class and the blue-collar class who hope to improve their status. As for those who are already living a happy life, they do not welcome the arrival of the revolutionary army because it is likely to change their lives. However, in this era, those who live a happy life are always a minority. Years of war and the government's long-term corruption are sucking the blood of the Terran Federation, and the rulers are always thinking about sucking the marrow out of their bones. The anti-aircraft firepower in the center of the main city of Wadona did not stop firing due to the arrival of the revolutionary warships, but was reaimed at new enemies. The threat of the Zerg has not completely retreated, and the federal government army and the rebels have started fighting for the federal garrison stationed in Wadona. The rebels and the Zerg are equal enemies. In most cases, the rebels are even higher priority enemies. It's dangerous here, Carolina, the butler reminded Davis, who was staring at the battlecruiser in the sky. The revolutionaries will not harm civilians, Davis suddenly said to the butler. But you are a noble. Kid, you are not a civilian. The rebels are a bunch of rural farmers and miners who have no food to eat in the marginal world. The butler responded to Davis. Augustus Mengs brought them here. Can you expect his mob to not go wild in the prosperous Wadona? At this time, 2 transport planes painted in gold and red drove towards the apron, with the humming sound of the engines. Davis immediately realized that the enemy's target was not him, but the nearby City Hall building. This commercial skyscraper was undoubtedly the best place to dock. The automatic turrets on the docking platform locked onto the revolutionary transport planes and fired continuously. They immediately injured one of them and forced it to circle and land in the city center. The other one headed straight for the docking platform. The people on the platform were terrified and scattered. Soon, only Davis and her housekeeper and security personnel, who looked livid but still loyally guarded the family lady, were left. The pilot of the transport plane was still operating the spacecraft to avoid the bullet chain while flying over the protective shield of the docking platform. In the hatch of the transport ship that was opened against the wind, a ghost agent wearing goggles aimed at the automatic turret on the platform and fired accurately. He used a Federal Ghost Agent standard locking bullet that could lock the machine and paralyze it. At present, the ghost agents of the Nova Squadron like to use this new weapon the most. This locking bullet also paralyzed the shield force field generator on the platform, which caused the rain that was originally blocked by the shield to fall down, soaking Davis's hair and evening dress. Chapter 342 The Great Filial Daughter. The Revolutionary Army transport ship hovering over the Wadona Gate skyscraper landed steadily on the rooftop helipad, and the plasma flames gushing out of the thrusters raised a burst of hot and humid steam. Stand behind me. Carolina Davis's loyal butler commanded several family security personnel to protect the family lady. But their only weapon was the Federal Police Department's standard EP341 electromagnetic pistol. Put down the gun, Davis warned the butler and guards around him. These soldiers will not shoot until we prove that we are not a threat to them. If I were you, I would immediately put down my weapons and stand aside. Did you hear what Miss Carolina said? Do it immediately. We can't be the opponent of the rebels. All kinds of thoughts and considerations flashed through the butler's mind quickly, and he immediately agreed with what Davis said. The Davis family security personnel, who had reflexively held their weapons in their hands, immediately dropped their pistols on the ground and raised their hands together with Carolina Davis to prove that they did not hold any weapons. On the battlefield, a soldier who is always on edge is very likely to fire at anyone who points a weapon at him, especially when they meet suddenly, because if he hesitates when pulling the trigger, he may be the one to die. The Federal Army often accidentally injures innocent civilians when performing local security tasks in rebellious areas, and the electromagnetically accelerated spike bullets always kill them in one shot. With the hissing sound of the hydraulic device contracting, a weathered gangway was lowered. The first to rush out of the transport ship were two fully armed Revolutionary Army soldiers, wearing shiny crimson new alloy armor, with continuous raindrops crackling on the dark orange matte masks. The pale white lines on the helmet mask formed a pair of triangular black eyes, and a long nose and mouth like a bear. If Davis knew something about a kind of naive, but also quite ferocious animal living on ancient Earth, then she would definitely be able to associate it with a creature called a panda. Their broad left shoulder armor is painted with capital letters WAR in white paint, and the other shoulder is PIG, which means that they are the elite special operations team of the Revolutionary Army and have been awarded the title of battlefield porcupines. These well-equipped troops always appear in the most dangerous areas of the battlefield and perform the most difficult tasks. Generally speaking, they are also given the decapitation operation to kill the enemy commander. The two Revolutionary Army soldiers who first stepped off the transport ship still charged forward swiftly, even though they were wearing armor, running while preparing to fire at all enemies that appeared in their sight. They locked onto Davis and several people around her, standing still and aiming their Gauss rifles at them. More Revolutionary Army soldiers followed from the gangway below. Their outfits were almost identical to the previous two comrades, but the weapons they carried were different, including FN heavy sniper rifles, rail guns, and flamethrowers. Some soldiers who were nearly 10 feet 3 meters tall were wearing special heavy armor, and each of them carried a heavy Gatling cannon that was usually only mounted on armed helicopters. The soldiers passed by Davis and the others on both sides, stepped into the stairs they came from, and disappeared. "I suggest you find a place to take shelter from the rain, young lady," one of the soldiers said to Davis. "We will leave here soon and will never hurt innocent people." The soldier's voice sounded very young. He might be a college student or even a high school student. Or he might come from a marginal colony planet with agriculture or mining as its main industry. When the Revolutionary Army arrived, it was obvious that the former was more attractive to these young people. Whether to follow them and leave their unchanging lives or to stay in their hometown and inherit their father's business. But even if he was a relatively young soldier, he had been tempered to be as silent and tough as those veterans, and only vented his anger on the enemies of the Revolutionary Army when necessary. "Who is the commander?" Davis stretched out a hand to cover his chest and looked at the Revolutionary Army soldier who was pointing a gun at him. "I know where Governor Wadona is hiding now." "You don't know what you're talking about." "Carolina." The butler was shocked. He had never thought that his young lady would actually help the Revolutionary Army. The nobles of Wadona were closely connected with the rulers of the Terran Federation, and they were also the ruling class that the Revolutionary Army wanted to overthrow. It was hard to imagine that Davis, who was born in an aristocratic family, would choose to help the Revolutionary Army against the class he belonged to. "I know my thoughts clearly," Davis said firmly to the butler. "I never make mistakes." As for Davis herself, she made this decision not out of fear of death or impulse, but because she had planned to do so. As a charming and elegant noble lady who is proficient in etiquette, Davis's unknown beautiful appearance hides a heart that yearns for revolution. If the Revolutionary Army had not arrived in Wadona, Davis would have also found an opportunity to leave her home and join the Revolutionary Army. She is already in her 20s, a few years older than Augustus. But this mature woman yearns for change. As the protective cover on the tarmac had failed, the pouring rain completely soaked the thin dress that the Davis family hired the top tailor of Linkshuizio colony to tailor. The beautiful dress was soaked, tightly fitting Davis's smooth skin like mutton and breathtaking curves. The wet light golden hair fell on her long eyelashes, making her look far more attractive than her exquisite figure when dancing at the banquet. Davis was only wearing a few pieces of light fabrics, thin and fragile. The climate in Vardona is pleasant all year round, even in the pouring rain. It won't be too cold, but being soaked is quite uncomfortable. "You know?" the young soldier asked her. The location of the governor's office of Governor Bardona has never been a secret. But this governor, who has close personal relations with the nobles of Tarsones and Vardona, usually does not work in the governor's office. After Arcturus Mengsk's sons of Korhol began to attack the federal governors of various parts of the Terran Federation, Governor Vardona has always preferred to hide in a secret underground facility that is as solid as a rock. The governor of Wadona has always been a cautious person, and his hiding place is of course unknown to outsiders. "Of course," Davis replied. "He is now staying with my father. I am a family member of the Wadona Davis family." She continued, "I can provide you with more help." The soldier opposite was silent, but he was obviously communicating with his superiors through the communication device in the helmet. Not long after, a ghost agent in tight combat uniform walked out of the transport plane. It was the ghost agent who used the mechanical locking weapon to paralyze the anti-aircraft artillery and platform defense equipment. The ghost agent was a well-proportioned and strong male warrior. His perfect muscles were clearly visible when he ran in the rain. It was hard to imagine how rigorous the training he had gone through to become a superhuman warrior. The first term of the Ghost Academy lasted about 4 years. To graduate, one had to take unprecedented courses. Only a genius like Sarah Kerrigan could graduate a few years early. With the help of combat uniforms, the power of a ghost agent would not be inferior to that of a soldier wearing power armor. Carolina Davis, the ghost agent, looked at her with the green prosthetic eyes on his ghost mask. You didn't lie. But why did you help us? I can't understand. The ghost agent's voice sounded very hoarse, like a voice coming from under the water. Every ghost agent has a cold and melancholy soul. You are a mind reader. Davis looked at the ghost agent and said, I have heard rumors about you. In short, I have long been fascinated by the Revolutionary Army. Really? You may be right. This revolutionary ghost who had been taught by the Protoss Dark Templar may have also learned the mysterious way of speaking, which made them one step further on the road to becoming the Riddler. So what is your purpose? He continued. I don't see how this thing will benefit you. Don't you know that a life of wealth and luxury is the lifelong goal of many people? Augustus Mengsk is also a nobleman. The wealth and power of the Kamensk family are even higher than that of the Davis family. Davis used this sentence to make the revolutionary ghost agent recognize her. I hope you can take me to see your Marshal Augustus Mengsk after this. Davis said, That's all. I'll do my best. The ghost agent stared at her and said, There are hundreds of people who want to see the Marshal, including local talents and clowns. Of course, the most are those socialites and even prostitutes who think they can win the favor of Marshal Augustus. Many popes of religions also claim that the revolutionary marshal is the incarnation of their gods. As the revolutionary army led by Augustus grew larger and larger, not just anyone could come to Augustus unimpeded. Augustus still hoped that he could hear the voice of the people at any time, but his precious time did not allow him to do so. Lead the way, young lady. The ghost agent spoke more about Augustus. You also think that Marshal Augustus is a great leader, don't you? He saved me from the hands of the Federation and redeemed my sinful soul. Since then, I have entrusted my life to him. In the name of Augustus, I swear I will keep my promise. At this time, Davis could see the carving on the ghost agent's neck, which was inlaid with a portrait of Augustus Mengsk wearing a military cap. Many revolutionary soldiers carried photos of the revolutionary Marshal Augustus Mengsk with them, as if they would be filled with infinite power as long as they looked at him. This was a bit incredible. Generally speaking, they should always carry photos of their fiancés or nude photos of some female celebrities, according to some secret and subtle rumors that have been blocked by OGB agents. Admiral Horace Warfield carries a photo of Miss Dorothy Mengsk, but it may be considered as a photo of Marshal Augustus in women's clothing that has not been destroyed. Yes, Davis said, looking at her stern-faced butler with her dark eyes. Even though the butler had experienced many ups and downs in his first half of his life, the scene today was indeed something he had never seen before. Governor Vedona is now under the Bennett Commercial Building opposite the Vedona Gate building. There is a heavily guarded underground bunker on the negative 3rd floor, which is strong enough to withstand the bombardment of multiple Hellfire missiles. She not only revealed the hiding place of the governor and her father, but also gave advice to the Revolutionary Army Special Operations team that was about to attack there. It is almost impossible to break through there by force, unless you destroy it and the people inside. She said, there are federal police department and security forces nearby. The longer you delay, the more dangerous it will be. You can tell my father that I am in your hands, and he will definitely open the door for me. He loves you very much. Even with the cold will of the ghost agent, Davis was surprised by what he said, but if it doesn't work, we still have our own plans and methods. But they may be a little rough and inhumane. I love him too, Davis said calmly. In another 10 years, he will definitely be glad for my choice today. If Augustus Mengsk becomes the new ruler of the Terran Federation, the Davis family will also become the king of Wadona. So we have to take you with us, the agent said. Corporal Ryan, take her with you. When it comes to running speed, even athletes can't keep up with soldiers in power armor, let alone Davis. The revolutionary named Ryan knelt on one knee in front of Davis, like a knight who is about to swear allegiance to the Lord. Davis lifted his long skirt to ensure that the other party would not expose himself when he picked him up. When the corporal picked up Davis and started running, about 20 soldiers in alloy armor caught up with him. Under Davis's guidance, they walked through the interconnected corridors of the Gate of Adona and came to the entrance of the Bennett Trade Building. The Davis family's butler was guarded by the remaining revolutionary soldier and was ordered to stay where he was. This trade building belonging to the Bennett family of Tassanis is mainly open to those who have business dealings with the Bennett family. Most of the time, only the elite are allowed to enter here. The Bennett family is widely praised for their authority and rigorous spirit in the shipbuilding industry. But this family is also known for being cold and unkind. The Bennett family emphasizes the difference between the creation family and ordinary people. Everything they do is for profit. This spirit is also reflected in the Bennett family's buildings. The cold and sharp right-angle lines and the towering pointed dome are like the spear of the world. The Bennett Trade Building is guarded by a team of security personnel armed with Gauss rifles. They were almost immediately defeated by the elite special operations team of the Revolutionary Army. There are hundreds of fully armed security personnel and even federal Marines stationed in the building. But they are defeated under the fierce offensive of this elite force. Each member of the Revolutionary Army's Battlefield Porcupine Elite Squad is a carefully selected brave warrior. They are like re-socialized soldiers who are not afraid of sacrifice. But they also have the wisdom and battlefield decision-making ability that an excellent soldier should have. Davis was well protected. Before the Revolutionary Army's special forces completely cleared the passage leading to the underground, she was personally guarded by the ghost agent. Chapter 343. Who is she? This is the bustling municipal center of the main city of Adona, with tall buildings stretching up into the sky. The majestic and spectacular skyscraper complex is not as crowded as the city center of the main city of Tassanis. There are beautiful roads, neatly built large green lawns, and intermittent fountains that sparkle colorfully under the lights. Next to it is a ship-shaped ecological park transformed from a sunken freighter. It uses atmospheric transformation equipment to create a variety of different environments such as rainforests, grasslands, and coniferous forests. There are both rare and precious plants from all over the world and rare wild animals, including Bengal tigers, Saddon bears, blue-crowned deer, and bare-toothed beasts. Some of them have even been declared extinct in their place of origin. This ecological park, built during the Guild War in the name of promoting harmonious coexistence between nature and humans, cost a lot of money. Enough to build a destroyer or allow tens of thousands of war refugees who died of starvation in the war to survive the winter. Although those Wadona politicians who dared to tell the truth revealed that this large-scale project that wasted people's money was useless except to satisfy the governor's personal preferences, no one would question the governor with amazing power. The governor of Wadona was originally a Tarsonis noble with a title. He was an important figure in the federal government's rulers to control Wadona. No matter how precious the Wadona Central Ecological Park is, it has already been devastated by the fierce exchange of fire between the Revolutionary Army and the security personnel of the Bennett Commercial Building. The moon-shaped dome built with clear transparent glass and reinforced fused alloy frames has collapsed under the bombardment of artillery fire. And rare birds and animals that are rarely seen on weekdays are running around on the road covered with rubble. In the Wadona Gate skyscraper, the open space between the Bennett Commercial Building and the Ecological Park is full of bloody corpses, most of which are from the security personnel of the Bennett Building. The security guards were all veterans who had retired from the Guild War. After their honorable retirement, they chose to pursue a high-paying career in Wadona. Experienced veterans are much more combat-capable than the weak federal garrison stationed in Wadona. And this can also save the governor from having to deal with the Duke family generals, who are not on good terms with him. The security guards of the Bennett Building are all wearing the latest CMC 300 power armor. Their armor is dark blue, which is the color of most territories in the Terran Federation. And the armor has the single-star logo of Wadona with yellow and black stripes. Their weapons were also standard Federal Marines, with the firepower support of a large number of automatic machine guns and missile pods. They held down the Battlefield Porcupine Special Forces for about 20 minutes. Normally, this would be enough to hold out until the nearest troops came to support them. But the Revolutionary Army airdropped into the main city of Wadona, and it was clear that there were more than just the Battlefield Porcupines. Other airborne troops were guarding the main roads and blocking the various support troops. In the distance, 2 Revolutionary Army arc tanks that were later airdropped to the city center were advancing along the road in front of the building. They collided head-on with several Federal Goliath-armed robots on the move. And the roar of the Thor's hammer artillery was like thunder. The Revolutionary Army obviously did not want to destroy the entire city to seize control of the main city of Wadona. They did not even need to occupy the city for a long time. They just needed a victory in the core world and a claim to the planet. A sharp whistling sound from a rocket exploded in Carolina Davis's ears. And the door of the Bennett commercial building was blown to pieces along with several Federal soldiers behind it in the violent explosion. Davis saw several Revolutionary Army soldiers rushing in without hesitation. But they were immediately swept down by the large-caliber automatic machine guns behind the door. This immediately turned into a thrilling shootout. And the entire wall of the building entrance was almost completely destroyed by the heavy firepower of the Field Porcupine squad. Even so, the guards inside were still resisting tenaciously. Although the senior officials and generals of the Federation generally liked to employ resocialized soldiers as their guards, those who the Revolutionary Army faced today were obviously not. After the Revolutionary Army soldiers finally rushed into the Bennett building, a brutal hand-to-hand fight even broke out in the hall and corridor. When Carolina Davis followed the ghost agent of the Revolutionary Army, whose name she still didn't know, into the devastated Bennett building, she almost walked in with blood. The heels of her high heels were stained with warm blood, and it was like red ink spread in the rain of Wadona. As a noble lady who grew up under the careful care of her family, Davis had never seen such a bloody and cruel scene. So many brave and fearless soldiers, who were still breathing just now, turned into broken corpses in just a few minutes. Each of them had different thoughts and souls. But now they died here for an order. The once shining alloy armor completely turned into a cold iron coffin. And the warriors on both sides became flesh and blood melted in steel. Davis ran quickly to tear off the hem of her skirt and silk pantyhose. When running, she was able to keep up with the pace of the ghost agent. She was definitely not the spoiled noble lady on the surface. Through identification, Davis found a hidden giant steel door behind a wall soaked in blood. This door is 3 feet thick, more than 1 meter, with thick leather nailed on the surface with huge copper nails. There are 2 lions standing on both sides. It is the emblem of a family that monopolizes the metal casting industry in Wadona. But it is also considered to be the symbol of the governor of Wadona. The ambitious governor always compares himself to a lion. He may get along well with Augustus Minsk, because the latter also likes to use the emblem of wolf, eagle and lion. This alloy door is only the first barrier of this underground fortress. Just opening it requires the power of a reactor. Several revolutionary soldiers standing in front of the gate brought out a whole box of D-type explosives and prepared to blow it up. Their movements were very skilled, and it seemed that they often did this kind of thing. Try it. I hope your method works. The ghost agent, whose face was hidden deep under the mask, waved to stop the soldiers and said to Davis, who was panting beside him. Although it looked incredible, Davis still found a holographic projection communication device the size of a glass's lens from under her wet and thin dress. This high-precision equipment produced in Adrian is very expensive, and the master-level forging process makes it a collection of extremely high value. With a flash of light and shadow, an old man with white hair appeared in Davis's palm. Old Davis was already very old when he hit Carolina. The most comfortable environment and longevity enhancers made his life much older than he looked. You don't stay at Tagore's banquet. God, let go of my daughter, you devil. Old Davis first saw his daughter, who was soaked all over. And then the ghost agent standing behind him also came into his sight. I am a demon. I used to be from the Federation, but now I am from Augustus. The ghost agent's voice sounds inexplicably terrifying. And it is even more terrifying when it is deliberately made. Your daughter is safe. Don't worry, he said. You should worry about yourself, Mr. Davis. The Revolutionary Army will definitely seize this city. And then all the Federation lackeys will be liquidated. No, as an old aristocrat, Old Davis is not only a politician, but also a shrewd businessman, and even more a calculating investor. He had heard about what the revolutionaries did on certain planets. Rich people who were considered evil were killed, and their wealth and land were distributed to civilians who supported the revolutionaries. As for the federal officials, they were either missing or shot. This means that wherever Augustus went, he tried to uproot the old forces there. Augustus Minsk was originally a nobleman, but he showed that he hated his class so much. And his father Angus was still a traditional federal nobleman in his bones. The Federation nobles hated Augustus and his revolutionary army so much because they showed no mercy to the rulers and nobles. Anyway, The Federation rulers would not let Augustus go just because he was lenient. However, even so, many nobles not only survived, but also retained their original assets and social status, because they were all staunch supporters of Augustus. Mainly the old nobles of Carrefour. Impossible. Wadona will never fall. The roar of Governor Wadona came from behind old Davis. Father, we all know that the Federation will be destroyed. It is full of rotten flesh, and it is difficult to recover. The people of Wadona do not need to perish with the Federation. Davis ignored the roar of Governor Wadona and said to his father, Old Davis would not surrender just because his daughter was captured by the enemy. He was never a loving father. It is more likely that he would only coldly avenge the enemy for his tragic death of his daughter. The death of his children would break the heart of old Davis. But as a patriarch who has ruled the Davis family for many years, he has many children. It's time, she said. We've talked about it for a long time. It's time to make a choice. Davis and his father had discussed the Davis family's position between the Federation and the rebels a long time ago. At that time, Corhol had just rebelled and everyone thought that the rebels were not strong enough. Old Davis knew the chaotic bureaucratic style and hidden dangers in the federal government. At the same time, he also believed that Augustus Mengsk was a hero and the Davis family's political investment would pay off. He didn't know that the Terra family of Tarsones had already placed a bet on Augustus before him. Even if the possibility of Augustus overthrowing the Federation was small, the Davis family had to consider what choice they would make if the Terran Federation suddenly collapsed one day. It's too early now. Old Davis made a decision with lightning speed. I failed to protect the governor, and I am to blame. Do it. What? I can't believe it. What did you say? Before Governor Vidona could say anything more, the loyal family guards of old Davis had already pinned the enraged governor to the ground. Governor Vidona's guards fought back desperately, and a gunfight broke out in the narrow underground fortress. But old Davis remained calm. Tell Marshal Mengsk that it was Miletus Davis who gave Governor Vidona and the city to him, based on just a few words from his daughter's communication channel. Old Davis would not have made a decision so quickly. But now there were many revolutionary soldiers who hated the Federation and the nobles standing above their heads. I will report your contribution to the Marshal's headquarters. Thank you for your cooperation. After a while, the heavy door slowly opened, and Miletus Davis, who looked unhappy, personally escorted the angry governor of Wadona out, kicking him from time to time. In the past years, Miletus and governor of Wadona, Creetsalina, had been good friends for decades, and they were as close as brothers. This was why governor of Wadona hid in the same place as old Davis. Now, Governor Vidona must have understood that you can only know a person by his appearance. I misjudged him. Miletus, Tarsones will not let you go. Governor Vidona roared. Otherwise, why do you say you are blind? Even at his advanced age, old Davis still spoke with full energy. Few people know that nearly a century ago, Miletus was called the Fox of Vidona. Catch him. At the ghost agent's command, old Davis's family guards and Governor Vidona were immediately captured. But the former was obviously treated with preferential treatment. We will not resist, old Davis emphasized. I think you have a chance to meet Marshal Augustus. He is about to go to the governor's palace. The ghost agent suddenly turned to Davis at this time. He seemed to have received some news. The marshal is vigorous and decisive. He always arrives before orders and notices are issued. If the marshal said he was coming, he must have been standing at the door. Come with me. Don't worry. Father, I will get you out when I come back. Davis smiled and said to his dusty father, I just hope you remember this. Carolina. Melio rolled his eyes. When Davis hurried to the governor's mansion in Wadona, Augustus was already sitting at the desk that originally belonged to the governor of the planet, reviewing documents. He put the hat with the gold star and the ring of the grip on the foot of the desk, wearing a dark gray military uniform with a fur collar. Even when he was buried in the documents on the desk, he still had a straight back. When Davis walked into the office, Augustus immediately looked up at her, his cold gray eyes as sharp as an eagle. What surprised Davis was that Augustus was even younger than the posters, because he always had a tuft of beard on the posters. Augustus. He was more manly than 3 years ago. But Davis found that she was too eager to see Augustus, and didn't have time to change into a set of dry clothes. Davis's wet clothes were tightly attached to the curve of her chest, and her swan-like neck and deep butterfly bones were clearly visible to Augustus. Her torn long skirt revealed smooth and round pink and white long legs, and the perfect exposure was almost irresistible to men. She had been running. So her face was rosy and her face was beautiful. Who is she? With a cold question. Davis realized that because she only had Augustus in her eyes. She completely ignored the female ghost agent with long fiery red hair standing next to Augustus. For God's sake. I don't know. Chapter 344. Follow him. I am Carolina, daughter of Miletus Davis. Davis straightened the silk skirt that was torn by herself, and stretched out her right hand to gather the wet hair on her forehead. She is a typical Wadona noble, well-versed in etiquette, and every movement seems to have an innate elegance. Her words are appropriate, and neither humble nor overbearing. You should wear a dress before coming in. Ghost Agent Sarah Kerrigan, who has beautiful long fiery red hair, crossed her hands and hugged her bulging chest under her military uniform. Her eyes, shining like ice jade, were fixed on Davis's smooth shoulders, and she snorted. I'm not naked. Davis looked at Kerrigan and noticed that she was also wearing a neat gray military uniform. She had a well-proportioned figure and beautiful facial features, and she looked very heroic in the military uniform, like a red-haired Valkyrie. It's not too late to put it on now. Kerrigan always spoke coldly, and she never had a good face for the old nobles of the Federation. Marshal Augustus Minx doesn't like women who wear revealing clothes. Don't always represent me. I never said I don't like beautiful girls who wear revealing clothes. Augustus coughed lightly and nodded to the ghost agent N21482 of the Field Porcupine Squad standing at the door of the governor's office. After Augustus's guard, Captain Faraday closed the office door from the outside. Only the marshal and the two unhappy women were left here. Miss Carolina, thank you and your father for helping the special forces in arresting the governor of the Wadona Federation. If not, we would have lost more brave warriors. Augustus spoke highly of Davis. You saved the lives of hundreds of revolutionary and federal soldiers. It was the despicable rulers of the Federation who deserved death, not them. Sarah, you should give Carolina enough respect. Augustus also saw the shadow of his mother Catherine in Davis. That strong and opinionated woman always pursed her lips stubbornly like Carolina. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Augustus couldn't believe that the person in front of him was the old woman who always chattered in his ear in the cooperative mode of StarCraft 2. When she was gesticulating and nagging, it really made people want to twist her head off. I will respect her as much as I respect you. Kerrigan snorted. There are many bitches who worship Augustus. They always shamelessly show off their thighs and bodies, and they can't wait to throw themselves into his arms. Davis may not be a strong enemy who has bad intentions towards Augustus, but Kerrigan believes that if she looks at Augustus a few more times, she will become a cat in heat. In Kerrigan's eyes, no one can escape the charm of Augustus Minsk. But it's just because she herself has fallen too deeply. Kerrigan didn't have much possessiveness. She was just as aggressive as ever. Most importantly, Davis wouldn't be a rival, because Augustus wouldn't choose a woman older than himself as a partner. That is to say, Kerrigan had a big advantage. As she spoke, Kerrigan walked to the sofa next to her, took out a large military windbreaker from an M backpack she carried with her, and handed it to Davis, who was still wearing wet clothes. Do you want me to help you put it on? Or do I look like a maid? This doesn't look like your clothes. It's the marshal's? Davis took the windbreaker and put it on. Yes, but don't sniff it too hard, Kerrigan said. No. Davis quickly denied it. I know you won't. Kerrigan's emerald eyes seemed to penetrate Davis's soul. Back to the topic. Augustus knocked on the table. It's 15:44 p.m. Standard Time. I can probably stay on the ground for half an hour. I heard that you really want to see me. Now, you can speak freely in front of me. The Davis family is one of the most powerful nobles in Wadona. The wealth they have accumulated is all from the business of their ancestors and Miletus Davis. They are not puppets of the Tarsonis Federation government. Augustus will not refuse the support of the Davis family. After all, he is not strong enough to ignore them. The Davis family of Wadona is in the core world, and is also a family involved in shipbuilding. It can provide far galaxy dry docks and orbital shipyards for the revolutionary warships in the universe. The Davis family will be loyal to you. Davis really spoke freely as Augustus said. Our ship parts, manufacturing factories are all over Vidona and the moon. And we can produce everything from screws, circuit coils to ship hulls and naval guns. There are hundreds of thousands of workers working for the Davis family. In addition, we also control a trade route to Tarsonis, Valicia and Bronte Prime, which can deliver supplies from the core world to the revolutionary army. What do you want? Augustus thought it was feasible. In the past, the core world of the Federation had always been a restricted area that the Revolutionary Army could not enter. And only the Terra family and the Hot family occasionally provided the Revolutionary Army with valuable supplies. Even so, the founding family of Tarsones would not openly support the Revolutionary Army. And local families, like the Vidona Davis family, would have to give their all once they were tied to the banner of the Revolutionary Army. We don't have any demands. We just hope that the Revolutionary Army can keep the Davis family after overthrowing the Federation. Davis said, "This promise is worth 1,000 gold. Augustus stared into Davis's eyes and made a decision in an instant. Remember? Before today, I was more willing to completely destroy the Davis family than to keep it. But now, I can even become the protector of the Davis family." His voice was steady and resounding. "Just as I have given this family a favor, I can also take it back without hesitation." In just a few words, Augustus changed from a gentle image to a strong and unquestionable one. He warned the Davis family to stay in line. Otherwise they would be destroyed soon. Marshal Augustus Mengsk never made promises easily. But he would definitely keep his word. "Let the head of the Davis family come to see me." Then, Augustus turned to Kerrigan next to him. "Tell Jim to send someone to bring Miletus Davis here. As soon as possible. We don't have much time to stay here. The Federation fleet will arrive at any time. A scientific ship has detected the jump disturbance of the Epsilon Squadron entering the hyperspace channel 3 light-years away." "Are you leaving Vidona soon?" Davis asked. "Of course. I bet that the federal parliamentarians in Tarsones must have been scratching their heads when they heard that the rebels had reached the core world of Vidona." Before Miletus arrived at the office, Augustus had time to talk to Davis for a few more words. "Although it will take a long time to get from Vidona to Tarsones, I guess the parliamentarians and nobles must think that the rebels and thugs who are about to chop off their heads are standing at their doorsteps. Half of the Federation fleet in the Copperless sector has heard the news, and they are heading towards Vidona at all costs." Kerrigan said at this time, "Please take me with you." Davis immediately put her family aside and said to Augustus sincerely, "The Marshal does not need a blonde maid." Kerrigan reacted in a flash. "Oh, I don't mind." Augustus shrugged. "It sounds like you want to join the Revolutionary Army? But staying in Vidona, you can do much more than being an ordinary soldier. What's more, you have no experience in serving as a professional soldier." "I have received systematic military education," Davis said, "and I have long been prepared to become a soldier. If you graduate from the military academy, no matter where you are, you have the opportunity to serve as an officer in the Revolutionary Army." Augustus stood up and walked in front of Davis, smelling the blood of the battlefield on her. "New recruit Carolina Davis. After completing the training in the boot camp, you can be assigned to the frontline combat troops," Augustus said with a smile. "There are many female soldiers in our army. They are tough and brave. And they are as brave as men." "Yes, sir," Davis replied. "I thought you would give her a backdoor, just like you did to Mira Han," Kerrigan muttered, "or assign her to the hospital. I think this is a good idea." Before Davis could say anything, several rangers in blue power armor had escorted Miletus Davis to the door of the governor's office. The famous Augustus Mengsk, Lord of the Wolf Pack of Korhal. The dusty Melito acted as if he had just made a big deal the moment he entered the governor's office. In the past, when he talked about the revolutionary marshal with the nobles of Tarsones, Melito would not have said anything good. But he would say nice things to everyone he met, whether he was a commoner or a noble. Melito Davis was as cunning as a fox. He had lived long enough to become a shrewd man. "Ah, the people of Wadona say that the Terran Federation will regain its glory in the hands of that man. The son of Angus Mengsk was also the greatest revolutionary 2 centuries ago." Miletus couldn't help but praise Augustus a few more times. After meeting Augustus, Miletus immediately realized that he was definitely not comparable to those fat-bellied government officials of the Federation and the scumbags in the Federation army. It took Augustus only a few hours to capture Wadona. How could he not be a man who could do great things? The class stratification in the Terran Federation is serious. Except for Tarsones, the new nobles in other worlds of the Federation must be recognized by the Creation family if they want to join the nobility. Once the Federal Parliament and the Creation family no longer exist, the positions they originally occupied will immediately become vacant. Miletus believes that if Augustus wants to take over the larger territory of the Terran Federation after the end of the Guild War, he will need the support of the old nobles. In time, the Davis family will be the Creation family of the new regime. He wished that all the people of the Tarsoni's founding family would die. Thank you. Augustus smiled and said, Carolina said that you and your Davis family want to contribute to the revolutionary cause. And I have no objection. If our revolution has more people like you, it will surely be more powerful. The Davis family will always be loyal to you. And all Davises will keep this in mind. Davis swore. We will be loyal to Augustus Minsk and his legitimate and wise successors. You don't need to be loyal to me. Augustus said, you are sacrificing yourself for the revolution. After the marshal's headquarters evacuates Wadona, you can contact us through the encrypted channel. And someone will be responsible for the contact with Wadona. As the leader of the Davis family, you can also communicate with me directly. And the Davis family will do its best to help the Revolutionary Army. Miletus quickly accepted the fact that the Revolutionary Army would withdraw soon. But he believed that they would come back sooner or later. Wadona will belong to you. Hearing Miletus' words, Augustus just nodded. He walked out of the governor's office silently, walked through the long corridor, and came to the spacious governor's ballroom. This is where Governor Wadona enjoys luxury. Although the decoration is gorgeous, it is just a pretense of elegance. In the past, this ballroom was only filled with scantily clad dancers and nobles holding fine wine, which was ridiculous and unbelievable. At this time, the ballroom was holding federal officials and staff from the governor's office. A huge red brick fireplace faces a transparent French window, and outside is the devastated Civic Center Park. There are black car wreckages and broken down armored vehicles everywhere, and arc tanks are everywhere. The large open space in the Civic Center Park is full of revolutionary soldiers in golden red power armor. Their neat square formations are endless, and their white bayonets are shining. The flags of the Revolutionary Army are inserted diagonally on both sides of the road and on the buildings. And the gloomy dark gray sky hides thousands of flags fluttering in the wind. Several transport planes slowly flew overhead, and a flag that was dropped and burning was so eye-catching. This was a silent and solemn army, and it was also the basis for Augustus to conquer the main city of Wadona. Did the governor of Wadona confess his guilt? Augustus stood in front of the French window and asked Kerrigan, who followed him. Before we applied mental control, he hurriedly told us everything he knew. The confession of Governor Wadona will be broadcast live to all the core worlds of the Federation through the Wadona UNN broadcast tower. And at the same time, the Federation's dirty tricks and the ironclad evidence of their Zerg experiments that we obtained from Mossera, Chaucera, and Antigua Prime will be broadcasted. Very good. Augustus glanced at the mechanical watch on his hand. Outside the window, the drizzle carrying ashes became more and more urgent, and blue lightning flashed across the sky from time to time. It's time to go. With Augustus's order, Miletus and Carolina, who came to the ballroom together, saw the Revolutionary Army formation below turning in an orderly manner. They seemed to be able to hear the thump of the soldiers stepping on the stone ground and the click of the butt of the gun on the shoulder. Chapter 345 Insect Plague. In May, on the local channel of the UNN holographic projection TV on Wadona Prime, the rumor that Wadona Prime was captured by the rebels spread like wildfire on dry grass stalks through many affiliated colonies of the Terran Federation. For a while, panic spread to Tarsonis, especially the middle and upper classes, and everyone was in danger. Since the war broke out on Coral 4, the Terran Federation has never allowed the rebels to enter the core world. People speculated that the Terran Federal Government Army was not in an absolute advantage in the war against the rebels as they claimed. Even the most ordinary people knew that the government army had just suffered a defeat in Wadona. This is nothing to be surprised about. As we all know, the strongest and most formidable Alpha Squadron in the Federation Navy was severely damaged by the rebels led by Augustus Minsk in the Battle of Mossera. General Edmund Duke, who was invincible in the Duke family, has long become a joke. To this day, Alpha Squadron is still being rebuilt. The prestige accumulated by the Federation Army after the Guild War has dropped significantly, which is due to the Augustus rebels, as well as the Zerg and Protoss. Even the Federation Congress had to admit that the invasion of the Zerg and Protoss caused them to lose control of so many marginal planets that the Federation's territory shrunk by about 1/3. Of course, the arrival of alien races is inseparable from the rebels. The rebels spread all kinds of ugly inside stories about the federal government through the UNN radio tower in Wadona, and used confidential documents and photos to tell the unimaginable crimes in the Federation's alien experiments. In addition to secretly conducting Zerg experiments on some marginal planets that have died out due to cholera and plague. The Federation scientists are also trying evil and twisted hybrid genetic modification, such as implanting new organs or limbs for humans. If it were just that, it would be fine. The test subjects who were transformed actually included ignorant children. These shocking news seemed to be irrefutable. Some of them were so evil that people could not believe that they were true. In the face of the federal government's strong denial, influential federal lords and owners of large companies all spoke in unison, calling it a deliberate, ridiculous and absurd performance by the rebels, and declared that if someone could really do such a heinous thing, they would be inhumane. All the circulated audio and video materials were sealed on the same day, but the video was still widely circulated in the world of the Federation. In these worlds, rumors were everywhere and could not be controlled at all. More and more people learned about the Revolutionary Army and their achievements through this incident. The Revolutionary Army is no longer a small separatist force on the edge of the world. They have grown to the point where they can shake the Federation. Many people are looking forward to the arrival of the Revolutionary Army, just hoping that they can bring some changes. People began to believe that the Zerg attacked the Terra system because Federation scientists were using the captured Zerg for experiments there. The Terran Federation knew about the Zerg long before the Zerg invasion, but they were as shocked as the bewildered people when they first came into contact with the Zerg. This was not the first time that the Revolutionary Army used the Terran Federation's media throughout the Copperless sector to publicize the latter's ugliness and hypocrisy. And more people began to believe that as long as it was different from what the Federation said, it must be the truth. The Vadona incident caused a great uproar in the Terran Federation, but it was unclear whether the Federation was lucky or unlucky. The news that the Zerg destroyed the Federation's colony world with great force and caused hundreds of millions of casualties gradually overshadowed the game between the rebels and the government forces. At this time, Augustus was facing the fleeting starlight outside the porthole of the Hyperion Bridge and an ugly planet covered with dark purple scars. GYSTT. It and the people on it are finished. Millions of people. Augustus's face was as serious as a statue. He looked sadly at the lonely dark purple planet spinning outside the porthole. A three-dimensional holographic projection map of the main continent of Gist was playing on the main screen of a console next to him. On the main screen, Gist was a barren rocky planet. From the island-filled coast on one side of the main continent to the completely frozen glaciers on the other side. The vast continental shelf. The undulating plains and mountains were covered with sticky gray-purple slime creeping fungus carpets. Apart from that, no living creatures or plants could be seen. The whole world is gray. Only the sky is still blue. A holographic screen next to it shows scenes from Gist's past. The main continent is close to the equator, and patches of forests with deep purple leaves are rooted in steep mountains and clouds. These beautiful forests are as brightly colored as flowers, brilliant as clouds. In the other direction are endless grasslands, dotted with blue lakes and large swamps inhabited by countless rare birds and animals. Everything reveals the primitiveness of nature and the magnificence of life. And every place has an intoxicating view. This is a secluded place like a paradise. In a postcard poster taken by a local resident and uploaded, the bright sunshine covers the winding river flowing in the mountains. And the camps built by climbers with white tents can be seen among the sparse bushes with flowers. Several other photos are night scenes taken at the same location. The gray-white full moon is dotted in the azure night sky, casting dreamy moonlight like water. There are several meteor showers in the sky. Travelers are carrying backpacks and facing the camera with their backs, making scissor hands gestures. This moment is finally frozen into eternity. These people in the picture have no chance of surviving. The swarm destroyed this place forever and devoured all life on the planet. Under the erosion of the creeping fungus blanket, flowers, plants and trees also died. After the forest disappeared, unprecedented strong winds eroded the once picturesque world. The fungus blanket covered the ocean like algae and killed all the marine life in it. Only floating objects, like dirty oil, were left on the vast ocean. Gist fell too quickly. When it was invaded, most people were still paying attention to the war in Antigua. When the Federation Navy finally arrived here, they were completely defeated by the Zerg that occupied the system, and had to admit that there were no survivors worth rescuing. Captain of the Hyperion, Jim Raynor, Augustus' most trusted right-hand man, took off his hat and saluted the dead at Gist. The Federation Navy is right. The Zerg left no survivors. Nothing was left. Augustus said, nothing. You don't need to blame yourself. It's not your fault. It was the Federation that gave them up. And it was the Zerg that killed the planet. Raynor said. Compared to the planet Gist, the Terra system, Antigua Prime, and a dozen colonized planets saved by the Revolutionary Army are undoubtedly extremely lucky. But the majority of planets are those that have been abandoned by the Terran Federation and are not within the reach of the Revolutionary Army. In front of the all-devouring Zerg, all resistance is nothing more than a tiny wave. Even when the Zerg Overlord is focused on dealing with Ayer's Protoss Empire. The details on the Zerg's tentacles have almost destroyed a large number of Federation colonies. Gist is not an isolated case. More than 30 colonies have been permanently removed from the Federation star map, and the rest are just desperately holding on. For those colonies with shallow foundations and sparse populations, thousands of Zerg with sharp teeth and claws are enough to completely destroy the planet. We must purify this planet. It has been completely destroyed by the Zerg. Even for the Protoss, this planet has become an uninhabitable wasteland. After a while, the face of Tassadar, the executive officer of the Protoss expedition, with a narrow chin, appeared on the main screen of the Hyperion, followed by the Dark Master of the Dark Templar. If humans want to colonize this planet again, they must spend twice as much time to repair its collapsed natural environment. Even if it is well managed, Gist can never be restored to its past state. Zeratul also said to Augustus. After hearing what Tassadar and Zeratul said, Augustus just remained silent. To be fair, Augustus was unwilling to give up any planet. If the erosion of the Zerg on the planet still had a chance to be eliminated, then the purification of the Protoss would completely sentence it to death. Even plants have difficulty taking root in the land burned by fire. In this corner of the galaxy, the proportion of habitable planets is quite low, and every colony is precious. However, if Gist is not destroyed, the Zerg can continue to spread around the planet, just like a virus in the human body. Augustus also has another choice, which is to spend a huge price with the Protoss to eliminate the huge Zerg swarm on the surface of the planet, and then govern it, just like they did on Antigua Prime. But at that time, Antigua Prime had not been completely occupied by the Zerg, and there were still a large number of civilians stranded on the surface of the planet. It must be destroyed. Augustus sighed. I know. Tassadar. Zeratul. You don't have to feel guilty. I just feel sorry, he said. I hope one day we can rebuild it. We have no choice. Tassadar comforted Augustus and said, You have tried very hard to save your people. But we all know that we can't save everyone. Thank you, Tassadar. You are a good teacher and a helpful friend. Augustus said, I always feel the warmth of a father in you. Let's go. Jimmy. Sarah. Augustus turned around and said, There is no need to look any further. When Augustus turned around, Tassadar's Protoss fleet had already begun to move in the synchronous orbit of Gist. The efficiency of the Protoss fleet has always been very high. For the Protoss, it was just a fire in Gist. The fire will cleanse everything. This is the 5th planet destroyed by the Zerg we have seen along the way. The previous planets may not be as suitable for human habitation as Gist in the past, but there are still many people living there, Augustus said. Without exception, the beautiful countryside and prosperous cities have been reduced to ruins. This catastrophe is more terrible than we imagined. We will always remember these traumas, and will never forget them. Augustus walked past the command chair in front of the bridge window, and nodded to the new navigator Matt Horner, who was looking at him. Then they walked through the long corridor inside the ship, and came to the bar inside the ship where many soldiers and officers were sitting. At this time, the LED TV inside the bar was playing the UNN morning news, and a frontline reporter, wearing black sunglasses on his forehead, was vividly describing the victory of the Federation Navy on Bronte Prime. After assembling 3 Federation squadrons, the Federation Navy finally repelled a Zerg fleet composed of 3 Zerg Leviathans. This was an unprecedented and extremely exciting victory. When Augustus walked into the bar amid the greetings of the soldiers, a Federal Marine sergeant, who was being interviewed, was pointing at a Hydralisk skull and tapping it. Think of killing insects with Bronte? The Federation needs you. The Marines need you. Then, there was a sponsor's advertisement. A businessman with a gold ring vowed that their company's insecticide could effectively control alien insects, and then sprayed several cockroaches to death. Augustus sat down at a round table and ordered a plate of fried chicken and beer. For a while, Augustus ate rice from Agria, but during the boring days on the ship, he could only make do with boring fried chicken, fried fish, or other instant military rations. Look, maybe we can go to Tarsoni's to buy a few cans of insecticide? Rayner's words caused a short-lived laugh in the bar. Tychus is not here. That's really strange. He asked, Where is Hank? If these two bad guys appear or disappear together, it will definitely not be good. Colonel Hank is repairing the Vulture car at the chief engineer's place? Colonel Finley is on another ship. Someone answered Renault. Vulture car? That thing is not very reliable, Augustus said. At this time, the TV in the bar switched to the next advertisement. A mysterious male soldier reminded federal citizens to be careful of strange children with superpowers at home, saying that once their children can enter the Ghost Academy, they will have a bright future. I don't know how many people have been deceived. Kerrigan cursed in a low voice. Parents who send their children to the Ghost Academy will never see him or her again in this life. We must not let John enter the Ghost Academy. Augustus thought of Raynor's youngest son. As a godfather, he regarded John Raynor as important as his nephew Valerian. The Ghost Academy in Tarsones must be banned. Unless the Federation people step over my dead body weight. I think I heard Mike's voice. Raynor was just concentrating on the fried chicken on the plate. I heard that Liberty was exiled to the local station by a UNN shareholder who was angry with him last month. It must be our old friend Constantine Terra who rescued him. Augustus looked in the direction of the voice, his expression more serious. Just received news that the Edge World Helsin is under attack by the Zerg, Liberty said seriously. At this time, I can't help but ask, where is our invincible and swift Federation Navy now? Chapter 346 Yamato Cannon. The planet Gist, which had become the main nest world of the Zerg, was turned into a giant stone that was slowly cooling down under the attack of the Tassadar Protoss fleet. The huge human and Protoss joint fleet immediately turned its course and headed towards the marginal world of the Federation, Helsingen. So far, starting from the core world of Adona Prime, the joint fleet has crossed half of the territory of the Terran Federation and witnessed the mass escape and final destruction of more than a dozen colonies. The fleet also destroyed or expelled the Zerg Behemoth and Leviathan fleets that roamed in human territory, buying precious time for the people of the colony to evacuate. A rumor about a huge Salvation fleet circulated among many marginal worlds. They always arrived in time when a world was in the most critical moment to save people from fire and water. But unless you see it with your own eyes, few people would believe such rumors. Believing that a fleet composed of humans and Protoss is saving lives in the Copperless sector is no different from hearing about cats and mice going hand in hand. Augustus' flagship, the Hyperion, also entered an unbearable hyperspace jump state, in addition to enduring the insomnia caused by the alternation of time and space. The crew on board had to complete the maintenance work and training on the warship as usual. In addition to the crew, the Hyperion also had 2 battalions of the Guards Division to deal with the landing battle that could come at any time. Some newly recruited soldiers were also trained on this warship to ensure that they could be deployed to the battlefield as soon as possible. Carolina Davis, who had just joined the Korhal Revolutionary Army, was also included in this case. She was trained with some new recruits from Hedgie and Antigua Prime, and some refugees accepted by the Revolutionary Army fleet on the way. According to the recruit instructor's report to Augustus, Carolina Davis has been outstanding from the beginning, and she is definitely not a spoiled noble lady. Augustus gave his own evaluation in this document. Let's wait and see. Carolina Davis's military achievements are far more than this. At 1400 hours on board time, Augustus left the captain's room and went to the armory of the Hyperion for inspection. Only Sarah Kerrigan and Jim Raynor followed him, while the captain of the guard Faraday was ordered to go to the ship's technology laboratory to deal with an accident caused by an experiment. The young apprentice Egon Stedman exploded the pancreas of the explosive-infected body due to a mistake. When Augustus walked into the armory with Kerrigan and others, Swan was welding a new model of power armor with Hiram Fike, the former Heavenly Demon armor technician. This new power armor looks somewhat similar to the Firebat armor, and the thick fine steel plating makes it look taller. The Hyperion was once a battlecruiser of the Terran Federation Navy that crashed due to a navigation system failure. Most of its internal facilities still retain their previous appearance, old, but solid and reliable. The dome of the armory leads directly to the upper platform. The walls are welded with thick pipes connecting fans and cables. From time to time, a lifting platform falls from above with the sound of cable winches. The cables are made of alloys mixed with industrial catalytic elements of Macera. They are harder than diamonds, and are often used to tow anchored space cargo ships. Some spider-like intelligent machines, not much bigger than puppies, with blade-like alloy appendages, are walking around on the metal deck, like patrolling sentinels. They are all masterpieces of the Revolutionary Army's second engineer, Viktor Kaczynski. They look very lively and active. Augustus even saw 2 spider robots fighting when he came in. There is a porthole that occupies the entire wall of the armory facing space. And outside is the dark space-time channel. In it, the dimensions of time and space are difficult to distinguish. The huge armory is filled with various square part supply boxes, parts and some damaged vehicles and small fighters. Revolutionary Army engineers and technical soldiers in dark gray and bright orange uniforms are walking around, concentrating on repairing damaged machinery or checking supplies against the list. Because they are always busy. Engineers can't keep their clothes neat like professional soldiers of the Revolutionary Army's Alpha Squadron or Nova Squadron. Their clothes and overalls are either askew or stained with oil. The Revolutionary Army's engineers come from all corners of the country. Coral 4. Chaucera, Mausera, Umogen, Moria, Port of the Dead, Hedgie. Most of them are not young anymore. And many of them have gray hair. Some of these engineers were once technical experts hired by the Coral 4 foundry. And some were chief engineers on a long-distance trade starship. There are top students with senior engineer certificates. And skilled workers who originally worked as plumbers in space stations or shipyards for many years. Young people are not uncommon in the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps. Some of them are college graduates from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, while others are mechanics who have not received higher education but have been working in the dirty oil factories since childhood. All of these people have chosen to respond to Augustus Minsk's call and contribute their own efforts to this glorious and great cause. Hey guys. Our incomparable and wise Terran beacon Augustus Minsk is back. Salute to you, leader. The chief engineer with a thick beard, Rory Swan, raised his wrench to Augustus. And the engineers and soldiers also saluted. Beside Swan was a vulture car with a skull and flame logo on the windshield, which was obviously Hanek Hank's vehicle. The chief engineer of the Revolutionary Army has always been dissatisfied with this unruly and extreme hoverbike. Perhaps the mining families of the Comorian Federation prefer reliable and stable equipment. The new weapon, the Sidewinder tank, made Swan very satisfied, thinking that it was a tank that could shine on the battlefield in the future. Hello, others also said. The pressure is doubled. Augustus walked to Swan and leaned against the console on the ground of the mechanical hangar. What about the people in Gist? I heard that some people escaped before the Zerg defeated the militia there. Hiram Fike asked Augustus. Later we learned that some people survived and fled to the nearest colonies. But those colonized planets did not survive. Augustus sighed. I believe there must be some Gist people who survived, but without their homeland. They are like plants that have lost their roots. Swan. Fike. How is the research on new weapons going? He didn't want to discuss the topic anymore. Progress is gratifying. Sir. You still remember that I was the prototype designer of the Firebat power armor. Hiram Fike was happy to show his new achievements in front of his old superior. After having so many outstanding people around him, Marshal Augustus inevitably forgot his old love when he had a new one. You need heavy soldiers. A fulcrum on the battlefield that can keep moving forward. Our ordinary soldiers can hide behind these heavily armored soldiers and avoid being directly attacked by spike bullets, hydralisks or Protoss particle weapons. Very good. I am more concerned about when my army can use these new power armors. Augustus said, the prototype of the Wolf War mech is amazing. But I can directly transform a large number of T-280 space engineering vehicles into powerful combat mechs. Augustus had to admit that the short and sturdy Swan, the Mainhof lady of the Comorian Union, always gave people a feeling of a dwarf and a hobbit when standing with the even shorter Fike. Their personalities were also very similar. Swan was open-minded and cheerful by nature. Wherever he was, there would never be a dull moment. And Fike always had a good temper. He was very kind. And this kindness was pure without any impurities. The birth of a new weapon is always accompanied by repeated deliberation, drawing up drawings and persistent hammering, and finally continuous improvement. If you're a perfectionist, this thing will never end. Swan took his big, round cup from Augustus' elbow on the console and took a sip of Moria beer. The armor is already there. But the most important thing is what kind of weapons should we equip this new armor with? If it's a Gauss rifle, it's overkill. And the artillery of the arc tank is too heavy. How about a howitzer? A large caliber howitzer. Augustus suggested to Swan. This howitzer should have extremely powerful firepower, capable of destroying the shields of the pre-steel bunker, damaging the tissues under the thick chitinous plates of the Zerg Ultralisk, and posing an unignorable threat to the Protoss shields. No matter how good Augustus's relationship with Tassadar and Cyrodiil is now, he always insists on treating the Protoss as the imaginary enemy of mankind. Augustus knows that Tassadar and Cyrodiil are not enough to represent all the Protoss. And there are definitely more Protoss in the universe than just Ire and Shakuras. A genius idea? Yes. Why can't we throw those heavy guns on the new armor? Swan immediately assured Augustus, we will be able to conduct new experiments in a few days. But how to solve the problem of recoil? Where should the howitzer be installed? On the shoulder? On the arm? Or under the crotch? I guess it must not be under the crotch, Renault said. You are right, cowboy. Swan smiled at Renault, and then looked at Augustus. If this weapon must carry a lot of heavy shells, logistics will also be a problem. Swan also likes Renault, a young farm boy from Shiloh, and thinks he has a strong sense of justice. However, sometimes, Renault's idealistic and thoughtless personality is exposed when compared with Augustus. Renault's friends always think that if he wants to become a leader like the Marshal, he still has to work hard, then try to incorporate them into a new branch of the army with independent logistics, or find another way to solve this problem. Augustus said, this is something you should solve. After all, I am not an engineer. The funds are sufficient. Old friends, don't let me down. I've got it. Sir, Thick said to Augustus with a smile. There is nothing I can't do. Swan thought of the Protoss engineers, who could build art-like warships, of course. The things I said must be within the scope of what humans can do. If you want me to build a Protoss aircraft carrier or something, then I can't do it. Maybe we don't need to build an identical one. Augustus nodded to Thick and shrugged. I received a report that the new design of the fusion cannon has made a breakthrough. This is why Augustus came to the armory to ask Swan. I thought the first breakthrough would be the Umoyan National Defense Army, but it turned out to be us. I have to say, this is a miracle. The Engineering Corps and Prototype Weapons Laboratory of the Kara Revolutionary Army gathered the elites of all Kara 4. Kara 4 is a highly developed technological planet under the rule of the Terran Federation. It is already a gathering of elites. Some federal scientists, who were persecuted by the Federation or rescued by the Revolutionary Army, sometimes join their camp. Yes, if you hadn't asked me that, I would have found a chance to tell you. Swan laughed, obviously very proud of it. Although this new weapon was not led by Swan, it was also the result of the joint efforts of engineers. This is an unparalleled cannon. Its caliber is rare in the world, and it almost occupies 1/7 of the width of the bow. This cannon will use the Titan reactor as energy, and the strong magnetic field will focus the controllable nuclear explosion into a concentrated beam of energy. Swan said, the phase technicians of Tassadar gave us a lot of advice and ideas. We were able to make breakthroughs before the Humagins and the Federation thanks to them. In the eyes of the Protoss, this weapon may not have any aesthetic appeal, but in my eyes it is breathtakingly beautiful. Hiram Fight continued, at the beginning, we installed this giant cannon on an interstellar tugboat. This tugboat is mainly used to transport mined crystal ores. The power mainly comes from a nuclear fusion reactor, but it still requires a whole generator set to power other components. We fired at the wreckage of a Terran Federation Leviathan-class battlecruiser that was about to be pulled into a neutron star, and completely destroyed it with just one shot. It was like a divine punishment. Thick said, I believe you have seen the real recording of the camera. It can severely damage a battlecruiser with one shot. Even the armor of the Behemoth class is vulnerable. After each shot, the cannon takes a certain amount of time to charge. But compared with its amazing power, it is insignificant. My feelings at that time were no different from the scene of seeing the first nuclear bomb of mankind explode. Augustus nodded. When can we use this giant cannon on the warships of the Revolutionary Army? He asked. The transformation will take a lot of time and money. Swan thought for a while and said, we can only transform a very limited number of warships, and the combat effectiveness of these warships will be greatly reduced during the transformation. The question is, how many do you want to transform? Of course, the more the better. Augustus said, first upgrade the Hyperion. During this period, I will use the NORAD-2 as the flagship. As the flagship of the Revolutionary Army, the Hyperion is being upgraded and transformed all the time. It is not only the starting point of the Revolutionary Army fleet, but also considered a symbol of the revolutionary spirit. Okay, now this giant cannon still lacks a name. We finally decided to give this right to you, Thick said to Augustus with a smile. I'm glad you can say that. Augustus felt sincerely happy. Let's call it Yamato Cannon. I don't have any idea about this name. Swan scratched his head, however. If the people of the Federation and Yumoyan make this kind of cannon in the future, its name and rating standards must follow ours. Chapter 347 Helsin. Helsin is a garden in the Terran Federation. This planet belongs to the Edge world. It is a young colony, not among the 13 worlds that originally formed the Terran Federation. Helsin is not a beautiful planet with poetic scenery, and its climate is not even suitable for human habitation. But like many newly developed planets, Helsin is full of development opportunities. Gold and spices are buried in the land, and milk and honey flow in the rivers. The land suitable for cultivation in Helsin is so fertile that people can grow endless fields of golden wheat waves waving in the sun, and vineyards all over the hills without fertilizer. The food produced here can easily meet the living needs of the people on the planet and provide wheat, soybeans, corn and meat for the 3 nearby colonies. The wine of Helsin is world famous, and the famous wineries around the world are the oldest buildings in this young colony and the pride of the locals. This planet also produces brandy and beer, and is also a holy place for alcohol lovers in the Terran Federation. Although it is classified as a marginal world, Helthian is geographically very close to Tarsones, even closer than the main star of Adona, which means that the route to the main star world is always unobstructed. This also brings healthy and unimaginable development opportunities for backward marginal worlds such as Mars Sera. The rapid development has greatly accelerated the modernization process of this colony. When Augustus's joint fleet jumped to the planet Helshin, the planet had already been widely known as a developed emerging world. In Helshin, modern steel and glass-dense urban buildings coexist harmoniously with fertile farmland. When the harvest season is approaching, rows of green-painted combine harvesters push through the golden wheat fields under the command of drones until the grain piles up like a mountain. Half of the intergalactic enterprises and technology companies in the Terran Federation have branches in Helshin, and many companies rank among the top in market value. For those who cannot survive in the Terran Federation due to oppression and unfair treatment, Helshin is definitely an ideal place. In Helshin, as long as you pay close attention, there are job opportunities everywhere. What is valuable is that as long as you work hard, immigrants to Helshin will get the corresponding rewards. The university in Helshin is praised for its rigorous academic philosophy and world-renowned scientific research results, which also means that the children of Helshin can get a good education. There is always hope for such an emerging colony planet. But that was before the arrival of the Zerg. Convey my order. After the next round of orbital bombardment, the airborne landing will begin. Alpha Squadron will be the first force to land in Helsingen and fight the Zerg, followed by the Deep Rock Legion in the Port of the Dead, and then the 2 divisions of Lundstein. Renault's Rangers are incorporated into the 3rd attack echelon. The Guards Division is kept in reserve. Augustus walked quickly through the long corridor of the NORAD II, and the tapping sound of combat boots echoed in the corridor for a long time. Only Lieutenant Kerrigan and Corporal Faraday followed Augustus, while Jim Raynor had to command his own brigade. Our allies are Protoss ground forces, including several Zealot legions and a large number of Dragoon mechs. And the Dark Templar will also provide assistance to any human allies they see, he said. This is just a small-scale invasion of Zerg, and their numbers are insignificant compared to what we encountered on Mars Sera, Antigua and Char. We will win again. As always, we are righteous. That's why we always win when facing evil enemies. I am the commander of this battle, Augustus, and I am with you, Augustus said in the commander's channel as he walked. After passing by a team of hurried technicians again, Augustus came to the dock launch bay of NORAD II. At this moment, a group of Wraith fighters and APOD transport ships were heading towards the starry sky outside the ship. When Hyperion was further upgrading its weapon system, Augustus once again made the former Alpha Squadron flagship NORAD II his own flagship. The Hyperion's predecessor was just an ordinary Federation Behemoth-class battlecruiser, while NORAD II was built entirely to flagship standards. NORAD has a larger and more complete crew cabin, power cabin, dock and medical cabin, and its weapons and armor are more advanced. Although after more than 3 years of continuous upgrades and modifications, the performance of Hyperion has surpassed NORAD II. But the latter is still the first choice for the fleet flagship. Through the porthole on one side of the dock, Augustus could see 2 revolutionary battlecruisers parallel to NORAD II. They were hundreds of miles apart, which was by no means a short distance. Where Augustus could not see, Tacidar's Protoss fleet was anchored in a synchronous orbit on the other side of Halcyon. The Federation garrison deployed in Halcyon was engulfed by the Zerg in a wheat field an hour ago, and the highest level commander there completely lost contact with his command center. At this time, Kerrigan opened a data terminal she was carrying and reported to Augustus. Are they crazy? At this time, they still dare to fight the Zerg in an area without any fortifications as support. Augustus sighed. It must be said that at least the courage of these federal soldiers is worthy of respect. Obviously, they stepped into the trap carefully designed by the brain worm. The bait is a small city surrounded by siege, which houses the most important local pharmaceutical factory. Kerrigan shook her long red hair and said, "Many of the Tarsoni's founding families are investors in this pharmaceutical company. I thought they were going there to rescue civilians." Augustus shook his head. "I shouldn't have expected anything from the Federation army. In addition, Tassidar's fleet has destroyed 90% of the main nest, and the Zerg entrenched in it as planned. The rest is much easier." Kerrigan continued to report. "What about the damage to the main town of Halcyon?" Augustus said. "I just read a report about this a few hours ago. But that was a few hours ago. It's much worse now. Nearly a third of Halcyon has been lost, and the Zerg are slaughtering defenseless civilians. They kill everyone they see, regardless of whether they are men, women, or children." Kerrigan continued. "The Zerg seem to have figured out that humans depend on the land beneath their feet for survival. It's urgent." Augustus sighed, hoping that Duke's Alpha Squadron had landed in Helsin. At this time, a team of Revolutionary Army soldiers wearing heavy armor walked past Augustus. Their armor was an upgraded version of the Firebat CMC-250, using the armor reinforcement frame of Umoyan and refined alloy steel armor. The new hydraulics, gravity compensators, and dual reactor generator set design made it easier for the servo system to drive this set of power armor that was heavier than ordinary CMC. These power armors are truly behemoths, giants among individual power armors. Their helmets have abandoned the matte mask design and replaced it with a prototype helmet with a cross-shaped observation port. The mechanical palm used to grasp the rifle has been completely replaced by an AGG-17 grenade launcher. This grenade launcher is not the latest design of the Revolutionary Army's military industry, but just a larger and thicker upgraded version of the Federation's old AGG-12 grenade launcher. The number 12 grenade can destroy dozens of gathered alien insects at once, and its upgraded version undoubtedly has even more amazing power. Hiram Fike, the designer of the Firebat power armor, was the one who finally completed the design of the armor. He also received many valuable suggestions from masters, such as Rory Swan and Viktor Kaczynski, to ensure that the armor could be closer to the dream of Marshal Augustus Minsk. It is said that when choosing a suitable grenade launcher for this heavy vehicle, Chief Engineer Swan had few options. For a while, he even had to use the AGP-2 grenade launcher of the Vulture vehicle for experimentation. Although the grenade launcher also has impressive power, Swan still believes that it is as unreliable as the Vulture itself. During the design of the prototype weapon, more novel designs were proposed, such as installing a railgun on the new armor. But this proposal was eventually shelved due to technical and financial issues. Perhaps only the wealthy Umoyan can mass-produce such armor. In short, Swan and Fike's team can try some more attractive combinations. But for now, the Revolutionary Army needs a standard weapon that can be equipped on a large scale instead of an expensive mascot. The fine steel armor and amazing firepower undoubtedly made it the first choice for dealing with Zerg Ultralisk and Protoss Dragoon mechas on the front battlefield. Once it came out, this armor was considered an epic, making progress. It could destroy more enemies, which meant that more soldiers and people were saved. Augustus named this armor 5-4 Marauder Power Armor to commemorate the fact that the armor was officially finalized and put into production on May 4th. However, some records show that the Marshal obviously got the date wrong. Since then, soldiers wearing 5-4 power armor have also been called Marauders. Marauder Power Armor is very popular in the Revolutionary Army. Compared with its popularity, the trial-produced Wolf armor equipped with a small number of main forces is just a thing of the past. When the high-ranking officers of the Revolutionary Army announced the advent of the Marauder armor at the Army Equipment Headquarters, they almost broke their heads to fight for this power armor. They always have their own reasons. Army General Runstein believes that such a war weapon should belong to his troops, while Duke of the Navy devalues this armor while taking more orders. As for Honik Hank of the Firebats, he spent most of the time shouting how damn cool this thing is when the Navy and the Army were arguing. Now, hundreds of sets of Marauder Power Armor have been issued to the Army and Airborne Division to make up for their lack of heavy support firepower on the battlefield. On the battlefield, ordinary soldiers can rely on the Marauders' firepower and heavy armor to stand firm in the frontal impact of the Ultralisk. I have praised the contributions made by Fick and Swan more than once. Augustus watched the pair of Marauders walk past him, and heard the sound of their huge anti-fall boots stepping on the alloy ground. The Marauders carried nearly 100 Punisher grenades, which accounted for most of their load. Once the ammunition was exhausted, they would switch to the Gauss rifles on their backs. Since the last time Augustus saw Swan in the armory, the improvement of the new armor was unexpectedly rapid, and it was almost entirely completed while the Hyperion was still in the hyperspace channel. You were so happy at that time. Kerrigan smiled and said to Augustus, I have never seen you so happy since the Zerg invasion. You spent half an hour praising the Engineer Corps and talking about the value of the Marauder armor. Every one of them is a hero. Augustus said, and I am just lucky enough that these heroes are willing to listen to my advice. This is not because you are lucky. Each of them was found by you one by one from places light years away. Kerrigan said, this sentence is enough to be recorded in the Marshal's quotation. When you become famous in the world, all Terrans will talk about it with relish. What quotation? Augustus was surprised. No such thing. Faraday quickly denied it. Augustus did not dwell on this issue for too long. In his opinion, it was simply irrelevant. Not long after, another team of unique soldiers ran from the other side to the transport ship docked in the dock. Nowadays, exoskeleton armor and light combat uniforms are no longer common in the main forces of the Revolutionary Army. Each soldier in a light combat uniform and breastplate has a huge turbo jetpack on his back. The jet uses refined high-energy gas as fuel. After starting, it can jump hundreds of feet into the air with just a light jump. An experienced wearer can also use the jetpack to fly in midair, sliding over the heads of buildings and people. This is also a design from Hiram Fike. A few years ago, he designed a power armor that can assist airborne troops in landing. And the Terran Federation also has a more complete design. They can improve the armor, abandoning the heavy armor and using a powerful turbine backpack to provide power. Even after the improvement, this combat suit and jetpack are the equipment that causes the most non-combat casualties to the wearer. A soldier who is determined to wear this combat suit as an airborne force must undergo extremely rigorous training to master it. Only the most experienced Revolutionary Army Death God can perfectly drop from the sky over the enemy's head. The mortality rate of a training platoon of recruits before graduation is as high as 10% to 20%. So this is also a game for the truly brave. Marshal Augustus uninspiredly called the only company equipped with this combat uniform the Death God. The number of the Death God Company has always been maintained between 400 and 500 people. They only recruit veterans who have experienced many battles, and the most fearless extreme challengers among the new recruits. The Revolutionary Army Death Gods will carry D-type explosives, P-25 electromagnetic pistols, and electromagnetic rifles. They mainly perform assault and reconnaissance missions, and are also known as Augustus's Death Gods. When Augustus's Death Gods are thrown into the battlefield, it also means that there is the most intense fighting area. Chapter 348 Death is coming. The panicked people crossed the green fields in a panic, walking through the health and wheat fields that were as tall as a person. The thick barley stalks were pushed down and trampled in pieces, and the fragrance of the juice was mixed with the stench of blood and rotting corpses. The man-eating monsters nimbly chased the panicked health and people in the wheat fields, knocking them down one by one. Some people tried to use their rifles and shotguns to shoot at the alien insects, but these sporadic gunshots were soon covered by the roars of the alien monsters. This escape was doomed to be in vain. No matter how far they ran, the swarm would catch up and eat them. This place was still far away from the city, and the news that the city was attacked by alien Zerg had been heard long ago. For the people of Helsin Farm, the nightmare had just begun. A young brother and sister were driving a combine harvester in the field, their wheat-colored faces full of fear and collapse. One of them was 16 years old, and the other was only 12 years old. Their parents were the first victims of the alien Zerg since they appeared in the farm. The two hard-working and wise couples, along with the entire rural building complex, turned into a pool of horrible, gloomy and twisted chitinous shells and deformed tissues. This harvester is quite old. When my sister was just born, it had already become an important member of the Fox family. Now, this old large machine is rumbling and spewing turbid smoke, struggling to cross the ridge of the field and drive towards the solid road. Before the federal garrison in Helshin was completely destroyed, people at least had some ideas about where to escape. Either a military base with heavy troops or a densely populated city. At least there is a launch port that can evacuate the planet. Now, all hope has been dashed. Farms are in ruins. Factories and cities are billowing with black smoke. Where can the helpless people flee? Zerg are everywhere. The vast agricultural areas of Helsingen are endless plains. Large vehicles and machinery are not affected by the rugged terrain. The only problem at this time is that the fuel of this harvester has begun to run out. Ister, fire 2 shots in the back to scare off those monsters. Lorraine Foss is the older sister. The harvester seems to have a soul in her hands. Always able to save the most dangerous moment. They are not afraid of bullets and gunshots. They are not afraid of Aunt Irene's screams. Ista leaned out of the passenger window and fired 2 shots with a shotgun that his father used to hunt birds that destroyed crops. The springtails with bright orange shells and thin wings did not kill them. They almost jumped and chased after the taillights of the harvester. Eastel was not afraid of these monsters at all. He was still fearless and spitted at the monsters following him. No matter what it is. If they don't give up, we will be caught up sooner or later. Brother. Lorraine raised his head from the oil indicator tremblingly. His purple lips trembling like the old cockpit frame of the harvester. Everyone in the town is dead. And Irene. Carpenter Cos. Elson, Billy. Only we are left. You like Elson? I know. Ister said. But I heard that he died without dignity. Ister looked at his trembling sister and said, if they catch up with us, I will kill you first and then kill myself. I saw how Ireland died. He was still alive when an alien dog ate his lower body. He said, don't say that. Ister, we will survive. We will. Lauren said, the harvester's radio channel received a broadcast from the Human Revolutionary Army not long ago. They are finally coming. I tried to send a distress signal with the old equipment. Someone will come to rescue us. Don't be naive. Lauren. They won't come to save the farmers' children. Remember what those soldiers said to us? They can't even save themselves. How can they save us? Augustus Mengsk's Revolutionary Army is different. They are different from the Federation's Marines. Lauren bit his lip and saw 2 jumping worms through the glass next to the harvester's driver's seat. She didn't know if they were the ones that had been following them from the beginning. After all the Zerg were the same. How are they different? Ister habitually asked her sister. But she also hoped that Roland was right. They are about to jump up. The sister screamed, crying while shouting, and wiping away the tears that could not be stopped to prevent them from blurring her vision. As she spoke, there was a clang, and a howling Zergling jumped up at an incredibly high speed and climbed onto the barn of the harvester. The sharp claws scraping against the metal shell of the harvester made people's goosebumps. Both the brother and sister could hear the scratching sound of the alien monster crawling on the roof. And the iron sheet was even lifted up in pieces. Sister Lauren tried her best to make the old car, which had already reached its limit, go faster. But because the fuel was running low, it even gradually slowed down. For a few seconds, the scratching sound stopped abruptly, and the brother and sister even thought that the monster lying on the roof had been thrown off. At this time, the harvester was driving into a road that was bumpy due to the bombing, and the body of the car was shaking all the time. Is it gone? Lauren asked cautiously. I don't know. Ister held the hunting rifle tightly. It was the only relic of his father, and the only thing that could protect them except the harvester. After a moment of calm, a monster with a bright crown and a snake-like snout popped out from behind the window on Lauren's side, like lightning. It opened its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, and rows of razor-like teeth and mincemeat were clearly visible. Lauren was so scared that she almost jumped out of her seat. She stretched her neck like a panicked goose and screamed, "Do something! God! Do something!" Ister. At this time, the springtail had stretched out its front claws to break the car window glass and put its head in. Its bright red bloody mouth was almost only a line away from Lauren's cheek. Bang! Ister fired on the side of her sister, and the monster's face was smashed with just one shot. But it just howled and turned its head, stretching out its claws to grab Lauren out. With a calm expression, Ister fired a series of shots, then stood up and smashed the monster's injured face with the butt of his gun. But the monster kept clinging to the car window frame, as if he didn't know pain or retreat. He had almost used up all his bullets. And finally, with fearless courage, he looked directly into the monster's eyes and fired a shot into its cracked mouth, finally knocking it down. To make matters worse, the old car let out its last whimper and slowed down. At this time, Both Lauren and Esther knew that their lives were about to end. The springtails surrounded the harvester that was about to stop. Dozens of pairs of dim yellow eyes stared at the prey that was about to be caught. The swarm of insects never lacked patience. Esther opened the mechanical cylinder arm full of sharp blades in front of the harvester through the control panel. These blades that could easily crush the dry roots of barley rotated at a very fast speed and crushed the springtails that jumped up in an instant. Go to hell! Esther almost smashed the control panel that was about to fall off. At the same time, Roland gritted his teeth and turned the harvester around, using the remaining power to crash into the attacking springtails. At first, they were in a desperate situation and drove the harvester to strangle a few springtails. But these flexible zerglings immediately jumped and dodged the sharp cutting blades like grasshoppers in the field. And the harvester, which was much larger than them, seemed clumsy and slow. More springtails dodged the rotating cutting blades and jumped onto the harvester, furiously, as if they wanted to dismantle the giant machine. When the harvester finally stopped, Estel had used up all his bullets and watched more springtails approach. His sister was so scared that she forgot how to cry and just sobbed and waited for death. Esther was a child who grew up in a farming family. His independent personality made him much stronger than other children of the same age. He once aspired to become a general. He began to read the ancient heroes of the earth: Alexander, Caesar, Augustus, Napoleon, and the legend of galactic heroes since he was a child. But these dreams will eventually become a bubble. However, at this moment, the springtails climbing outside the harvester cockpit reacted before the two siblings. They all looked in a certain direction, mumbling uneasy gurgling sounds, like vigilant cats. "Look," Esther said to his sister. "That way." He pointed out the front window. At first, it was just a series of dark shadows. And then, their wings became clear. The rumble of the jets became louder, like waves of wheat across the field. And the alert zerglings responded with a higher roar. Hundreds of feet above, soldiers with wings on their backs fell from the sky. And the orange-red flames spewed from their jet packs behind them looked like the tail of a phoenix. Almost in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the siblings, with the sound of electromagnetic rifles and grenades exploding. They silently used their weapons to harvest the lives of the zerglings from above. Some people held dual guns, some held Gauss rifles, and several flying men, with a large handful of electromagnetic grenades in their arms, were throwing bombs down wantonly. In the chaos, Esther could vaguely see the logo of the Car Revolutionary Army on the shoulder armor of these flying men. Their combat uniforms basically maintained the same style. The deep red combat uniforms were matched with gold edges that shone with golden light. Almost all the death gods wore helmets and masks to assist breathing. But there are always some real warriors and tough guys who choose to abandon them. In addition to some veterans of Quarrel, the Death God Company also includes desperados from the Port of the Dead, rock fans who have spent their lives chasing excitement in the hedgy slums, and criminals from Altera. Among them, criminals from Altera account for the majority. They have trained themselves to be ruthless and cruel in the purgatory-like prison planet, which is not possessed by ordinary revolutionary soldiers, and are willing to do whatever it takes to gain true victory. Marshal Augustus Mengsk promised that once the Alteron Reapers have made great achievements on the battlefield or retired, all their sins will be forgiven. In any case, their record of killing so many Zerg is enough to make these scums who once struggled to survive in the stinking ditch become heroes. Alteron Reapers only wear a few breathing tubes to prevent themselves from suffocating during high-speed flight, and they always believe that their unique coxcombs can intimidate the enemy in battle. The Death Gods flew over the heads of Estelle and Roland like fighter planes, without stopping for a moment, and then flew in another direction. The harvesters called Death Gods are not kangaroos or desert jerboas that are good at crossing earth slopes and hills, just like the energy given to them by jetpacks. The Death Gods can use the backpacks to stay in the air for a long time. The Death Gods of the Revolutionary Army always fall from the sky, and no one has ever caught them. The Death Gods flew far away, looking for another group of people who needed to be saved, and disappeared as suddenly and unpredictably as they came. Before Estelle and Lauren could react, two more revolutionary transport ships painted red and gold landed in the wheat field. The propeller's wake burned a large clump of lush barley into charcoal. Soldiers in red power armor filed down the ramps on both sides of the transport ships, shoulder to shoulder, setting up defenses at the landing site. Then, more transport ships appeared in the clouds above, some of which were much larger than EP341. It was hard to imagine how many fully armed soldiers were carried in those ships that cast huge shadows on the ground. Esther pulled his sister. who was stunned by the violent fluctuations of emotions, down the harvester that was almost chopped by the springtails, and walked towards the soldiers, because he was sure that he and his sister were safe. The soldiers did not stop Esther from walking towards one of the transport ships. They just focused their attention on the front. The transport ship did not seem to be very prominent at first. But when Esther walked there, two sergeants in standing collar uniforms walked down the gangway first, followed by officers with no ranks on their shoulders, but imposing manners. Finally, a corporal and a slim red-haired woman in tights came down. And then a senior commander wearing a dark gray cloak and a golden wolf emblem on his military cap. This face was familiar to Estelle and his sister, Marshal Augustus Minsk, the leader of the Coral Rebellion, who was called the one who brought destruction. "Give them a cup of barley tea and some chocolate," the marshal said. "These two poor children must be terrified." Chapter 349. The place is placed under the protection of the Revolutionary Army. Esther walked up to Augustus Minsk, opened his blue eyes, and carefully observed the face of the extraordinary gray-haired man in front of him. He was very handsome, as if he had walked out of a poster. The soldiers gathered around the Revolutionary Army Marshal like stars surrounding the moon, and everyone was closely watching his every move and treating his every word as a golden rule. Even though he was still so young, Augustus was already the supreme leader of the rising Coral Revolutionary Army. The deliberate smearing and framing of Augustus by the Terran Federation has made him almost known to everyone, and his glorious and positive image has gradually become more shining with the invasion of the Zerg. In the first full-scale war between the humans and the aliens in Copperloo, the Terran Federation, which only cared about preserving the core world, completely lost control of most of the peripheral planets, while the reputation and support accumulated by the Coral Revolutionary Army on those worlds are increasing day by day. Therefore, in a region like Halcyon that is within the influence of Tarsones, people will hear the name Augustus Minsk more frequently, even though they don't want to talk about this person too much. The UNN news from Tarsones will mention the name Augustus Minsk and his evil, notorious rebellion over and over again. In the past 2 or 3 years, Augustus Minsk has become a figure that cannot be ignored in the UNN daily news. He is the greatest enemy of mankind in history, and his crimes are too numerous to list. Remember his extremely evil face, so that you can help the government forces to arrest him. You are Augustus Minsk. Esther realized that Augustus was the person he had always wanted to be. Great hero. Roland cried with snot and tears. "I'm not a hero," Augustus said, "child. I'm far from being a hero." At this time, an accompanying doctor brought 2 cups of hot tea and solid cocoa bars that had just been brewed with hot water. This male doctor with short brown hair was once Angus Minsk's personal doctor and health consultant. Now he was ordered to take charge of Marshal Augustus Minsk's daily diet and health care. It is worth mentioning that Lisa Cassidy, the devil of heaven, was once the most deserving candidate for this position, but she obviously failed. "A sincere compliment is better than 1,000 false flatteries," Sarah Kerrigan said. "I am very popular among my people," Augustus said with relief. "This is some of the best news I have heard in months." "Everyone knows you," Estelle said. "Thank you," Lauren said to the doctor as he took the hot drink. "I know. Whether it's a bad impression or a good impression. Anyway, they all know that there is probably someone like me in the universe." Augustus looked at the 2 siblings seriously for a while. "The enemy's attacks and slanders can't defeat the Revolutionary Army, but will only make us stronger and stronger. Children, tell me what happened here," he asked. "Alien insects." Esther paused, feeling extremely angry about this word that has only become widely known in the past year. "They killed everyone in the town, leaving no one alive. The immigrants now lack weapons for self-defense. Not all marginal planets are Mars, Sarah, and Abaddon. The Federation's army should have protected this place, but they failed to do so," said Kerrigan. "The Terran Federation once used the victory of the Guild War to eliminate many unstable factors, but people soon discovered that their lives did not become better after the war. On the contrary, the Guild War did not defeat the Terran Federation, but it defeated the grassroots people who supported the entire Federation. When fighting against the Comorians, the spirit of nationalism made people temporarily ignore the significant decline in living standards caused by the war. The people of the Terran Federation can tolerate oppression and exploitation more than the professional politicians and nobles in the Federation Parliament imagine. But that does not mean that they are donkeys who work hard and never resist. My warriors have controlled Hell Shin, and the alien insects that invaded here will be completely eliminated." Augustus said, "Humanity has not lost hope. At this time, several APOD transport ships flew in the sky, some of which were modified heavy transport aircraft. The roar of the transport aircraft flying through the low altitude was deafening. There were constant high-speed ghost fighters flying out of the clouds and heading into the distance. The sight of a large number of aircraft flying across the endless fields was extremely spectacular. Ister had never seen such a scene since he was born. Helsin has always been a relatively peaceful colonial world, because it is close to the main star of Tarsones. There are even few signs of pirate activities here. Where did they come from? Bronte, Sigma or Jotun? Istel named several planets that have been frequently attacked by Zerg recently. By the second half of this year, the Zerg plague had affected hundreds of colony worlds. And even the important core worlds were under siege, let alone defeating the Zerg and recovering the lost territory. It was doubtful whether the Terran Federation could hold on to the remaining worlds. The DNA of the Zerg here is exactly the same as that of the Zerg that invaded Bronte. They are a branch of the Gam Zerg swarm. Augustus said, the Zerg in each world are not exactly the same. They will evolve completely different characteristics according to the world they are in and the enemies they face. They will also assimilate local creatures to fight for the Zerg. The mastiff-like creatures that appeared in Helsin are mutated from dogs. They are smaller than springtails, but more ferocious. Before my warriors completely clear the Zerg in Helsin, it is still too dangerous. Get on the spaceship. They will take you to a settlement 60 miles away, where there are thousands of people like you who have to face the same situation. He said. No. I want to stay. Ister said firmly. I want to avenge my parents. You don't understand anything. Ister, you are just causing trouble for them. Lauren always thinks more than Ister. If you go to the battlefield, they will at least send another person to protect you. Then I will join the Revolutionary Army. Ister said. You are too young. Kid. Augustus used a more euphemistic approach. We can't take you. Perhaps only Augustus would be willing to listen carefully to a child's speech. While Edmund Duke, a noble general who became a general by virtue of his birth and qualifications, would only say that this little country bumpkin really doesn't understand anything. Okay. Ister quickly accepted the news. He also knew that if he joined the army, the Revolutionary Army would really have to find the smallest power armor. When you grow up, there will be plenty of opportunities to go to the battlefield. Augustus watched the exhausted siblings board the transport ship, and watched the transport ship's deceleration thrusters used to slow down the landing in the atmosphere slowly retract. By then, the door of the Revolutionary Army will be open to you at any time. Augustus did not look down on him, because he was just a child. Augustus waved his hand, and when the hatch of the transport ship slowly closed, the gentle expression on his face faded little by little, and in the end only cold determination remained. That boy has some kind of psionic talent, but it's not obvious. I think he's probably level 4.5. Ister has the X factor, which is why he always hits the target. Kerrigan said, he is a natural soldier. And most importantly, he follows your example. Like our sniper Rick. What a good boy. Not surprisingly, Augustus once again confirmed that his life's purpose is to protect people like this. Augustus is not the only one in this universe who shouts for freedom and truth, but he is definitely the one who always practices his own ideals. Where are the Lundsteins? Augustus asked. In the new Boston area. There are mountainous terrains that are rare in Halcyon, covered with large tracts of vineyard plantations. Kerrigan is familiar with the reports submitted by various troops to the Marshal's command. Augustus has had many military advisors, senior staff officers and adjutants, but in the end, Kerrigan took on all these duties. As the most successful ghost agent in Tarsones history, Kerrigan is a versatile agent in all aspects, and she learns quickly even those new things she has never seen before. The Marshal's position and prestige in the Revolutionary Army are already unmatched, so he doesn't have to worry about power falling into the hands of others. Kerrigan obeyed every word of Augustus. She still loved Augustus as much as she did when she was 16 years old, so much so that she would hardly object to any of Augustus's opinions and requests. Order him to move immediately in the direction of Sieges, where there is a secondary Zerg hive that has been severely damaged by Protoss artillery fire. All tanks and fighters in the area will provide support, no matter what happens. The order given to him remains unchanged. Move forward, Augustus said, even without a battle map. Augustus knew the landmarks on it by heart. Did Duke's men take down Nuco? He asked Kerrigan again. They have entered the city, and the people there are lining the streets to welcome the arrival of the Revolutionary Army. Kerrigan replied. As a former Federation Navy squadron, Alpha Squadron still retains its past paint, but adds the Revolutionary Army emblem on its armor. In any case, the people of Helsin don't really care about these differences, as the paint of each unit of the Federation Army already has a variety of colors. I hope Duke will remember what I said, control his bad temper. And he must be patient with civilians, Augustus said. Jackson Haller's Nova Squadron, together with Tacidar's Templars, defeated a Zerg hive force in the Jylland region. Haller went to the front line in person, and the political commissar assigned to Nova's squadron witnessed him unleashing psychic powers far beyond ordinary people on the battlefield. Kerrigan continued, according to reports, the Protoss left after the battle. They rushed to the next extremely tense battlefield without stopping. After the war, I will commend the bravery of all the soldiers who participated in the war, Augustus said. At this time, some sharp and terrifying howls suddenly sounded around, and the soldiers around Augustus stood shoulder to shoulder, looking around vigilantly. Load your guns and prepare to fire, Corporal Faraday, the captain of the Marshal's Guard, immediately ordered. Kerrigan glanced around. Don't worry. It's just a wounded Hydralisk. Find it, Augustus said. Enough living samples may allow our scientists to find out why the Zerg claws are sharper than titanium blades. Corporal Faraday waved his hand, and several soldiers led by a sergeant walked in that direction. Not long after, they found a giant Hydralisk whose back was broken by an electromagnetic grenade. Even with an unimaginable fatal injury, this Hydralisk is still alive. According to the research of human scientists, even the most serious fatal injury of the Zerg can be slowly healed through the self-repair function in the body. The Zerg's resistance to multiple viruses and strong tissue self-repair ability can also bring leaps in human medical development. Humans are learning new technologies from their enemies, including the Protoss. The still roaring Hydralisk was immediately dragged onto a transport ship. Several engineers used laser saws to cut off the two pairs of forelimbs of the Hydralisk like a crab, and used a crane to drag it onto the cargo hold. After this, Augustus walked a few more steps on the ridge of the field and looked in the direction where the Death Company left. He was waiting for further reports from Renault and others so that he could decide where to go next. It was noon at this moment. The sky was clear, and the green wheat waves were like the ocean. Augustus had only seen such a scene in Agria before. Such a large-scale fertile plain was very suitable for mechanized farming, and rural areas like Carrefour were located between mountains and forests, with a more lively atmosphere. It must be said that looking at the forest from the ridge of Helshin was a very spectacular sight. The surging wheat waves were like the ocean, extremely vast and vast. People standing in the boundless fields seemed to be drowned by the rolling waves, which made people feel suffocated. Augustus couldn't help but wonder how many colonies Helshin could provide food for, and how many people these foods could feed. The food produced in the Revolutionary Army's territory Agria has been rising with the influx of Kar immigrants, but it is still not comparable to Heinsohn. What Augustus regretted was that he couldn't take it away from the Terran Federation in the planned counterattack against the Federation world. Helthian is an extremely important planet. Seizing Helthian will inevitably make the Terran Federation sleepless. Raynor just reported that he has taken over Helthian County, where there is a broadcasting building that can broadcast to the entire planet. Kerrigan asked. He wants you to say something that sounds a bit powerful. Did he really say that? Augustus said. The area has been placed under the protection of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 350. The Crisis of AI. July. The City Hall of Helshin Josala. The deafening sound of artillery fire and the hissing of alien insects finally subsided. But the people of Helshin will never forget these nightmarish days. Augustus reached out to wipe the dust off the podium in the public hall of the City Hall, wondering how long it had been since a decent meeting or election speech was held here. This hall was designed with reference to the Tisani's Nagfa Hall. Huge Greek columns supported the triangular dome. The murals and carvings depicted scenes of sowing and harvesting, and these depictions all depicted the original meaning of the word Helshin, beautiful as pastoral poetry. There are tens of thousands of seats in the huge hall, and it takes several minutes to walk from one end to the other. This place must have been bustling with people in the past, and the people who built this city could speak freely here. But now it is as empty as all the promises of the Terran Federation. Today, this place has been restored as the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army Marshal, and a full-strength guard battalion has been stationed in it. Augustus then picked up a piece of document paper that was casually placed on the desk and read the contents carefully. There were some words written on it to be used as inscriptions when the speaker forgot his words. including words such as the colonies should manage their own homes. All affairs of the federal government should be open and transparent, and capitalized words such as justice, peace, order and law. Augustus put one hand on the table and held the paper with the other hand, looking at it repeatedly, nodding from time to time. Who wrote these words? If possible, I really want to meet him. I hope he didn't die in the catastrophe of the alien insect invasion. The last time the door was opened was when the chairman of the Health and Colonial Council gave a speech 2 months ago. Since then, it has been completely sealed. Kerrigan walked past Augustus, holding another pile of wrinkled documents. Kerrigan was wearing a sleek, tight black Ghost combat suit and a neat ponytail. She didn't always wear this outfit, but the Ghost combat suit can enhance the power of Ghost agents, allowing them to gain power that is not inferior to that provided by CMC power armor. This deadly agent's outfit has a unique charm and beauty. The slender but extremely strong waist makes the proportion of the chest, waist, and hips close to perfect. Kerrigan's body is a perfect work of art. A killer who was mixed in the crowd shot the chairman of the committee in public. Kerrigan said it was a professionally trained and experienced assassin. He fired several shots coldly and accurately. One shot was fatal, and blood splattered on the spot. Did the Federation do it? Augustus was shocked and angry. According to reports, the shooter was a survivor of Coral 4, using a P180 electromagnetic pistol produced by Coral. After being arrested, he admitted that he was a member of the Sons of Coral. Kerrigan replied, "Low-level frame-up. Perhaps the arrested person was just a scapegoat who had undergone resocialization." Augustus handed the paper in his hand to Kerrigan to keep. The Sons of Coral will not kill innocent people unless the person's crimes are too numerous to list. What else did the chairman say? Augustus said. What other dissenting views did he hold? There are many, some of which are basically the same as your father. Angus Minsk, Kerrigan said carefully. He accused the incompetence of the Tarsoni's federal government, the corruption of the Helsin Senate, and the chaos of the entire administrative system from top to bottom. To this day, Kerrigan is still quite cautious when mentioning Angus. She still dares not go back with Augustus to visit his parents. After all, it is not a pleasant thing to almost kill the parents and sister of your beloved, especially when they all know about it. In this regard, Kerrigan's hatred for the Terran Federation increased several times, because she learned that Lisa Cassidy had taken the lead in this matter. He also pointed out that some areas of Helsin are still secretly involved in drug production, because the income from growing crops is not worth mentioning compared to the income from drugs. Long before this speech, he urged the Helsin Police Department to deal with this matter. She looked at Augustus and said, "He must have gotten some information from somewhere. And I suspect that the information came from the Sons of Coral in Helsin, or from a resistance organization other than us." Drugs? Augustus grasped the key point. There are always people who want to make more money this way. The people in Helsin have no worries about food, but the extravagance and luxury brought by Tarsonis make these people overwhelmed. In contrast, under the joint governance of Dr. Hansen and us, Agria has begun to truly become a paradise on Earth. There are people throughout the sector who would go bankrupt for a few grams of something that makes people intoxicated. Kerrigan said, Helthane not only grows food, but also crabs, and raw materials such as hab and turk, which can produce bolus, tezos, and some drugs that can greatly increase the user's excitement. These drug dealers do a big business, and their products are sold as far as Tarsoni's Prime and other core worlds. She said, "From what I know, your old lover may also be their loyal customer. But Lisa is no longer addicted to drugs. I believe she has found a more worthy goal than living a dull life in the barracks." Augustus paused. "But I haven't said who it is yet," Kerrigan said. "You know my attitude towards drugs, dear. It can't be eradicated, but at least it should be strictly controlled. Even a scum like Tychus will only choose to use alcohol to numb himself." Augustus turned his head and glanced at Kerrigan, then quickly looked away. Tychus is a person who likes to enjoy life. There are only two insurmountable mountains in front of him, money and women. But Tychus never touches drugs. Not even a little bit. Tychus had countless opportunities to get a small dose of magical medicine from his friends, which is said to make people live a meaningful life. But he sneered. He likes to pursue pleasure and excitement, but he doesn't want others to control him through something. The most painful thing for Tychus is that his life and property are in the hands of one person. Tychus is very smart. He knows that once a person gets addicted to drugs, no matter how strong he is, Reason and wisdom can hardly help him. This villain even wants freedom more than Raynor. Of course, this kind of freedom is unfettered freedom. Tychus is happy to do all the bad things in a lawless place, and then walk away. Raynor sometimes compares himself to Robin Hood in Augustus's words, hoping that he can be chivalrous and uphold justice, while Tychus thinks that he is probably the one who is being supported. I believe you must have received a report from the drug factory in Helsin. Yes. Kerrigan thought she was just making a good-natured joke, hoping that Marshal Augustus would smile more. There is a large plantation in the city of Terran. Breeding, planting and harvesting are all mechanized. A raw material processing plant disguised as Aster Pharmaceutical Company produces crude drugs for years. And then these will be reprocessed and repackaged on the satellite of Tarsones. She said, it's ironic that the pharmaceutical company has been claiming to have discovered a drug that can cure most of the intractable diseases that plague mankind today. And many people in the private sector have high hopes for this project. The fields full of strictest plants are full of flowers. And the white flowers are so beautiful that it almost makes people think that white clouds have fallen to the ground. People who should have saved others brought death. In the face of profit, these people will abandon everything. Shut him down. I think the people of Helsin will definitely agree with both hands. If anyone objects, let him come to me. Then this person must at least cross 2 divisions first. Kerrigan smiled. Renault has blown up the factory, burned the planting base, and then sprinkled the grass seeds of the crown flower. He also hates drugs. Lisa's incident made the people of Heaven's demons hate these things very much. The factories of Aster Pharmaceutical Group are heavily guarded. Both mercenaries and private security guards are armed to the teeth. Their equipment is almost all eliminated from the front line of the Federal Army. And some even look brand new. Raynor said 2 Ranger battalions to take over the place. Have the people who made these things been caught? Augustus asked. The people from Aster Pharmaceuticals fled before the Zerg invasion. And they didn't even have time to blow up the factory and destroy all the data and information. Kerrigan said. Maybe they are planning to come back and continue after the Federation Army drives away the Zerg. Is there a list of drug distribution sites? Augustus asked again. Drug dealers don't have to worry about buyers. Yes. Only those areas that are too remote are not mentioned. Kerrigan nodded. Strictly speaking, Helsin Aster Company can only be regarded as a production place and wholesaler. They are not the ones who transport and sell the goods. They will hand over these drugs to local bosses and people with ability and connections. In short, as long as they can get the money, they don't care who will get the contraband flowing out of Helsin in the end. But extremely important customers and partners will be recorded. Augustus said, you know, drugs are very popular in Tarsones. The most effective drugs are always those mixed with deadly toxic substances. Only a small dose can make people happy. But the death will also be very ugly. Kerrigan nodded again. Not only those nobles who indulge in drunkenness, but also officials in the Tarsones federal government are loyal buyers of these drugs. They are also happy to get them and arrange everything for the drug dealers. She said. It's nothing new. Augustus had long been accustomed to the actions of the Terran Federation. Only when something similar happened in the Revolutionary Army could he get so angry. So far, few people have seen Augustus Mengsk's rage. Jim Raynor and Xander Max are definitely the 2 who have experienced it. If we hadn't sent troops to take over there, the dirty and evil crimes of the Aster Company would never be exposed to the world. Kerrigan also lamented. Their crimes don't stop there. Whenever a new drug is tested, the people at Aster will use people who have never been exposed to drugs and those who are heavily addicted to drugs for testing. There are bones buried under the ridges of the fields. Once the public learns the names of these federal government officials who are colluding with drug dealers, they will definitely lose confidence in the ruling class. Collect the evidence. Augustus sighed for these ugly inside stories, and he only hoped that it would not be too late to make up for the loss. We will need it. If there is a chance, we will give it to Mike from UNN and ask him to find a chance to draw public attention to this matter. Marshal General Raynor has arrived. At this time, a guard guarding the gate of the city hall ran over to Augustus and said, What brings you here? Sheriff Raynor? Augustus looked in the direction of the gate and saw Jim Raynor in blue power armor striding towards him. Stop it. Raynor waved his hand, raised the glass in his hand, and drank it all. Apparently, he was so busy that he didn't even have time to drink a few sips of water. Have you heard? He said after taking a big gulp of water, about Ire. Why are you talking like Cyrodiil? Augustus stared at him. Say it all at once. Aren't you out of breath? Raynor said with a chuckle. When I was dealing with the Zerg, I met a few Protoss. They told me that Ire had issued a recall order to the expeditionary forces and colonial fleets scattered in the galaxy. They even recalled some motherships. It sounds awesome. I won't be too surprised no matter what kind of high-tech weapons the Protoss pull out. It may be an old thing used by their great-great-great-great-grandfather, but it can still send our most advanced tanks into the sky. It's really amazing. Are they going to collapse? Augustus was not gloating. He was just wondering. It had been 4 or 5 months since the Autobots invaded Ire. The Protoss had managed to withstand the attack of the main hive of the Zerg without being able to completely kill the Cerebrate. Who knows? It must be extremely urgent to make those old antiques in the Protoss Council put down the face of the ancient empire and shout to the whole universe that we are being beaten to a pulp by a few bugs. Tassadar has not mentioned this to me yet. Augustus said, but I have guessed something. The scientific expedition team deployed near the Char system also said back intelligence. The detection data showed that the largest Tiamat swarm had left Char through a newly opened wormhole. He said, the main responsibility of this hive is to guard the Overmind itself. This means that the Overmind has most likely arrived at Ire through the wormhole. If Tassadar does not go back, the Protoss Empire and the Zerg will break through Ire. Chapter 351 Augustus. The People's Savior. Halcyon. Dorian Administrative District. This was once a well-deserved benchmark for the modernization of Halcyon. With harmonious and comfortable buildings, beautiful wide roads, orderly streets, neatly trimmed lawns, large green forests and mist fountains to absorb dust. The Dorian Administrative District is world-renowned for its numerous leisure and entertainment facilities, including playgrounds, football fields, golf courses, Copperloo Squash Sports Center, and Wild Racing Club. It is also a must-go place for superstars on their cosmic tours. Prosperous, advanced, well-equipped, and rich in life. When Augustus saw the past of Dorian Administrative District, he almost thought it was another Stilling. The layers of steel and glass buildings in the city center supported the sky blue dome, and the intricate urban viaducts and suspended train lines divided the entire city into countless different sections and small blocks. The city is located on a vast field, like an island in a green ocean. In the cool autumn season, the whole world will be dyed into a surprising golden color. This place is somewhat similar to Coral, a planet where modern metropolises and agriculture coexist harmoniously. This was indeed the case before the invasion of the Gam and Surtur swarms. Augustus was riding in an armored vehicle of the Lundstein Division Command along the rural and urban roads of the Dorian Administrative District into the city. There was also a paratrooper unit of the Revolutionary Army on the road. They belonged to the Antigua Airborne Division and were commanded by a colonel who had served in the Heavenly Demon Platoon. On both sides of the road were thriving wheat fields. These sturdy and low-growing varieties were specially bred to cope with the strong winds in the Dorian region, and they could withstand the wind, sun, and insect pests. If nothing unexpected happens, this year will be another bumper harvest. When Augustus looked out the window at the field, he could clearly see the huge gap in the green wheat waves. This unnatural and abrupt, bright purple flashes of fungal blankets in the sun were clearly visible. Now, as the nearby Zerg main nest and fungal blanket clusters are completely cleared, these creeping fungal blankets will slowly fade over time. Of course, the quickest way is to burn them with fire. Continuing forward, Augustus could see a group of inhabited colonial huts. Most of these buildings were smooth semicircular buildings, shaped like an open eggshell. The roofs were equipped with solar panels, which were movable and could be opened when the weather was fine. But in Augustus' eyes, these buildings were obviously severely damaged. Most of them had collapsed, or only lonely frames were left. The houses that were still standing were entangled with dark purple tendons and pulsating blood vessels and veins, looking like rotten apples with wriggling maggots. 2 days ago, it was a bloody slaughterhouse where alien creatures broke into people's homes and ripped them open. Human skin and spines were hanging upside down under the eaves, and everything was like a scene from a nightmare. Are there any survivors? Augustus asked Kerrigan, who was sitting next to him. A little girl hid in the basement and escaped. Our warriors finally rescued her from the Zerg. Kerrigan said, the remains of the dead are difficult to distinguish, and some are even missing. The tragedy is more terrible than the worst traffic accident. People were cut up and eaten while alive, and others were dragged underground to watch the queen of the hive implant parasites in their bodies that would burst out once they matured. It is a real tragedy, Augustus said. At this time, a group of people staggering on the roadside caught his eye. Some of them were wearing overalls, sunglasses and frilly sun hats, and carrying tower-shaped buckets that only local farmers would use. The clothes and tired looks of these people told Augustus that they were refugees who were forced to flee their homes due to the invasion of the Zerg. After the Revolutionary Army regained the lost land, the natives were returning to their hometowns one after another. They all knew that their homes were still very dangerous, and any Zerg that escaped the cleansing could kill a large group of people. But there was no other choice. The Zerg invasion came so suddenly that most people fled their homes without taking anything with them, and were forced to risk their lives to return home to retrieve valuables and necessities. Even so, many people's efforts were in vain, because when they returned home, they had nothing. The small settlement that Augustus and Kerrigan talked about was completely abandoned, as its residents would never return. "Stop the car, Faraday," Augustus said to Corporal Faraday, who was driving. "What happened?" Faraday, wearing the Revolutionary Army's gold star military cap, turned his head and looked at Augustus. "You have seen the people who have suffered this." Augustus looked at him and said, "Do I need any reason to go down and talk to the people I swore to protect? But we don't know where these people come from, and we don't know whether their political inclinations favor us or the Federation." Corporal Faraday explained to Augustus, "The most important thing is that we don't know whether they are carrying the Zerg virus." "Don't worry," Kerrigan said to Faraday. "They are not criminals with evil intentions. Even if they are, I can guarantee the safety of the Marshal. Even if the enemy is a whole swarm of Zerg, I will still say so. You are so kind and compassionate to the people. Only by being prepared for danger in times of peace can we prevent it before it happens." Even so, Corporal Faraday stopped the car reluctantly, because Augustus was not asking for his opinion on this matter. This was an order that had to be executed. The first to open the car door was Kerrigan, who was wearing a Ghost combat uniform. She got out of the car door with grace and flexibility, while carrying the slender C-10 shotgun. In the past few months, Kerrigan has learned from Tassadar and Zyrtl the ability of the Protoss to hone their combat skills. Although it is only the fur, she is obviously much more sharp than before. Even the high-ranking Protoss Templars, who had lived for centuries, were amazed at Kerrigan's talent. They would compare Kerrigan to the amazingly agile big cats in the rainforest of Ire, the graceful animals that could turn in midair and land safely. Not to mention how moved they were. The locals walking on the roadside were obviously scared. It was not an easy and pleasant thing to walk side by side with a huge army. But this was the only way to home. "Madam, what crime have we committed?" A middle-aged man carrying a large woven bag stood still and said to Kerrigan, "This is a family of 5. And the father is walking home with his wife and 3 children. They may have driven out, but now gas stations can't refuel. All oil storage facilities and high-energy gas springs are the focus of the Zerg. Just as crystal mines and high-energy gas are extremely precious natural resources for humans in this era, they are equally important to the Zerg and Protoss. Therefore, when fighting each other, the most strategic commanders will give priority to attacking and destroying the enemy's resource collection facilities and transportation chains. I'm not asking for culpability," Kerrigan explained to them. That when the middle-aged man wanted to say something, Augustus had already walked out of the car door and stood in front of him. As soon as he saw Augustus, the man immediately stopped being so nervous and afraid. He was almost overjoyed and took out a crumpled propaganda poster from his pocket, carefully comparing Augustus in front of him with the man on the poster. Augustus glanced at the poster and found that the character didn't look like him. Augustus on the poster had a beard and looked older than he was now, which was consistent with the image he used when he pretended to be the federal sheriff in Mossera. Only the cold gray eyes that always looked forward firmly were the same as Augustus, and his image on the poster was not fixed. This propaganda work was mainly done by the Sons of Korra and Oddbow agents who infiltrated the Terran Federation. They tried their best to establish a positive image for Augustus among the people of the Terran Federation. Augustus's elder brother Arcturus Mengsk knew the importance of political propaganda and public opinion offenses, and he spared no effort in supporting Augustus. "It's him, for sure. Augustus Mengsk, the savior of the people." The man pointed at Augustus and said, "I know you. My God, my eldest son is in the Revolutionary Army. I am Augustus." Augustus smiled gently at the man's words. He was surprised when he heard the second half of the man's words, but he just looked at Kerrigan calmly, hoping that the other party could use his telepathic ability to remind him. Before this, the Revolutionary Army had never arrived in Helsam. Nor had they recruited soldiers in this world. But that didn't mean there were no Helsing people in the Revolutionary Army. You may not know him. Ah. This is normal. Even the Marshal can't remember the names of millions of people. Let alone Jones is just an engineer. The man explained to Augustus before Kerrigan spoke. He served as the first engineer on the Haganifa. He said, the kid also said in his letter last month that he joined the Pantera Revolutionary Party. Although we don't know what it is. We are all sincerely happy for every achievement he has made. No matter where he is. He is our pride. Haganifa is one of the only 3 remaining Leviathan battlecruisers. Augustus recalled its name. It is the battleship's engineering regiment belonging to the Alpha Squadron. It was this heroic engineering regiment that repaired the damage and activated the emergency escape device several times when the battleship was on the verge of despair, saving the meritorious battleship that has been in service for many years. He never told us about this. The man and his wife looked at each other, both feeling a sense of fear. When we heard that Alpha Squadron was defeated by the rebel revolutionaries in Marcera, we all thought we were completely finished, the man said. But thank God when Jones contacted us again. We all sincerely thank you for your kindness. He said you were a great man. A truly good man. Jones Lars Lynn was an engineer originally belonging to Alpha Squadron. After Edmund Duke announced his joining the Revolutionary Army, the engineers of Alpha Squadron were also incorporated into the new fleet. Kerrigan whispered to Augustus at this time. We were in great need of engineers at that time. Not engineers who built planetary fortresses or bunkers, but fleet engineers who had the ability to maintain and modify battlecruisers. They should also have a longer military service period, because battlecruisers must be operated by professional personnel to ensure combat capability. She said. Jones must have joined the Revolutionary Army at that time. The Hagenfar is also in the Helsing system. As a fleet engineer, Jones is not in the combat sequence sent to the surface of Helsing. But I think I can help you see your son. Augustus nodded after hearing what Kerrigan said. And after a moment of contemplation, he turned to his father, who was looking at him eagerly, hoping to get more news about his eldest son. Thank you for your kindness, Great Marshal Augustus. You saved Jones. And you saved Helsing, the man said gratefully. Without the Revolutionary Army, Helsing would have been finished long ago. The Zerg are about to destroy the entire world. But we haven't even seen the shadow of the Federation fleet yet, the man said gratefully. They are always late. You are residents of the Dorian Administrative District, right? Augustus asked the man. How many people are planning to return here now? Quite a few people. Probably thousands. The man replied to Augustus. We all know it's still dangerous here. But we have no choice. It took the people here 2 generations to build Dorian. And the Zerg destroyed our homeland in just 2 days. He said, but no matter what, this is our home after all. A place to shelter from the wind and rain. Well, don't worry. Dorian's Revolutionary Army will help you rebuild your home. Augustus looked at the man's wife and children, and found that they were all feeling uneasy. The man's wife was a typical Helsing peasant woman, tall and with a high forehead. The children were all around 7 or 8 years old, and had a strong body under the care of their parents. Even in Helsingen, raising so many children is not an easy task. Rebuild the home. Yes, we will rebuild it, the man said. Take my car to Dorian. Augustus said to him at this time, it will be faster. It has nothing to do with your respected son Jones. I was going to do this before I got off the car. Augustus looked at Corporal Faraday, who was hesitant to speak. I will drive myself. Faraday. I hope my vulture is full of gas. God. Please forgive me. Corporal Faraday was in tears. If I can't read minds. Kerrigan paused and said, I almost thought you just wanted to find a chance to race in the endless fields of Helthian. Chapter 352 Riots. Helsing, the resettlement site for immigrants on the main continent. Everything is in ruins. The afterimage of the city ruins in the south of the resettlement site in the sunset outlines the memories of the people of Helsing in the past. But it is now just a nest of insects covered with alien insect carpets, spinous cavities, blood vessels, insect intestines, chitinous shells, and rapidly growing exoskeleton shells. The city residents and animals infected by the alien insect virus still wander between the high-rise buildings like midnight ghosts. And the queen of the insect swarm and the guardian of the nest are still left in the depths of those dark caves. The entire city has become diseased, and the buildings have completely become a hotbed for incubating infected people and mutated creatures. Some of the towering skyscrapers have been transformed into the spires of the Zerg, with the swarms of alien dragons hovering above them. The city park that originally had beautiful gardens, lawns, red brick roads, and benches is now covered with corpses and Zerg excrement. Every time the people in the refugee resettlement area look at the ruins of the city, they feel extremely sad. I don't know how many people's property and families have been destroyed in this catastrophe of the Zerg invasion. The refugee camp is very large, and the engineers of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps who designed it are obviously very experienced and have taken into account all aspects of the refugees' lives. According to the design, the refugee camp on the main continent can accommodate 250,000 people, which is enough to solve the resettlement problem of displaced refugees in the area. The refugee camp also provides people with food, clothing, and personal security, which is widely praised by the people of Helsin. The modular roof panels used to build the refugee camp were directly airlifted to the surface of Helsin, and necessary facilities such as power stations and reservoirs are all available. There are cement roads between the houses, and from time to time a transport convoy carrying refugees and supplies passes by on the road. In the center of the camp stands the bright red flag of the Revolutionary Army, which constantly reminds the people in the refugee camp who is protecting them from the wind and rain. In the center of the refugee camp, there is a helipad that can take off and land dozens of APOD transport ships at the same time. The transport ships taking off and landing on it are also responsible for transporting refugees, since all the Revolutionary Army troops that landed in Helsin have returned to the fleet. Only some junior officers of the Revolutionary Army and local militia are responsible for the protection of the refugee camp. When Augustus arrived at the refugee camp, the expanded area was still under intensive construction. Containers and tall scaffolding that had just been dropped by transport ships could be seen everywhere. Several T-280 space engineering vehicles more than 10 feet high were using welding guns, claws, and power drills to connect the supporting columns and frames of the modular houses. Some of these T-280 space engineering vehicles still look too old even after repeated painting and good maintenance. They were all old models that often had problems. Only marginal colonies and newly established colonies were still using them on a large scale. They are easy to find in places like Marcera and Antigua Prime, and the giant salvage yard in Port of the Dead can also dig up some old, repaired and usable ones. The Revolutionary Army can now build its own space engineering vehicles, and the design of engines, onboard feedback modules, and auxiliary thrusters is not an insurmountable challenge. In the past, the Revolutionary Army lacked factories to build engineering vehicles, but now these can be mass-produced in large factories in Antigua, Hegi, and Altera. As Augustus stood in front of a two-story building under construction, two space engineering vehicles were concentrating on welding cables and solar panels, which would greatly solve the refugees' electricity problem. When on the surface of the planet, the engineering vehicles would use walking feet connected to the servo system to walk, and they would use the thrusters behind them when they needed to impact in the face of danger or to carry heavy objects. The T-280 space engineering vehicle is the cornerstone of construction and resource collection. And the cities, fortresses, mines, space stations, and refineries that have sprung up are the best proof of this. Hey, has anyone told me that your outfit is cool? Kundi, Jim Raynor, who was beside Augustus, tried to strike up a conversation with a space engineering vehicle driver. I'll take that as a compliment. Lieutenant General Raynor, I haven't seen you for a while. The last time was when Tychus and Colonel Hank messed up the Hyperion. Kundi Ryard, the driver of the space engineering vehicle, turned around and lowered the window in front of his cockpit. He saluted as he looked at Augustus. Marshal, I heard that the front line just won a victory. This is all because we have a wise and brave leader. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. This space engineering vehicle driver belonging to the Hyperion Engineering Corps has met Augustus and Raynor many times. He is also a technical team leader under Swan. He used to do technical research and is also an outstanding engineer. The boys in the frontline troops are all good, but you also contributed to this. We are a whole, and no one can be missing. Augustus said something as usual that all the members of the Revolutionary Army had made great contributions. He never took the honor for himself, which was more obvious compared with Edmund Duke, who was seeking fame. What did Tychus and Hank do? He looked at Raynor again. Augustus was not on the Hyperion at that time, and after he came back, the people on the ship obviously did not want to disturb Marshal Augustus, who was busy with all kinds of affairs. That happened last month. Tychus drank some strong liquor and went crazy in the bar, knocking down 4 or 5 top guys. Raynor spread his hands and said, one of them happened to be a Red Devil Fire Bat soldier who was on a mission with Hyperion. You know how hot-tempered their boss is, he said. Hank and Tychus turned the bar upside down. Hank thought Tychus was so good because he was drunk. So he also drank a few bottles of Red Star liquor. Guess what happened? The guy was drunk and Tychus started dancing in the bar. Luckily they didn't break my record player. It's an antique. Augustus said. Hank is still a young boy. Tychus is old. Why is he still causing trouble everywhere? You are too partial to Honic Hank, Kerrigan said next to him. Well, Kundi, tell me what's going on here. Augustus covered his forehead and looked at Kundi, who was sitting in the space engineering vehicle. The cockpit of the space engineering vehicle was 5 feet 1.5 meters above the ground, and Augustus had to look up at him. As always, troubles always come. Kundi said to Augustus, the engineering group has built refugee camps on planets invaded by Zerg more than once. But the environment of each planet is different. The ground of Helshin is the most satisfactory of all the planets I have seen in recent years. But the Zerg may also think so. He said, when we first started building the refugee camp, we still lacked cover. After all, we couldn't withdraw a few battalions to protect the refugee camp with no strategic value when facing a whole swarm of Zerg. The Zerg often visited here. At that time, we drove engineering vehicles and used plasma melting guns, power claws, and drills to deal with them. It was really thrilling. A company or even a platoon is enough to deal with a few Zerglings or Hydralisks. But the captain in charge did not consider this. Augustus said, he has paid the price for this mistake. We can't blame an officer who has not received professional military education too much. We can only hope that his successor can learn from the lessons of his predecessors. Most of the officers of the Revolutionary Army were promoted from ordinary soldiers. They are experienced and brave in combat. But that doesn't mean they won't make mistakes. Later, refugees moved in one after another. Quindy continued, but you can't expect everyone to appreciate your efforts. Many people are still complaining about the facilities in the refugee camp. Damn it. Do they think our help is a given? Some people even sneaked in to make trouble and destroyed important energy facilities. Even the Zerg have never caused us such losses. We are not here to thank you. But doing so will inevitably make people feel discouraged. If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. We are not here to do charity in Helshin, Reno said. If we drive them away, they will say that the revolutionaries are oppressing civilians. Augustus said, at least most people are still cooperating with us. At this time, there was another noise in the refugee camp, and it seemed that someone was making trouble. What's going on? Reno looked in that direction. I guess it's another trivial matter, Quindy said. Everyone who comes here is a victim of this war. And it is inevitable that some people drink to relieve their sorrow. Some people will steal relief supplies, even though what we distribute is enough for them to live comfortably. Can they get alcohol at this time? Renault shrugged. Is it really worth it? Some of our good brothers stay here forever for Helshin, and their wives may be forced to remarry for their children, just to save these scumbags? After all, the majority agree with us. Augustus said to Renault, be optimistic. Jimmy, haven't we seen enough absurd things? Oh, it's impossible not to be optimistic. When a person has experienced many things, Augustus, he will naturally take those hardships lightly, Reno said. Go and see what those people are still arguing about. Well, I have to continue working. Even if I told Swan that I was talking to Marshal Augustus Mengsk during the time I delayed the construction, he probably wouldn't believe it. Quindy closed the window of the cab and continued his work. I hope that when I see you again next time, we can already build a fortress in Tarsones. Good luck to you, Augustus responded. Augustus, Raynor Kerrigan and others walked along the road under construction to the center of the refugee camp, and noticed that many people were also rushing from their houses to the scene of the incident. Augustus noticed that it was a relief point for distributing food and water, and next to it was a supply station warehouse for storing supplies. He looked at Kerrigan and said, can you sense anything? Now, the relief point is full of people. Many of them are talking at the same time. The air is filled with anger and tension, and anxiety is spreading among everyone. Several Helsing militiamen wearing blue power armor are intervening in this dispute. They are all locals who turned to the Revolutionary Army after the Revolutionary Army settled in this planet. There are too many people here, and it's very noisy. I can't grasp the key point. Kerrigan pressed his temple. with a faint golden light flowing in his eyes. Rumors. Suddenly, Kerrigan caught something. Someone spread a message here, saying that the Revolutionary Army will cut off the food supply of the refugee camp to support the front line. Others said that once the Terran Federation returns, all those who betrayed the Federation will be liquidated. What a despicable trick. Don't forget who rescued them from the Zerg. Quiet. Augustus waved his hand, and Faraday's martial guards ran towards the crowd in neat steps and lined up on both sides. Who is the culprit of this riot? If no one tells me, then everyone here must be investigated. The people who were arguing about something immediately quieted down. They couldn't ignore the armed martial guards and the golden wolf emblems on their bodies. The crowd quickly dispersed, and no one stayed to explain what happened. Kerrigan and the guards quickly arrested two people. A young man with a turban and purple hair, and a middle-aged man with a big belly. Tell me, what did you do? Raynor asked the two people who were brought to Augustus while wiping his Colt pistol. The middle-aged man was about to say something when Raynor began to load bullets into his pistol. I have killed many people, including the brave and skilled guild guards of the Comorians, the thugs of Marsera, and the criminals of the Port of the Dead. None of them are innocent, he said. Lying is useless. We have ghost agents who can read minds. Not necessarily the best in the universe, but definitely considerate. Kerrigan emphasized, I will write down every word you say and distinguish every detail. I know you're working for the drug lord of Helshin. He instructed you to create chaos here because he hates the anti-drug policy of the Revolutionary Army. She looked at another person. As for you, you at least want to stir up chaos and take advantage of the turmoil to get more supplies. Take it away and send it to Antigua to mine. Augustus pondered for a moment, and after a little thought, he gave the order. I like your decision. I heard that there is always a shortage of people at the construction site and the mine. Reno said. It wasn't like this when the Terran Federation was here. You inhumane rebels. You will definitely pay the price. The fat middle-aged man who just wanted to get away with it, and now knew his fate, immediately shouted loudly. It wasn't like this when the Terran Federation was here. Idiot! Reno cursed. He's right. The system I established is to make it difficult for such people to do evil. Augustus said. Chapter 353, Who is the Terrorist? Halcyon, Dorian Administrative District. In the office of the Dorian Political Officer, Sarah Kerrigan, the Deputy Marshal of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, was collecting the documents on the maple wood desk into a safe. Then she put several gold-stamped books on the monarchy, Copperlu geography and particle physics into another box. These were all Augustus' personal belongings. After the riot at the immigration settlement on the main continent, Augustus went to visit the troops and wounded soldiers who had just withdrawn from the front line. In the past few years, the Revolutionary Army has either been fighting or on the way to fight. The soldiers have a strong fighting spirit based on their faith, but they are mortals after all, and Augustus's encouragement is crucial. We have been in Halcyon for some time. Augustus focused on the holographic star map projected on the wall, which showed the planets, satellites, and asteroid belts of the Halcyon galaxy. In these days, we have killed and expelled countless Gam-Zerd together with the Protoss warriors, and rebuilt the Order of Halcyon that was on the verge of collapse. Millions of people have been saved because of our arrival, he said. Half of the cities and factories are back in operation, and parts of the Northern Hemisphere have entered the autumn harvest stage. It's time to retire now. Kerrigan knew what Augustus was thinking, even without using telepathy to read his mind. The Zerg will not stop invading the Copperless sector, nor will they stop their craving for genes and evolution. But at least we have stopped them in places like Altera, Vidona, and Halcyon, Augustus said. More worlds have heard of our righteous deeds of saving the dying and the wounded, helping the poor and the needy, and our heroic deeds of confronting the Zerg head-on to defend humanity. More innocent people who have been fed up with the oppression of the Federation have heard our voices for the first time. Even after the Revolutionary Army leaves Helshin, the people here will remember our efforts on this planet to abolish the corrupt regime and make people live better. When the Terran Federation regains control of Helshin, the oppressed people will remember us again, he said. It will no longer be the rulers and tycoons of the Federation Parliament who control the fate of the common people. The people of the Copperless sector must be able to decide their own future. Well said. The truth will come out one day. Kerrigan took over Augustus' words and said, You haven't eaten for 20 hours. How about some toast with Helsane raspberries and mushroom juice? The kitchen also has Antigua yak and Tirador caviar. I'll just eat some number 10 rations and water. Augustus said casually, leave those to the wounded. I am not one of those nobles. But you are a noble. A noble of Coral 4. Kerrigan said, I think only you can be called a true noble. The nobles of Tarsones are not even as good as one of your toes. They are just the remnants of the old times that ruled this world. And they must be swept away. Augustus turned around and reached out to turn off the wooden holographic projector on the table. When Augustus put away the projector and handed it to Kerrigan, he kissed her smooth forehead and held her soft but rough hand. Your hands and feet are cold. Dear. You shouldn't always focus on me and ignore yourself. Augustus didn't realize that his words had made Kerrigan's eyes sparkle. Maybe this woman needed love more than he thought. Marshal. The spaceship is ready. Corporal Faraday's voice sounded at this time, followed by the huge roar of the transport ship's engine. The spaceship landed directly on the lawn outside the city hall. Augustus didn't care whether the transport ship's deceleration thrusters would blacken the grass and the whole block of cloud marble. These are all issues that the next senior local governor should be concerned about. And with fiscal revenue alone, it will take a huge amount of money to maintain this city hall complex that looks like a rich mansion. Augustus put down his hand that was stroking Kerrigan's cheek, pushed open the door of the office, and saw the guard captain, Corporal Faraday, wearing power armor. Tell the soldiers to pack up everything when evacuating. Don't leave any federal documents, tax records, or other useful things in the Federation. Augustus told Corporal Faraday. If possible, I really want to take away all the luxury cars in the underground garage. Some of them are produced in the luxury car factory in Moria. The shipping cost alone is enough for us to build more than a dozen new residential buildings in Antigua. No problem. Corporal Faraday nodded and took several locked portable safes from Kerrigan. We found a transport ship in the hangar of the Federation military base that is said to be from the Guild War period. It is enough to transport valuable things. As Faraday spoke, he solemnly handed the box in his hand to several guards around him. Although there might be only a few books or other small things that the marshal liked. To this day, Augustus still writes to his mother, sister Dorothy and nephew Valerian. So a portable personal terminal is indispensable. Arcturus occasionally receives letters from his brother. And what makes him feel happy is that his father Angus has never received a letter from Augustus. Angus is just a marginal figure, and that man who is occasionally mentioned. Any good thing that falls into the hands of the Federation is a waste of natural resources. Augustus put his hands on his waist and said, for the first time, I think that Tychus is right. Even though at that time, he just wanted to find an excuse for his behavior of taking things from the Federation armory. How do you know that he can't take some from our warehouse? Kerrigan said to Augustus. He will also say that only old Tychus will use the materials supporting the revolution in the right way. Tychus always wants to make a fortune and retire. But when I am still in charge of the revolutionary army and watching him, this guy dare not do anything. Augustus shook his head and said, you can't expect Tychus to have a change of heart. So I always tell him, look, we are all poor. If I find a bag of flour and a cigarette missing from the warehouse, I will definitely blame you. Because there are no rats or thieves in the warehouse of the Revolutionary Army. He said, if I find out that a gun is missing, I will tear your head off. As Augustus said this, he had already walked to the lawn outside with Kerrigan and Faraday, and took off on an ordinary transport ship painted in gold and red. In the observation window of the transport ship, the once prosperous city of Dorian Administrative District gradually faded away, and the roads that were once empty were gradually filled with vehicles. The refugee camp outside the city was built with the efforts of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps, and it was full of homeless people. When the Revolutionary Army left, they also took away the local militia and their families, who had supported them in the past, so as to avoid persecution when the Terran Federation came to investigate. The people of Dorian Administrative District did not see off the departing Revolutionary Army, because Augustus did not say when they would leave Helsin. When they left, the Revolutionary Army also left enough food and water for the people in the refugee camp for 2 weeks. Enough for them to survive until the arrival of the Federation Army. Even if the Federation did not care about the lives of these people, as long as they were willing to take action. Helshin, which was full of farmland, would not starve to death due to shortage of supplies, like the desolate colony world. The transport ship carrying Augustus, Kerrigan and others rose vertically into the air, and entered the huge Revolutionary Army fleet with strict array. The number of the Revolutionary Army fleet was still expanding. Every time they arrived at a planet surrounded by the Zerg, there were always new refugee ships and caravans joining them. asking for the protection of this huge fleet. At the same time, the Revolutionary Army fleet's battlecruisers docks can also produce a small number of Wraith fighters and small spacecraft, as long as a large amount of resources can be invested. The mobile base given to Augustus by the Umoyan National Defense Army can also produce frigates and transport ships. In the observation window in front of the transport ship, the Revolutionary Army fleet lined up in a row almost blocked the light between the stars. The fleet on the synchronous orbit is always moving at high speed, and the lights of 20 battlecruisers and thousands of fighters are like the lights in the city day and night. Compared with the majestic mountain-like hull of the NORAD-2, the transport ship's size is insignificant. When Augustus stepped onto the dock deck of the NORAD, Lieutenant Colonel Pryor, who had served as the governor of the Federation Mossera and was now the commander of the Revolutionary Army's 051 SD Division, was waiting for him there. In the Revolutionary Army, the troops with the first numbers were assembled during the Car Independence War, and they can now be called experienced divisions. Pryor's division is composed entirely of Chaucera and Mossera people. This is a newly formed division, but its combat effectiveness is no less than that of the several divisions originally formed by the Car people. The people of Mossera originally worshipped cowboys and warriors. Their ancestors were the first soldiers and miners to come to this planet to mine minerals, while Chaucera is the descendant of prisoners and early colonists. After the Zerg and Protoss completely destroyed the Serra twins, the people on the planet vowed to take revenge. Under the leadership of the wise and courageous former Mossera Governor Pryor, this division quickly became a highly cohesive and brave army. However, this army hates the Protoss more than the Zerg. They always believe that it was the Protoss who destroyed their homeland. And this view has not changed at all because of Tassidar's friendly gesture to the human Revolutionary Army. "Governor, how are you?" Augustus walked down the gangway of the transport ship surrounded by Kerrigan and Faraday. "I heard that your troops performed very bravely in Altera, Vedona and Helsane." He smiled and said to Pryor, who stood upright with his hands behind his back. To this day, almost everyone in the Revolutionary Army admits that Pryor's military talent is quite excellent, and he is also outstanding in the army with many generals. However, Pryor himself always believes that his administrative talent is much better than commanding the army, and his persistence in this regard is unimaginable. Someone reported to me that Pryor's division killed several times more bugs than other divisions, and only the Guards division and the 2nd Division could catch up with them. Augustus continued, "He has never seen such a person who could refuse the help of the Protoss and destroyed an entire secondary main nest before the friendly forces arrived. You earned your rank through meritorious service. I thought you didn't like our rejection of our allies." Pryor spread his hands. "It's already difficult for me to restrain my soldiers from shooting at the Protoss army. The Mossera people are fine, but the Chaucera people who don't know the truth saw their beautiful and lush homeland burned to ashes by the Protoss fleet. Even now, the trauma of that time still torments the people there." Pryor was not a Mossera, and he had only served as governor for a few days, but he still regarded them as his own people. "Revenge? Yes. How can we not take revenge?" Augustus was silent for a moment and nodded. "Hatred can inspire fighting spirit and turn cowards into furious warriors. One day, humans will stand among the stars, and all enemies who have hurt us will pay with blood." It was the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire that ordered the destruction of Chaucera and Mossera, and Tassadar was just the executor of this order. Kerrigan said at this time, "If it weren't for Tassadar, Antigal would have been the next victim." "I think I understand." The lights in the dock were reflected in Pryor's dark eyes. "The war between stars is not changed by the will of a certain person, and the destruction of the planet is not entirely the fault of the person who gave the order. We are all very small and humble. I will tell my men that they should seek revenge on the Supreme Council of the Protoss. They don't even know what the Supreme Council of the Protoss is." Augustus said, "This is not difficult to understand. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army knows that the Federal Council is guilty of death, and the Supreme Council is the same." Pryor said, "You may not know how much the people in the Serra system hate the Protoss. In addition to killing a few more bugs, they are thinking about how to drop nuclear bombs on the Protoss planets all day long. Blood for blood. Tooth for tooth." He said to Augustus, "That's what you said. Put it in practice." Augustus shrugged. "But it's best not to do that unless it's a last resort. It depends on how you define this last resort." Pryor made the same move as Augustus. The Federation fleet jumped in. It was the Red Squadron and the Gamma Squadron. They had about 17 battlecruisers, At this time, an alarm sounded in Augustus' ears. "They are finally here," Pryor said. "We are really big name." Augustus sighed. "Augustus, what are your instructions?" The voice of Vice Admiral Jim Raynor came. "Avoid the war," Augustus said. "Jimmy, we'll leave right away, so that our old friends in the Federation don't have to rack their brains to think about how to entertain us." The fleets. Oh my God. The Federation opened fire. They bombarded a space station full of refugees. Raynor, who was on the bridge of the Hyperion, suddenly punched the control panel. "They are still attacking refugee ships and supply ships. Tell them that there are civilians on them." Augustus's expression suddenly became cold. "It doesn't work," Raynor said. "My father said that it's better to kill 1,000 people than to let one go. They suspect that there are our people in there. Or, they don't care about the lives of civilians at all." Chapter 354 Yamato cannons ready. "Stop them." Augustus made a prompt decision. "The Federation is slaughtering civilians wantonly, and we are the only ones who can stop them." Turn. Renault immediately issued an order to the entire fleet. "Start the ship's side gun group. Calibrate the aiming parameters. And fire at all Federation warships that jump into the Helsingen system." "Sir, the enemy's intention is obvious. They want to delay us. If the fleet is stuck in the quagmire and cannot get out, other Federation squadrons will rush to Helsingen and surround us." The speaker was one of Raynor's lieutenants, who was once the leader of the local Federal resistance forces on Antigua Prime, and was known for his calmness and ruthlessness. "Then they have to be able to hold us back," Raynor said. Augustus rushed to the bridge of NORAD 2 at this time, with Lieutenant Colonel Pryor and Kerrigan following him on the left and right. When Augustus arrived at the bridge of NORAD 2, the huge warship was turning its bow to fire at the Federal warships that attacked the refugee ship. As one of the few battlecruisers with a defense matrix, NORAD 2 can withstand more enemy fire. In an instant, orange-red flashes and brilliant flames emerged from the black deep sky. Nearly 40 unparalleled human steel warships were fighting in the synchronous orbit of Helshin. Thousands of gun groups were standing in a row, and a shocking sense of oppression came over them. The sky was full of bright orange laser beams flashing across the sky, like a dense net woven in space. A space station that survived the Zerg invasion was shattered into pieces by the gunfire of the Federation warships, and a terrifying flash of light broke out. The spaceships that escaped from the space station were submerged one after another in the dense firepower net of the Federation fleet. The shockwave caused by the nuclear explosion caused by the space station reactor completely tore apart the remaining support structure, frame and dome of the giant alloy steel in the next few seconds. Augustus sighed again when he saw the space station fall apart. More than 50,000 refugees and staff members will die, and their once burning hearts will become part of the cold space forever. The Federation Navy has sufficient reasons and evidence to point out that the space station is a rebel military base, or the unruly people in it have already betrayed the Federation. The Federation could also bite back, saying that the rebels' massacre in Helsing lasted for 2 weeks, and the brutality of these inhumane anti-government elements was outrageous. The flames of thousands of battleship turrets and the tail flames of space torpedoes intertwined in the deep space, and large numbers of battlecruisers and fighters joined this massive battle. Even during the Guild War, fleet battles of this scale between humans were rare in the world. As the flagship, NORAD 2 took the brunt of the attack. Large orange laser beams that were powerful enough to tear apart the fortress heavily bombarded the green shield force field, creating deadly ripples composed of plasma streams. Parallel to NORAD 2 is the Leviathan-class battlecruiser Air of Thunder, with a burst of plasma emitting strong light burning its heavy steel armor plates, like sparks splashing on a ship. The old Leviathan-class and most of the Behemoth-class battlecruisers in service rely entirely on the thickness of their armor to resist the fierce artillery fire of enemy ships. Every battle will leave indelible scars on their hulls. The barrage of the Federation battleships covered the sky and the sun, and the firepower of the Revolutionary Army was not much less. The value of the shells thrown by both sides every second was inestimable. Those flexible Wraith fighters and smaller assault boats shuttled between the warship's firepower nets, and just a touch was enough to turn them into a fleeting fireball. But even the battlecruisers could not ignore these powerful fighters carrying long-range air-to-air missiles. They have long replaced the old Avenger fighters and become the mainstay of human fleet warfare. Standing in front of the bridge window of NORAD 2, Augustus' face was occasionally lit up by a series of dense laser artillery barrages. This sudden war was bloody and tragic. Countless red-hot plasmas were shot into space. emitting infinite shining light, like torches all over the mountains in the dark night. They are still attacking refugee ships. There are wailing in the channels of these ships. Are the commanders of the Federation all deaf? The speaker was Colonel Jasper, the captain of NORAD-2, who came from a wealthy farmer family on the planet Joss. Jasper had gone to Tarsones to study, so he was used to the extravagance and singing of Tarsones. In the past, Jasper had angered the rich son of Tarsones because of a woman. No one knew what Jasper had experienced. But when Augustus saw him, he had already enlisted in the Revolutionary Army at the conscription site in the United States and became a fleet soldier. He was promoted to captain because of his outstanding performance in many battles and his outstanding talents. In the Revolutionary Army, anyone with talent has no shortage of opportunities for promotion. In the Federal Army, the nobles and those who have been promoted to high positions by virtue of their qualifications have limited the space for civilian officers to be promoted. The Federal Army is not short of incompetent people who are jealous of talents. 3 ships full of refugees are fleeing the station. The second officer of NORAD-2, who was sitting in the command chair and staring at the outer space sensor monitoring screen on the other side, said, "The second officer is mainly responsible for the security and radio communication work on the battlecruiser, and he will also take over the other's position when the first officer is absent. The speed of the Wraith fighter is much faster than these transport ships, and laser weapons can catch up with them in the blink of an eye." Jasper has golden hair and dark green eyes. The gold-plated Revolutionary Army whip ring logo on his captain's hat, and the golden wheat ears on the ship's badge sparkle under the lights of the bridge. Speed. This is the consistent image of the captains of the Revolutionary Army. They are not sloppy pirates, but respected warship captains. The officers in the Revolutionary Army are generally young, and they are almost growing up with this rebel army. In the beginning, no one thought about how the uprising of Carrefour would end, and no one expected that they would achieve such achievements now. But no matter what, this army, originally composed of 4 people from Car, now gathers people with ideals from various planets. People of all kinds are gradually being molded by the blood and fire war in the Copperless sector into what Augustus envisioned in Car. "I can hear the voices of the refugees," Kerrigan said. "They are screaming and asking why the human warships are attacking their own people." "Help them," Augustus said. "Increase the shield energy output and move to Area 571. Captain Jasper, who understood the order, said, "Count down 5 seconds. After a dazzling flash, NORAD-2 moved sideways to the top of the 3 refugee ships that were dodging the gunfire. And the huge shadow covered these tiny ships, and the gunfire fired at them. Another commotion shook the entire bridge, and missiles with red tail flames attacked NORAD-2 in overwhelming numbers. Not only that," Kerrigan continued, "there are nearly 100 refugee ships scattered in the synchronous orbit of Helsane, and they are all targets of the Federation warships. Then start the war. Let them know that their real enemy is the Revolutionary Army. Teach the Federation a lesson." Augustus' cold gray eyes swept across the hologram projected on the main screen of the bridge, on which the green holographic projection light and shadow formed 37 battlecruisers distinguished by red dots. And there were countless missile paths drawn by supercomputers. "We haven't hurt them yet, so that these scums will know that it's best to avoid the Revolutionary Army in the future. We are no longer the same as we were before," Colonel Jasper said. At this moment, the avatars of Jim Raynor and a dozen captains of the revolutionary battlecruisers appeared on the main screen. The captains were all dressed in neat command uniforms. Some looked even younger than Augustus, while others were old captains with gray beards, holding retro pipes in their mouths, filling the pipes with tobacco from time to time and puffing out clouds of smoke. Swan said that the Yamato guns on the Hyperion are ready to fire. Augustus said in his coldest tone ever, "No matter what his reasons are, let the gun crews act now. The Yamato guns are not yet perfect in design. If the main guns are to be fired, other systems that consume a lot of energy, such as shields, must be shut down. And if the test is not completed before firing, the effect will definitely be unsatisfactory." Renault said. "Now is the test." Augustus looked forward. "I just want to see the flagship of the Red Squadron blown into a pile of scrap metal. Captains, you have only one mission. That is to attract the firepower of the Federation warships and cover the Hyperion's firing." Augustus said so, and the red light of the ship's guns outside the bridge illuminated his face that was as sharp as a knife. "Everyone, we always believe that this war that will inevitably cause great suffering is just. The fate of 820,000 revolutionary soldiers and tens of millions of people depends on every order you give. Yes, sir. The battle between the fleets on Helshan reached a fever pitch in just a few minutes. The synchronous orbit was a sea of fire, and the wreckage of the warships formed a large metal ring. No matter how the war ended, this area would be frequented by private salvage dealers and interstellar scavengers for a long time. Even a small piece of the battlecruiser was worth a lot of money. At the very least, there were always people willing to pay a high price for the maglev motorcycles and other souvenirs made from these legendary warships. The fleets of both sides kept approaching each other in the continuous exchange of fire, with tens of thousands of fighter planes and spacecrafts fighting back and forth between them. At 1700 hours on the ship, Augustus could almost see the crimson deck and blue Federal Star flag of one of the battleships of the Red Squadron. The bridge command island of the Hagen was penetrated, and the deputy captain has replaced Captain Roan to command the battleship. As Kerrigan reported to Augustus, the monitoring screen of NORAD-2 showed that one of the battleships in the fleet, the Hagen, was in a serious state of damage. This battleship was dug out by Warfield from the ship museum in Abaddon, a marginal world. At that time, the Federation Navy planned to transform this old-fashioned battleship, which had been retired for many years, into a prison ship to make the best use of it. Now, even though the Revolutionary Army engineers have made thicker modifications to the Hagen, it is still like an old man who is too old and is about to fall in the hail of bullets when it is deliberately attacked by the Federation battleships. At the same time, 2 other Federation battlecruisers were kicked out of the battlefield by the Revolutionary Army battleships. When Augustus looked at the dazzling flash on the bridge, the Revolutionary Army's monster-class battlecruisers Ragnarok and King's Wrath worked together to severely damage a Gamma Squadron warship. A space torpedo that hit the bow of the ship tore a horrifying wound on its broad and majestic bridge. Augustus just watched all this intently, and occasionally issued new orders to various warships and squadrons through the communication system. At 1703, the Yamato gun of the Hyperion was fully charged. The muzzle of the gun, which accumulated nuclear explosion energy, flashed thousands of times in a few seconds, and the light released in an instant was like a small star, if it were within the atmosphere. The roar of the Yamato cannon, when it was fired, would be extremely shocking. The Yamato cannon was amazing when it fired, but the energy beam it emitted was not very large. Just a flash of red light, like a red comet moving at an incredible speed. It was a focused and compressed nuclear explosion, and the energy released suddenly was enough to destroy the city. In the time it took Augustus to blink, the Yamato cannon hit the Red Squadron's flagship, the giant Yotan. This behemoth-class battlecruiser, regarded as a model by the Federation military industry, adopted the latest generation of design. Its armor was also the most outstanding of this era. It was designed to resist the plasma artillery of the Protoss. But this focused, compressed and nuclear explosion triggered an unprecedented nuclear explosion when it touched the giant Jotun. The legendary battleship, known as the pride and throne of the Federation, burst into a huge fireball after a flash of strong light, breaking into 2 sections like a broken cookie, and the remaining fragments were scattered around like a star rain. With just one strike, the Hyperion destroyed the battlecruiser that the Federation Navy was proud of, which greatly shocked the other Federation warships and forced them to retreat briefly. A tsunami of cheers came from the channel of the Revolutionary Fleet, and Raynor slapped his hand on the sharp edge of the console due to excessive excitement, making a howling sound. "Are all the refugees safe?" Augustus asked Kerrigan. "They have all evacuated Health in synchronous orbit, and several of the warships have also accepted some refugee ships," Kerrigan replied. "Contact the Star Shuttle, the flagship of Tassidar's Executor fleet," Augustus said at this time. "Tell the Executor that we need their support and deterrence to the Federation." He then said, "Jimmy, take the Hagen. We will evacuate Helsane immediately. The destination is set to Mars Sera, where it all began. The bombing of the Protoss fleet has turned the place into a scorched earth. But the bombardment of the main gun beam has also uncovered the crystal veins hidden deep underground, giving the minerals there some special properties. This means that Mars Sera is still worth colonizing. Misfortunes often bring good luck." Raynor sighed. Chapter 355, Rebuilding Mars Sera. "You don't deserve this." Mars Sera. Jim Raynor knelt on one knee on the hardened black earth, letting the wind that never stopped all year round blow the dark brown cowboy hat on his head. This is a land that was melted and cooled by hot psychic beams and plasma hurricanes. The entire surface is glowing with the metallic luster of silicate steel gray and the glitter of glass. A huge crater is located more than a dozen miles away, which was once the location of the dead water base. About a year ago, the Protoss fleet literally burned down Marcera, focusing mainly on human settlements and the Zerg's main hive. Most of the refugees on Marcera were evacuated in time before the Protoss fleet bombed them with the help of the Revolutionary Army. But their homes were destroyed. The destruction of Marcera was even more complete than the nuclear attack on Korhal 4. If the latter was reduced to a scorched earth, the former was completely reduced to a cold and dead planet. Cities were destroyed. Mountains were pushed down. Vast oceans and rivers evaporated in the extreme heat, and the earth was burned into glass. The natural landscape of the planet has undergone a dramatic change, with all species extinct, leaving only low-level life forms such as lichens and mosses. Half of Marcera's atmosphere has been stripped away, and the thin air and desolate surface have become even more unsuitable for human habitation. In the past, the colonists of Marcera were able to use irrigation systems to irrigate farmland on the planet's barren land. But now it is difficult to do so. Marcera was one of the first planets to be invaded by the Zerg, and it is also one of the few planets destroyed by the Protoss. Augustus, wearing a windproof military coat, stood beside Renault. The raging sand was leaving sharp scratches on the weathered coat. Everyone thought it was completely finished, but I learned that this planet still has a glimmer of hope. Renault stood up and looked in the direction of Augustus. A camp consisting of hundreds of alloy steel and concrete buildings and gray living tents was clearly visible. That area once had a familiar name: Purgatory Corridor. Purgatory Corridor is no longer the winding huge canyon it used to be. It has been raised, and the surface has been broken and reshaped many times, and it is unrecognizable. Today, the mountains and huge cliffs have turned into plains, and the holes and pits have formed lakes and streams with accumulated water. But under the strong star rays of the Sera galaxy, the lifespan of these lakes is very short. Marcera has become more desolate, with ugly black scars all over its surface, while even the moon's surface, like Hegi, can find lush oases. This planet is no different from many lifeless stone planets in the Milky Way, and it has been marked as a tombstone on human navigation maps. The molten Marcera was actually very beautiful under the scorching sun. The silicified layer covering the ground exuded a metallic and crystal-like luster, making the entire plane look like part of a huge crystal. Near the camp that Raynor was looking at, there were countless crystal veins exposed on the surface, and countless crystal clusters gleaming with blue light sparkled in the sun. These were crystal veins that were once buried under the Purgatory Corridor, but now they were completely turned out with the bombing of the Protoss fleet. Clusters of crystals gathered together were scattered everywhere, and could be seen everywhere, as if they were within easy reach. It was almost not difficult to collect such crystals. All that was needed was to use a laser melting gun to cut them, and building a processing plant on site could save the cost of transporting raw materials. While Augustus was talking to Raynor, the camp was still under construction. The towers, scaffolding, cranes and bulldozers were already ready, and the mechanical workshops of the airport, supply station and heavy factory were also rising from the ground. From time to time, a group of transport ships descended from the sky from the high-altitude orbit and landed in the airport of the camp, bringing the essential supplies and construction materials for the workers and soldiers there. When I left Marcera, I thought that Elizabeth, John and I would never return to this sad place in our lifetime. Renault said, "Fate is really strange. It is difficult to tell when reality will give you a loud slap in the face, and when it will give you a few more candies. Marcera may not be the best choice for a habitable planet, but the resources stored there can make people ignore the harsh natural conditions here. For the original Marcera people, their lives may not be much better than they are now. Marcera can no longer support as many people as before, and it has to import food and water from other planets. But the output of minerals is enough to make up for this disadvantage." Augustus nodded and said, "It is not enough to rely on Antigua Prime alone, and another planet is needed to provide raw materials and military factories," he said, "and the agricultural colony Agria provides food and medical supplies for these two planets. Augustus's revolutionary army not only has Antigua and Agria, but also 7 other colonies established by Korhal 4 immigrants, such as Hegi, Altera and Besher. But the revolutionary army's rule in Hegi is not yet stable, and Altera is sparsely populated. The total population of the other Korhal 4 subcolonies is about 10 million, but they are scattered on the edge of the Copperless sector, far away from each other, and cannot bring much help to the revolutionary army. Mars Sera is far from the core world of Tarsones, and almost everyone thinks it has been completely destroyed. There is no hope, and no one cares about the Sera system. Renault said with a smile, "We can use this to develop the resources of Mars Sera. The Federation never thought we would come back here again." Augustus smiled back at Renault. "We fought hard to get to where we are today." As he spoke, Augustus and Renault walked towards the camp together, measuring the charred land with their footsteps, and picking up crystal fragments from the ground from time to time. These glittering crystal fragments are very conspicuous in the ashes. As long as you are patient, you can quickly pick up a large bag of crystal fragments, just like picking up coal that has fallen on the train tracks. Although there are no decent large beasts or mosquitoes in this desolate world, Kerrigan and Faraday's martial guard still follow Augustus and Raynor. Each of them is fully armed to deal with enemies that may appear at any time. Soon, Augustus, who was walking, was getting closer and closer to the camp, and his pockets were filled with blue crystals. This was impossible in the past on Mars Sera. Humans had to use explosives and mining equipment to collect crystals. But now these precious, large crystal veins have been bombarded into small pieces that are easy to mine. Humans are like birds looking for insects in a plowed field and children picking up gold on the beach, collecting minerals with surprise on a completely destroyed planet. After being bombarded by the main guns of the Protoss fleet, these crystals have undergone some other changes. The other energy contained in them has increased the mining value of the crystal mine many times. The same load of crystal can be used with a little refining, which makes the mineral value of Mars Sera generally higher than that of ordinary crystals. The most obvious change is that the output of the Mars Sera mine has become much higher than before. We are walking on the treasures scattered on the ground, but no one has ever discovered it before, Augustus said, holding a broken blue crystal in his hand. At this time, they were very close to the camp, just under the sentry tower, with the flag of the Revolutionary Army. These buildings, which were built only 2 weeks ago, are still very densely spaced, with crisscrossing roads in the middle. The doors of the warehouse, engineering station, armory and military camp are all open, and many engineers and workers wearing safety helmets are shuttling back and forth. A running factory production workshop is still cutting the crystal ore that has just been mined. Most of the workers were engineers who followed the revolutionary fleet, and some of them were from Mars Sera. They all showed high morale, although they were only ordered to come to Mars Sera to collect minerals. The workers regarded this as their noble mission. The engineers in the Revolutionary Army knew very well how much each crystal and each cubic meter of high-energy gas they collected would contribute to the entire revolutionary cause. The facilities in the camp were complete, including emergency medical facilities, leisure and exercise facilities. After all, the desolate Mars Sera was as lonely as a battleship in deep space. There are dozens of such mining camps in Mars Sera, with the number of people in each camp ranging from hundreds to thousands. And each mining site under construction will become an important collection point and industrial base in the future. Once Augustus has the ability to carry out targeted large-scale immigration to Mars Sera, the city will surely rise. Joey Ray Jones has opened a new bar near the original site of the Deadwater base. It won't be long before everything gets better, Raynor said to Augustus. As they spoke, construction was still going on outside the camp, with hundreds of Type 280 space engineering vehicles constructing the foundations of defense facilities in preparation for building a solid high wall. Augustus planned to build a solid fortress on the original site of the White Stone base in the Purgatory Corridor, and the fortress would also be named after White Stone. The collection of minerals in the Purgatory Corridor will be completed within 1 to 2 years, and a new city will be built here by then. Kerrigan's voice rang out. The Federation would never have dreamed that Mars Sera would once again become their biggest concern. Augustus nodded. Augustus raised his head as he spoke, and set his sights on a silver, cone-shaped structure that reached into the sky in the center of the camp. At this moment, engineers were climbing up to deal with cables and circuits. Mars Sera was one of the first planets invaded by the Zerg, which made it a forbidden zone for human ships to avoid during the first full-scale war because it was very close to the Zerg's front line. But the psychic jammers in the hands of the Revolutionary Army can effectively solve this problem. After many operations by Swan and Kaczynski's Nova Squadron psychic experts, the psychic jammers of the Revolutionary Army have been perfected after many upgrades. When the silver spire that emits strong psychic jamming signals to the entire star system at all times is erected in the area controlled by the Revolutionary Army, even the most vicious Zerg Leviathans can't avoid it. The silver spire is thousands of feet high, more than 300 meters, towering into the clouds, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. The strong psychic jammer equipment on it can cover the entire galaxy, and can also serve as a communication base station. The shape of this spire comes from Augustus' memory of the steel-silver tower on Korhal 4 as the landmark of the city. The tall silver spire and the high-rise sky tower of the Minsk family together constitute the consistent perception of the city of Korhal 4 by people from other planets of the Terran Federation. The architectural style of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps has the shadow of the mercury-like steel frame and glass buildings on Korhal 4. But it also absorbs the influence of other planets. Among the workers who signed up to work in Marsera, the Marsera people accounted for the majority. Of course, it can only be them, Raynor said. The people who fled to Antigua have just escaped from the Sea of Worms and dare not return to Marsera, which is closely associated with the word Zerg. The current Antigua Prime has undoubtedly become the core world within the Revolutionary Army's sphere of influence. It is still absorbing refugees from various marginal worlds on a large scale, and the population has rapidly expanded to 25 million. Antigua Prime was originally a planet that began to resist the rule of the Terran Federation as early as 20 years ago. At this time, it has received great attention in places such as the marginal worlds of the Federation and the Umojan United States. Even in remote places such as Moria, the name of Antigua has been heard many times. In addition to refugees, the Kar people of the Umojan United States also went to Antigua Prime. They always felt that they were strangers in the Umojan territory. Some Umoyans who had ideals or simply wanted to participate in a war also rushed to Antigua. Regardless of their purpose, they were at least contributing their manpower. Augustus just smiled at what Raynor said. We have arrested tens of thousands of federal officials in places like Wadona and Helsin. It's time for them to undergo labor reform. That's right, Reno said. Marshal, the exploration team found a Calmerian camp in the Blitz Canyon 17 miles away. Suddenly, a guard on duty with a red armband came to Augustus. Lieutenant Roland asked you how to deal with these Calmerians. It seems that the minerals of Marsera have also attracted others. These are the Calmerians. They will go wherever there is a crystal mine, even if they know that the place will cost them their lives. Raynor's prejudice against the Calmerians has never changed. Money is more important than life. What do they do? Augustus asked the guard. It looks like an ordinary mining guild, the guard said. Catch them? Kerrigan looked at Augustus with emerald eyes. Or get rid of them. That's not a good idea. Raynor said, they are just a group of miners. Show your identity. Augustus said. Let the leaders of these miners come to see me. There is no need to expel the Calmorians in Marsala, provided that they abide by our rules. Chapter 356 Char's Psychic Scream. Marsera, Whitestone Fortress Command Center. Augustus leaned over the long combat table in the command room, and occasionally stood up to take a stack of reports from the mining area and the fleet from Kerrigan, who was walking around. The height of the command center was high enough to overlook the entire fortress under construction. The island-style command room on the top was surrounded by bright glass. Augustus only needed to look up to see the barracks, warehouses, and symmetrical anti-aircraft missile towers. On the combat map composed of holographic projections, hundreds of Federation colonial worlds shining with faint light were clearly visible, and hundreds of billions of planets were like dust made of light, with many planets distributed linearly from Tarsones to the edge of the Copperless sector. When Augustus turned the star map composed of light and shadow, some planets flickered gently: Idna, Atticus, Taurus, Blasius Alpha, Pontefiu, Sigmaris Prime. These planets were marked with the red and blue flag of the Terran Federation, while Antigua and Marsera were marked with the red symbol of the Revolutionary Army. Other distant planets, such as Luria 4 and Aeneas, were marked as mining colonies of the Calmerian Federation and affiliated worlds of the Umojan United States. The Calmerian Confederation once had a vast territory and countless mining worlds, but now it has shrunk to a corner of Moria. The expansion ambitions of the Umojan United States are far less than those of its two brothers in the Copperless sector, so its sphere of influence has always been maintained within a limited range. The planets of the Revolutionary Army located on the edge worlds are almost overlapping with the Zerg's nest world, which invisibly makes the Federation fleet dare not go deep. The planets of the Protoss have always been hidden in the fog. Augustus only knows that the Protoss Empire had many colonies in the Golden Age. On the three-dimensional holographic projection of Marsera, the fleets of the Revolutionary Army and the Protoss Expeditionary Force were still parked, And Cyrodiil's troops were always hiding in the shadows. Where are the Comorians? Lieutenant Roland should have brought their mining console here by now. At this time, Augustus suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask Kerrigan, "What's going on?" Kerrigan looked at Augustus, confirming with the lieutenant's troops. "Just received an urgent report from Roland's platoon. Something must have gone wrong," Augustus said. "Put it in." Roland Orem called the command center. "We need reinforcements." When Lieutenant Roland's voice came from the communication channel of the command room, Augustus and Kerrigan heard the sound of Gauss rifles firing. When they heard the familiar sharp insect chirping, their expressions immediately became serious. Mars Sera has alien insects. Who are the enemies? How many people insects are there? Augustus' voice was still very calm. Without any panic. Infected Comorians? Mutant Zerg? Lieutenant Roland's voice was intermittent. They are pouring out of the mines. And we can't resist them anymore. A few screams came from the Revolutionary Army Lieutenant's channel. But they were not from him. Call Jim over. How many troops do we have available at the moment? Augustus frowned. Mars Sera has a psychic jammer. Where did these Zerg come from? Could it be that the bombing of the Protoss fleet did not completely clear the Zerg on the planet? White Rock Base is guarded by 2 full battalions of the Guards Division and 2 platoons of Red Devil Fire Bats. The mobile force that can arrive to support the fastest is the Reapers' Death Company, Kerrigan said. The Reapers are the elite of the elite. Order Captain Shao to immediately go to the location where Lieutenant Roland uploaded the last time. Augustus immediately ordered. Dispatch a Guards battalion and let the Fire Bats prepare the fuel tanks. Clear the Zerg first, so that we can figure out what happened, he said. Get the command vehicle ready. Tell my officers that I hope to hear that they have settled everything when we arrive. Yes, sir, Kerrigan said. Augustus picked up the gloves he had placed on the combat table, walked out of the command room, and came to a wide passage consisting of a slope. Jim Raynor, who was rushing over, bumped into him. You came just in time, Augustus said to Raynor. Jimmy, maybe we have to command the troops. The entire White Stone Fortress acted according to Augustus's order, and fighter planes roared over the fortress. The workers stopped to ask the passing soldiers what happened, and everyone mentioned the war. The flow of people in the barracks quickly moved, and the soldiers put on power armor and weapons as quickly as possible. Tanks and Goliath-armed robots also drove out of the garage, and the steel torrent rolled forward. 2 reorganized Air Force Ghost squadrons also came to Augustus for support. When it came to the problem of alien insects, everyone's nerves were highly tense. When the armored command vehicle that Augustus was riding arrived at the entrance of the tunnel in the Comorian mining area, the air was filled with the smell of burnt protein and blood. This is a mining complex consisting of alloy buildings and sheds. A wide road runs through the entire miners' residential area and leads directly to the mine. Now the road is scattered with various tools and personal belongings of Comorian miners. And there are stinking red bloodstains everywhere. Some brown-gray alien chitin covers the surface of these buildings, but it is not obvious. Tender buds extend on these buildings like creepers, slowly wrapping everything in them. The bodies of infected people with strange twists could be seen everywhere. These monsters with protruding spikes and deformations were lying on the road in all directions, either riddled with bullets or burned to ashes by fire bats. A few hundred yards away was the entrance to a tunnel leading directly to the underground, where the fire bats with golden and red devil symbols painted on their armor stood. Even now, they were still blocking the entrance of the tunnel and using the flamethrowers in their hands to burn the monsters pouring out of it. And the crackling sounds of burning continued. Lieutenant Roland, can you tell me what happened? Augustus picked up a piece of flag with a KM logo from the ground. The letters representing a family guild in Moria had long been erased by blood and fire. Marshal, I did not complete your task. Lieutenant Roland was a short-statured Mainho woman. He was an exception among the generally sturdy and strong members of his family. However, Mainho's creative and tenacious qualities were also clearly revealed in Roland. It's not your fault. Augustus waved his hand to signal him to calm down. On the contrary, I want to commend you for your heroic performance in this encounter. Fighting is our duty. Roland saluted Augustus. Then, Roland began to tell Augustus about the incident. At the beginning, we did receive a signal from Comorian, repeatedly telling us that they belonged to the Vito Mining Guild. But after we entered their camp, we found that it had been infected by alien insects. There were hideous infected creatures everywhere, and no living person spoke to us anymore. The mercenaries guarding this place died long ago, their bodies torn into pieces and covered with pus, he said. Those creatures infected by the Zerg virus move slowly. But once they die or get close to my soldiers, they will explode. And their power is even greater than our best pulse grenades. Most of the casualties in my troops were caused by the self-explosion of the infected. So, it is impossible for anyone in this area to send you a signal. So who is the first person to contact you? Renault, who was standing next to Augustus, stared at the mine where the mutant creatures were still pouring out. We don't know, General. Lieutenant Roland showed an embarrassed expression on his face, but the machine can't speak by itself. Judging from the current situation, it is unlikely that there will be any survivors here. Kerrigan also said, Lieutenant, we found his relics and a strange corpse in the private room of the leader of this Comorian mining team. A revolutionary soldier who ran over quickly reported to Roland and Augustus. Go and have a look. Augustus asked the soldier to lead the way. We must find out whether these monsters have escaped the Protoss's artillery fire or have just come from somewhere else, he said. Augustus didn't walk far before he came to the company residence that the soldier said was located. It was a higher-end house with glass windows and wooden floors, used to indicate the difference between the company and other mining team members. In this small house, overturned cabinets and piles of clothes were mixed with bloody stains. A man lying on the table looked up at the still-lit laptop screen in a very monstrous posture. His blue-green uniform was pierced by protruding muscles, spikes, shells and teeth. What made Augustus and others shudder was that a sickle-shaped brown-black spike from a piece of Zerg tissue was deeply piercing the man's spine. What is that? Renault was always very courageous. He took down a photo frame from the table, which showed a photo of the man and his family. On the back of the photo was a proverb from the satellite of Moria, written in beautiful handwriting and style, which roughly means the shooting star looks forward to the moon. I will wait for you to come back. The swarm controlled him. Kerrigan wrinkled his nose. They preserved this man's brain and controlled him to send information to the outside world. But it seems that there is more to it. I read some sad news from this living brain. Kerrigan walked a few steps around the man's chair. They discovered Mars Sera long before us. And this was just a tentative mining. Despite the dangerous Zerg-occupied territory, the CEO of the Veto Guild still promised a generous reward. And there must be brave men under a great reward, Kerrigan said. So the bravest people in the guild came with a fighting mentality. And the rest of the mining team were indentured workers bound by debts and illegal contracts, she said. The Comorian mining team soon discovered an underground mine that had been preserved by the bombardment of the Protoss fleet. The mine was thousands of feet deep underground. Inside it are extremely precious special crystal deposits, which have a golden glow and are worth twice as much per standard load unit as ordinary Adian crystals. Is it phantom gold? Or gold mine? Augustus said in a barely audible voice. In any case, clean up this mining area immediately. I heard it all. Tell Hank's bad boy arsonists that we need to keep moving forward. Immediately select people from the Reapers, Fire Bats and Rangers to form a vanguard. And I will lead the team myself. Deep in the mines is a bottomless nest filled with a large number of cave bats and humans infected by the Zerg. Kerrigan said, the first person to explore the mines brought terrible monsters back to the people. And they were torn to pieces by the nocturnal monsters before they could figure out what was going on. I suspect that there is at least one Zerg queen hiding in the mines. This creature has some obvious intelligence, allowing her to use simple strategies to capture prey through traps or ambushes instead of attacking head-on. Deep underground. Augustus looked at Kerrigan. We all know that the Protoss attack on Mars Sera was not as thorough as we thought. And not all the main gun beams penetrated the Earth's crust. If an underground Zerg nest is lucky enough, they may escape the catastrophe. This is a warning that Mars Sera is not as safe and away from the Zerg as we thought. The Zerg may be hiding underground, waiting for the opportunity to revive, he said after thinking for a moment. Send mopping up forces to all parts of Mars Sera to search for all possible surviving Zerg nests, with a focus on areas where the Zerg have appeared before. Let Colonel Pryor and Honik's troops take charge. The soldiers from the Sera system are always eager to take revenge on the Zerg that once invaded their homes. Bury these Comorians. Augustus looked at the album in Raynor's hand, which showed a photo of the Comorian leader and his fiancée. Try to find his family and send back his relics. I'll arrange for someone to go right away. Kerrigan suddenly covered her forehead while speaking, and Augustus immediately hugged her as she was about to collapse, screaming, "What? I didn't hear anything." Augustus was sure that he didn't hear such a sound. That came from damn. Maybe you need to rest, dear. Augustus supported Kerrigan. Not long after, another shadow appeared in front of Augustus, and Zeratul emerged from it. Augustus, my brother. The prophecy confirmed my fears. The human psyker who escaped from Hedgie has been reborn on the Zerg's hive world of Char. Dark Archon Zeratul, dressed in purple robes and black armor, appeared like a gust of wind. What we heard just now was the first scream of the creature born from the sinful amniotic membrane, which resounded through the stars and spread far into the void. I heard a warning, Zeratul said to Augustus. The paths of the stars are but stones thrown by the Xel'Naga. The fog will eventually dissipate, and in the darkness, all the truth will be revealed. It doesn't sound good. What happened? When Zeratul appeared, Raynor also looked over. Stop talking nonsense. Zeratul, you'd better tell me in one sentence what that inexplicable thing is? He said. I almost forgot about what happened on Hedgie. Can't you bring some good news? Friend? Chapter 357, The King of Blades. It's a long story. Zeratul still looked dusty, wearing a purple cape wrapped in dark brown leather, and his dark, well-defined face seemed to be condensed with frost. In the wind and sand, the green light in Zeratul's eyes also shone like a new star. It's a long story. Augustus looked around. These are all trustworthy people, and my subordinates will not leak the secret. Ha. Renaud smiled. Zeratul transmitted a chuckle similar to that of a human elder from the throat to the brains of Augustus and others. This was a kind expression he learned from humans, and it was also a manifestation of the humor of this race. There are Zerg here. The wise Protoss's eyes swept through the house, and when he saw the Comorians wrapped in the Zerg's hypertrophic shells and appendages, the distance between his eyes became smaller. Obviously, this was beyond his expectations. I suspect that some of the Zerg survived the attack by Tacidar's fleet, or that the Zerg deployed a hive force here before we arrived. Augustus replied to Zeratul. It is very likely that there are still a group of Zerg that have escaped from the swarm lurking in Mar Sara. They are a hidden danger that may erupt at any time. My Dark Templars will assist your warriors in hunting down the Zerg in Mar Sara. The hunters of the Zerathai tribe are best at hunting prey on planets like Shakura's. Ah, it's endless. At this time, Kerrigan covered her forehead again, making Augustus realize that the so-called psychic scream from Char has not ended yet. Guys, is there any way to stop that damn scream? It's like 1,000 people yelling in my ears. I think the best way is to get rid of the guy who screamed. Augustus hugged Kerrigan in his arms, and although it might be useless, he still covered his ears with both palms. Zeratul, if you know anything, maybe you can tell us about Char. He's still screaming with fear and joy, like a newborn baby feeling the warmth of the sun and the bone-chilling cold of the night for the first time. Zeratul suddenly tilted his head and looked up at the sky, as if he could see the planet Char covered with lava and volcanoes through the roof. The human from the planet Hedgie, who was originally Gabriel Tosh, was transformed by the master of the evolution of the Zerg, Abathur, in the Zerg nest of the Overlord. He has shed the weakness and frailty of humans and has truly been reborn. He said, just now, Gabriel Tosh was emerging from the cocoon that gave birth to him, and was reborn. He proudly accepted the new name given to him by the Zerg and announced his existence to the entire universe. Zerg Overlord, son of the Overlord, Prince of Blades. This is a hybrid of Zerg and human, a more powerful psyker than ever before. The psionic screams he emits echo among the stars, and only those who are connected to him and powerful psykers can hear his voice. Prince of Blades. The Zerg are suffering from lack of education, Renaud said sarcastically. He is the psyker we lost in Hedgie? You mean? The Overmind turned him into a Zerg. Why do you know so much? What is that Abathur? The master of evolution. Sounds amazing. The screen contains a strange dream, which includes Gabriel Tosh's recollection of the past and his longing for his grandmother. Zeratul said, I also learned about his transformation by the Zerg in Char. Abathur is one of the creatures created by the Overmind. It is different from those brain worms. It has the mission of absorbing and reconstructing new genetic essence to join the Zerg. Abathur is the creator of the continuous evolution of the Zerg, the key to the Zerg's closer perfection, and the steward of the huge gene pool. I saw that fantasy. Tosh changed from a human to a monster with insect limbs. The dreadlocks on his head turned into poisonous spikes, and behind him was a pair of bifurcated bone wings with membrane wings. Kerrigan finally got rid of the screams. He has awakened and proudly swore his existence to everyone. Tosh hates the Terran Federation because he believes that it was the Terran Federation that killed his grandmother and left him to the Zerg. Is he still screaming? Augustus asked Kerrigan. Better. I think he may be tired. Kerrigan held Augustus' shoulders, but seemed unwilling to break free from his arms. So, this is true. Augustus looked at Cyrodiil and said, a new Zerg agent has been born. He will realize the revenge of the Terran Federation. He said, fortunately, we are not on his revenge list. But will the Zerg care about the difference between the Revolutionary Army and the Federation Army? In an instant, Augustus' mind flashed the appearance of Gabriel Tosh, whose black skin, thick lips and milky white skin overlapped with the appearance of the Zerg Blade Queen Kerrigan. Does it feel weird to hold me? Kerrigan suddenly broke free from Augustus' arms. No. Of course not. Augustus shook his head and looked at Cyrodiil again. Tassadar should have heard it too. What does he think of it? In fact, almost all the Protoss heard it. Cyrodiil said, the Protoss' keen perception of psychic energy makes it easier for us to feel the psychic waves that pass through the universe. That's why I came to you. Cyrodiil said, we originally decided to set off to Ire. But Tassadar and I both think that this new creature is extremely dangerous. He has the psychic power and strategy of humans. And at the same time, he has obtained the immortal body and the ability to evolve continuously of the Zerg. He said, for us and all those who are hostile to the Zerg, this is a powerful enemy. Prepare a shuttle. I will rush to Tassadar's flagship star shuttle immediately. Augustus said to Corporal Faraday, the captain of the guard beside him. No need. If you want to find Tassadar, you don't have to go there in person. Cyrodiil stopped Faraday, who was about to arrange this matter, and said, he should have reached Marsera. As Cyrodiil was speaking, a cylindrical Protoss spaceship shining with a golden blue luster had already landed on the docking platform of this Comorian mining camp. Tassadar and several high-ranking Templars wearing blue vestments walked out of the iris exit of the spaceship. Augustus' Protoss friends were able to sense his presence through their powerful psychic induction ability and the connection between them, which was why Tassadar and Cyrodiil always knew where he was. When Tassadar first arrived here, he was also surprised by the appearance of the Zerg, and he immediately said that his Templars would lend a hand to Augustus. This means that the Protoss Templars and Dark Templars will also set up an outpost in Marsera, garrisoning a few hundred or fewer warriors on the planet controlled by the Revolutionary Army. Antigua has a force of 200 Dark Templars who are alone in clearing out the Zerg that escaped the purge on the planet. Their strongholds and bases are still unknown, and only Augustus and Antigua's new governor and general know the exact location. High Templar Arian will help you clear the Zerg on the planet Marsera, Tassadar said as he looked at the twisted bodies of infected people in the camp. Tassadar's care for Augustus and other humans can be said to be meticulous. In his heart, supporting the weak has always been the responsibility of the Protoss. However, this can also be said to be for Augustus' sake. Cyrodiil has already told you about Char's changes. Tassadar then said to Augustus, the monster newly created by the Overmind is extremely terrifying and cannot be ignored. Gabriel Tosh's screams are a constant reminder that the new Lord of the Swarm must not be ignored. His spirit will become stronger and stronger over time, and such a threat must not be ignored. To be honest, I don't quite understand what you were talking about. Reno took off his hat and stroked his recently shaved head. After getting married, Raynor no longer cared too much about his hair. He preferred a cool hairstyle. During the war, a shiny bald head was always easy to manage. Okay. A terrifying, dangerous existence has appeared in Char. He is very scary. His screams can be heard throughout the universe. Raynor imitated the tone of the Protoss. I can probably understand how scary he is. If a tone-deaf guy sings in the bathroom, the whole universe can hear his singing. It must be a very, very scary thing. So what is he? Raynor's tone returned to normal. Can the man infected by the Zerg destroy an army by himself? Or can he command an endless swarm of Zerg like the Cerebrate? What you said is exactly what we are worried about. Cyrodiil took over Raynor's words and said, Zelnada mentioned the variables in the dark, but his words were as vague and unclear as before. The gods must be unable to tell the truth of the incident directly, so they can only express it through fragmented words. I don't know what kind of power Gabriel Tosh has yet. Tassadar said, that's what I need to find out now. I must evaluate and confirm the extent of the threat he poses to my people before deciding what actions to take. In any case, if an enemy is a threat to us, then we can't just let it go. Augustus nodded. Kill the new Zerg Lord and eliminate the threat forever when he is still weak. Kerrigan could still hear the unspeakable screams from time to time. But now that had no effect on her. But at what cost? How many more warriors must we sacrifice for this? Let my Dark Templars secretly eliminate this threat. Since we can kill the Cerebrate, the same can be done for this new monster. Cyrodiil gave his own solution. Even the Dark Templar may not be his opponent. The transformed Gabriel Tosh is not the Zerg that has no ability to protect itself like the Cerebrate. Tassadar said. You said that this monster hates the Terran Federation? Raynor suddenly remembered something. Then, there is no need for us to make enemies with him. We can just let him deal with the Terran Federation fleet. We must see him with our own eyes to confirm whether he is a cold-blooded alien insect or a poor man who still retains a trace of humanity. Tassadar said. It's time to return to Ire. Our worries are not limited to this. He said, the Zerg Overlord has left Char's nest. And no one knows where it is now. The only thing we know is that Ire is suffering from more and more attacks by the Zerg. Before that, we must stay in Char. If this is indeed a formidable opponent, then we must all remain vigilant in the years to come. In human terms, Tassadar's subtext is to test the quality of this Gabriel Tosh. If Tosh is indeed very powerful, then bring enough people next time. And if Tosh is vulnerable, then you can just kill him directly to eliminate future troubles. I have no objection. Augusta said, during this time, you have been helping us retake our homes occupied by the Zerg and rescue refugees. Now, it's our turn to help you. Even if you are likely to be accused and arrested by the Supreme Council, will you return to Ire? In the past 6 months, Augustus's revolutionary army has traveled to many marginal worlds of the Terran Federation and established enough prestige there. And the planets in the hands of the revolutionary army have also begun to flourish. The Federation army is in a state of decay, and the revival of the Terrans can only be achieved in the hands of the revolutionary army. I cannot express my gratitude enough. The Zerg are about to destroy our sacred homeland. I cannot imagine that the Supreme Council is still thinking about dealing with the sons of Ire, who have returned to their homeland without hesitation. Tassadar did not quite believe what Augusta said. He thought that the Supreme Council would not be so foolish. They have sent the new executor and arbitrator to arrest you from afar. Why do you still have illusions about the Supreme Council? Cyrodiil pointed this out sharply. If that's the case, Tassadar said sadly, then we will have to start a brutal civil war with our people when we return to Ire. Fracture among our own people? I can't believe it. You can't help but believe it. Tassadar. Reno shrugged and said, if the federal parliament of the Terran Federation is willing to sit down and talk things out, the revolutionary army won't have to fight them in the hail of bullets. Notify everyone that the entire fleet will leave Mars Sera for Char in 2 standard Earth days. Augustus nodded in agreement and said, after this, Agria will be responsible for delivering supplies to Mars Sera. At this time, the commander of a fire bat team that was clearing infected people in the mine came over and handed Augustus a quadrangular crystal that was rediscovered in the mine. This crystal, which was scorched hot by the plasma flame, emitted a golden light in the sun. It has another name. Phantom Gold. Chapter 358 The Will of the Swarm. Evolution. Complete. Gabriel Tosh, a former member of the Hedge Voodoo cult and the new Lord of the Swarm, used his strangely twisted palms to tear the tough and elastic skin of the cocoon, and his strong and powerful legs kicked the hardened exoskeleton outside the cocoon. Human organisms, primitive minds, remove the dross and make good use of it. Tosh used the claws extending from the end of his fingers to tear open the skin of the cocoon without much effort. Just like a sharp pair of scissors cutting white paper, he tore open the cocoon and took his first breath of fresh air in the soft and warm evolution chamber of the Char hive. Independent thinking. The will of the hive. Both. The cocoon broke apart like a cracked skateboard or eggshell, breaking into several pieces. With a beast-like roar, Tosh shook off the sticky green slime on his body, revealing his gray-green skin and back covered with a layer of chitinous carapace. Additional pairs of spikes extended from Tosh's back, shaped like a giant spider, and the end of each spike on the back secreted sticky yellow venom, like the venom glands of a venomous snake. Lack of wings. Unexpected. I can't understand it. Keep researching. The skin color is greener. Puzzling. Get lost. Tosh felt unprecedented power, as if he could tear the Goliath-armed robots of the Terran Federation to pieces at will, and tear apart all those arrogant soldiers. And this power was definitely not something his thin and weak body could have. When Tosh opened his eyes, which were glowing with a yellowish light. He saw for the first time the green monster that had buried its body in the cavity of the evolution pit. This monster was as huge as the hydralisks that had appeared on the planet Hygie. Its swollen head was covered with glowing bubbles, squirming and emitting green fluorescence. Although its huge head was almost disproportionate to its body, its face was almost flat, with an ugly and distorted face and at least 4 terrifying insect eyes. It had many short arms, some of which looked even too short. Among them, a pair was thicker, and its fingers were as flexible as those of humans, capable of performing a variety of complex movements such as grasping. "Get away, you monster," Tosh emphasized again. He was surprised to find that he did not speak, but directly expressed what he wanted to say to the monster in front of him through psychic power. Tosh knew the name of this monster. It was one of the earliest creatures created by the Overmind, and the master of evolution Abathur, who was in charge of the evolution of the Zerg. In the Zerg, having a name represents the strength and qualifications of this alien Zerg. Zerg, supreme. Abathur clasped his hands together, like a patient butler. Its mental language contained undisguised contempt in response to Tosh's contempt for the Zerg. Ahem. Tosh spat out a ball of sticky green liquid from his swollen throat. As soon as the liquid fell on the squirming flesh-colored wall, it made a burning hissing sound, causing the flesh under his feet to contract and spasm painfully. Looking closely, Tosh found himself in the body of a huge Zerg creature, or in the main nest located underground. The dim chamber was squirming, and the huge worm intestines were hanging on the walls of the chamber. The air inside was moist and sticky, filled with the fragrance of decay. Tosh spat out the last puddle of phlegm in his throat, and his yellow eyes scanned everything around him. After a moment of silence, Tosh stopped roaring and focused on his reborn body. Each of his fingers and elbow joints had sharp bone spikes growing at the end, each of which was a long knife that could cut through hair. Tosh felt that he could tear the green glowing creature in front of him at will, and bite his throat with his teeth. "You made me like this?" Tosh looked at the master of evolution, Abathur, and stretched out his arms and sharp fingers, as if he wanted to strangle the alien insect in front of him. Organic Abathur. Complete the process. Creation, evolution, perfection. Abathur crawled in front of Tosh and stretched out his forelimbs to touch him, but was immediately and roughly separated. "Don't touch me, you slimy slug." Tosh stepped back and found that not only did he not feel disgusted by the slimy inner wall of the chamber, but he also found the air here intoxicating and warm. Suddenly, Tosh grabbed his neck hard. Even his long claws were deeply embedded in the flesh. He was surprised to find that he had grabbed the pendant left by his grandmother, a sacred object from the goddess of death, Manon, a doll that was said to bring curses to the enemy. A flash of sadness filled Tosh's heart, reminding him that his grandmother had left him. The high-ranking witch who believed in the goddess of death died in the psychic storm that Tosh released due to loss of control, and then was torn to pieces by the Zerg. The Terran Federation was the culprit. Not only did they not lend a hand to the people they swore to protect, but they also prevented the people in the Hygie slums from escaping and left them to the Zerg. "Tosh, the brainworm, is not perfect," Abathur responded. "I'm going to kill you, and I'll crush you like a quacking duck." Tosh stretched out the multiple pairs of sharp appendages on his back, and the new bone blades clacked like sharp knives being sharpened. "Abathur, the organic one, is the strongest." The green Zerg Abathur raised his upper body like a cobra, waving his multiple pairs of forelimbs to show his strength. In any case, Tosh may have seen the body movements of the underground boxers in the Hygie slums and Abathur. "Abathur, unique. I will tear you apart." Tosh was immersed in hatred for the Terran Federation, and his heart could no longer accommodate anything more. "Stop, newborn brainworm." At this time, a new voice appeared in Tosh's mind. A strange, sharp voice. "Why? Why should I obey your orders?" Tosh knew who the voice came from in an instant. The brainworm of the Gam Swarm, the Lord of the Swarm, Sass. After learning the name of his tribe by the Revolutionary Army, Sass readily accepted the name, and regarded it as a manifestation of human fear and respect for him. The brainworm Sass was in the corner of the chamber, its worm-like body exuding a silvery white luster, which made this fleshy creature seem crystal clear. Beside it were 2 brainworms that were almost identical to it, but one of them obviously had more tender skin. "You have won the grace of the Master, which is above every brainworm. But you are just a servant," Sass taught Tosh unceremoniously. "You're right. Tosh put down his extended claws and dorsal appendages, and stopped staring at Abathur maliciously. But you are not the Overmind. You are just a brainworm. Anger. It doesn't matter. Seeing that Tosh was no longer attacking, Abathur also put down his multiple pairs of appendages. In the months that Tosh was brought to Char by the Zerg for transformation, he had been sealed in an airtight cocoon, relying on the nutrient solution medium that filled the cocoon for survival. In the process of his body being broken down and reorganized, Tosh's mind was also distorted and changed by the Zerg. From the moment he emerged from his cocoon and let out his first scream as if he had been reborn, Tosh had already accepted his new identity and knew that the Overlord, the supreme ruler of the Zerg, was his creator. He was a new perfect creature created by the Overlord, and he would rule the Zerg until a certain supreme mission was accomplished. The significance of Tosh's birth was to ensure the eternal survival of the Zerg. As a creature that the Overlord had high hopes for, Tosh had a status in the Zerg equivalent to that of a Cerebrate, and had his own tribe. Not only that, Tosh is also an individual favored by the Overlord, which makes his status slightly superior to other brainworms. But an old brainworm, like Sass, will not obey Tosh's orders. It is also a Zerg individual with a unique personality. I'm just a brainworm. Sass agreed with Tosh's words and stopped talking. Its purpose is just to stop the dispute between Tosh and Abathur. Brainworms are thinking Zergs. They also have emotions, but they will not fight each other. At least not yet. Where is the Overlord? Tosh was moving around in the squirming chamber at this moment, stretching his limbs, feeling the terrible power contained in his new body. The great Zerg that created me. The indisputable Overlord of the Zerg. The existence like a father and a mother. My noble father. In the past, Tosh, who was born in the slums of Hygie, would not have been able to say such words. But in the process of being transformed, the vocabulary in Tosh's brain has also been expanded, which is probably from the human brain tissue absorbed by the Zerg. But it is also possible that a brainworm heard it while watching the human UNN channel. From the news program host's latest report on the human Zerg war while munching on larvae. The Terran Federation army never thought that the enemy was listening to human programs. So it once reported in detail the battle plan against the Zerg main nest on the planet Mephizius in order to inspire the public, which then turned into a terrible disaster. The Overmind has descended on the Protoss home planet Ire. Another brainworm raised its head, with sharp mouthparts, and said in a proud tone. Tosh knew his name clearly. Brainworm Carlos. The leader of the Carlos tribe. The swarm army will destroy the home of the Protoss. Crush their pride and everything. Brainworm Carlos is a brainworm that is good at driving infected alien creatures to fight. It is best at transforming the strongest warriors, and even generals of the enemy to serve itself. Carlos is one of the brainworms that knows humans best. And this understanding is by no means as simple as staying on the surface. The Zerg will soon be eternal, and our great immortal mission will be completed. Once the Protoss is conquered, humans will be vulnerable, and they will perish like all the races we have encountered. That is to say, the Overmind is not here. Tosh used his vocal organs to spit out strange bites for the first time. He stood up and realized that he had become as burly as an adult man. He was so strong, and his psychic power was far greater than before. Tosh was always eager for revenge, and he couldn't wait to tear the Terran Federation army into pieces. The Overmind is not here. A young and immature brainworm responded through the unique mind link between the Zerg. It was an unnamed newborn brainworm, almost as young as Tosh was as a member of the Zerg, and a brainworm created by the Overmind after it came to Char. In Char's hive, it can be said that any brainworm pulled out has a higher status than this newborn unnamed brainworm. Even among the latest batch of brainworms, it is also the youngest one. This lowly and inexperienced brainworm has little influence. It even learned how to command its own tribe only before the Master left Char. The Master gave Char to us. Our mission is to protect your cocoon until you break out of it. The new nameless brainworm said so. Thank you. Tosh said, the first thing I learned during my time in the Hygie slums is that if others respect me 1 foot, I will return them 10 feet. Thank you received. Abathur, who had been silent for a long time, naturally thought that he was also the object of thanks. Organic Tosh has defects and must be improved. Throw it into the splitting pool. Let me take a look. Stay away from me. Tosh took a few steps back, but did not choose to force Abathur to surrender by force. Abathur, who was fearless, finally caught Tosh, pointed at his body parts with his strongest forelimbs, and reached into his hair, which was similar to insect limbs. to stroke something, until the other party roared with dissatisfaction due to impatience. Gentle, you bastard, Tosh complained. I'm not your test subject. Abathur's actions were not gentle at all. And he even cut Tosh's skin with his sharp claws. Although the cut skin on Tosh's body healed quickly, he still felt real pain. Just as Tosh was getting more and more impatient with Abathur, a burst of surprised psychic energy suddenly came from the brain worm. Invader! Screamed the brainworm Sass. Templars and humans. The newborn brainworm added. I suggest a diversionary tactic. Carlos, who is good at learning human tactics, firmly pointed this out, looking around for a way out. It then spat out a shocking fact. There are too many brainworms here. Once we are killed by the enemy, the Char swarm will collapse. Where are they? And how far are they from us? The spikes on Tosh's back stood up. On the planet. Satha's mind language said sharply and loudly. But my tribe has discovered them. Human Revolutionary Army. I will never forget their smell. They are coming. And Augustus Minsk must be coming too. It screamed. A large number of Zerglings and Hydralisks rushed here from a wriggling passage outside the chamber. Each of them was extremely large, with bright red skin. Fierce and fast. I am here. Tosh realized that this was a strong enemy, and immediately said to the brainworms, I will cover the rear. Tosh is different from the brainworms. He has the strong body of a warrior and the wisdom of a leader. However, the brainworms that command billions of insect swarms lack the ability to protect themselves. Altruism is admirable. Abathur used a pair of appendages on his chest to draw something. The swarm. Not necessary. The swarm wins by numbers. Chapter 359 True Dragon Rider. The anger of the brainworms exploded in the psychic connection of the entire Char swarm. Like a nuclear explosion. The billions of alien Zerg in the Char hive huddled together, waving their claws frantically and rushing out of the cave. The passages and towering spires in the organic buildings of the hive quickly filled the ground, and sky of Char dyed red by the hot lava. The swarm sensed the invasion of the enemy, and smelled the threat in the scorching wind. Protoss. Human Revolutionary Army. Where are they? Tosh walked out of the main nest's soft organic tissue exit. And a large number of screaming springtails and hydralisks climbed the tunnels and spines and poured out from both sides of him. Even if the clumsy brainworms were still in the deepest part of the main nest, Tosh could hear their voices through the special mental connection between brainworms. As far as the eye could see, the Crimson Plains, Rift Valleys, and volcanic mountains of Char were all densely populated by alien insects. And countless screaming king insects, dragons, swarm guardians, and swarm devourers were hovering in the sky. The undulating sea of insects stretched across the crimson horizon of Char. Their chitinous carapaces shone brightly in the sun. And the moving swarms of insects looked like undulating waves. The heat waves that used to burn a person no longer brought ashes and sharp gravel, but swarms of insects that blocked out the sun and the sky. They disappeared as soon as they appeared. The voice of Sass entered Tosh's mind. The voice of this brainworm was like a sharp axe shaving wood. But the invaders must still be here. They must be. I can smell their scent, which is sweet flesh and blood. My people will rejoice in the blood of the enemy. The enemies that have reached the surface of Char are only a small part, and more enemies are staying in the orbit of Char. The brainworm of the Leviathan swarm said, My race will destroy the enemy fleet. For the Overlord. Find the enemies on Char. Sass said, The newly born brainworms will assist you. And its race is ready to go. Don't give me orders. You are not qualified. Tosh responded to Sass's request without any hesitation, which made the latter angry and dissatisfied. If you ignore a Cerebrate's warning, you will pay the price. Sass warned Tosh, You must be careful. Otherwise the swarm will be destroyed because of you. I will go to find those invaders. But it is not because of your order. Tosh said this, and found the youngest one among the many Cerebrates in Char's mind link. Except for the newborn Cerebrate with little influence. The rest are older and very prestigious individuals. Each of these powerful brainworms has a powerful clan. But Tosh cannot command them for the time being. Only this young brainworm obeys his orders. From a human perspective, Tosh can be regarded as a general commanding an army. But he is not yet a marshal. Tosh cannot command other brainworms unless the Overlord orders them to obey his orders. The Overlord is currently in Air, which is extremely far away from Char. Even the Overlord's psychic power cannot monitor Char so far away and control every brainworm under it. In the communication with other brainworms, Tosh got some advice, while others just watched coldly. The Zerg evolution master Avathur and infection expert Carlos he had met before had disappeared without a trace. The Overmind, the creator of all Zerg, and its oldest and most powerful brainworm Dagos were not in Char. And even Sass could not command all the brainworms. Brainworms are loyal to the Overmind, not to any other Zerg. Brainworm. Tosh sensed respect from the young brainworm. A newborn brainworm without a name dared not disobey a powerful brainworm with a name. All the Cerebrates knew that Tosh was favored by the Overmind. Even when he was still a human. I need you to send a hive army to follow me, Tosh said to the young Cerebrate. Glad to serve. The Cerebrate accepted Tosh's order with pleasure, and waited patiently for the other party's next order. A part of the alien Zerg with bright purple shells broke away from the moving Zerg swarm. They were similar in color to the Jormungandr swarm, but the purple on their shells was much lighter. While Tosh was silent, the brainworm conveyed a doubtful thought, as if the new swarm master had not yet made up his mind what to do. He just looked at the spreading swarm and the undulating terrain of Char, and was still thinking about how to find the enemies who had infiltrated Char before being transformed into those appearances. Tosh was just a teenager in the hedgy slums. His understanding of everything remained in the poor and chaotic slums. The small family, the teachings of his grandmother, and the belief in voodoo. Even though his innate psychic powers made Tosh's mind mature prematurely like a young man, giving him some qualities that his grandmother called leadership qualities. His combat experience was limited to slum fights and gang infighting. Tosh knelt on one knee on the sun-scorched ground and grabbed a handful of hot ashes from it. Why are they here? Tosh stroked the doll on his chest. If it's not because the enemy is too stupid, then there is another purpose. My grandmother said that what is destined is called fate. Tosh said, sometimes. A hunter chasing a hedge wolf will cut his own arm so that the prey thinks it has an opportunity. Where are those cunning little mice? His yellow eyes are filled with golden light, and the cold cruelty brought by the Zerg transformation is affecting him. A thing called humanity is far away from Tosh now, and he is no longer the person he used to be. I will use my claws to nail the tails of these rats to the ground, then peel off their skins and offer them to the Overmind and Manayan. As long as the invaders stay here, I will find them. As Tosh muttered to himself, a Zergling suddenly crawled to his feet and used the horns on its head to touch his calf. Tosh touched the head of the little monster and found it a little cute. Just like the stray dogs in the slums, who would bark for a little rat meat ration. But the Zergling probably walked away. Not to please Tosh, but just bumped into him accidentally. This Zergling was no different from almost identical others in the swarm. And its brain, excited and manic by hormones, did not have many independent thoughts. The swarm is composed of a large number of low-level members, who only obey the orders of the brain worm and the master. They do not have independent thoughts, because these alien Zerg were created to unconditionally obey the orders of the higher alien Zerg. Apart from the Overmind and the Cerebrate, a Zerg with independent abilities is quite rare. Thousands of members will fight for Tosh's orders without hesitation. When Tosh tried to establish a telepathic link with the Zerg, he almost immediately controlled them, and could make these terrifying Zerg move forward or backward with just a thought, and also gain their visual and auditory perception. My swarm. Move. Find and destroy those invaders. Tosh eagerly took control of the Zerg from the newborn Cerebrates and ordered them to search for possible invaders. The Zerg of Char were searching for invaders, and Tosh had no unique means to force the enemy to show up. They might be hiding in a desolate crater, or they might have left Char long ago, fooling the Cerebrates. But once a group of Cerebrates discovered an invader, Tosh would rush there and tear the enemy to pieces with his own hands. Tosh looked up at the sky and summoned a roaring dragon from above. This dragon-like creature landed beside Tosh with a roar, and showed Tosh its back covered with sharp thorns in a humble and docile manner. This dragon was a huge creature with dark yellow skin, many times the size of an ordinary dragon, and its wingspan could almost cover the sky. This was an elite individual from the dragon clan, Kukulkan dragon, the most powerful and deadly individual in a dragon spire. Then, after a brief, thought-provoking contemplation, Tosh took 2 steps forward, climbed onto the sharp spine of the dragon, and then sat down on its raised neck. If it were an ordinary person, these sharp, dagger-like spikes would be enough to pierce his buttocks. But Tosh was unusual after all. His buttocks were covered with a layer of chitinous carapace that was much harder than human steel armor, which could completely ignore the spikes on the dragon's back, although no Zerg had ever tried to do so before. With his own ingenuity, Tosh actually rode on the back of a dragon and flew into the air, as the dragon flapped its wings. This is a huge dragon with forked membrane wings. It took off on the rising heat, and cast a huge shadow on the rolling ash layer. What are you doing? A brain worm should stay in the hive, and be protected by the strongest members of the tribe. Otherwise the assassins of the Protoss will kill you. This is a lesson learned in the battle with the Protoss. The brainworm Sass also heard the mental language that Tosh transmitted to Char, and could not help but roar in Tosh's mind with shock and anger. I'm not one of those useless fat bugs of yours. Tosh mocked Sass. I can strangle you to death with just one hand. That's why the Overmind created me. I'm smarter and stronger than you. I'm not a weak child or a bug without the ability to protect itself. When Tosh wanted to continue, the bone-chilling coldness pierced his chest. A bright green psychic blade with some kind of smoke on its surface came from the void and pierced Tosh's heart. With the agility and speed brought by his body transformation, Tosh dodged this fatal attack. But the cold psychic blade immediately pierced the dragon he was riding, causing this hateful aerial monster to let out a sharp hiss. The dragon suddenly rose to a higher altitude, but did not dare to throw Tosh and the enemy on its back down. A man wearing a long dark purple veil was now in front of Tosh. He stood firmly on the dragon's back and took an offensive posture. Master of the Dark Templar. The knowledge gained during the transformation process told Tosh that the Protoss warrior in front of him was extremely threatening to the brain worm. Zeratul. This name impressed the swarm, because this dark archon had killed 2 brain worms, and his reputation made the brain worms tremble. I am Zeratul, the High Archon of the Dark Templars. Gabriel Tosh. You were once a selfless and noble creature, but the darkness of the swarm deeply twisted your heart. Zeratul's torch-like eyes stared at Tosh. The turbulence and howling wind during the flight of the dragon could not shake him at all. I failed to prevent the misfortune, but perhaps it was part of the prophecy. You are part of the climax, the ups and downs of the movement, and everything you experience is destined. The ancient faith has ended, and the new spirit and body will be reorganized. He said, you must show your way, and your fate is tied to reincarnation. Fate? Tosh may get along well with Zeratul. His grandmother used to talk about fate, faith and reincarnation. Tosh was born a powerful psychic. He could see through everyone's thoughts, but he still doubted the destiny his grandmother had spoken of. Destiny, Zeratul said hoarsely. At the end of this sentence, he stabbed the dragon's neck with a fatal blow at lightning speed. The cold psychic blade almost cut out the monster's blood vessels. This blow completely killed the giant monster in the sky, causing it to fall straight to the ground. Zeratul retreated after one blow, and disappeared without a trace with a ball of darkness that disappeared with the wind. The mutalisk fell straight down into a layer of gray-white ash, raising a cloud of smoke. Even though it fell from the sky, the monster covered with a hard shell did not fall apart, but it was quickly dissolved by its own blood, which turned into strong acid after death. Tosh seemed to be completely uninjured by the fall from hundreds of feet in the air. He stood up from the self-dissolving mutalisk corpse in a rage, roaring, "Cowardly coward! Zeratul, are these the only dirty tricks you can use?" The dragon landed in the middle of the sea of insects, and tens of thousands of insects surrounded it immediately, with countless yellow eyes staring at Zeratul in the center. You are right. Zeratul appeared again in the shadows, unfolding his green psychic blade and making an elegant gesture towards Tosh. We should have a fight. Very good. According to Heji's rules, only the winner deserves to live. Tosh accepted the challenge, and he was full of confidence in his new body that had been transformed. He shooed away the Zerg that wanted to attack. This is a one-on-one fight. Zeratul did not respond. He just looked around twice, as if shaking his head gently. The High Templar in blue and gold armor emerged from the shadows, silently ignited his blue and green psychic blades, and pointed them directly at Tosh. In his hands, one was the blazing High Templar blade, and the other was the icy Dark Templar Master blade. Then appeared a red-haired ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan in a blue and white ghost combat uniform. She shook her fiery red ponytail when she emerged from the stealth posture, Nunu's sexy red lips, and held the A-10 rifle horizontally at Tosh. I don't know why. Augustus told me that I should thank you very much. She blinked. Thank you. For this, I will give you a nuclear explosion. Chapter 360, No Martial Ethics. Facing the sudden enemy, Gabriel Tosh stood with his head held high, stretching out the multiple pairs of sickle-shaped, curved appendages behind him, with the sharp ends dripping with toxic, sticky, acidic mucus. He was located at the edge of the Char Obsidian Plain, on a relatively stable continental shelf plate, with the obsidian-covered ground shining like glass. Not far away, a volcano was spewing thick smoke, and volcanic ash fell like snowflakes. This place is adjacent to the largest moving lava lake in the area. The scorching air can easily burn human organs, but Tosh and his enemies are able to keep a close eye on each other without being affected by the harsh environment. In Tosh's view, Zyrtl and Tassadar are undoubtedly opponents worthy of vigilance. But the red-haired woman in front of him also brings him a huge sense of threat. This is definitely the most powerful human psyker the Zerg has ever seen. Kerrigan's psyker potential is far superior to Tosh's in the past. Behind Tosh, numerous Zerglings, Hydralisks, and Ultralisks were swarming from all directions, surrounding Tassadar and his men. There were so many of them that the swarm formed an impenetrable wall with their bodies alone. Each Zerg looked hideous, with rows of spikes on their hard chitinous shells. They made threatening low whimpers, like the sound of mosquitoes flying over the fields in summer. 3-1. Tosh's voice was much rougher than when he was still a human. This is fair. Otherwise it would just be a one-sided massacre. That may not be the case. Zyrtl's voice was much more vicissitudes and magnetic in comparison. How did you find this place? Tosh looked at the enemies in front of him and said with a confident attitude, "Your screams once resounded through the universe, and your thoughts shone in my eyes like light shining through the darkness." Zyrtl said with the calmness of a master, "As long as they look patiently, the Dark Templar will find their target. But you actually only found the approximate location, so you still need to confirm it by looking for it yourself." Tosh let out a strange laugh from his throat. Gabriel Tosh, who was called the Prince of Blades and the Overlord's pet servant by the Zerg, had an extremely strong body. Abathur's transformation of Tosh made his characteristics as a male creature more obvious. Prince of Blades Tosh had an exaggeratedly large body, taller than a hunter and a human fire bat soldier. Tosh had strong legs that combined genes from multiple creatures and arms that were strong enough to tear apart a power armor. His soft skin that originally belonged to humans had turned into a green hard skin covered with a shell, making him look like a monster with a green face and fangs. The black dreadlocks that Tosh had originally braided behind his head also changed in Abathur's hands, turning into hard spikes with joints, like the appendages of arthropods. This spiky hair became very dense, piled on his shoulders with long spikes like the mane of a lion. He was more like a humanoid lion with green skin, with extremely developed muscles covered with insect exoskeletons and hard skin, which tightly protected every part of his body. Even the fragile crotch had a shell that was much harder than the armor of an arc tank. After becoming a Zerg, Tosh no longer needed to wear human clothes. His shells were his clothes, and the Zerg's gene pool was his wardrobe. When Tosh grinned and spoke, Kerrigan and others across from him could see his terrible fangs. "We came to Char to see with our own eyes what kind of monster the Overmind had turned the child it had taken from Hegi into." The telepathic language of the silent executor Tassadar made some of the Zerglings in the front roar unconsciously. This was the way these little monsters felt when they felt a huge threat. When you were still a human, we tried at all costs to save you from the clutches of the Zerg. But now that you have become a Zerg, we have no choice but to kill you with the same determination. After a long voyage, the combined fleet of the Human Revolutionary Army and the Protoss Executor arrived at Char. They came for Tosh. If Tosh is considered worthy of saving, then Augustus will take him away. If Tosh is beyond salvation, Tassadar and Zyrtl will work together to kill him. However, Augustus did not know whether Tosh would be resurrected by the Overmind like other Cerebrates after his death if the Overmind was still alive. If ordinary weapons were really useful, then the nuclear bomb that Augustus launched into the wormhole earlier should have killed the cocoon that was wrapped around Tosh. The best strategy is for Zyrtl and Tassadar to use the void psionic power to kill Tosh to prevent him from being reborn again after death. The key to the problem is that Tassadar and Zyrtl may not be Tosh's opponents. Compared to the Blade Queen Kerrigan in Augustus' memory, Tosh is undoubtedly a more aggressive male. Relatively speaking, Tosh's psychic power is not as strong as the Blade Queen's, but he has been transformed into a more ferocious monster. Tosh does not have the sharp thorny wings like the Blade Queen Kerrigan, but instead has more pairs of sickle-like appendages like the Zerglings. He is very terrifying, almost like a scourge created to tear the enemy apart with his hands. "I don't need your rescue." Tosh widened his pearly yellow eyes, with a fierce look in his eyes. He is no longer a human being, and no longer thinks from a human perspective. Tosh is a half-human, half-insect monster created by the Overmind. His mind has long been distorted, becoming extremely cold and ruthless. At the same time, some of his excellent qualities as a human being that are beneficial to the Zerg have also been preserved, such as his wisdom and tenacity. I am Gabriel Tosh. I am the Blade Prince of the Zerg. Tosh roared with an ear-vibrating roar, and the surrounding insect swarms immediately surged up in layers. Zeratul ran up to meet Tosh, who jumped high and swung a gorgeous arc in front of his chest. They fought with speed and agility far beyond that of humans, constantly changing movements and positions. The movements of the Dark Master were simple and direct, but contained the elegance of cats. The power of the void spread like a cold wave, and Zeratul danced on the shadow. In comparison, Tosh was like a lion pouncing on his prey. All his fighting skills came from the killing skills of wild beasts, without any aesthetic feeling. But even Zeratul didn't want to be scratched by these long and sharp claws. If Tosh's current opponent was not a Protoss like Zeratul, this would have turned into a close-quarter fight without much interest, until one side bit the other's throat or hammered it into a meat paste. While Zeratul and Tosh were fighting, groups of Zerg had already surged up, hissing and eagerly pouncing on their prey, just like hungry hyenas pouncing on carrion. There were tens of thousands of Zerg around, and they kept coming, hungry for the blood of their enemies, under the command of their master. "Oh, you bitch!" Kerrigan cursed while aiming at Tosh and firing. But Zeratul and Tosh's bodies often overlapped, making it difficult for her to aim. Kerrigan drew the dagger on her hip, and prepared to join the fight between Zeratul and Tosh, looking for an opportunity to kill with one strike. But intervening in their fight was not a wise choice. Kerrigan did not think she would be a match for the humanoid behemoth Tosh in close combat. Tassadar floated into the air in a burst of psychic energy, with crackling blue arcs at his hands. An energy storm called a psychic storm by the Templars was forming. But Tassadar can do more than that. In his other hand, there is a green energy ball shining with arcs, which is a violent display of pure void energy. In the golden age of the Protoss Empire, the ancestors of the Dark Templar were unable to control this energy and released multiple storms that swept across Ire, destroying a large number of forests, causing an uproar in the Protoss Empire and the Supreme Council at that time. When the Zerg rushed towards them in groups, Tassadar combined the two energies. When these two repelling psychic energies merged, the light released suddenly almost turned the whole world white. The spreading psychic shock wave fell between a large group of frenzied Zerglings and Hydralisks, and the exploding energy destroyed them with great force and set these screaming monsters on fire. In the blink of an eye, large areas of empty space were cleared in the insect tide. When the pure blue psychic energy produced by the high-level Templar under the control of Kara combined with the green void energy, it would trigger a terrible power far beyond the two of them. Currently, only Tassadar can use these two powers at the same time, and other Protoss are very secretive about this. Only Kala followers have the opportunity to master these two powers at the same time. But few Templars are willing to try, and few Protoss have the talent of Tassadar. Tassadar followed suit and wiped out large numbers of Zerg with terrifying psychic power. People think that the Protoss are an extremely advanced civilization with advanced technology, but they often ignore the magical and brilliant psychic power of these aliens. Kerrigan witnessed all this, and she also tried to condense a ball of energy at her fingertips, but only produced a small electric spark. As the most powerful psychic in human history, Kerrigan is fully capable of releasing substantial psychic energy attacks like the Protoss, but her power is far less than the former. There are some special individuals among the new generation of human psychics who can even manipulate fire, and their eyes are really as fast as lightning, and everything they touch will burn. Why can't I release crackling flames like you? Kerrigan asked Tassadar, while sheathing her dagger and raising her C-10 canister rifle to kill the Zerg that escaped Tassadar's psychic storm. Neither Zeratul nor I deny that you have such a talent. With time and practice, you can master this power, Tassadar said, throwing another lightning bolt emitting dangerous arc light into the Zerg swarm. Tassadar was originally the strongest among the Templars, and now his psychic power has long surpassed those Templar masters who once taught him. The battle between Zeratul and Tosh has entered a fierce state. Zeratul cut off several of Tosh's appendages from his back, and Zeratul's robe was also damaged in many places. You are no match for me. If you want to defeat me, you must have a huge army. Tosh tried to grab the agile Zeratul and tear him into pieces, while speaking in a strange and difficult to understand Haiji accent. Even without a huge army, we can kill you. Zeratul narrowly avoided the claws that Tosh swung at him. Zeratul's fighting skills have long been perfected. But Tosh is a much more terrifying enemy than the Ultralisk. His strength is enough to crush Zeratul's head or tear his shoulders apart. It is difficult to say who has the greater advantage in the battle between Zeratul and Tosh. But the new Tosh seems to be tireless. At the same time, some alien insects with lavender shells appeared in the distance. They climbed over the charred corpses of their own kind and rushed here cautiously and orderly. These Zerg were different from those that had just been burned to ashes by Tassadar. They were obviously individuals that had recently hatched from eggs. They were not obviously different from the Zerg that first arrived at Char. They had more efficient organs and metabolic and secretory systems that were highly adapted to the extreme environment of this lava planet. The crowns on the heads of the Springtails and Hydralisks were no longer as bright as those of other Zerg, but were a plain earthy gray. Their heads had carved horns, which made them different from all the hive strains that humans and Protoss had seen in the past. They may not be Tosh's group, because Tosh, who was born not long ago, obviously has not had time to build his own hive. This must be a new hive that has not yet been named. And the brainworm of its group is also a new individual that has never been seen before. The combat method of each hive is related to its brainworm. For example, the Jormungandr swarm always appears in groups, while the Surtur group is a deadly hunter. This new hive that appeared around Tosh showed amazing intelligence. It must be the brainworm of this group that is personally controlling them. If we stay here, the bugs will soon overwhelm this place. Kerrigan said. Augustus's view is to fight quickly and retreat after one strike. Tassadar made a gesture of approval to Kerrigan, and then joined the fight between Zeratul and Tosh. They blocked Tosh tacitly, and forced each other into danger by stabbing with psychic blades. The most outstanding warriors of the Templar and Dark Templar worked together to kill the enemy. Tosh's wounds became more and more. But they could not hurt him, but only made the monster more ferocious. It's not easy for me to deal with so many Zerg. Kerrigan looked at the new Zerg swarm approaching around him, turned on the low-frequency laser on the C-10 rifle used to locate the nuclear fusion strike, and aimed at Tosh, who was being held by Tassadar and Zeratul. The red laser also forced Tosh to blink. At the same time, Kerrigan was still communicating with Augustus through the communication channel beside his ear. The red dot is right under our feet. But the Protoss will warp us out before the nuclear explosion. Chapter 361 Nameless Brain Worm. Psychic energy links the Nameless Brain Worm deep in the Obsidian Plains hive with all its clan members. All clan Zerg are the outward extension of the Brain Worm, and their eyes are the eyes and ears of the Zerg Lord. The dragons hovered in the sky of Char, where the hot air was rising. The strong hot wind only made these newly born Zerg feel comfortable. Their multiple pairs of scarlet eyes stared at the battlefield below, where, in the center of countless Zerg swarms, the Blade Prince Gabriel Tosh was engaged in a bloody fight with the High Templar Tassadar and the Dark Archbishop Zeratul. The blue, green and purple psionic chains and arcs brought a psionic storm that made the lower Zerg swarms roar endlessly. The newly born Nameless Brain Worm is hiding in the warm and moist dark depths of the main nest, surrounded by walls made of smooth organic tissue. The organic wall is wriggling like the body of a giant creature, constantly secreting sticky mucus. In the depths of the nest, huge alien creatures and snake-like monsters guard the nest tirelessly, because this is their mission from birth to death. Brain worms are one of the first creations of the Great Master. They are the embodiment of the will of the swarm, and the embodiment of the immortality of the race. The nameless brain worm watched the battle below through the eyes of the dragon, and the king worm with doubt and vigilance, thinking about what strategy to adopt to defeat the enemy of Prince Blade. As a brain worm, the nameless brain worm is too young. Although at birth, the Swarm Master taught the brainworm how to command a worker bee to transform into a huge hatchery, and then command the hatchery to transform into a more advanced insect nest and main nest with fatherly majesty. The brainworm also needs to learn the strategy of commanding the swarm from his brothers, and learn how to make his own tribe evolve continuously until the ultimate perfection that can never be reached. Compared with ancient brainworms like Dagos, Yak, Sass and Gog, which have powerful tribes, this newly born brainworm not only has fewer members, but also lacks actual combat experience. But even so, the newly born nameless brainworm is a natural leader of the swarm. The nameless brainworm has already proved the ability of its tribe in the mission of protecting Tosh's cocoon. It still needs to establish enough merits to be recognized by the Master until the Master gives it its own name according to its combat style. The nameless brainworm closely watched the battlefield through the psychic link between the tribe and the group. It ordered the dragons of its own tribe to block the entire space, while the sensitive springtails and hydralisks dispersed into small groups to approach the enemy through the holes in the underground caves. The huge thunder beasts were once the backbone of the Zerg swarm's offensive. They could withstand the terrible psychic storms of the Protoss, like moving mountains. However, the few thunder beasts in these tribes were just a bait for the nameless brainworm, just to buy time for the arrival of the tunnel worm and attract the attention of the enemy. The fewest and most cunning scorpion worms move forward in the poisonous fog that moves with the wind. Even the most powerful psychers among the Protoss and humans cannot ignore their venom and fangs. Once the tunnel worms break out of the ground, all enemies will be terrified. The swarm will tear through the enemy's defenses unstoppably and crush the weapons and warships that humans and Protoss are proud of into powder. This will be an easy victory. Several Protoss and humans go deep into the danger and try to assassinate the newborn Prince of Blades. They are destined to die here. However, both the Protoss and humans are insidious and cunning enemies, and they are not simple-minded low-level creatures. On Char, both humans and Protoss are at an absolute disadvantage, and the weak must either protect themselves through disguise and intimidation, or be good at calculation. The nameless brain worm does not think that the Protoss and humans are the kind of creatures that can only make simple plans. Their real goal may be hidden under the high-profile assassination of Tosh. There are only 3 enemies on Char, but they will not be limited to them. The nameless brainworm knows this very well. Underestimating the enemy has caused the Zerg to lose more than 2 brainworms, one of which is a named individual. The tribes of these dead brainworms were swallowed up by other tribes, and the clan's reputation no longer exists. As a brainworm without the ability to protect itself, the nameless brainworm must protect itself. After discovering that the power of the Protoss Dark Templar can completely kill the brainworm, no brainworm will be foolish enough to go to the front line with its own resurrection ability. When the nameless brainworm watched the battlefield outside through the eyes of the dragon, Tosh was overwhelmed by the joint attack of Tassadar and Cyrodiil. But he quickly adapted to the opponent's rhythm. Although Tosh's use of psychic power is still superficial, Amathur's transformation has also improved his psychic talent, making him an individual with powerful psychic power. Tosh gradually remembered his psychic power and used psychic pulses to attack. He imitated the psychic waves released by the Protoss to easily crush rocks and break spaceships. Taking advantage of the gap between Tassadar and Tosh's battle, the nameless brainworms began to sprint faster, and their minions were getting closer and closer to the enemy. The Zerg seemed to be able to smell the blood of the enemy, and they were eager to feast on it. The human female psyker attracted the attention of the nameless brainworm. Even as a human, her psionic power shone like a fire in the dark, even surpassing Gabriel Tosh, who was once a human. Her appearance was just a pleasant surprise. The hounds of the Overmind had been looking for this human female in the Copperless sector, but they obviously disappointed the great Overmind. When Ayr's beacon was exposed, the Overmind felt more and more urgent. He had to settle for the second best and chose a strong human male as his agent to seek a glimmer of hope for the continuation of the Zerg. This human female should have become the queen of the Zerg, and the Zerg might slowly evolve into a huge matriarchal clan. But if it was Tosh, the ending might be very different. Kill her! The nameless brainworm gave another order to its own group members, and it would feel cruel joy for the powerful human female to die on the spot. The members of the nameless brainworm's group rushed to the enemy one after another, and they were like a surging tide in the heat waves sweeping across the land of Char. But at a certain moment, the Protoss and the humans disappeared at the same time. Their smell disappeared, and the whole group felt a suppressed frenzy. In the side of a kingworm far away from the battlefield controlled by the nameless brainworm, a human tactical nuclear bomb fell from the sky. But it soon discovered that it was not just a nuclear bomb. It was a series of nuclear bombs arranged in a line with very close intervals, falling straight to the ground along the trajectory marked by the low-frequency laser, like the tip of a spear thrown by a god. These nuclear bombs were also marked with the letters of Antigua. They were obviously produced by the Antigua military industry, not those antiques obtained from the Terran Federation nuclear arsenal. It turns out that Carrefour, the origin of the Car Revolutionary Army, did not produce nuclear bombs. For a long time, they lacked the technology and facilities to manufacture nuclear bombs. However, as the Revolutionary Army seized the first Federal Science Station and Fusion Core, the Revolutionary Army also completed the design and manufacture of nuclear bombs. After their homes were destroyed by nuclear bombs, The Car people hated this weapon so much that they produced and stored a large number of nuclear weapons with a frenzy that was almost like revenge. They would fight to defend every inch of their homeland. Otherwise, they would let it be destroyed along with the enemy. At the same time, the leaders of the Coral Revolution also believe that this deterrent weapon is very important. And it is one of the few weapons that can clear a large number of Zerg. Although Marshal Augustus Mengsk always warned his subordinates that they could not rely on nuclear weapons. The number of nuclear bombs in the Antigal arsenal has reached enough to destroy 2 Tarsonis. The nuclear warheads that fell from the sky made a sharp hissing sound as they penetrated the air. The first nuclear bomb that exploded created a violent roar and a bright flash like daylight above the Zerg swarm, and then detonated the rest. The members of the tribe that the nameless brainworm perceived were wiped out in a brief pain. And fear immediately made it furious. The brainworm would not mourn for these dead members of the tribe, because that was their fate. Even so, in the perception of the nameless brainworm, the Blade Prince Gabriel Tosh, who was at the center of the nuclear explosion, was not dead. However, a shining white beam fell after the human nuclear bomb, like Thor's hammer, splitting 1/3 of the obsidian plane and melting the surface into lava. Then, another beam followed, each of which was enough to destroy the city of Casteeling. The main gun beams kept falling, shaking the already unstable main continental plate of Char, triggering a large-scale eruption of active volcanoes, as if the end of the world had come. The nameless brain worm shook its fat body in a very human way and shrank towards the main nest. Horrible bipedal creature. Immediately afterwards, in addition to being angry, the nameless brain worm could not help but complain that the Leviathan swarm had not been able to suppress the fleets of the Protoss and humans, and could allow them to bomb Char recklessly. But this is not the fault of the Leviathan Zerg. Most of the Zerg fleets have been deployed by the Overmind on Aiur. Once the Overmind takes Aiur, Char will be insignificant. Aiur will become the new home world of the Zerg, and the glorious Protoss Empire will become a thing of the past. The nameless brain worm does not care about Tosh's life or death, and it has no feelings for him. Under such firepower coverage, even a main nest will be destroyed in an instant, and Tosh's body is not strong enough to withstand it. However, Tosh will be resurrected in Aiur, where the Overmind is, in a short time. Apart from the void energy, even the power of tearing the planet apart cannot completely kill the brain worm and prevent the resurrection of a swarm master who is closely connected to the Overmind. This is a failure, and Tosh will definitely learn from this lesson. A whisper of ridicule came from Char's brainworms. Sass unabashedly mocked Tosh's negligence, and completely forgot that he had been killed for the same mistake. No Cerebrate would ever stand up to the best warriors of the Protoss and humans. So no Cerebrate would give Tosh any advice. They were happy to see Tosh make a fool of himself unless he showed them enough respect. The Cerebrates never took this invasion seriously. As Abathur said, the swarm was endless, and they would devour all the enemies that invaded Char sooner or later. The Garm swarm had just destroyed a mixed team of Protoss Templar and Dark Templar, and the Quetzalcoatl clan Cerebrates claimed that it had completely wiped out an entire human special forces unit. All signs of activity indicate that the enemy is looking for something on Char, and for this reason, a large number of reconnaissance troops have been sent to the surface of the planet. But what exactly are they looking for on Char, which is full of Zerg? The brainworm soon realized that only they are the priceless treasures of the Zerg. The nameless brainworm is ready to leave the hive at the suggestion of the Gam Zerg brainworm Sass. Even if it can be reborn, being killed by a nuclear bomb or the main gun of the Protoss is still a thing that the Zerg is unhappy about. The clumsy brainworm called his servants, and a large number of Hydralisks carefully lifted their master and prepared to leave. Through the network of wormholes under Char, the brainworm can quickly transfer between the main nests. Before leaving the nest, the nameless brainworm came to the side of the pointed cone-shaped crystal emitting blue light. This crystal emitted a disturbing bright white light, and it radiated an invisible energy field regularly like a heart. This is a strange crystal containing void energy, and there may be only one in the entire universe. It was also recently that the carpenter nest, which is good at digging, found this crystal from the depths of Char's core. This crystal is undoubtedly a treasure, but its benefits to the Zerg are only marginal. The crystal was placed here after it was dug out, and the energy field it releases contains powerful void energy. It is constantly sending signals to Char, and the energy it releases even creates a twisted strong magnetic field in this area. Take it away. After thinking for a while, the nameless brainworm gives such an order to its servants. and the jubilant clan members immediately did so. Suddenly, a beam of green light suddenly burst out from the dark insect nest. It was a psychic blade that pierced through the back of a hydralisk. Then, one after another, hydralisks and zerglings were killed by the psychic blade that suddenly appeared, and their hard shells were cut into several pieces in an instant. Ah! Dark Templar! The fat body of the nameless brain worm radiated colorful light, and it was truly shocked. How could the Dark Templar find this place? This place is deep underground and very common among hundreds of insect nests. The Zerg protecting the nameless brain worm roared and pounced on the enemy hidden in the darkness. But they were only cut into pieces by the green arcs and silk threads. Found it. The holy relic of the Nerazim. The legacy of the gods and sages. The Callus Crystal. A slender female Dark Templar suddenly appeared in front of the blue crystal carried by a hydralisk, and picked up the crystal with her long sharp nails. Vorazin's green eyes suddenly turned to the nameless brain worm, realizing that this brain worm was an unexpected gain. They came here in pursuit of the Dark Templar's holy relic, but they didn't expect there was a brain worm here. Shadow Guard. Kill this brain worm. She pointed the warp blade at the trembling brain worm, stopping a Shadow Guard Dark Templar master from swinging a psychic blade. Wait a minute. Maybe we should take it away. Our human allies may need this monster. Chapter 362 Hidden Blade Project. UNN exclusively reports that the Federation National Security Center has confirmed that Augustus Minsk, the leader of the Korhal rebels, secretly signed a treaty with the Protoss, exchanging human sovereignty in the Copperless sector for military support to establish the Minsk family dynasty on Antigua Prime. The Tarsoni's Federation Parliament recently issued a statement declaring that all illegal military actions on Antigua Prime are rebellion, and the Federation will take all means to abolish the rebels' brutal rule on Antigua. The Terrans have only one legitimate government, the Terran Federation. General Gasser-Duke, who recently returned to the army, will arrive at the front line of Sigma Prime soon. As Augustus and Raynor walked out of the bridge of the Hyperion, the sound of UNN news gradually faded away. The narrow but well-connected corridor of the Hyperion led Augustus to the scientific laboratory cabin of the warship. On the way, he could see many engineers who were reinforcing the bulkheads and welding cables. There were more than a dozen working construction teams on the ship's barge outside the Hyperion, responsible for adding a more durable titanium alloy coating to the warship. During the installation of the Yamato gun, several compartments inside the Hyperion were opened up and rebuilt to leave enough space for the main gun and weapon charging device, which further reduced the space of the crew cabins. As more of the Korhal Revolutionary Army's Behemoth-class battlecruisers entered the list of ships to be equipped with main guns, the Revolutionary Army fleet will gain an advantage that can turn the tide in battles with the Federation fleet of the same size. After Augustus ordered Rory Swan and Viktor Kaczynski to further upgrade his fleet's warships, the need for larger and more advanced warships was also put on the agenda. The old Leviathan class and the Behemoth class, which have been in service for many years, can no longer meet the needs of more brutal wars. As long as humans want to continue to stand among the stars, a new generation of battlecruisers is indispensable. At present, the Terran Federation, the Comorian Federation, and the Umoyan United States all have their own development plans for a new generation of battleships. After all, the Revolutionary Army is too small, and they can only copy others. It sounds like the Federation doesn't know that we also have troops stationed in places like Hedgie and Altera. Raynor was still analyzing the UNN news he had just listened to, stroking his newly grown short hair as he spoke. The senior officials and nobles of the Federation may not have figured out what happened in the Fringe Star region, Augustus replied, or they have obtained some reliable intelligence, but they dare not make it public. The Federation army lost a large amount of territory when the Zerg army approached. How could they admit that some planets that had long been declared destroyed by the Zerg survived under the protection of the rebels? As always, the capitalists, politicians, nobles, and the dregs of the Federation's big companies who pick up the scraps of exploitation of the people around their masters only care about their ruling status and interests, and are pretentious and pretentious. Reno commented. The people on the edge of the Terran Federation are being slaughtered by the Zerg, while the ruling class is still thinking about their own power and their life of drunkenness and debauchery. They have lived a good life for too long, so much so that they have forgotten that not all people are hardworking Comorians. Augustus said, there are always some people who can't make a living even if they work hard. Talented people are cruelly oppressed, and people with ideals have to succumb to reality. Reno said, Dissatisfaction will continue to accumulate until the day it explodes. Even if I am not here, sooner or later someone will oppose the rule of the Federation. Augustus had already walked into the scientific laboratory of the Hyperion when he said this. When the hatch opened, more than a dozen scientific researchers in white work clothes were working at the operating table and control console. The walls and dome of the entire laboratory are wrapped with various wires, pipes, and sophisticated equipment. Behind the vertical glass cryogenic tubes is a light green solution with bubbles rolling, full of strange creatures or crystals emitting brilliant light. Each label attached to the cryogenic tube reveals the value of these specimens. The price of the Zelnaga artifact fragment in the center is quite amazing in the Umojan United States. It is said that it is enough for Augustus to make a comeback after losing all his fleets. Dr. Frankos, a former Federation Zerg research expert of the Revolutionary Army, was talking about something with his short apprentice Egon Stedman over a report, so that no one noticed the arrival of Augustus and Raynor. The sample of the Zelnaga creation is still radiating some kind of mental disturbance to the outside world. Egon, you must always pay attention to its changes under Sigma rays and record it. Dr. Frankos taught his young apprentice. I can handle this task. Egon thought for a while and said, do my best. Egon Stedman's talents in energy fields and xenobiology have proven that he is a rare genius. So he has been valued and cultivated by Francois, and even taught as the successor of Francois' laboratory. Although this child who was brought back to the Revolutionary Army from Teledor III by Augustus is not good at communicating with others, he is undoubtedly a kind and innocent scientist. Egon Stedman firmly believes that he is engaged in a great cause, and he is eager to know that his scientific research results are beneficial to the people. Dr. Frankos, I hope to hear some good news from you. Augustus's eyes were immediately attracted by the huge glass cryogenic tubes in the laboratory that sealed various specimens. There were springtails, hydralisks, and local creatures infected by the Zerg after invading the human planet, and some void crystals from the Zelnaga temple. Hyperion Laboratory has always been the forefront of the entire Revolutionary Army's cutting-edge technology. Dr. Frankos adjusted his glasses and led Augustus to a running control panel screen. I dare say that no one can compare to us. The technological research that can change the entire war is on the control panel in front of you. The research equipment here may not be the best, but the materials available for research are always the most up-to-date and complete. Augustus walked to the control panel and noticed that there were multiple ongoing experimental project tree diagrams on it, which included several completely different research directions. Compared with you, I am not very satisfied with the progress of the Cerberus project team. There are many technologies under development on the control panel, such as resin shields and sticky carbon explosion-proof shields, fast charging technology for power armor batteries upgraded based on Protoss technology, new battleship armor plates designed based on the Ultralisk deck, self-healing polymer nanomaterials, and recovery potions inspired by the terrifying recovery ability of Zerg tissue. Some technological research is naturally considered taboo, because although recovery potions can greatly speed up the recovery of the wounded, they can also produce unpredictable mutations, such as the growth of bizarre tentacles and other deformations. Augustus was not satisfied that only riot shields and new alloy shields could be put into production, but he knew that these were the results of the scientists' hard work and sleepless nights. Augustus' finger slid across the screen of the control panel and found the project marked as a psychic waveform infuser, which also mentioned the special crystal minerals psionic gold and terrazine found in Mars Sera and other areas. The report mentioned Franco's research on these newly discovered resources. It was no secret that terrazine could greatly enhance the psychic strength of humans, but psionic gold had recently been proven to neutralize this reaction and offset the side effects of terrazine, such as mental disorder and extreme violence. Therefore, ideas based on this discovery were soon proposed, such as using terrazine and psionic gold to greatly enhance the power of ghost agents, so that each of them can become an extremely powerful psychic. And the higher the level of psychic, the more supernatural abilities they possess. But every ghost agent in the Revolutionary Army is Augustus's favorite, and he is reluctant to let these psychics participate in this experiment. Even Jackson Hole, the commander of the Nova Squadron, who volunteered to participate in the experiment after hearing about it, was stopped by Augustus and suppressed. At the same time, a more daring plan was proposed by a researcher on the Hyperion, which was to mass-produce psychics by infusing ordinary people with only shallow psychic potential with terrazine and psionic gold. Terrazine and psionic gold can enable ordinary people to gain psychic power, allowing those who only have low psychic talent, but are not enough to become psychics to become telepaths. However, even with psionic gold neutralization, terrazine is likely to have irreversible and terrible effects on the ingested person. Not to mention that the minds of ordinary people are easily corroded by terrazine. But if it is combined with resocialization, it will be completely different. Augustus will have a group of psychic dead soldiers. Researchers believe that directly transforming revolutionary soldiers or civilians may not be acceptable. But if the target is a death row prisoner, it will be completely different. Ordinary people will not have too strong psychic power after being transformed. But that will make their combat effectiveness far beyond ordinary people. It's crazy, Augustus commented, but I will not consider using this technology on ghost agents at the moment. Start the second plan and test it on the unforgivable federal officials we captured from Wadona and Helsin. Name this project the Hidden Blade Project. And let Jackson Hole temporarily manage this project. Augustus said to himself, this guy should stop saying that I didn't give him a chance to show his loyalty. There are more and more magical black technologies. Renault, who was standing next to Augustus, glanced at him casually. Even if they come up with something earth-shattering one day, I won't be surprised. How did you come up with the idea of finding these genius lunatics? He whispered to Augustus. Science and technology are the primary productive forces, Augustus said calmly. Another weird word. Renault shrugged, but I will write it down. Maybe in the future. I will use these words when I write my memoirs. Write down this plan. Egon. The Hidden Blade Project. I value this project very much. Dr. Frankos walked to Augustus' side. If we have 10,000 psychic warriors, we can easily kill all the nobles and federal officials of Tarsones. You are so cruel. Frankos. Renault complained. Why didn't I see that you, a bespectacled Dr. Sven, would say such a thing before? In order to win and save the world, I will do whatever it takes. Frankos' thoughts are not extreme. He is just a cold researcher loyal to Augustus. There is no need to rush for quick success. Augustus said, we can achieve the final victory without these warriors. But our enemies are not just the Terran Federation. What about the newly captured brainworm? Then, Augustus revealed the real purpose of his coming here. The brainworm that was accidentally captured by the shadow guard of the Dark Templar Vorazin on the surface of Char was given to the Revolutionary Army by Ziridal as a gift to pay tribute to the Revolutionary Marshal Augustus. In any case, even though the Zerg is an extremely powerful enemy, the Protoss Empire prohibits any Protoss from conducting in-depth research on the Zerg. This is not only to prevent the pure genes of the Protoss from being polluted, but also a manifestation of the Protoss Empire Supreme Council's contempt for the Zerg. The Dark Templars had no intention of conducting various experiments on the brainworms, so they might as well hand them over to humans. In any case, this unfortunate brainworm had not committed any faults. It had just been born and had not even killed a human being. But it was found by the Shadow Guard and captured before it even had time to gather its troops. Brainworm Alpha. The first and only brainworm we have obtained. Its discovery is a milestone in the field of alien research and a priceless treasure in the human biological community. Dr. Francois said with shining eyes. I'll take you there right away, he said to Augustus excitedly. Even using the honorific, Marshal, you can never imagine how magnificent it is. Have you seen the swallowtail butterfly in New Sydney? It is a beautiful creature with a wingspan of 15 inches. Their larvae before they become butterflies are the same as the brainworm. I believe that the brainworm will also transform into a beautiful ultimate creature in the future. It is incomparably beautiful. As Franco spoke, he opened a control valve in the laboratory. With the hissing sound of the hydraulic device, a control console on the floor of the laboratory cabin fell down, and a vertical elevator in the battlecruiser appeared in front of Augustus. This was originally a warehouse, but now it has been luxuriously expanded into a laboratory to hold the precious living brainworm sample. Under the vertical elevator, a larger experimental cabin appeared in front of Augustus, and the bright white light made it as bright as day. White alloy or glass curtain walls of different heights divided the lower laboratory into several areas. Soldiers and researchers with live ammunition were staring at the energy cage in the center of the lower laboratory. Sarah Kerrigan and Protoss Dark Templar Ziridal were all inside. In the center of the energy cage, a wriggling worm creature with a beautiful glow on its body surface was lying on its side. It struggled to move its clumsy and bloated body, like a queen of a bee colony or an overly fat palace minister. What are you laughing at? You pathetic two-legged worker bee without pelvic fins. Don't underestimate the wisdom of a great swarm master. When Augustus entered, the brainworm named Alpha by the researchers of the Revolutionary Army was still chattering trash. Chapter 363 Marching Towards Ire. Cerebrate Alpha. Advanced psychic creature. The mastermind of the Zerg. The final choice of the Zerg's millions of years of evolution. After the elevator to the laboratory on the ground floor stopped, Dr. Francois and his student Egon Stedman took Augustus to the demonstration platform in the center. The soldiers and researchers around him made way for their marshal with respect. This modern laboratory is equipped with workbenches, high-precision research facilities, glass test tubes, and other utensils. The researchers in white robes all wear gloves, and the soldiers are always on guard. The temperature and humidity in the laboratory are strictly controlled within the standard range. The air is fresh. Under the blue and white light, the running machines keep making a slight humming sound. Some workbenches are preparing some kind of medicine, and one is assembling sophisticated electronic equipment. There are more than a dozen different screens on the wall of the lower laboratory to monitor the latest progress of each group. There are 2 crossed revolutionary flags inside the laboratory. Each flag is always kept clean and tidy, flat and flawless. It is very difficult to capture a brainworm, and it requires great sacrifice. I may never see a second brainworm captured by humans in my lifetime, Franco said as he walked. It is a priceless treasure. A brainworm is a swarm. Raynor said, a worker bee can create a swarm army. Fortunately, it did not fall into the hands of those with evil hearts. For example, the Federation. Augustus listened to Franco's words, nodded to the people present, and walked to the position where Kerrigan and Zyrtl stood. Kerrigan was staring at the brainworm in the center of the laboratory, which was bound by a hemispherical energy shield. The brainworm in the shield was also staring at her, with its multiple pairs of eyes. It was a strange picture. A huge, gray and fat worm was staring at a beautiful woman with long red hair. Kerrigan's green eyes were bright and energetic, while the brainworm's multiple pairs of small eyes were fierce. You despicable 2-legged worker bee. Augustus could hear the brainworm's psychic roar clearly in the upper laboratory. The Cerebrate has fallen into a desperate situation. The environment and light here are far from the warm, moist and soft nest it once knew. It is bound in a small cage for research, and its dignity as the master of the swarm has been lost. This place is also very far away from Char. The Hyperion has already sailed out of Char and flew to Ire. The Cerebrate can no longer sense the thoughts of its own group and other Cerebrates. Without the help of group members, even a few Hydralisks can easily kill a Cerebrate. All the brainworm can do is to use the weapon of words to attack its enemies. It has tried to please these humans, or deceive them to let them release themselves. But the results have proved that any conspiracy and tricks are useless in front of humans. You can only hide behind the shiny shell like a rock dragon of Char. It shouted, "Let me out. Do you think this metal main nest can hold a great brainworm? Ah. Then try to see if you can get out of it." Kerrigan crossed her arms over her chest. "Please, don't eat us all when you get out." Ah. The brainworm let out a terrifying scream that made people's hair stand on end. Even under the barrier of the energy shield, it made people around feel dizzy and nauseous. The brainworm tried to clumsily use the small limbs that did not exist on its abdomen to support its upper body so that it could hit the energy shield head-on. But it obviously failed after a futile struggle. So, it just turned over. The brainworm straightened its posture, pretending that nothing had happened, and angrily emphasized, "Wait! It's so cute." Augustus laughed, and the researchers and followers around him also laughed out loud. You actually treat a brainworm as a joke. The brainworm is a creature with extremely strong psychic power. It can also hear the voices of others, like high-level human psychics. Not to mention laughing at such simple and easy-to-understand meanings. These weak humans, the Zerglings of the tribe, can kill several of them, rip them open, and make the place a river of blood. Now, they thought it was funny in their hearts, and they even laughed out loud with their noisy vocal organs. "I won't let you go." "No. This guy looks pretty energetic. I've been worried that it will die." Augustus shrugged and said, "The brainworm lacks the ability to defend itself. In the cage under surveillance at this moment, it can't even commit suicide." Hearing Augustus' voice, Kerrigan retracted her gaze, walked to Augustus' side, and held Augustus' left hand with both of her hands. After all, it is still a very young brainworm. Dr. Francos also smiled, his eyes shining when he looked at the brainworm. "This child is only a few months old." Kerrigan hummed, "Greetings to Adden. Elder, you have brought a generous gift." Augustus looked at Zeratul, who was standing not far away at this time, thinking that he could not ignore this distinguished guest. Zeratul sometimes visits the Hyperion, which is as common as visiting a neighbor. He even knows the way around the warship better than some of the new Hyperion engineers. Salute to Adden. Zeratul's voice is still as deep and vicissitudes as always. It was Shadow Master Vorazin, who led the Shadow Guard, who brought back the Brainworm. And she was the first to think of our human friends. The big sister of the Dark Templar, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, is Vorazin. Raynor, who was talking to Dr. Francois, looked at Zeratul and said, "Why don't I see her?" Vorazin is returned to Shakuras, the home of the Dark Templar, with our sacred relic, the Callus Crystal. This treasure was lost by the Nerazim long ago. Zeratul replied, "It is said that this crystal was once a sacred relic given to the Protoss by the distant visitor Xel'Naga. Another Xel'Naga thing." Raynor expressed his true feelings, ancient, mysterious and powerful. Their history can be traced back to the beginning of chaos, when the universe was born. But where did the Xel'Naga go in the end? No one knows. Zeratul replied briefly, "The Xel'Naga have long gone, leaving only the ruins of the once glorious city. But the Dark Templars always believe that the Xel'Naga are still watching us, and the enlightenment from the void is the evidence. Maybe the Xel'Naga are just sleeping. They took a nap, and countless civilizations rose and fell." Augustus expressed his opinion. Xel'Naga? The Zerg once destroyed their entire fleet like a whirlwind. The Brainworm, who was still talking trash, heard this and immediately said through sharp mental language, "How is that possible?" Zeratul immediately retorted, "Zerg, you actually attacked your own creator." "Yes. That was the picture engraved in the memory when the Overmind created me," the Brainworm said proudly, "just like that. You dare to ignore a Brainworm? We didn't ignore you." Augustus spread his hands and said, "You did. As a new Brainworm, Alpha is far less sophisticated than the older Brainworms, such as Sass and Dagos. What happened then?" Zeratul didn't seem to doubt that the Brainworm was lying. There have never been so many lies between the Protoss and the Zerg as between humans. We, the Zerg, destroyed all the Xel'Naga fleets in orbit of Xeris. The Brainworm said, "Then I tore them apart and ate them. The knowledge and wisdom of the Xel'Naga belonged to the Master, and the Zerg became more powerful until we crossed the galaxy. Your god was eaten by us." Ridiculous. Zeratul could not accept this fact at all, and he refused to believe that all the Xel'Naga had passed away. Xel'Naga? They must still be there. They are immortal. He asked the Brainworm, "Are all the Xel'Naga dead?" "I don't know. After all, I'm just a newly born Brainworm." The Brainworm thought for a while. "Besides, I don't need to answer your question. This is not knowing at all." Augustus shook his head. "They should all be dead." The Brainworm emphasized, "I'm sure. It's very sad." Zeratul sighed directly to everyone's heart. "If this is true, it will be a heavy blow to my people. If the Zerg can completely destroy the Xel'Naga fleet, how terrible will the enemy be for the Protoss? In that case, I have reason to believe that the Xel'Naga created the Zerg after leaving Aiur, and then was devoured by the species they created. This is why they never came back. Look at it from a positive perspective. Maybe they just don't want to return to Aiur." Augustus comforted Zeratul. Zeratul was silent. Augustus observed the Brainworm through the transparent energy cage again, and found that it was obviously smaller than the Gam Swarm Brainworm Sass he had seen before, and its white moist skin was much softer. Admittedly, apart from the sharp teeth in the mouth of the Brainworm, the Brainworm did not look threatening at all. "Hey, you should lose weight, fat boy." At this time, Raynor said while stroking the stubble on his chin. The Brainworm ignored Raynor. "Among the Brainworms I have seen, Brainworm Alpha is the most extraordinary one." Augustus looked at the Brainworm and said, "It may even be the smartest and most deadly. All it lacks is time to grow." He said, "If you hadn't brought it back, it would probably have become the most powerful enemy that humans and Protoss have ever faced." Sweet words. The Brainworm paused. "You think these sweet words can please me? Go on. Francos, how are you going to deal with this Brainworm?" Augustus changed the subject. "I heard that you all like to slice and study, or cut in half, and put the other half in nutrient solution to continue the experiment," Renault whispered. The Brainworm's head, which was shaking and shaking, stiffened for a moment, and its body shrank into the corner. It knew that the human was bluffing. "If you have the guts, then kill me," said the Brainworm. "Once the Brainworm dies, It will soon be resurrected by the side of the master. Francos adjusted his glasses and said, "So, we must always keep it alive. I believe that there has never been an individual among the alien insects who died naturally due to aging." He looked at the brainworm with eyes that never wavered. "I swear, after I die, my students and my students' students will still guard it, even if it can't bring any benefits to mankind. It must never become a monster that will bring countless destruction and death. Weak, limp, degenerate, functional decline." The brainworm spoke incoherently with extreme anger. "I curse you. Your body will age and die. This is the pitiful human. Because mortals must die. Relax, child. There is nothing wrong with having a group of nannies," Renault said with a smile. "The original plan was to transform this brainworm into a Cerberus cyborg brainworm, so that we can easily obtain a swarm army." Dr. Francos continued. "There are two very different plans for controlling the Zerg. One is top-down. That is, controlling the Zerg by controlling the cerebrates or overminds. The other is bottom-up. That is, transforming the huge lower-level Zerg swarm and artificially building a mastermind to control them. The Cerberus plan was originally a bottom-up plan, but Nayak said that it was only because they could not capture a cerebrate and could only experiment on some low-level Zerg individuals." "What is the chance of success?" Augustus asked. "The Cerberus project has been able to control Zerglings and Hydralisks. But the cerebrate is completely different from those lower Zergs. It is a psychic creature," Dr. Francos said. "The people in Cerberus labs can't guarantee that they can succeed at once." "What is the other plan?" Augustus asked again. "If the chance of success is not 100%, then it will fail. Let me control it," Kerrigan suddenly said at this time. "Can you do it?" Augustus didn't think Kerrigan's psychic power could exceed that of a cerebrate. "I'm trying to do that." Kerrigan nodded. "Just like I control the worker bees, I can feel the connection with this brain worm. This is challenging the authority of the Overlord." The brain worm moved its body, shocked by Kerrigan's words. "The Overlord is the creator of all brain worms. We are like an extension of its will and a part of its body. However, it can pretend to be controlled by humans first. Just wait for them to let their guard down. The brain worm will never betray." "But what if the Overmind dies?" Augustus looked into the brainworm's eyes. "The Overmind will not die," the brainworm said in an unquestionable tone. "The Overmind is eternal." Augustus looked at the brainworm again and said to Kerrigan, "Try to do that first. My suggestion is to see how the circus trainers tame tigers and lions. I won't let you go." The brainworm trembled all over because of the unprecedented humiliation. "Let's do it this way. You are a smart brainworm and know what to do to benefit yourself now." As Augustus spoke, the Hyperion trembled slightly. This was the first time that the Hyperion had entered the physical universe since it entered the hyperspace channel from the Char system. They would stop at Luria, a mining world in the Kelmorian Federation, and then head to Ire, the home planet of the Protoss, after completing the last ammunition supply. This was also to fulfill Augustus's promise to help Tassadar and help the Protoss defend Ire. To resist the enemies of humanity, they must also kill the Overmind in the Battle of Ire. Chapter 364 Luria. Luria 4 is a mining settlement of the Kelmorian Federation, and is one of the few mining worlds that remain in the hands of the Federation after the Guild War. The reason why Luria has been preserved to this day is only because of its remote geographical location in the Copperless sector. The Terran Federation is busy taking over those rich and highly prosperous Federation mining worlds, but seems to have little interest in those planets that are too far away from the main star world of Tarsonis. To this day, Luria 4 is still ruled by the CEO appointed by the Federation Board. Hundreds of large and small mining guilds and intergalactic business guilds dominate Luria's production, sales, profit distribution, and even every aspect of the planet's social life. Housing, education, medical care, employment, insurance, funds, all are in the hands of the Kelmorian Guild. This oppressive monopoly capitalism rules the planets of the Federation. The lives of many Kelmorians are almost destined from the moment they are born. Their concepts and lives are deeply influenced by the ties and traditions of the big family. The Kelmorians are united and exclusive, which is fully reflected in the Luria people. Be careful. All Terrans know that dealing with the Kelmorians means doing business with jackals. General Jackson Hole stood at the busy Exit 3 of Pier B of the Luria Sotoan Central Airport. The Special Forces soldiers of the Revolutionary Army's Nova Squadron and Oddbow agents walked past him and blended into the crowd quietly. "And once they know we are here, the jackals will become docile sheep," Augustus calmly watched the various people in the airport, and the cold gray eyes flashed through the world of Luria. Among these dark-faced people, both men and women wore sturdy and durable work clothes, mostly durable and wear-resistant coarse cotton cloth, multi-pocketed vests and jackets, as well as jeans and thick work boots. People wore hats, turbans, and windproof cloaks with different emblems according to their birthplace, guild and family traditions, and the copper buttons on the sewn pockets gleamed. Heavy-duty clothing protects against the harsh conditions of most mining worlds, or from sharp crystals when working underground. A set of overalls lasts a long time, and this durable clothing is considered a symbol of the tenacity of the Kelmorian world. Luria is a still-developing colony of the Combine, and it is also constantly accepting immigrants from the mother planet Moria and other combined mining worlds. After the Terran Federation swallowed up many of the colonies of the Kelmorian Combine, hundreds of millions of Kelmorians, who did not want to be ruled or expelled by the Terrans, left their ancestral homes and went to new colonies and places like Luria. Because even the planets that can only support the minimum standard of life are pitifully few in this spiral arm of the Milky Way. By this year, the threat of alien invasion had made the situation after the Guild War even more turbulent, and Moria no longer had the military power to protect remote worlds like Luria 4. According to the agreement, the Revolutionary Army will not deploy more than battalion-level armed forces to the surface of Luria. Beside Augustus stood Colonel Pryor, the former governor of Mars Sera, who had only emerged in the Revolutionary Army in the past 6 months. His 2 brigades of soldiers from the Sera star system were ordered to fight with the Guard Division of the Marshal's command. This shows that a few battalions of soldiers are enough to give the Luria Federation government a headache. He went on to say, "Just give me 2 divisions, and I can take this place." Come on, dear Governor. We are still in the honeymoon period with Moria. How can we take down a Kelmorian planet without saying hello? Tychus Finley was wearing a black motorcycle jacket and jeans, and the M backpack on his back was filled with casual plaid shirts, sunglasses, and sunscreen. When you see a place, you think about taking it down. And when you see a street, you think about setting up machine guns. The girls here suffer, and the civilians suffer in the war. If you had half the compassion of old Tychus, there wouldn't be so many people saying that you are so ruthless and unfeeling. The Revolutionary Army will stay in Luria for about a week to replenish the high-energy gas fuel and ammunition consumed by the fleet in multiple wars with the Zerg, and wait for the replenishment fleet from Antigua Prime and the Umojan United States. This means that the senior officers of the Revolutionary Army will have a lot of work to do. But Colonel Tychus is obviously here for vacation. It is my duty to conquer cities for the Marshal. Colonel Pryor has straight black medium-length hair and sharp eyes. No. 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 A person's only duty is to make himself live a little more comfortably. Tykes took out a cigar from his backpack and prepared to light it. But Matt Horner, the navigator of the Hyperion accompanying the Marshal, reminded him in time that smoking is prohibited here. Bad boy from Teledor. Don't you see the no smoking sign? It means that old Tykes has the final say here. Tykes ignored Matt's words. In his opinion, this overly upright young man always sticks to rules and regulations. Tychus didn't like Matt very much. He knew that the other party must have seen him in the same way. A potential criminal. The only stain on the glorious image of a revolutionary soldier. But in fact, the young man admired Tychus's tough style. This seemingly unreliable man never failed to be reliable when he should be reliable. Don't worry about him, Matt. Tychus is only thinking about galloping in Luria's red light district. Renault patted the young man on the shoulder. Goodbye, guys. See you on sailing day, Tychus said as he stood up, carrying his backpack, and walked out of the airport to join the departure dock. For Tychus, a place like Luria means vacation, and a place to spend the money he earned from fighting the Zerg and the Federation. In the past, Honik Hank, the leader of the Red Devils of the Fire Bat Corps, often went with Tychus to enjoy the fireworks and willows. But as more and more people joined the Revolutionary Army, Tychus gradually realized that even Honik could not be as idle as himself, who never took care of things. At the same time, Augustus was more tolerant of Tychus's bohemian lifestyle than others, which was probably a compliment to Tychus's heroic performance on the battlefield. This is worrying. Matt's face was indeed worried. The CEO of the Luria Federation invites you to attend a shareholder meeting regarding the transfer of shares of the Peter Gang Guild. Kerrigan squeezed out the generals, who were talking around the Marshal, and read the invitation letter to Augustus word by word. You also invested in the Guild enterprises in Moria? I have never heard that the Comorians would sell shares of their companies to the Terrans. Raynor looked over at Tychus with envy. I don't have time for this. Augustus replied to Raynor and turned to Kerrigan, who was waiting for a reply. Reject this invitation. You know what I am thinking. But I need you to say it yourself. Otherwise they will say that I gave orders on behalf of the Marshal without authorization. Kerrigan joked. No one would say that. Faraday said seriously. My brother Arcturus Company bought this guild because it has advanced exploration equipment and geological exploration experts. These equipment and manpower can help Arcturus expand the territory of his mining empire. Augustus said. Although I am a Mengsk. This meeting has nothing to do with me. Luria, CEO of the consortium, just wants to make sure I stay where he can see me. Such a small place. With more than 30 million people and several airports. If we were space pirates, we would have looted it long ago. Reno shrugged. He is just worrying too much. Let him be. Augustus said indifferently. I can understand his fear. After all, it is rumored that we have already reached Vidona and are aiming at Tarsones. Most of it is true. Reno yawned. This matter is not something the Federation can cover up. After all, so many people have seen us in the core world. Good news doesn't travel far. But bad news travels 1,000 miles. Renault's eyes fell on the monotonous, yellow dusty world outside the airport through the glass window of the dock. This place is like most planets in the Copperloo sector. Rich in minerals. Boring and monotonous. As he was speaking, another team of officers in the gray uniforms of the Revolutionary Army walked down from a transport ship docked at the dock, followed by Revolutionary Army soldiers wearing power armor. Their bright purple alloy armor and Gauss rifles made the Aviation Guild security personnel in the airport pale in comparison. The white sun logo on the soldiers means that they belong to the Nova Squadron. In the new emblem, the red whip ring logo of the Revolutionary Army occupies the middle part of the Nova logo. While my quartermaster purchases supplies, you and your troops are responsible for their safety, Augustus said to Colonel Haller, the commander of the Nova Squadron. I know the tricks of the Comorians very well. Marshal, you will not find anyone more qualified for this job than me. Colonel Haller put on his hat and walked away after answering. Lieutenant Colonel Westwood of the Logistics Department wants to confirm with you whether we really need to buy so many transport ships. Kerrigan continued to report to Augustus. He added that this is not a question of your order. Of course we can use these transport ships, Augustus said, whether it is transporting supplies or refugees. These are vital. 1/3 of Augustus's revolutionary fleet are transport ships, which are prepared for the transportation of refugees. Enough to transport 400,000 or 500,000 people at a time. If it were not for preventing the spread of the Zerg virus in the fleet, this number would be even higher. But even so, Augustus is still expanding the number of transport ships in the fleet. Do you think we will use these ships to help the Protoss? Kerrigan said with one hand on her slender waist. To be honest, I don't think such a powerful empire will need our help. Don't be ridiculous. How can the Protoss have refugees? Reno laughed. I can't believe that the bugs will force the Protoss to that. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks so now. But it's always good to have multiple preparations. As Augustus spoke, his eyes swept over the officers and soldiers around him. The Battle of Ire will be the most brutal battle we have ever seen. It is the main battlefield of the war between the Protoss and the Zerg. No matter how much you estimate it, it is not an exaggeration. He said, I have informed the entire fleet of the purpose and significance of our trip. Helping the Protoss, especially Protoss like Tassadar, can bring us help far beyond the diplomatic significance. To my surprise, no one backed down when they learned of the danger they were about to face. You are much more popular in the Revolutionary Army than the Global Tour Band. Renault looked very happy because he had just received a letter from his family today, with a photo of his son John attached, and was told that Yumoyan was fine. I am glad to hear that. Augustus smiled. Another email from the CEO of Luria. He questioned us harshly about the illegal mining activities 15 miles west of the Sotoan airport. Kerrigan asked again at this time. This is not illegal mining. Augustus's expression became serious. We are just excavating the alien ruins of Luria. This is just an archaeological work involving the protection of human history and elegant art. Augustus instructed, just perfunctory him like this. Anyway, he can't do anything to us. Tell him that if he is smart, don't send people to inquire about the news everywhere. We just help them drive away the Chimera pirates, who are doing evil in this area. People should be grateful. Raynor added, if they still count as such. Good. They would never dream that the alien ruins that devoured dozens of miners were related to the Protoss. Kerrigan replied to the Marshal Commander. Compared to the ancient geological layers of Luria, the ruins are only about a few centuries old. She continued, compared to the ruins that the Kelmorians have found on other planets in the past. This ruin is undoubtedly aggressive. Anyone who enters this ruin will be subjected to a terrible attack from energy weapons. It is said that more than a dozen people were shattered into molecular state in that instant. All the weapons of the Kelmorians were helpless against it. So they had to leave it alone and set it as a restricted area. That was a Protoss relic, and they should have warned unauthorized intruders. Raynor said, I heard from Cyrodiil that there might be ancient war weapons of the Protoss Empire sealed there. Do you expect the Kelmorians to understand the Protoss's Kalani language? Kerrigan said. A war weapon that was banned because it was too terrible. Augustus nodded. Tassadar was reluctant to reactivate it. It took me a long time to convince him that once the Protoss lost the war on Ire, everything would be over. If the war concerns the life and death of his beloved people, then no one cares whether this weapon conforms to the doctrine of Da, or whether activating it violates the ban of the Supreme Council. What exactly is it that requires the Protoss to seal it? Raynor asked. Augustus replied, It is like a moving tower. And the flames that destroy everything will fall from the tower. And the city will burn in the high temperature melting. This is also the purpose of Augustus's coming here. The Colossus, he said. Chapter 365 Restarting the Colossus. Ruin Site Number 3 is located in the western suburbs of Sodoan City. The lowland hills covered with sparse yellow grass, and the immortal ruins standing like thousands of tombs constitute the amazing and glorious relics here. The Comorian immigrants of Luria Number 4 have always kept a distance from the ruins of these ancient civilizations. Their ancestors have also passed down ancient legends about these ruins. To this day, the most insightful elders among the residents of Sodoan still remind their descendants not to disturb the former owners of the ruins. It seems that there are not only ancient Protoss buildings here, but also Xel'Naga ones? Kerrigan climbed a hill of rocks before Augustus, and the edge of her buttocks under the tights of the dark blue ghost combat uniform trembled as she stepped. Sarah Kerrigan had a black belt tied around her waist, on which hung two P180 pistols, another Z-series electromagnetic rifle, and at least 4 scabbards. Not only Xel'Naga, there are as many lives in the universe as gravel, and their civilization may have once illuminated the stars. Augustus, who was following behind Kerrigan, withdrew his gaze from the former and looked at the ancient buildings located in the red thorns not far away. Those were the remains of an ancient civilization that was older than the main Protoss buildings buried underground. And the years they had experienced were even longer than the geological layers. Even if they were built by an unknown civilization countless epochs ago. Even if the remains left in the wind and sand were not even 1/10,000th of their past glory. The amazing aesthetic proportions and structural habitability displayed by these ancient civilizations could make the modern buildings in human settlements look pale in comparison. The remaining wall was not gorgeous, but you could still see the murals and well-proportioned lines drawn with painted pigments. This civilization must have been good at sculpture or fine jewelry. The square stone monuments built in the ruins depicted everything in the past with abstract and incomprehensible lines. At that location, hundreds of soldiers and engineers, wearing dark gray or azure blue uniforms of the Revolutionary Army, were using large excavators to clean and dig out the ruins of the buildings buried in the hard loess of Luria, allowing these buildings that once stood in the shining sun to see the light of day again. Soldiers and workers stacked white alloy boxes containing a large number of sophisticated archaeological equipment according to the request of the archaeologists accompanying the Revolutionary Army. Large excavators and lifting equipment have piled up several extremely high mounds on the original site of the ruins. A special thing about Augustus's car Revolutionary Army is that in addition to recruiting people with lofty ideals as new recruits during the movement of the fleet, they also brought a large number of scholars and archaeologists with them. Most of these scholars came from Kar after its fall. At the call of the Marshal, they joined the excavation and research of the relics of alien civilizations. I seem to see lights from billions of years ago. Augustus looked at these buildings and said, maybe they don't need the lights. Who can say for sure? The area of the ruins is surprisingly vast. It was once a lost city that was buried and rediscovered after several geological changes. The Protoss discovered the remains of civilization here and built a stasis facility to seal the Colossus. But why did they do that? Kerrigan asked. You have to ask the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire at that time. Augustus shrugged. People can't understand the actions of the Protoss. And if the Federation had such weapons, They would never hide them. According to humans, building or using colossi is illegal, and the crime is equivalent to violating the teachings of Tao. Kerrigan said, "This ancient weapon is so terrifying that the Protoss themselves are very secretive about it, and are unwilling to mention it." The city turned to ashes. The army was evaporated, and countless black spots formed by the outlines of corpses were left on the ground. Zeratul, the Archon of the Protoss Dark Templar, appeared between Augustus and Kerrigan in a cloud of black smoke that suddenly emerged and dispersed. "Elder, I believe you have found the facility where the Colossus is sealed." Augustus was already accustomed to Zeratul's sudden appearance. The time and speed of his arrival were as unpredictable as his disappearance. Zamara, the protector who followed Executor Tassadar, knew the coordinates of the sealed facility here, which is one of the reasons why we came here, Zeratul explained. After arriving here, we were surprised to find that most of the sealed facilities were still intact, and the nuclear warheads of the Kelmorian humans did not destroy it. His mental language hit Augustus' mind directly. We quickly determined the specific coordinates and tried to awaken the dormant stasis facilities, thanks to the help of human scholars. Without them, the Protoss activities on this planet would likely be regarded as a malicious invasion, and we have no intention of starting a war with the Kelmorian humans. Nor do we want to hurt them because of the self-defense measures we are forced to take. In any case, when the Protoss fleet appeared in the Luria system, the Kelmorians there would surely fall into a fear much stronger than that of the Revolutionary Army. They would stop the Protoss fleet from approaching their planet at all costs, and seek support from their home planet Moria in vain, since the rumors of the Protoss destroying the Sarah sisters have spread to most human worlds. The bad impression they left on humans has been deeply rooted. Except for the Zerg, humans have rarely seen the legendary terrible alien Protoss. When the Kelmorians swing a hammer at a Protoss facility they don't understand, the hammer will bounce back and probably hurt themselves. Kerrigan nodded in recognition of Zeratul's words. "So, when can we see those iron giants made of metal?" "Soon." As Zeratul spoke, the ground suddenly began to shake about 1,500 yards away from the hill where Augustus was. The archaeologists and engineers in the area had already evacuated, and everyone was looking at that place, obviously having received advance notice from the Protoss. In the flying smoke and dust, the ruins began to rise from the ground, and a huge building shining with golden light gradually appeared in front of Augustus with a huge roar. It was a classic Protoss-style building with a gorgeous arch. The honeycomb-shaped outer curved supporting walls converged at the top to form a dome with a rounded spire. The glittering walls were carved with reliefs of the Arbitrator class and the great Protoss executors. The Protoss, who paid attention to the beauty of proportion, used ingenious architectural skills to build this magnificent facility, even if it was only used to seal a few war weapons that were banned by the Supreme Council. It was actually a cage. Its exquisite structure and beautiful patterns, and the artistic achievements it showed were enough to make the engineers of the Revolutionary Army admire it. And the building materials it used were only known by the master craftsmen of the Protoss. If this was a human building, it would also be called a miracle in the history of human architecture. This Protoss building is surrounded by 3 obelisks engraved with Protoss characters, and a large number of Protoss mechanical servants with insect limbs are cleaning dust or cutting stones outside the building. Unbelievable. Augustus sighed. The Protoss Empire actually sealed such war weapons on such a remote planet far away from Ire, as if they thought they would never be used again. After the Protoss Empire defeated a civilization called Kalash back to the Stone Age in a war, creating countless killings and corpses everywhere, the Colossus was completely banned by the Supreme Council. "I should not comment on the decision of the Supreme Council," Zeratul said. "We always overestimate the tolerance and wisdom of the rulers, which is a mistake most of the time. The Colossus was not built by the Dark Templar of Nerazim. It is a product of the bloody arbitration era of the Protoss Empire." He continued, "It was born purely for killing. My people believe that once the fleet of the Protoss Empire discovers the Dark Templar, they will undoubtedly use this weapon to kill all the Nerazim warriors. Come closer and take a look. I have never seen a weapon that is only in legend." Augustus took 2 steps forward, walked towards the hill and the rising golden blue Protoss building. "It's dangerous there." Kerrigan tried to stop Augustus. "There are many dangerous places. I am not a child in a crib." Augustus walked there stubbornly, and Zeratul silently jumped over Kerrigan and followed the Revolutionary Marshal. And Kerrigan could only shake her head and catch up with them. Augustus is Zeratul's best friend, and the bond of friendship between the Protoss and humans Cyrodiil and Tassadar don't want him to meet with any misfortune. It requires the order of the Supreme Council or an arbitrator to open it. Cyrodiil walked beside Augustus. His broad feet stepped silently on the sharp gravel of Luria, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Unfortunately, Tassadar did not get the approval of the Supreme Council. Augustus smiled and said, "And if the Supreme Council of Ire heard that Tassadar was going to reactivate the Colossus, the arbitrators would probably be so angry that they would come here in person to execute the former executor on the spot. They will know soon," Cyrodiil said with his rare dry humor. After walking for a few minutes and passing through several revolutionary cranes and tanks with yellow camouflage, Augustus ran into Rainer and Viktor Kaczynski, the second in command of the engineering corps. In the distance, hundreds of Ire Protoss Templars and phase technicians had been warped to the surface at some point, and Tassadar, the commander of the Protoss Expeditionary Force, was also standing among the Templars. "You'd better stand with me, Augustus. You know that thing's three-dimensional defense system has killed dozens of Comorian miners in a blink of an eye. Who knows what trouble it will cause?" Augustus nodded slightly at Rainer's words. This distance was enough for him to see the style of the Colossus. This is the defense facility of the Protoss several centuries ago. Even compared to today's humans, it is unimaginably advanced. Viktor said, "The Protoss will not object to us installing this defense facility on a mobile fortress or a space station." The weapon expert and top engineer from Moria said something shocking. "I think the Protoss probably won't give this to us." Augustus tactfully asked Viktor to put away his bold idea. This young man from Kaczynski always had the sudden idea of grafting Protoss weapons with humans. As he was talking, an image with a shining starlight background suddenly appeared above the Protoss building. A Protoss wearing a gorgeous golden and blue Protoss helmet and a scarlet robe appeared. On the top of his cloak was the emblem of the Protoss arbitrator tribe Yara. "Warning. Foreign travelers. You have entered a restricted area," the Protoss arbitrator warned Augustus and others in the majestic ancient Karani language. This was obviously a pre-recorded scene, issued by the intelligence system of the building that sealed the Colossus. "This is a warning. Please leave here. Otherwise there will be bloodshed. It can't recognize you." Augustus looked at Cyrodiil next to him and noticed that the other's shining eyes became deeper. The executor does not have the authority to awaken the Colossus. Cyrodiil's understanding of the Protoss Empire comes from Tassadar. Even the respected protectors do not have the authority to awaken the Colossus. They are only recorders and opinion givers, and have no responsibility to participate in political and military command. In other words, the owner here is not ready to open the door to us, Rainer said after hearing what Cyrodiil said. "My grandfather told me that at this time you should break in with a hammer," Augustus said. "Ask for the master's permission after entering." Before he finished speaking, a beam of high-heat energy from the Protoss in the sky suddenly fell, cutting the dome of the building with surgical precision. This immediately triggered a response from the defense system of the building, and its outer wall, which was flashing with blue light, immediately opened like the wings of an insect, revealing countless photon cannons and movable turrets, some of which were even comparable to the Yamato cannons of the Hyperion. It is conceivable that once these densely packed light cannons are activated and fired, the land within a radius of more than 10 miles will be reduced to scorched earth. But before these light cannons could be fired, the blue light flashing on their surfaces due to the energy field immediately dimmed. It must be that Tassadar's phase technicians cut off the power supply facilities of the weapon system. In the elliptical dome, neatly cut by the beam, the head of the Colossus made of shining golden metal and blue aiming machinery has been revealed in the sun. Its metal structure with great beauty and war aesthetics extends to an incredible height, even towering into the clouds. Augustus could foresee that this terrifying ancient war weapon would be able to greatly assist Tassadar and the human revolutionary army in the upcoming brutal battle of Ire. 1, 2, 3. Kerrigan counted silently until she paused at the number 3. 3. Augustus nodded. "That's not enough." At this time, a high-ranking Templar came to Augustus and Cyrodiil, and he brought Tassadar's words. "Another stasis chamber on an asteroid in the Luria system has been destroyed, and 2 of the Colossi have disappeared." "What? Are they humans from Comorian?" Cyrodiil said in surprise. "If they have the ability, they will definitely not abandon the Colossus here." Augustus looked at the high-level Templar. The Calais phase technician found several Protoss bodies there who had just died. The high-level Templar said, "They are wearing black armor and red robes, and the text used on them is very similar to the ancient text before the Aeon of Disaster. Protector Zamara suspects that they are probably the ancient Protoss who followed the Zelnada and left Ire before the endless era. I know them, Augustus said calmly. Robbers, liars, and thieves. Chapter 366 Slane's Claws. Tal'Darim? In an instant, Zeratul read the word from Augustus's surface thoughts. They left Ire long before the Nerazim. We have long known about the existence of the Tal'Darim, and that they are fanatics who worship the departed gods. But we know little beyond that. The Revolutionary Army once encountered an expeditionary force of the Tal'Darim on a jungle planet. Their cruelty and barbarity impressed us deeply. Augustus nodded and said, The Tal'Darim Protoss have red robes and black armor. They are cruel and bloodthirsty, which is very different from the Templar and Dark Templar. The Tal'Darim on the planet Bashar once brought tragic losses to human immigrants. We paid a great sacrifice to expel them. Reno also said, Later we learned that it was just a small part of the huge expeditionary force of the Tal'Darim Protoss. I can't believe that the Tal'Darim have fallen to this level. Zeratul said to the high-ranking Templar, It seems that the Tal'Darim Protoss took away the Colossus in the stasis facility. Zeratul, we humans call that stealing. Raynor corrected Zeratul's statement. The Kelmorian Combined Army during the Guild War may have a lot in common with the Tal'Darim Protoss. They would paint the captured Terran Federation power armor black and shamelessly declare it as their own scientific research results. What are these Tal'Darim doing? Don't they have their own Kalai engineers? Asked the high-ranking Templar said by Tassadar. Maybe. Augustus raised his dark gray eyebrows. But others are always better than your own. Right. You're right. Raynor agreed. Augustus. Just now, the Joint Executive Office in Luria has made 4 or 5 calls to the Marshal Command to inquire about the situation of the ruins of one. It seems that they must have discovered something through the orbital satellite. Kerrigan pulled Augustus at this time. A little movement. Augustus immediately said to Kerrigan, Tell him that I never knew that I signed an agreement to report everything to the local CO on Luria, or that I was obliged to do so. If I wanted to overthrow the legitimate government here like I did to the Terran Federation, my agents would have already offered the heads of the local executives. The ruling class is most afraid of us revolutionaries. Reno laughed, as the old saying goes, Bare feet are not afraid of those wearing shoes. At this time, the outer wall of the stasis facility that sealed the Colossus had been completely stripped away, and 3 giant machines like towers were standing quietly in it, just as they were when they were placed here. Colossus. It was taller than all the Protoss mechas that humans had seen. For golden slender mechanical legs, like insect appendages, supported its main structure that was distributed like raindrops. The Protoss warriors below, and the human engineers and soldiers in the distance were just ants under its feet. As the blue-white stasis light curtain slowly descended, these war machines that had been sealed away centuries ago due to destruction and killing awakened in the dazzling blue arc light emitted by the mechanical sensor lenses and the catering crystal lattice. And the weapons of destruction that had been sleeping here for a long time returned again, amid the harmonious sounds emitted by the intelligent system and the built-in psychic matrix. One of the colossi moved its mechanical long legs that were almost half of its height to cross the remaining wall of the stasis room, as easily as an adult man crossing the anthill in front of him. The Colossus was so tall that it looked like a moving skyscraper. People could not help but feel fear for the shocking giant. No one would doubt the sharpness of the giant blade-like stabilizing feet on the bottom of the Colossus, insect-like feet that could adapt to various terrains. Many structures of its body were created for killing and destruction. Augustus could not help but think that this terrible war machine would be able to easily cross the human positions. Its sharp walking limbs would pierce through the human bunkers and rip open the armor that humans were most proud of. The threat of the Colossus to a human army mainly composed of infantry cannot be ignored. Just walking calmly on the battlefield can bring indescribable fear to the enemy. Who is driving them? Augustus watched the Colossi leap over the many revolutionary vehicles and equipment on the ground with clever and flexible steps, so agile that it was almost inconsistent with their extremely large bodies. The 3 colossi quickly disappeared in the light of the warp field, and Tassadar's phase technicians were warping them back to the fleet. They are intelligent machines, with artificial intelligence that can autonomously judge the difference between friend and foe, accurately discern the commander's orders, and unwaveringly destroy every enemy they encounter. Zeratul said, Now you can't build colossi anymore? Augustus looked at the high-ranking Templar and asked. The Supreme Council did not assign enough phase technicians to the fleet to produce new weapons before the expedition set out. The high-ranking Templar said, We are more accustomed to directly warping reinforcements or mechas from Ire or other star forges, rather than casting them on the spot. That's such a pity. Augustus couldn't help but think that if they had enough colossi, even if they only sent all the colossi that the Protoss Empire had already cast, and then sealed to the Ire front, the Protoss might not be able to defend their homeland. As he was talking, Tassadar came over with several high-level Templars, and the Protector Zamara in white robes. As soon as he saw Augustus, Tassadar said, "I learned in the Kala that the other 3 colossi may have fallen into the hands of the Tal'Darim Protoss. It is hard to imagine how much killing and destruction those extremists, who have lost their minds due to fanatical worship of gods, will use this terrible war weapon to bring. But they left long ago." Raynor looked at Tassadar and said, "It will be difficult to recover the lost items. From what I know about the Tal'Darim, they will never return the original items obediently. But even so, we must teach these Tal'Darim a lesson." Tassadar was really angry because such weapons fell into the hands of the Tal'Darim. "So, do you have any clues?" "Executor?" Augustus asked Tassadar. "The Dark Templar discovered a Tal'Darim outpost while searching for other ruins in the nearby star system," Tassadar said. "They are indeed nearby." Raynor's eyes lit up. "It's been a while since we fought the Tal'Darim. It's time to teach them a lesson. Are there other ancient facilities that seal the Colossus?" Augustus was more concerned about another issue. Even if the Revolutionary Army could not control the Colossus, the stronger the Protoss allies were, the safer they would be. "No. Protector Zamara knows the location of all the stasis facilities. In her memory, there are only 2 Colossus facilities in this sector," Tassadar denied. "Well, count us in on this matter." Augustus glanced at Raynor, who was rubbing his hands, knowing that he couldn't wait to take revenge on the planet Beshar. The Tal'Darim Protoss must have hidden a lot of treasures they collected from other places in their base. "I hope there will be surprises." The Petra asteroid belt in the Brytok system. More than 1 million asteroids composed of metal polymers. Rocks and ices surround a dark green gas giant planet. Crystal minerals that were thrown into space billions of years ago are scattered among them. These beautiful crystals shine with cobalt blue light under the light of the interstellar, like blue pearls in the sand. The largest asteroids moving at high speed under the strong gravitational field of the planet are almost equivalent to the size of 2 standard Earths, while others are just tiny interstellar dust. The edge of the asteroid belt glows with the brilliant luster of the blue stars of the system, as if it was coated with a layer of shining gold. This magnificent scene is like the corona of the sun. The outpost of the Tal'Darim is located on a huge rock in the center of the asteroid belt, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the volume of the Earth. Because there are many asteroids surrounding it, the light from the stars of the system is blocked, and it is often in darkness. A black city shrouded in shadows is filled with an oppressive atmosphere. The scarlet crystal hanging above it emits a deadly light. Arched corridors with black spikes and spires piercing the sky stretch across the surface of the rocky asteroid. On the magnificent corridors symbolizing the road of tempering, the Tal'Darim slaves, wearing only a few gray rags covering their vital parts, are still building barracks, official residences and forges for their masters. Occasionally, Tal'Darim fighters with scarlet glowing surfaces land on black metal platforms surrounded by red curtain walls, and Tal'Darim warriors wearing black armor and holding spears or long swords walk down from them. At a certain moment, the red crystal above the huge Tal'Darim outpost suddenly dimmed, and the Tal'Darim high-level ascenders and their slaves on the arcade immediately rushed to all the defense facilities, and all the isoparticle light cannons with scarlet glowing muzzles locked onto the sky in the flickering refraction. Marshal Augustus, who was standing on the flagship of the revolutionary fleet, Hyperion, watched all this through the monitor of the warship, and mourned for these pitiful thieves in his heart. This place is very far away from the home planet of the Tal'Darim. Slain. The Tal'Darim Protoss must have established an outpost at this location to mark the territory, or for other purposes other than expansion. There are many Tal'Darim Protoss on this asteroid. They seem to be Orthodox Tal'Darim, not the expeditionary forces of the fanatic Ioan, who were expelled from their home planet slain. Augustus stared at the main screen on the bridge of the Hyperion. This seems to be more than just an ordinary outpost. We will be able to figure it out soon. Reno, who was wearing a general's uniform, said. At this moment, the bridge of the Hyperion was suddenly illuminated by the light released by the main guns of the Protoss fleet. The blooming blue-white flames tore a path for the small fleet to pass through the entire asteroid belt. A large amount of shattered rocks were annihilated in the beam or thrown into the depths of the asteroid belt. An assault fleet consisting of reconnaissance aircraft, Dark Templar corsairs, and shuttles pierced the asteroid belt like a sharp sword in the flash of the jump force field. They immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the roaring Tal'Darim fighters. Although they had left Ire long before the Aeon of Disaster, the appearance of the Tal'Darim fighters was still very similar to that of the Protoss Empire. One after another, the gorgeous and hideous Tal'Darim Protoss fighters were destroyed under the joint attack of the Protoss Empire and the Dark Templar fighters, turning into flickering flames. Under Augustus's order, the Hyperion followed Tacidar's flagship Star Shuttle deep into the asteroid belt, and several Revolutionary Air Force wings with nearly 200 Wraith fighters escorted the warship. Explosions occurred one after another, and the beams from the particle cannons of the Tal'Darim outposts swept across the rocks in the asteroid belt. But then, they were silenced by the more intense artillery fire of the Protoss fleet. By the time Augustus boarded the asteroid, where the Tal'Darim outpost was located on the EMP transport ship, a large number of Protoss Templars and Dark Templars had occupied most of the asteroid and invaded the Tal'Darim base. The Tal'Darim warriors are brutal and strong. Don't let any fish slip through the net. Augustus walked to the gangway of the transport ship and issued instructions to the Revolutionary Army Guard Division and Raynor's Ranger Mobile Infantry. In this battle, the assistance of Augustus's human Revolutionary Army was just icing on the cake. The Templars and Dark Templars were the absolute main force. Yes, sir. The Revolutionary Army's elite Raider soldiers, rocket infantry and Goliath mechas wearing heavy armor followed the charging Templar troops under the cover of heavy firepower. Among them, the Tal'Darim Lord wearing dark gray heavy armor could be vaguely seen leading his high-level upgraded warriors to fight against the Dark Templars, who were dozens of times their own. The Tal'Darim warriors are known for their great strength and ferocity. They refuse to surrender to the enemy even when they are attacked from both sides. During the battle, a dark black Tal'Darim Colossus appeared. It crossed the dark black spires of the Tal'Darim buildings and appeared in the red light of the high-temperature heat gun. In the hot, sweeping high-temperature plasma flow, the high walls were vaporized, and the Protoss Templar on the ground were turned into ashes in the beam. Get rid of that monster. Augustus noticed that there was a figure on the top of the Colossus. It was a Tal'Darim high-level ascender who was tightly connected to it by chains, and the huge Colossus seemed to be his high-ranking vehicle. Around this Tal'Darim ascendant stood several ragged Tal'Darim dead apostles, who sometimes inexplicably turned into a red energy torrent that merged into the ascendant's body. As this Tal'Darim Colossus caused more casualties in the Protoss army, a large number of Dark Templar Corsairs aimed at it, under the green flash of the Void Medium and the bombardment of neutron weapons. The Tal'Darim Protoss ascendant driving the Colossus had to retreat. At that time, a unit of Raynor had already rushed into the Tal'Darim base. The huge sound they sent back was mixed with some strange and terrifying roars. The report about the indescribable creature made Augustus' expression more serious than ever. Chapter 367 Hybrid. What is that? A monster that looks like a combination of Protoss and Zerg. A fantasy product from some weird horror movie. Good God. It makes me sick. The voice of Major Schwarzenegger of the Revolutionary Guard Division came from the communication unit of Commander Augustus's power armor. He was the commander-in-chief of this combat operation appointed by the Marshal's command. Counting the number of times James Adam Schwarzenegger fought for Marshal Augustus Minsk and the new regime, he swore to defend at all costs in the Battle of Korhal, the Battle of Char, and the Battle of Marsera. This officer, who was promoted for his iron-like military style and admirable legendary exploits, had never been so shocked by an enemy as today. Even when the Federation's arc tank crushed Schwarzenegger's left arm, he refused to make any sound that would make people think he was weak because of the severe pain that was enough to make people faint. It's gone! Shit! Major Schwarzenegger shouted in a roaring manner. Thomas! Lie down. It's behind you. Bastard. I want you to go to hell. Augustus cut off the audio communication with Major Schwarzenegger while looking at Kerrigan and Raynor beside him. Leaving only the emergency call communication, you all saw the picture sent back by the frontline soldier's armored external camera. This abominable monster can affect people's minds, making everyone who has seen it with their own eyes crazy and unable to control themselves. Even the most determined people cannot escape the influence of this spiritual level that makes them no longer themselves. On the HUD display of the helmet of Augustus' power armor, a hideous twisted monster was bathing in the crimson blood mist. Its eyes emitting blue-purple light were staring fiercely at the human in front of it. Its ugly, deformed limbs were full of waving spikes, appendages and slender arms similar to those of the Protoss. Its hideous head was like a huge crown of a hydralisk, and a heavy chitin armor roughly installed on the slender head of the Protoss. The slender jaw that was closer to the Protoss actually had a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The blood-red energy circuit extended along its terrifying head to the back of its head. This monster, a mixture of Protoss and Zerg genes, was unusually sturdy. It was just half-crouching like a beast, ready to attack, and occupied the entire screen of the external camera. Augustus was just watching this repeated impression. The abominable ugliness and weird horror of this horrible image also made him feel physically nauseous. Fortunately, this hybrid monster did not use human genes, nor was it a monster similar to humans. Otherwise, this feeling of disgust would be even stronger. Perhaps the ones who should be most terrified are Tassadar and Zeratul. I feel their presence. Kerrigan's eyes glowed with molten gold. Cannot be ignored. It's terrifying. What the hell is this? A Protoss infected by the Zerg? Raynor was much more surprised than Kerrigan. But didn't the Protoss say that it's impossible for the Protoss to be infected by the Zerg? We'll know in a moment. Augustus saved the video and ordered all the reserve troops to join the battle in the command channel to eliminate the enemies inside the Tal'Darim outpost as quickly as possible. However, although this hybrid monster with Protoss and Zerg genes resisted the enemy's attack after it appeared, it immediately triggered the rage of both the Templar and the Dark Templar. Using Protoss genes or even the bodies of their own people for genetic modification experiments was naturally considered an insult and blasphemy. The war cry of the Templar could be heard even from miles away, and the sharp blade in the hands of the Dark Templar harvested the lives of the enemies with an even more ruthless attitude. Good man, the Tal'Darim have stirred up a hornet's nest. These Protoss are so angry that they can eat a dozen Tal'Darim alive if they have mouths. Raynor said as he followed Augustus to the armored command vehicle. The Tal'Darim must be conducting some kind of genetic engineering experiment to mix the Protoss with powerful psychic powers with the Zerg genes with immortal bodies, and blend them into a monster that combines the advantages of Zerg and Protoss. Kerrigan said as she stuffed Augustus into the back seat of the armored vehicle and sat in after smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes. When the command vehicle started, several armored vehicles of the same style, Foxtrot armored vehicles, Comorian heavy tanks, Arc-light tanks, and a large number of Vulture hovercrafts of the Rangers were guarding on the left and right. At the same time, at least 2 brigades and the Guards Division's direct railgun artillery units were deployed on this huge asteroid to ensure the intensity of the attack on the enemy. When Augustus learned that the Tal'Darim outpost had been completely breached, he had already arrived at the ruins after the Protoss particle artillery fire, even though this Tal'Darim Protoss fortress had been destroyed in the battle, and the high walls made of black Protoss organic metal had long since collapsed under the impact of artillery fire. The building was still majestic, as if a sleeping black behemoth was looking down at the people watching it below. The black spires that reached into the sky and the sharp tooth-shaped inclined lines were still breathtaking. The vertical spires that radiated from the main body of the building and the huge circular dual arena that was very different from the Ire or Shakura's Protoss style were the main features that distinguished the Tal'Darim architectural layout from other Protoss. The interconnected corridors outside the Tal'Darim fortress, the solemn barriers and stone doors are designed for war, and the closed and oppressive winding corridors and airtight rooms are built for the intrigues and hidden secrets among the Tal'Darim ascendants. Augustus got off the armored vehicle and walked to the interior of the Tal'Darim fortress under the protection of the guards. It took him a long time to adapt to the walking rhythm on this rocky asteroid with substandard gravity. The walls of the maze-like winding corridors were engraved with a terrifying twisted monster from before. It was a hybrid monster between the Protoss and the Zerg, with a strong body covered with shells like the Zerg, appendages and long arms of the Protoss. Compared to the rounded limbs of the Protoss, these monsters have angular bodies, with colorful crowns and alien jaws of hydralisks, and their long tongues come from an unknown species of Zerg. This is the product of forbidden genetic engineering, evil and grotesque. It seems to be some kind of totem, depicting the scene of the gods creating the world and the mortals chosen by the gods to ascend to the gods in the sky on the day of the world's destruction. But these confused abstract descriptions are not what Augustus can understand. The monsters up here give me a headache and chills, Kerrigan said as she escorted Augustus through the corridor and into the fortress. What are the Tal'Darim planning? Raynor said, nonsense. I bet there must be some conspiracy inside. Entering the Tal'Darim fortress, Augustus' eyes were immediately illuminated by the blood crystal light inside. The exquisite columns supported the high dome, and there were dozens of narrow arched windows on the top. The faint starlight coated the statues of the Tal'Darim High Lords and Blood Masters on the walls and the ground with a faint glow. When Augustus found Major Schwarzenegger, the latter hurriedly apologized for his misbehavior during the battle. But Augustus bluntly said that he didn't need to apologize for such a trivial matter. More than 20 soldiers died in this operation. All of them died at the hands of hybrid monsters. The hall was filled with corpses and the wreckage of Protoss spider mechas. The containers made of transparent crystal were filled with Zerg corpses, some of which belonged to the naked Tal'Darim Protoss. Augustus noticed that the innermost containers were actually filled with Templars like Tassadar, their half-open eyes still flashing with blue light, and long nerve bundles floating like Sargasso in the water. In the center was a huge hybrid corpse. Its back arched as high as 2 people when it fell to the ground. Next to this hybrid were 3 or 4 much smaller corpses, probably only slightly larger than ordinary Protoss Templars. Tassadar and Zeratul were standing in front of these hybrid corpses. Their psychic energy was full of deep disgust and hatred for these monsters. Augustus walked towards Tassadar and others, while paying attention to the abominable statues staring at him at the top of the hall. The Tal'Darim Protoss used genetic material from the Protoss and Zerg to conduct experiments, and eventually created these horrible hybrids before our eyes. Zeratul's voice reflected in Augustus' mind trembled with extreme anger. Who is the one who conducted such an evil experiment? Is it the high-ranking lord of the Tal'Darim Protoss? Augustus came to Zeratul and Tassadar, and was surprised to find that the angry elder was trembling with shock and disgust, and irregular white spots appeared on the surface of his dark skin, shaped like human goosebumps. What a blasphemy! A high-ranking Templar beside Tassadar had blue eyes filled with overflowing psychic energy. He pointed at the hybrid corpse on the ground and said, "I have never seen such evil and dark creatures. I feel deeply sad for the Protoss compatriots who have been harmed by this." Tassadar half knelt on the ground and put his hand on the huge horn of one of the hybrids. This monster is far more powerful than the Protoss or the Zerg. Augustus saw Tassadar's sad look and realized that this monster might have been a Templar. Gods! My eyes are filled with darkness. Zeratul fell to the ground, lost in thought for this amazing discovery. Have you ever captured a living Tal'Darim? Augustus suddenly thought of the disabled Tal'Darim Protoss they had captured in Bayshire. But that Tal'Darim Protoss knew nothing about these hybrids. It is likely that only a few Tal'Darim knew about these secret experiments. We captured some Tal'Darim Protoss, but they refused to reveal the secrets they knew. The high-ranking Templar beside Tassadar looked at Augustus and said, "Then force them to speak out." Augustus said, "To deal with these Tal'Darim Protoss, only torture is effective. Let's deal with these Tal'Darim Protoss." He continued, "Colonel Haller of the Nova Squadron is a master of torture, and his Nova agents are proficient in 100 ways to make the enemy speak obediently. The advantage of incorporating the Federation Army is that although there are many parasites in the army, there are also many talents in the elite forces. In addition, professional soldiers who have experienced the Zerg War are not only reliable, but can also quickly gather into an indestructible force on the cruel battlefield. It's useless. Augustus, these most respected lords among the Tal'Darim Protoss are all dead. They either died at the hands of our warriors, or died at the bloody blades of other Tal'Darim lords or ascenders." Zeratul reluctantly mentioned the word servant. Only their servants survived. Those Tal'Darim Protoss who respected their rulers, but knew nothing about the truth. At this time, a group of blood-soaked Templars brought a dying Tal'Darim Protoss lord. His black armor, which was covered with black spikes and crescent blades, was riddled with holes, and his scarlet battle robe was stained black with dark purple blood. Behind these Templars were many staggering Tal'Darim slaves tied together with ankle chains, and these shackles were obviously made by themselves. Their exposed skin showed an unhealthy pale complexion, and their bodies were much thinner than the high-level Tal'Darim wearing armor. "Who instructed you to create these monsters here?" Tassadar strode to the Tal'Darim lord, who was bound in the stasis chamber. This stasis chamber, suspended in midair and propelled by a gravity accelerator, was shaped like an oval capsule that could just hold a Protoss. The energy shell wrapped the Tal'Darim lord inside. The stasis field and the space-time field allowed the passage of time to be temporarily stagnant, making the dying Tal'Darim lord always in a dying state. "Who is the real master of the Tal'Darim?" when Tassadar asked. The Tal'Darim Protoss lord in the stasis chamber was forcibly awakened. Tassadar only responded to the silence and sharp ridicule of the Tal'Darim lord. "TSK. Noble Templar? What do you expect to get from me? Your false kindness is nothing but cowardice. Kill me. I will not live for your worthless mercy." Human? Although the Tal'Darim lord had lost half of his chest, such an injury was unbearable even for the Protoss. But he still looked very energetic. "A bug that lives and dies in a day? I can crush you like an ant." But before that I will enjoy the pleasure of killing and torture. Severe torture is just a test for my promotion to the Chosen One. Tal'Darim Lord, ah. Do it. Do it quickly. What is the Chosen One? Cyrodiil asked. Your god is the Xel'Naga? You know nothing about Amon. Tal'Darim Lord laughed sharply. What is Amon? Tassadar caught the word. He is the end of the chain of ascension. The beginning of everything. And the end of corruption. Amon. He is your doom. Chapter 368 Origin of Darkness. Amon. The god of darkness. The incarnation of immortality. The master of everything. Brings truth. Ultimate darkness and endless annihilation. The Tal'Darim Lord knew that he was doomed to die. And he didn't care about revealing Amon's real name. Because these people couldn't figure out what it was anyway. Let these pathetic bugs and cowardly Templars spend their uneasy and pathetic lives guessing about this word. And they will live in fear for their lives. Which will only make the Tal'Darim Lord feel real pleasure, and the pleasure of revenge. It is said that a dying man's words are kind. But the Tal'Darim Protoss, especially a high-level ascendant who has reached a high position through intrigue and cruel killing. Only cruelty remains in the cunning and vicious heart. The future is created by our own hands. Not by your so-called gods. Augustus approached the stasis chamber. And the power armor made a clacking sound like armor when it moved. Tassadar. I know that you Protoss have telepathic abilities. Can't you see through the inner thoughts of this Tal'Darim Protoss? Raynor believed that the torture process was unnecessary. Even if the other party was a hateful alien. James Raynor. My friend. It is possible for telepaths to see through the thoughts of a creature without psychic potential. But the Tal'Darim Protoss also possess powerful psychic powers, which to a certain extent can isolate others from detecting his inner thoughts. Tassadar explained to Raynor patiently. An evil god. Is it the Xel'Naga? Cyrodiil was worried about the terrible conspiracy and dark future implied in this statement. And he naturally linked the Xel'Naga with God. He is above all gods. The Tal'Darim Lord lying in the stasis chamber let out a last fanatical laugh. I heard Amon's call. I will not let you go. Then, in Augustus's eyes, the Tal'Darim Protoss, who was still shouting just now, showed a bright red light wave like lava. This magnificent light dismembered his body and dissolved it into red crystal dust that disappeared with the wind. These dead disciples. Why don't you die for me? Tassadar, the executor of the Templar, sighed silently as he watched the red light of the Tal'Darim Protoss escape from the gravity of the asteroid and dissipate into space. He died without honor. A high-ranking Templar was also shocked by the dark secrets he saw and heard today. But he just regarded it as the crazy talk of the Tal'Darim Protoss fanatics. The Zerg are not the most terrible enemy the Protoss Empire has encountered. Tassadar's eyes swept over the remaining Tal'Darim slaves and the containers in which the hybrid's deformed bodies were soaked. I have a feeling that it is just a sign of a dark age. Cyrodiil calmed down a lot, whether among the Templar or the Dark Templar. There is a prophecy of doomsday. At that time, Adon will return to save the Protoss. No matter what Amon is. No matter if he is a fictional evil god or something else. We will definitely win in the end. Young Jim Raynor is not only a positive optimist, but also full of hope for victory. In Jim Raynor's not so long but still eventful life, he has always followed Augustus, and has not experienced failures that could crush a person. Raynor's life is full of hope, and has nothing to do with decadence and depression. He has a happy family and friends who can trust him with their lives. Even if God stood in front of me and said he was going to destroy humanity today, I would have to shoot him. Augustus is the one who truly knows what Amon is. But at least he knows how to defeat him. Let those monsters go to hell. Raynor and Augustus clapped their hands. Compared to the Protoss who believed in gods and prophecies, these human revolutionaries were not so depressed. Under the leadership of Augustus, even if there really was a god in this world, as long as the marshal gave an order, Raynor and others would continue to defeat and overthrow this god, pointing guns at the god's head and saying whether Augustus Mengsk should sit in this position. You are right. Nothing can defeat the brave and fearless Protoss. Tassadar did not worry about the last words of the Tal'Darim Lord for too long. The Overmind had already invaded Aiur. This was the closest the once powerful Protoss Empire had ever been to doomsday. At this time, Augustus turned to the Tal'Darim slaves who were shackled beside him. Among them, several should be engineers similar to Aiur Protoss phase technicians, or blacksmiths, who forged weapons. They wore heavy red robes and hoods, so they were not shivering like ordinary naked Protoss. Unlike the Aiur Protoss, even the weakest Tal'Darim Protoss who work in the lowest occupations have extremely strong fighting power and bloodthirsty instincts. Unless their masters are killed, these Tal'Darim Protoss will not surrender to the enemy. What do? Augustus walked up to one of the Tal'Darim Protoss wearing blood-red robes. None of these Tal'Darim Protoss regretted or were heartbroken for the death of their masters. But they were not so sad that they laughed out loud when they were captured. Craftsman. The Tal'Darim Protoss with several scars on his face took off his robe. I forged psychic blades and sharp swords for the strongest in the chain of ascension. All the indestructible blades of betrayal are made by my hands. So, you are a good craftsman. Augustus did not ask him about Amon's information. Better than all humans. The Tal'Darim craftsman answered proudly. So, you are a talent. Renault also came over. Are you interested in working with us? Not only will you get paid, but you will also get enough terrazine. The Tal'Darim in the Umoyan Science Station is doing very well, and is doing better than those of us who carry guns. Well, there are many benefits, and I won't tell ordinary people about it. Unconsciously, Renault began to recruit people for Augustus's revolutionary cause. This young man who always advocated revolutionary spirit devoted himself to Augustus's cause, and regarded it as his lifelong ideal. Since the first Tal'Darim Protoss was hired by the Revolutionary Army's alien laboratory, there has been a precedent for recruiting Tal'Darim. Hearing Raynor's words, Augustus also nodded in agreement. After all, he couldn't recruit people from Tassadar or Zyrtil's military system now. Even if the other party was willing to give him some help, maybe you can bring some help to my engineers. Even if these Tal'Darim engineers can't provide any advice for human weapons research, it's also good to let them forge Tal'Darim's cold weapons with a killing aesthetic. Talents are never too much for Augustus. What did you say? The Tal'Darim craftsman narrowed his eyes in surprise, revealing a teasing expression as his facial muscles moved. You, humans, recruit me? Use terrazine? A lot, Raynor emphasized. The Tal'Darim craftsman paused when he said the word terrazine, but remained unmoved. I admit that this is very tempting. But what else can you give me? I will no longer be able to be promoted in the great cycle of the chain of ascension. Nor will I have the opportunity to ascend to become a hybrid. Change your mind. You can't climb higher anyway. At this time, Kerrigan said in her usual harsh tone. The Tal'Darim craftsman was angry at Kerrigan's humiliation. I refuse. Tassadar. Zyrtil. Leave these Tal'Darim to us. Augustus turned to the two Protoss commanders and said, once we find out something, we will convey it to you immediately. Very good. If you don't do that, I will also order the Templar to imprison them. Tassadar had no objection. If that's what these Tal'Darim deserve, I have no objection. Zyrtil walked up to the Tal'Darim craftsman that Augustus was questioning. I heard you say that the Tal'Darim will eventually be upgraded to hybrids. What's going on? If you beg me? The Tal'Darim craftsman, who had just been poked in the sore spot by Kerrigan, proudly raised his thin and pointed chin. You have two choices. Augustus shook down the visor of his power armor helmet and let the Tal'Darim look directly into his eyes. Tell me everything you know, or I will release all your colleagues and give them freedom and enough terrazine. And you can only die in your narrow prison. He said, you don't have to work for that so-called god anymore. Because I am standing in front of you now, and Amon is far away from time and space. I know. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Another Tal'Darim engineer, who has been observing for a long time, is happy to see his colleagues suffer. In the Tal'Darim society, all classes are always in competition and intrigue. Even the best relationship between the Tal'Darim Protoss is full of deception and betrayal. The Tal'Darim Protoss also refuse to let other people read their thoughts, because that would make all the conspiracies nowhere to hide. What do you know? This lord is obviously asking me. The Tal'Darim craftsman quickly softened. He could accept torture or punishment, but he didn't want other Tal'Darim to live better than himself. Among the Tal'Darim Protoss, the chain of ascension is everything. The weak are at the bottom of the chain of ascension, but they can also defeat the Tal'Darim with higher status than themselves through the Raksha ritual to get promoted in the chain of ascension. He said hurriedly, in the chain of ascension, the first ascender of the first seat commands the army, and above him are the High Lords. And the end of the chain of ascension is Amon. The chosen ones who are favored by him will be ascension and become powerful hybrids. Which are the ones you see? Those hybrids are so ugly and despicable. Is that the ascension you desire? Zyrtil also said. Those you see are just the failures of ascension. They failed to withstand the test of Amon, and can only become monsters with confused thoughts. The words of the Tal'Darim craftsman revealed jealousy and resentment towards those so-called upgrades. Upgrading should be becoming more perfect and powerful. But it seems that those monsters upgraded to hybrids are not as crazy as you said. Tassadar expressed his opinion. Some dark power is affecting them. So, did the high-ranking lords of the Tal'Darim become hybrids? Augustus asked. No. The Tal'Darim craftsman seemed to have never thought about this question. And he immediately gave the explanation he had just thought of. Lord Marash will ascend with all the Tal'Darim when the annihilation of the universe comes. If you ask me, this must be a trap set by that Amon. Reno expressed his own opinion, since Amon is the dark god who will bring destruction and doomsday. He must not be a good person. Even 3-year-old children in Shiloh know that sweet gifts often mean traps or swarms of wasps that can sting people to death. You are a human. What do you know about upgrading? The Tal'Darim craftsman scolded Reno. To agree with this human's words is equivalent to admitting that what he has believed in all his life are mistakes and lies. I believe it will take us some time to figure out the social appearance, customs, and gods of the Tal'Darim. Augustus asked his soldiers to take all the Tal'Darim back to the transport ship. As for these dead hybrids and the evil vessels that created them, it is better to destroy them on the spot. He continued, to touch these twisted creations is to play with fire and burn oneself. Must be purified by fire, Tassadar said. After a while, when Augustus and Tassadar were about to go home and discuss everything they saw today, a lieutenant of the Revolutionary Army and several Dark Templars came over. Marshal, we found a forge where the Tal'Darim Protoss forge weapons and armor, as well as a warehouse where mechas and spaceships are parked, the lieutenant said after saluting Augustus. Oh, let's go and have a look. The arsenal of this Tal'Darim fortress is unusually vast, with a towering dome supporting the blood-red crystal that powers the entire fortress. In the wide warehouse, aggressive blood-red spaceships and spider-shaped mechas can be seen everywhere, and 2 huge colossi overlook the entire warehouse. What surprised Augustus, Tassadar and others was that the Tal'Darim's mechs and fighters were almost identical to those of the Templars, including the Dragon Knight mechs, reconnaissance aircraft, gold beetles, and even an Arbiter spaceship that was only used by the Arbiter. Yet the similarity in appearance alone was not enough to explain the problem. Then some of the spaceships and mechs still retain the Ire Protoss gold and blue paint. This group of shameless thieves. Tassadar also learned the word thief, and was furious at the despicable behavior of the Tal'Darim Protoss. The Templars would never hand over the armor and weapons to the Tal'Darim themselves. They were either stolen or looted by the Tal'Darim, and the original owners of those weapons may have met with an accident. This would explain why the Protoss Empire's exploration fleets and colonial fleets disappeared in the depths of the universe. Tassadar could hardly believe that at least one honorable arbitrator had died at the hands of the Tal'Darim. Wait, there seems to be a human spaceship over there. Kerrigan, with his sharp eyes like an eagle, suddenly found something among the weapons and immediately pointed to a corner of the warehouse. Augustus looked in that direction and found a streamlined human spaceship lying quietly there. It was a gorgeously designed galaxy fleet with the flag of the Terran Federation on it. This style of shuttle is often a handmade luxury item, only supplied to the Federation nobles of Tarsones, and is also highly sought after by Federation politicians. Why is there a human spaceship here? Don't the Tal'Darim look down on human things? Augustus said, I have never seen the Tal'Darim steal human spaceships. In their words, there is no need to pick up junk. Kerrigan read the thoughts that flashed through Augustus' mind like lightning. Someone has been here. Chapter 369 Amon's Servant. I can only say that the looting Tal'Darim Protoss have become so greedy that they will take in all the human spaceships that they used to look down upon. Augustus examined the shuttle with a streamlined hull and a beautiful silver atmospheric tail, and turned his head to signal his subordinates to search its interior. As an expensive luxury airship, this shuttle that can quickly jump between galaxies must be opened by a complex password and its owner's iris and gene lock. Just as Raynor was about to lead his men to use micro-explosives to blow open the shuttle's hatch, a high-ranking Templar had already used his psychic blade to pierce the data panel in front of the hatch, and then cut open the cabin wall protected by a new alloy like tearing open a can. Tassadar and Zyrtl took the lead and walked in, while Augustus followed under the protection of Kerrigan and others. Damn the Federation nobles. They really know how to enjoy themselves. Raynor walked into the shuttle before Augustus, and as soon as he looked up, he cursed the luxurious decoration inside. The ship's interior is as luxurious as the palaces built centuries ago on Tarsones Prime in the old Earth era. But its design is completely different from all current human art styles. Inside the ship is a completely different scene, with a silvery exotic metal forming a bulkhead that looks like a Mercury surface. And the beautiful spiral patterns and star-like flashes seem to be in another dimension. The elegant and harmonious curves perfectly follow the golden ratio, like a drop of water sliding down a green leaf. Augustus was surprised to find that this spaceship was one of the few spaceships that was a work of art like the Protoss. It was obviously a fantastic work of art rather than an ordinary spaceship that was only used to travel through the universe. Its internal layout was also completely different from all the luxury yachts or ordinary spaceships Augustus had seen. It did not even have an enclosed space or cabin. The ring-shaped halo and curtain separated the entire spaceship into several interconnected spaces. The mysterious symbols were emitting some kind of pure void energy, so it appeared a vibrant green. If the buildings of Taldaram are densely covered with black spikes and sharp blades, shaped like countless swords, then here there are no sharp edges at all. Everything looks so smooth and natural, as if it comes from the magic of nature rather than the clumsy imitation of ordinary people. If it was designed by a human engineer, then his talent and artistic attainments should never be unknown. Why does it look like a Xel'Naga spaceship? Augustus walked into the cockpit of the shuttle and saw the familiar control panel, which confirmed that this was still a human spaceship. But there were still no shoddy wires and cables. The oil paintings hanging on the wall, the seashell-like crafts and other luxury items also proved the taste of the former owner of this spaceship. Even if he was not a person who liked luxury, he must be rich or noble. Maybe the owner of this spaceship is an admirer of the mysterious alien master. Kerrigan reached out and touched the control panel of the cockpit, and a fluorescent blue holographic projection screen unfolded in front of everyone, with several nebulae marked on it instead of the small copper sector. When I was in Ghost Academy, I took a course on learning about human vehicles, and I have never seen a spaceship like this. Can you find out the model and origin of this spaceship? Augustus asked. There are only so many brands of private customization, but none of them can match this one. Kerrigan shook her head. If this was made by a human, he must be a master who has reached the pinnacle of his craft. Zirda looked at the spaceship with a strange feeling, and his assessment of humans was once again raised. The Dark Templar are all senior scholars who study the Xel'Naga, which is as important as studying their own traditional culture. This is definitely not a poor imitation of the Xel'Naga. The person who built it must have a very deep understanding of the Xel'Naga art and technology, he said. The Taldaran probably captured this ship by accident, and it was stored in the arsenal because of its uniqueness. Let's see what we can get from the ship's database. Augustus looked at Kerrigan, who immediately walked to the computer where the data archive was stored. His master obviously did not expect the ship to fall into the hands of others, and cracking the password was not difficult for Kerrigan. Unauthorized access, unauthorized access. According to Federation Security Protocol 114, Kerrigan inserted the cracked disk into the computer interface, but was surprised to find that the cracking program that had been successful before did not work. The database of this ship is encrypted multiple times, and its complexity may only be deciphered by the most experienced experts. She looked at Augustus. Call our best decryption experts. Augustus thought for a while and said, I hope they can crack it. I am afraid that it is not something that humans can crack. Perhaps my scientists can try to crack this human terminal. Tassadar spoke at this time. It shouldn't take too long to figure out the structure of this machine. I think even if we crack it, we will get nothing in the end. Augustus has already guessed the mysterious identity of the owner of this spacecraft. In the Copperloo sector, a mysterious man named Duran Star 1/Nerid Star 2 has been closely associated with the hybrid experiment. Nerid has experienced much more years than Zirdal, so much so that he can arrogantly call the latter a young man. He is a fallen one among the Xel'Naga, a loyal servant of Amon, the dark god who will destroy the entire universe in the future. For countless long years, Nerid has been changing his various identities, appearing in front of the world with different names, teasing all those who claim to be smart. He has been planning the rebirth of his great master Amon, and for this, everyone in the world is just a tool and pawn at his mercy. Nerid secretly promotes the process of the three tribes' hegemony in Copperloo, playing with others in his hands. Only Nerid can build such a spaceship, because he himself is a Xel'Naga. Anyway, we won't know until we try. Renault shrugged, thinking that this was a rare passive performance from Augustus. Augustus nodded and looked at the holographic projection star map that he could touch freely. He walked over and called up the navigation record of the spacecraft. and found the route of its last takeoff flight. The starting point was a Federation border planet called Blazes, and it crossed more than half of the Copperloo sector to get here. From the flight navigation settings, Kerrigan soon discovered something was wrong. This ship was originally going to the Luria system. But how could he have the detailed coordinates of this Taldaram outpost? This is ridiculous. It's as if this person flew here specifically. Reno touched his bald head. What do you mean? Are the Taldaram still secretly trading with the Federation nobles and politicians? Oh, I'm not surprised if they do anything ridiculous. Soon, Tassidar's men brought several IR Protoss Calais scientists, including the respected Protector Zamara. Human computers are just primitive and crude products to the Protoss. But the personality intelligence technology of the Protoss Empire has already reached a level that humans cannot imagine. As early as in ancient times, it was able to digitize the personality of Protoss warriors and create terrible artificial intelligence machines. The Protoss is an ancient high-tech race. The magical and gorgeous psychic power cannot cover up their achievements in technology. The most knowledgeable scholars in the Protoss Empire. Their research on the Xel'Naga is even better than that of the Dark Templar, because this special class can inherit the memories of all Protoss after the Aeon of Disaster, including scholars, master craftsmen, and military strategists. As scientists in gold and blue robes began to seriously crack the shuttle's main control computer, Protector Zamara gave his own opinion on the special design of the spacecraft. This may not be made by a human, or even from the Protoss. What? You mean? This was made by the Xel'Naga himself. Reno felt that his usual cognition was strongly impacted. Don't be ridiculous. Dear. If that's the case, why would he go to so much trouble to build a spacecraft with a human appearance? The secrets here are not for us to know. The Protector wore a spotless white hood. His face was always hidden in the mysterious darkness. Only his cobalt blue eyes still shone like the blue sun. She stretched out her slender 4 fingers to touch the spiral pattern on the inner wall of the shuttle. The main technology used in this spacecraft is still human, but the Xel'Naga technology in it cannot be imitated even by the Protoss. There are too many secrets waiting to be revealed, Zyrtl also said, while waiting for the Protoss scientists to crack the code. Augustus's men found a spherical storage space while searching the entire spaceship, and found some documents left behind by its previous owner. Augustus opened a file package containing Terran Federation ID cards, and found at least 20 ID cards with completely different faces, birthplaces, and occupations. The birth dates of some of these people could even be traced back to the early days of the Federation. Human trafficker? Raynor stared at the ID cards and said, why else would this guy need them? If it's just for disguise or to conceal the identity, at least the people on them should look similar. Augustus flipped through these old information cards and found that there were white-haired old men, fierce men, and beautiful blondes. This made Augustus start to doubt Nereid's taste in using his Xel'Naga incarnation in the real universe to transform and disguise himself as various people. Augustus then took over some other certificates from Kerrigan, from an agent of the Tarsoni's Federal Police Department to the chairman of a listed biotech company. The different identities were dazzling, and there was even a certification of a squash player. Fortunately, Augustus did not find a business card of a streetwalker in this place. At least the image of Nereid in his mind was preserved. All signs are weird, Tassadar concluded. Humans colluding with the Taldaram. Spacecraft with Xel'Naga technology. Evil and weird Proteans and Zerg hybrids. The darkness and weirdness on this asteroid are unheard of. Executive, I think we have lifted the seal on this human device. After a while, a Calais scientist reported to Tassadar the latest progress of their work. Augustus immediately looked there, but found that at the same time, a hooded figure suddenly appeared on the holographic projection screen on the spacecraft, with a background of nothingness, darkness, and mysterious starlight. A huge, one-horned hybrid was crawling at his feet, as docile as a cat taking a nap in the afternoon sun. When the hooded man spoke, Augustus noticed that the voice was completely different from the one he remembered as Samir Duran or Dr. Nereid. And it was even a voice close to neutral. Very spectacular, isn't it? Are you the master of the Taldaram here? The mastermind behind the creation of these hybrid freaks? Augustus said in his usual cold words. Yes, said the man in the black hood. Augustus Minsk. Perhaps you are surprised that I know the Dark Templar and your name. Don't panic, because I am omnipresent and omniscient. His voice even sounded noble and elegant, just like the way federal nobles like Andrea Tagore spoke with a pinched throat. I noticed you as early as when you started the rebellion in Coral 4. Who are you? Augustus was almost certain that this person was Dr. Nerid, who would control the Mobius Foundation in the future, and the mastermind behind Jim Raynor's search for the fragments of the Zelnaga artifact. I am a humble servant of a great being, whose name is not known to you mortals. Nerid was still smug about playing with the heroes of the Protoss, and the heroes of the human rebels, unaware that Augustus had seen through his identity, and knew his proud plan of annihilation. Amon? Cyrodiil called out a name. The hooded man was silent for a moment, as if he was angry about the Taldarim's leak. He had many such hybrid manufacturing factories, most of which were built by humans using his power and assets in the Terran Federation, while very few were built by the Taldarim Protoss. The reason why the Taldarim Protoss participated in the early hybrid experiments was that these fanatical fools could provide a large number of test subjects related to Protoss genes. He originally thought that the first to be discovered should be a hybrid factory of humans. But today's everything obviously exceeded his expectations. Why did you create these creatures? Destruction? Cyrodiil's question broke the embarrassment of the hooded man. He immediately said, of course. Young man, bring destruction and doomsday. When the stars were born, his mission was destined. Witness the pinnacle of your history. Chapter 370 Ire. The figure behind the holographic projection screen gradually blurred and eventually disappeared, leaving only a pair of scarlet eyes. He was once the master of the stars, and he will still be the king when he returns. You are a despicable villain who hides his head and shows his tail. Do you think this can scare the open-minded freedom fighters? The passionate young man Jim Raynor has tried his best to figure out the meaning of these words, but he is still confused. The real man who suddenly jumped out said a bunch of words that were completely incomprehensible, but it stunned the Protoss. But in Raynor's view, it was just a conspiracy leak, a neurotic mad scientist talking nonsense, hoping to scare others. Can you find out where the signal of this communication was sent? Augustus opened the built-in computer in the commander's power armor and ordered the fleet to prepare to leave the asteroid belt. Nothing, Kerrigan replied immediately. Augustus looked at Tassadar and Cyrodiil again, and noticed that both of them were in a heavy mood. Nerid's words had a much greater impact on the Protoss than on humans, especially on Cyrodiil, who had been pursuing the prophecy of the Zelnaga. The Zelnaga had long predicted a dark age, and the voice in the darkness brought a gloomy and terrifying omen. Cyrodiil said, if these evil creatures created by the genes of the Protoss and the Zerg are the executioners of Amon's dark plan, then the catastrophe we have to face is more than that. The wise elder of the Protoss of Shakuras felt a heavy sense of mission. I must pursue the ancient prophecies of the Zelnaga scattered throughout the universe and figure out the conspiracy of the dark god Amon. May the gods guide my path. Are you leaving us? Hearing Cyrodiil's words, Augustus thought he was ready to drive the Void Seeker around to look for the prophecies of the Zelnaga. Of course not now, friend Augustus, Cyrodiil said in a low voice. We must first save our sacred homeland Ire, and then I can leave with peace of mind to pursue those prophecies. Let's leave this place of trouble. Tassadar also said, everything that happened today must be recorded and conveyed to the Supreme Council. As the leaders of the Protoss Empire, they must be aware of the warning brought by this discovery. The 3 arcs built in the era of Aden were born to deal with the doomsday that might destroy this Protoss civilization. When Augustus walked out of the shuttle with Tassadar and others, the researchers in the Revolutionary Army's alien laboratory were collecting samples of hybrid corpses and deformed creatures in containers, and the rest were burned. The Protoss were in the process of warping back some of the Taldarim's weapons and vehicles to the fleet, which were stolen from the Protoss Empire by the Taldarim. As for the few weapons that were copied by the Taldarim craftsmen, the wealthy Protoss Empire destroyed them without hesitation. When Augustus returned to the fleet, Tassadar's flagship Star Shuttle used its main gun to tear the entire asteroid apart, shattering it into thousands of smaller asteroids and stardust. The fleet returned to Luria 4 in the territory of the Kelmorian Combine with a gloomy dark prophecy, and destroyed a Kelmorian pirate's plunder fortress along the way. In the following week, all departments of Augustus's Revolutionary Army continued to operate as usual. Augustus knew that the upcoming Battle of Ire would be an extremely difficult battle. Under his order, a large number of soldiers were given a precious vacation. The soldiers pouring into the local cities of Luria were eager to spend all their money. In a few days, the economy of the main cities prospered many times, and the faces of the local dark-skinned girls also became rosy. After the Zerg took away one marginal colony after another that provided raw materials, manpower and other products to the main star world, the economic depression brought about by the war is making the once giant Terran Federation increasingly weaker and weaker. The federal parliament has to cut various subsidies, and even the salaries of civil servants working for the government are shrinking significantly. At the same time, the corrupt and bloated federal government and capitalists are stepping up their exploitation of the people of the Federation. The federal soldiers are under tremendous mental pressure while fighting the terrifying Zerg, but their salaries are not guaranteed. Even in the most difficult times, Augustus's revolutionary army insisted on distributing Umojan currency as salary to soldiers, which was not easily affected by inflation and austerity in the Terran Federation. Supporting a huge army with nearly 650,000 combat personnel alone requires huge funds, and building and maintaining new weapons and warships is an astronomical figure. This is inseparable from the funding support from the Minsk family, the people of Korhal, and the Umojan Council behind Augustus, and also comes from the income from Augustus trying his best to open more mines wherever he goes. In addition, Augustus has the best soldiers and engineers in the Copperloo sector. The lofty revolutionary spirit makes them work twice as hard as the Federation soldiers. For example, the SCV space engineering vehicle drivers in the Revolutionary Army can always collect twice as many resources as the Federation engineering team in half the time. In addition, the extensive use of Comorian and Umojan technology is also the reason why the Revolutionary Army's mines and factories always have doubled output. During this period, Augustus did not give himself a vacation. Most of the time, Augustus talked with Tassadar and Zirdal to discuss the detailed plan of marching to Ayr. They had to temporarily put aside what they saw and heard at the Taldaram outpost, because the commanders knew that once they returned to Ayr, the combined fleet would not only face the Zerg, but also the army of the Protoss Empire would likely attack them. Augustus gave his own opinion on this matter. He believed that the combined fleet must find support on Ayr. Only with more support can the fleet gain a foothold on the planet. Tassadar and Zirdal agreed with Augustus's idea and praised his wisdom. As a legendary executor of the Protoss Empire's Templar class, Tassadar's prestige among the Templars is unmatched in the Empire. He has many old friends on Ayr, and those warriors with noble character may help him. As time goes by, Augustus, Tassadar and Zirdal all think that the journey back to Ayr is urgent. By the second week of November 2492, the Revolutionary Army's logistics officers had basically completed the work of collecting supplies on Luria, and hundreds of refugee ships converted from mining transport ships of the Kelmorian Transport Union also joined the Revolutionary Army's fleet. Not only that, the conscription department also recruited thousands of new soldiers in Luria as usual. Most of them were miners, who were starving under the oppression of the Union Guild and young and energetic youths. These soldiers were soon incorporated into a new recruit supplementary brigade and received strict training until they were considered to be able to obtain their own power armor. After Augustus confirmed that the high-energy gas fuel tanks in the fleet were full, and the engineering stations and armories were filled again by various freight containers, the revolutionary soldiers who had ended their vacation were reassembled under the bright red revolutionary flag and boarded the transport ships returning to the fleet from various ports. The revolutionary fleet, ready to go, set off amid the sighs of the Luria people. Many soldiers also said goodbye to the reluctant young ladies they had just met in the local area. This was not only because the capable young men with pockets full of money made the locals rich, but the locals of Luria actually hoped that the Revolutionary Army could overthrow the rule of the Union. After the Guild War ended, the shareholders of the major guilds in the Comorian Union distributed the compensation and losses to all the people in the system. The unions in the Federation are always uneven. Some pay attention to the welfare and subsidies of employees, thus gaining a good reputation, while others do not care about the lives of workers at all. Anyway, they have other people and machines to replace them. In the Comorian Federation, the oppression of civilians is no less than that in the Terran Federation. The so-called union that speaks for the workers has been a lie and a joke from the beginning. In the end, the Revolutionary Army did not bring more changes to Luria 4. However, in contrast, every time Augustus's army arrived at a new place, the revolutionaries took root like dandelion seeds falling into the ground. After leaving the Luria system, the revolutionary fleet joined Tassadar and Zirdal's fleet in another system, and the huge joint fleet set sail again. In the fleet, busy work continued, and everyone was trying their best to find something to do to kill time. In addition to the time spent with Kerrigan, Augustus was always discussing with Zirdal and Tassadar. He always believed that the journey to Ayr would be full of dangers. This time travel was extremely long, and Augustus could only record the time through the calendar. The most intuitive thing was the growing age of Augustus' nephew Valerian and Rayner's son John. In January 2493, the joint fleet crossed the distance of time and space to reach the destination Ire system. When Kerrigan told Augustus that Ire, the home planet of the Protoss Empire, was within reach, Augustus was still writing a letter to his family in his personal room on the flagship Hyperion. This is a habit he developed after coming to this world, and it is also one of the few times when he can really relax. Whenever Augustus lamented the fleeting time, he would always look at the family photos and the photos of the heavenly demon on the desk. To this day, Augustus still writes letters to many people above, but some people can no longer receive them. The fleet is jumping out of the hyperspace channel. Marshal. Now under the bridge is Ire. Kerrigan walked in with a spear on his back. The Ire system is scattered with the wreckage of the fleet spanning most of the system, and the huge corpses of the Zerg. Tassadar sadly told us that the once glorious invincible fleet of the Protoss Empire has been severely damaged. But the Zerg definitely won't feel good either. Augustus stroked the photo of his nephew Valerian and John Rayner. Just now, he was still sighing that the little John, who was babbling behind Valerian, had an unexpectedly good relationship with his brother Arcturus. Arcturus Minsk, who always hated psychers. Like this child who showed a strong psyker talent since childhood. This was not only because he thought this child would be a capable assistant to his son Valerian, but also because he recognized General Jim Rayner. Arcturus only hated powerful psychers who were not under his control or posed a great threat to him. And a child was obviously not one of them. He still hated Sarah Kerrigan, who had assassinated his father. This was not because he felt sorry for his father, but because he was worried that the psyker would control his brother's mind. Hearing this, Augustus put down his hand holding the photo, put on an iron-black coat with golden wheat-ear epaulets, and followed Kerrigan out of the room. Augustus found Rayner, Harnack and Tychus in the narrow corridor leading to the bridge. The first two talked about Ire and the fleet, while only Tychus was still immersed in the vacation a month ago. I have never been so far away from home. You know, I am a sentimental person. Being away from home for too long always makes me miss my mother. Tychus complained as soon as he saw Augustus. Have pity on your mother. If you can think of the teachings of that gentle woman when you are about to do bad things. Tychus, at least you could behave more like a human being. Augustus waved away Tychus's complaints like he was swatting a fly. Jim, what's the latest news? Augustus, we've just arrived in Protoss territory. We're unfamiliar with the place, and we don't know what happened in the past, Rayner said immediately. But the only thing we can be sure of is that the main forces of the Protoss and Zerg surrounding Ire are almost beating their brains out of the entire galaxy. At least 2 planets were devastated by the Protoss fleet, and one of them was directly reduced in size by about 1/3. He said, whatever fleets the Protoss Empire had in the past, they are mostly gone now. So, the Protoss have lost? Augustus asked. In fact, it is likely that both sides will suffer losses. Rayner replied, neither the Protoss nor the Zerg will ever give up and negotiate peace. When 2 powerful races start a war in a small galaxy, the battle will not stop until one side completely defeats the other. We may have completely underestimated the intensity of this war. At the beginning, the Overmind only sent a small number of Zerg into Ire. But now the entire swarm has been smashed in the Protoss face and exploded on their home planet. Augustus walked into the bridge while talking with Rayner and others. The bridge was brightly lit at this time, and outside the porthole was the dark space and a few scattered stars. The subwarp force field bloomed a brilliant orange light ball, dispelling the darkness of nothingness. As many as thousands of phantoms and the outlines of warships appeared around Hyperion, causing thrilling and fascinating signs of spacetime distortion. The long voyage brought us here. Augustus walked to the main screen of the bridge and looked at the Protoss home planet Ire, which was once lush and green, but now covered with black spots. The birthplace of the Protoss is also the center of their huge empire across the stars. Air, Augustus said. Call my generals, and tell the soldiers that we are about to go to war with the Zerg Overlord and the Protoss Empire. Chapter 371 Phoenix. The Hyperion's bridge window was showing a magnificent celestial phenomenon. The vortex of time and space was spinning, throwing out blue-purple flame-like flashes. Giant warships of the Protoss and humans kept jumping out of it. This spectacular scene was shocking and terrifying. Zerg appeared in front of the port side, 1.6 standard astronomical units away. Sergeant Matt Horner, who was sitting in front of the observation radar, shouted. A large swarm of Zerg vanguards, mainly composed of Scourge and Devourers, Position 310. A large number of Zerg life forms have been detected on Ayer's satellite, and the number has reached 200 million. Beside Augustus, various instructions and reports have never stopped. But it has not been noisy or chaotic. The crew members who were talking and laughing just now have entered combat mode, paying attention to every order and feedback from their colleagues. Deploy the formation, and the entire fleet will advance to Ayer. Augustus reached out to look at his watch. Clear all enemies that block the way, whether they are Zerg or hostile Protoss. The Titan reactor of the Hyperion was running at full capacity, and the twin engines pushed the giant ship toward the planet L, billions of miles away. On the left wing of the Revolutionary Army flagship Hyperion was the flagship of the Alpha Squadron, the NORAD-3, and on the right wing was the Arland of the Nova Squadron. More than 2,000 transport ships, frigates, destroyers, supply ships and fighters were scattered in all directions, and the brilliant thruster flames were like small comets. Each warship carried hundreds of crew members and soldiers, and hundreds of thousands of people were determined to die generously for the will of the same person. Tacidar's fleet was located directly above the revolutionary fleet. Their warships were much faster than those of humans, and had more powerful firepower. When the revolutionary warships aimed their guns at the incoming Zerg, the beam weapons and particle heat guns of the Protoss fleet had already swept through the mighty Zerg swarm. Zertal's Dark Templar fleet was hidden in the shadows, and they quietly headed towards Ayer from another hyperspace channel exit. The Revolutionary Army and Tacidar's Executor fleet, with full-speed flagships, engaged the incoming Zerg swarm within tens of minutes after they appeared, and the silent galaxy once again ushered in continuous war. Augustus' flagship Hyperion guided all the warships in the fleet, so it was always in front of the position that the other ships could see, and it was also facing the center of the entire swarm. Countless hideous alien monsters were attacking the energy shield of the Hyperion, like evil spirits surrounding a tomb. Hyperion's plasma cannons and laser guns kept firing at the Zerg outside the shield, and the dense orange barrage crossed the starry sky outside the bridge porthole, as if building a bridge to deep space. The wreckage of the fighter planes and the charred bodies of the Zerg floated in the black deep sky, and explosions occurred every moment. The bridge deck was shaking due to the suicide impact of the explosive mosquito, like a small boat in a storm. Augustus, you should leave the bridge and go to a safe place now. Kerrigan changed Augustus's coat and put on a long-hemmed cloak. This is at the forefront of the Zerg attack. As Kerrigan spoke, a devourer mutated from a Mutalis slammed fiercely into the shield in front of the bridge. It was larger than an ordinary Mutalis and became more like their ancestor, the Screaming Mantis, than before, shaped like a fat and hideous wasp. Augustus noticed that this Zerg was definitely not a new individual. Its dark gray carapace and hard elytra were covered with burn marks and wound healing scars. It was very likely that it had survived several tragic wars. The giant wasp-like devourer's huge tail trembled and spewed highly corrosive spores at the shield, making the already weak shield even dimmer. The shield of the Hyperion had already withstood firepower enough to destroy a battlecruiser. The reason why it could hold on until now was that in addition to the more advanced reactor power supply, it also had void crystals and Zelnada artifact fragments to provide energy. If the Zerg can destroy the entire flagship, then there is no point in me hiding anywhere. Augustus looked at Kerrigan and said, "We are turning the tide and gradually gaining the upper hand." The Zerg wasted so much manpower on the Hyperion that they ignored other warships and our allies. Kerrigan stopped trying to dissuade Augustus, and she found herself increasingly inclined to let her own selfishness affect her judgment. At this moment, 4 parallel Wraith fighters were swooping down from the bridge of the Hyperion, with laser cannons spewing flames, and twin missiles whizzing past, tearing the Devourer into pieces in the exploding energy whirlwind. The Wraith fighter plane then turned in front of Augustus, and its orange-red wake drew a beautiful curve and flew towards a large group of silent screaming dragons. When one of the fighter planes brushed past the bridge, Augustus could even see the brave fighter pilot raising his hand to salute him. A golden-blue Protoss aircraft carrier appeared on the starboard side of the Hyperion, and it deployed its shield to include all human warships in its protection range. A large number of dense carrier-based interceptors poured out from the aircraft carrier's dock, like wasps pouring out of their nests, and drowned the Zerg in an instant. The Hyperion finally tore a hole in the dense, black fog-like swarm of insects, and the revolutionary fleet, which was in a cone-shaped attack formation, moved forward unswervingly for a distance, and the gap would become larger. Even though they were so numerous and came like a moving wave and tsunami. These Zerg were still just a small part of the remnants left after the battle with the main fleet of the Protoss Empire. But they still made the united fleet exhausted. Where are our reinforcements? Raynor was always as calm as Augustus. But he was still not very patient. Where did the rest of the Protoss fleet and Ire go? I'm afraid the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire still thinks we are here to take advantage of the situation. Augustus carefully analyzed the attitude of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire on Ire after seeing Tacidar's return to help. He firmly believed that the Supreme Council would only regard the combined fleet as an enemy. After breaking through the blockade of the incoming Zerg, the combined fleet once again shortened the distance with Ire through a short jump, avoiding the other two Zerg fleets. And after the last jump, it came within the range of the gravitational field of the planet Ire. Green Ire and one of its satellites, Shirok, were already in sight. Augustus turned and walked to the star chart table next to him, standing next to the golden wolf head logo on the corner of the table. After many renovations and redecorations, the Hyperion now bears the Minx family logo from inside to outside. And even the tapestry next to the porthole wall is embroidered with a golden wolf head. He frowned and stared at the red dots that kept flashing on Ire and its satellites, which represented the number of Zerg on them. Ire's satellite was once an important symbol of religious rituals in the Protoss tribal era. It represented purity, and was also a symbol of the Zealot Order in the Templar class. Now, this pure satellite has become a breeding ground for Zerg. The abominable alien creatures are nesting under the golden white sand and hatching eggs. Augustus Minsk. It seems that Ire's battle situation is more critical than I thought. Tacidar's head appeared on the main screen above Augustus' head, and his eyes burning with sky-blue flames were breathtaking. My old friend Archon Phoenix on Ire told me that many provinces and large tracts of land have been lost. And our proud Olega tribe's invincible fleet has also lost Ire's sky. Tell me, what kind of losses have they brought to the Zerg? Augustus was more concerned about the number of Zerg. The Protoss Empire's army destroyed more Zerg hives and Zerg than the total number of Zerg that invaded the Copperless sector. But it was still useless. Tacidar would not cause his allies to misjudge the war situation because of the difficulty of talking about the failure of the Protoss Empire. The Templars guarding Ire defeated almost all the Zerg hives on the front battlefield and once threatened the Overmind. But they were ultimately unable to drive out all the Zerg. Without the help of the Dark Templars, the Protoss Empire cannot kill any of the Cerebrates, and will never be able to destroy their hordes. Augustus shook his head. I think we have to land on Ire and join Archon Phoenix and Taldarin in their counterattack against the Zerg. A group of dragon riders from Executor Moyo will also assist us, Tacidar said to Augustus. The original landing site has been changed to the fallen Antioch province, because the Supreme Council has long lost control of the province, and we don't have to clash with them, he said. Agreed. The fewer enemies we face in the landing battle, the fewer our soldiers will sacrifice. Augustus said, You can't escape, Tacidar. If the decadent Supreme Council can no longer lead the remaining Protoss to defeat the Overmind, Ire will fall. You are right, Augustus. Your wisdom always inspires me. Tacidar agreed with Augustus's statement. I will personally lead the Templars to set foot on Ire's land again. Me too, Augustus shouted in the fleet's command channel. Immediately deploy landing troops to Ire. In addition to the 2 original legions, the engineering corps will also be deployed to the front line, he said. Every warrior sent to the Ire battlefield is a hero, and I will fight alongside you as always. Vice Admiral Jim Raynor will take over my command of the fleet in Ire orbit, and will be the supreme commander of the fleet. Always let me look after the house. Augustus, Raynor sighed, regretting that he could not fight with Augustus. Sometimes I want to switch positions with Tychus. That's different. Augustus patted Raynor on the shoulder. I believe that when I come back, Jim Raynor will definitely give me a complete fleet. Sometimes even with a few more ships. But Tychus Finley is different. He will tear my ship into pieces, and then chew on my sofa and pillow. He said, You are the person I trust most. And Kerrigan can testify to that. Okay. Raynor shrugged, same old. Call me in the channel when you need me. And the airborne troops will be here soon. Augustus found Tychus Finley and Honik Hank, then walked into the armory, put on the power armor with the help of the machine, and followed the landing troops to land in the desert outside the province of El Antioch. Ire is a garden planet with dense tropical rainforests. The gem-like rivers and lush forests breed magical animals as ancient as the Protoss. Magnificent temples, unknown and mysterious underground caves, and golden cities of the Protoss coexist. Antioch is one of the few provinces adjacent to the desert. This harsh natural environment was once a place for the Templars to hone their will. Most of the areas in the Antioch province are still green land and forests, which are also natural barriers to prevent the movement of wind and sand. However, by the time Augustus's army arrived, most of the forests in the province had been eroded by the fungus blanket. Augustus's spaceship landed over a primeval rainforest that had not yet been corroded by the Zerg fungus blanket. The airflow from the thrusters blew over the emerald green ferns and landed in front of the ancient Zelnaga temple. Hundreds of spaceships landed in the forest, and battalions of revolutionary soldiers filed down from the huge transport ships. As soon as Augustus walked out of the transport ship's gangway, he saw the Protoss commander, Archon Phoenix, who was still fighting the Zerg in the Antioch province. He appeared in the image of a golden-armored dragon knight. It is said that Grand Archon Phoenix came to the revolutionary landing site directly from his base across 7 Zerg sub-highs, and he and his hundreds of Templars destroyed all the Zerg in their way with a thunderous fury, turning all the hives into ash. Archon Phoenix and his army were welcomed by the revolutionary landing force. Although the revolutionaries had doubts about the commander of the Protoss Empire, Augustus Mengsk declared Phoenix to be his, and the revolutionary army's honored guest and eternal friend. I am Archon Phoenix, the ruler of the Templars. Augustus Phoenix is a legendary Templar who was severely injured in the battle to defend Antioch and then returned to the battlefield with the help of a dragon rider mech. At Tacidar's request, he joined Augustus's human landing force. But his words were not the usual arrogance of the Protoss. Archon Phoenix, I am honored to fight alongside you. Augustus waved away his guards to show that he did not consider Phoenix a possible, or even a potential enemy. Thanks to your help, humans are as brave and fearless as the Templars. Phoenix could feel that Marshal Augustus respected him very much. And this was definitely not fake, which made him even more surprised and admired. The glorious and powerful Protoss Empire inevitably declined, and Ire became a devastated ruin. He continued, but because of Tacidar and your arrival, we have not lost hope. Chapter 372 Civil War. Antioch province is home to the oldest city of the Protoss Empire, and the immortal temples left by the Zelnaga. The lush rainforest and ocean surround the Golden City and the floating Crystal Tower. The Protoss live in harmony with nature, precisely because they are the children of Ire. As time passes, the grass grows and the birds fly. The stories of the Protoss ancestors fighting against beasts, storms and mountains have been compiled into beautiful songs of the soul. The epic legends of the ancient heroes still influence generations of the eldest sons of God. Ire, the great mother who once gave birth to the brilliant Protoss civilization, trembles in front of the Zerg, the place where Augustus met with Phoenix. The Grand Archon of the Protoss Empire was in a newly built command center, outside of which was the lush and verdant Ire primitive rainforest. The dense rainforest reflected the brilliant blue and orange light under the sun, and giant creatures with colorful crowns and sail-like backs and strange birds migrated along the river in large numbers. This spectacular scene was captured by the Revolutionary Army's stealth drones and satellites. The conference room in the command center was once the place where the Revolutionary Army Marshal listened to the opinions of the staff, military advisors and generals. And now it is used as a place for Augustus to meet with Phoenix. Augustus and Phoenix were looking at a tactical holographic projector with Ire spinning on it. On it, the red flashes and triangular logos represented the Zerg and Protoss armies, while the green ones represented the Revolutionary Army. This was constructed by combining the data obtained by the Revolutionary Army's scientific ship exploration team after scanning the planet with the Ire topographic map given by Tacidar. The place names were transliterated according to the Protoss Kalani language to ensure that the Revolutionary Army commander would not misunderstand the intentions of the Protoss allies due to different names. The Revolutionary Army's landing site, Antioch Province, is located in the southern hemisphere of Ire. It is adjacent to Ire's metropolitan city of Kashaka and another large province, the province of Thane. In the other direction are the quiet and vast primeval forests and the province of Eldra. The administrative center of the Protoss Empire is in the council heart of Kashaka, where every order of the Supreme Council's arbitrators represents the highest power and an order that cannot be violated. The arbitrators are all wise elders, some of whom have been impartial for more than 10 centuries. They are already old men in their twilight years, but Kara's thoughts still shine like stars. The provinces of Antioch, the Lari, Protector Temple, Sen and the Akiri tribe in the west are the barriers of the capital, Kashaka. The fall of Antioch means Kashaka is also in danger. How much territory does the Protoss Empire still have in Aiur? After praising Phoenix's bravery and admiring him, Augustus immediately focused on the battle plan to deploy military forces to Aiur. For Augustus, he must figure out the military strength comparison between the Protoss and the Zerg on Aiur to decide whether to help Tassadar regain the lost territory in the military action on Aiur, or decisively abandon Aiur and quickly flee this troubled place with the Protoss refugees. The eastern hemisphere of Aiur has almost completely fallen, and the western hemisphere is still under the control of the Templars. But the Zerg are endless, and our warriors are limited in number. Phoenix replied, unless the Overmind is killed, the Protoss Empire will sooner or later collapse in this tragic war. The Overmind landed in the Xel'Naga temple northeast of Shaun. Its huge and ugly body fell like a meteor, tearing a dark abyss on the earth. The Overmind's powerful tentacles took root in the underground of the Xel'Naga temple, devouring the temple that existed before the Age of Strife. Phoenix finally said, the Zerg Overmind has merged with the Xel'Naga temple, and the Zerg swarm is spreading outwards, with the Overmind as the center. Even those Zerg hive troops that launch tentative attacks have exhausted our already stretched forces. That is to say, even in Aiur, you don't have an advantage when facing the Zerg. Augustus grasped this information. He believed that the Protoss Empire must have suffered unprecedented damage in the Zerg invasion, and the Zerg would never feel good, even if only one of them can free up its hands to block the outer perimeter of the Aiur galaxy. The combined fleet will definitely not be able to land on Aiur easily. Yes, Phoenix said frankly, when talking with the arbitrators in the Supreme Council, even if they habitually hide their thoughts in front of the Templars, I can feel the worries and anger of the arbitrator class. As a race with psychic power far superior to humans and telepathic ability since the birth of the race, Phoenix can hear Augustus's thoughts even if he does not deliberately read his thoughts. As long as he focuses on the spiritual level, Phoenix can figure out what kind of character and conduct Augustus has. The Protoss don't like politicians who are good at disguise and cold and cruel warlords. They prefer those who have similar conduct or noble character. If Jim Raynor were here, he would definitely win Phoenix's approval like Augustus. When the Zerg invaded, the Supreme Council didn't care, treating it as a small episode that should make the Templar class, who were supposed to protect Aiur, feel ashamed. The army of the Protoss Empire would easily eliminate the invading Zerg. Phoenix continued. But they were wrong, Augustus said. We were all wrong. Phoenix's voice reflected in Augustus' mind was vigorous and powerful. If Cyrodiil was a mysterious ocean, then Grand Archon Phoenix was a boulder that stood firm in the stormy waves. There is still hope for the Protoss Empire. The invincible fleets scattered throughout the galaxy, the expeditionary fleets, and the huge colonial fleets are on their way to Aiur, and the dusty motherships have been reawakened. But it's too late, Phoenix said. How long does Aiur have to wait for the return of the warriors? I already know what kind of enemy and cruel test we are facing now. Augustus nodded and planned to make preparations for both situations. With the help of Phoenix and other Protoss heroes, the joint army will definitely be able to stop their powerful counterattack, provided that the Supreme Council does not become their enemy at this time. At the same time, Augustus also decided to evacuate some of the Aiur Protoss who followed Tassadar in advance, so as to avoid having to abandon a large number of people when they had to evacuate. Nothing can help the Protoss at this time, and nothing can win the gratitude and respect of these arrogant Xel'Naga successors. The Protoss Empire has suffered the greatest loss since its establishment. Billions of people have died in this catastrophe. The pain and sorrow they endured before their death have left the Khala with injuries that can never be healed, and also caused hatred and sorrow to spread among the Templars and other people, Phoenix said to Augustus. In the golden age of the Protoss Empire, Aiur had billions of Protoss, and the population lost in this race is enough to prevent the Protoss from regaining their glory for countless centuries. The invincible fleets guarding Aiur have been devoured by the Zerg, and countless brave Arega tribe warriors have remained in the starry sky of Aiur forever along with the beautiful warships they built with their own hands. I can understand this feeling. Augustus told Phoenix his thoughts. If the people of Korhal 4 were also destroyed by the Federation's nuclear bombs, then I would probably have fallen into darkness now. Yes. What could be more painful than watching your companions, comrades, and elders die in front of you and being unable to do anything about it? Phoenix mentioned his sorrow. But soon let it go. Many of my friends have lost their lives forever and returned to Kara. Someone has been with me for 300 years without giving up. He spent 500 years in the Vallari Templar Academy to become a respected high-level Templar. The Zerg took his life. Augustus couldn't help but sigh for such a warrior. The Protoss is a long-lived race, and the cycle of their training warriors is not something that humans can imagine and understand. No. He died of his determination to serve his people, and his rage to die with his enemies, Phoenix said. He and another high-ranking Templar gave up their original bodies, and merged into one Archon of light through spiritual sublimation. I saw it with my own eyes. The unstoppable energy swept everything, and the Zerg was destroyed in the psychic storm. They dissipated before dawn, and everyone saw a bright light. As Phoenix and Augustus were talking, Kerrigan came in and reminded Augustus that Executor Tassidar's Templars had landed on the left wing of the Revolutionary Army landing site. Tassadar himself then came to Augustus's command center alone, and brought the news that Cyrodiil's Dark Templar troops had landed in the Koresh Hills in the northern hemisphere. The vast land there is now occupied by the Zerg Hive and the Zerg, and the lush forests filled with slime and Zerg have now become one of the most dangerous areas on Aiur. Augustus, I am extremely sad to see that Aiur has become a paradise for the Zerg. No matter how sad the human language is, it cannot express my sorrow. The tall Tassadar was still wearing the robes of a high-ranking Templar. When he walked into the door of the conference room of the command center, he was like a thunderous wind. The Protoss are creatures that can naturally connect with the emotions of their people. Their sadness and despair are almost substantial. It is a sadness that can make Augustus empathize and cry, just like the sadness that made the surrounding human soldiers cry when Kerrigan was captured by Augustus. When Tassadar set his eyes on Phoenix, this sadness became even stronger. Phoenix, a sad Templar once told me that you have unfortunately died in the battle to defend the province of Antioch, but you are still standing in front of me alive. This is impossible, but I hope this is true. Thank the gods. Is it really you, Phoenix? Brother, you are still alive. Tassadar was so excited that his joy and sadness hit Augustus at the same time, making the latter feel as if 2 slices of onions were stuck on his eyes. Well, after I was defeated, my compatriots found my remains and put me in this Dragon Knight mech. Now, this Dragon Knight is my home. Phoenix's generous laughter made Augustus almost unable to believe that this was a warrior who was so disabled that he could only return to the battlefield through a mecha. He was not affected by the setbacks and physical disabilities. Augustus had never seen what Phoenix looked like when he was still a Templar, but in Tassadar's memory, Phoenix was a warrior who was agile, brave, and unstoppable on the battlefield, and a living legend. No one has ever defeated Phoenix, and no one has ever faced him without trembling at his war cry and psychic blades. Phoenix has fought so many battles that even he can't remember them all, and only his protectors and young Templar successors are still recording his new legends. It is said that Phoenix has been active on the front lines of the battlefield at least since the arbitration of Kalash. But even before that he had already terrorized Aiur in the battle to clear the Dark Templar. Yes, I am the immortal Phoenix. Phoenix read what Augustus was thinking but did not say. Old friend, I wish all this had not happened. What are you talking about? As long as my spirit has not been defeated, there is nothing to be ashamed of. I can still continue to fight for Aiur, Phoenix said to Tassadar again. Was it the order of the Supreme Council that almost killed you? Augustus asked. That's not the case. The Supreme Council has their own judgment. Phoenix would not blame anyone else for his failure. They just still believe that the Templars have always fought in an upright manner, and that they should defeat the Zerg head-on instead of playing tricks. The Supreme Council ordered Executor Artanis to gather troops to retake the fallen planet of Thane, and I was ordered to guard the province of Antioch. The Zerg attacked Antioch there. I have been fighting, killing Zerg, and protecting people, until my strength is exhausted, and I can no longer ignite the psychic blade. I have nothing to say. Augustus was really speechless. You are a brave warrior. But now it seems that the Supreme Council is not. This is simply unreasonable. Tassadar was deeply saddened by his friend's experience. I have said that a frontal attack is useless. Without the help of the Dark Templar, the brain worm will be resurrected every time. We use the blood of so many warriors, only to exchange for the rotten body of an abominable monster. Unless they see it with their own eyes, the Supreme Council will never believe and admit that the rebellious Dark Templar can kill the brain worm, Phoenix said. Then prove it to them, Augustus said softly. That's right. Tassadar and Phoenix looked at each other, as if they were smiling at each other. Phoenix continued, I have another bad news for you, Tassadar. You have been listed as a traitor by the Supreme Council. They are now organizing an army to arrest you. The council guards of the Yala tribe have also assembled in the council square. What? I can't believe they have done this. In the face of the crisis of genocide, they still stick to the pedantic doctrine, Tassadar said in shock and anger. If you can't convince the Supreme Council later, I'm afraid we can only fight them. Augustus said, Tassadar, no matter what time, the human revolutionary army will stand on the same front with you and your people. Me too, old friend, Phoenix said to Tassadar. I will follow you forever, even if it makes me a traitor. In Taroadan, noble Phoenix, only by unity can we defeat the enemy. Tassadar asked again, where is young Artanes? Artanes is gathering troops on the Whispering Fire Island. Phoenix replied, he will also come to help you. Chapter 373, Gathering the Troops. If at the last moment we have to fight the Supreme Council, the help of Artanes and the Akiri tribe will be indispensable. Tassadar was very happy that the new executor Artanes stood on his side. Akiri has always been a strong and leader among the Templars, and their support is indispensable. Phoenix also said, once the war with the Supreme Council begins, the comparison of the military strength of both sides will determine the key to success or failure. Can we take the initiative on the front battlefield? Otherwise, we must rely on the help of Cyrodiil and the Dark Templar. Augustus touched the console of the holographic tactical map, thinking about the route from the southeast of Antioch to the heart of the Kashaka Council. The Alaga tribe, the Yara tribe, the Valali tribe, and the Phrynex tribe stood on the side of the Supreme Council. The guardian of the Zelnaga temple, Surok, refused to express his position. Only Sagoth and Achilles supported us. Phoenix said, the territory of the Finitor tribe has lost contact with us. It is said that the last person who saw those ale hunters, Kale, claimed that those Finitor Templars were lost in the endless hunting of the Zerg Fury. The Phoenicial tribe has noble character. Tassadar said, if we can find the Phoenicial Templar, they will definitely turn to support us. I hope this tribe has not suffered a tragedy. If the Akiri tribe had not obeyed Artanes' command, we would be at a great disadvantage. Phoenix looked at Augustus. Are Artanes' Akiri tribe enough to defeat all the other tribes? Augustus could only assume so. If the power of the tribe of Sagoth is added. Yes, Tassadar said, Origa's fleet was badly damaged in the battle to defend Ire. The Yara and Phrynex tribes are from the Arbitrator and Kalai class respectively, and are not natural warriors. Only the protectors of the Valari and the high-level Templars are a force that cannot be ignored. However, although the Valari tribe has the best spearmen and brave light infantry in the Protoss Empire, they rarely use heavy armor and weapons. The Arbitrator tribes in numbers are small, and they are not good at fighting. Among the large and small Templar tribes, only Achille, Phoenicial, Sagoth and Oligar are the strongest and most famous. The Kalai class has the largest population in the Protoss Empire, but is not good at fighting. Among them, the Phrynex tribe is the weapon forger, and the most outstanding craftsman. Their ancestors were also warlike warriors during the Aeon of Disaster. Therefore, this tribe can join the battle as a barbaric warrior, while concentrating on developing Cateran anima crystals, maintaining and expanding the crystal matrix network of Ire, and even the Protoss Empire. Among the Templar tribes of the Protoss Empire, the Akiri have always been the most powerful one. In a sense, they even control the military of the Protoss Empire. The Akiri tribe has always continued the martial spirit of their ancestors, and their strength is well known in the Protoss Empire. Very good. I propose that once Artanes gathers all his troops and warriors of the Akiri tribe, we will immediately advance to the heartland of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire. Augustus locked the Antioch province on the battle map, which is located at the border junction of Kashaka, the seat of the Supreme Council. There is a Protoss military fortress called the Executor's Bastion, where the Supreme Council discusses with their executors and makes decisions, which is equivalent to the Supreme Command of the Terran Federation. The new executor who replaced Tassadar should also be sitting there to command the huge army of the Protoss Empire. But now it seems that Artanes is leading the army in the front line. If we take this fortress, we can go straight to the heart of the Protoss Empire. Augustus paused and changed his words, then approached the council heart of Kashaka, and tried to avoid other Protoss Empire troops as much as possible. As long as you kill all the arbitrators, no one will object to you. A desperate attack while the Conclave still thinks they have a sure win will definitely work. Tassadar agreed. The Conclave had no idea that Artanes and Phoenix had joined Tassadar's camp, and the bravest and most capable generals in the Protoss Empire had turned against the Conclave they had sworn allegiance to. But I don't want to, and will not massacre all the arbitrators in the Conclave. causing the bloodiest massacre since the founding of the Protoss Empire. Tassadar sighed at Augustus's idea. Then imprison them until everything is settled. Augustus said. If Augustus were Tassadar, even if he would not purge the Protoss Empire, he would imprison all the arbiters and hold all power tightly, considering the possibility that the arbiters would settle accounts later or their supporters would restore power. Augustus would definitely cut off the roots. Okay. Tassadar could not find a better solution than this. Tassadar was deeply distressed by the killing of his own kind. After all, the Protoss were not human beings. They felt the same pain as each other and were one in mind. Killing each other would bring unprecedented shocks to the Kara's mental network. Let's decide where to launch the attack. Tassadar continued. The fleet in Ayer's synchronous orbit told me that Olaga's fleet was not completely destroyed. Even if their strength was less than 1% of the past, it would be enough to drive away the joint fleet. The Zerg also launched an attack at this time, and Ayer's space fell into a tense melee. He said, we must resolve the differences with the Supreme Council as soon as possible. Speed is of the essence in war. Augustus also nodded. Just now, Jim Raynor, who was commanding the Revolutionary Army fleet, also reported to him the latest situation in Ayer's orbit. The fleet in the battle will only be able to send a very limited military force to the surface of the planet. In contrast, the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire and the Zerg cannot send overwhelming fleets and air forces to deal with the coalition forces. This is the battle plan. Augustus had already listed the plan in detail on the holographic projection map while he was speaking. One of my legions will advance along the Floodlight River to the border between Kashaka, Seine Province and Antioch to resist the Zerg that may take the opportunity to launch an attack when we are fighting the Supreme Council army. Another legion and its troops will set out from the Elders' Cemetery and head to the Memorial Road, Altar, and Executor's Fortress. Relying on the Executor's Fortress, a new super fortress will be established, and the first army sent by the Supreme Council will be engaged as expected. He said, once we defeat this army, we will attack the city of Kashaka. I heard Tassadar mention the 3 Salvation Arcs sleeping under the heart of the Kashaka Council. As long as we take it, we can activate these arcs to launch a counterattack against the Zerg and transfer refugees. We are now in the vast primitive rainforest of Antioch, but there is a lack of cities that can be used as a springboard for attack or as a defense. Augustus said, as he marked a location on the battle map with a red circle. After occupying the Executor's Fortress, the forests in the south of Antioch and the desert in the west can become a vast strategic buffer. This is what humans have to do. Phoenix pointed out, the task of attacking is left to us, and my troops will serve as the vanguard. It has always been the case. My Templars will fight together with humans. Tassadar had already discussed with Augustus the battle plan after landing on Ayer. At this time, we must also gather as many Calais and Templars as possible along the way. Augustus nodded. I will send a professional force and medical staff to help the refugees in Ayer. Augustus and Tassadar both knew that it was not a wise choice to lend a helping hand to the Protoss they met at this time. Even if the main force would not stop, they would have to allocate a part of the army to transfer and protect the civilians of the Protoss Empire. But this was the original purpose of coming to Ayer. Not for power or other selfish desires, but to save this ancient land. Even if we can't save Ayer, we must help the Protoss escape from their homeland. So, we must also send an army to the direction of Ayer's Zelnaga portal. Augustus drew a long red line and arrow between the Zelnaga portal and the Antioch province on the battle map. This is an airborne force, led by my most capable airborne commander, Xander Max, to occupy the Zelnaga portal as quickly as possible and open it. And that portal will open a passage to Shakuras, the home of the Dark Templar. All Ayer refugees will go to Shakuras through this road to seek the benevolent protection of the Nerazim Protoss matriarch Razigal. As he was speaking, Marshal Guard Captain Faraday, who was standing outside the conference room of the command center, reported to Augustus that another Protoss commander had arrived. When the steel door of the conference room opened, Augustus noticed that it was the new executive they had mentioned before, Artanis from the Akiri tribe, who came. Artanis' ancient plate armor, which shone like platinum, had many scratches, and his once spotless executor's robe had become much grayer. Only his eyes, burning with pure blue fire, were still so bright, young, energetic, full of enthusiasm, and full of hope. Entaro Adden, salute to you, the great executor Tassadar, the Grand Archon Phoenix, and you, the outstanding leader of the human revolutionary army, Marshal Augustus Minsk. a mentor and friend worthy of my learning. Artanis still addressed Tassadar as an executor. And as for Augustus, he showed great respect. I have assembled the last troops I can muster, and now they are all under your command. Tassadar. What else can be more worthy of the Protoss' respect than the humans, who can come to Ire from afar to fight for a race so different from humans? Artanis happened to hear the last words of Augustus when he entered the command center, and inevitably heard the word Ire refugees. Refugees are a human term for those who are down and out and hungry. The Protoss Empire would never call its people this word, since their civilization once again shone among the stars after the catastrophe. The population loss due to war and medical treatment has been reduced to the lowest level. I don't know how many centuries the Protoss have not been as embarrassed as they are now. My noble people have become refugees. Artanis, it's great to see you here again. I thought the Supreme Council would punish you for harboring Tassadar after that. Augustus extended a hand to Artanis, who was at a loss for words, and quickly read the handshake from the other's surface thoughts and the friendly meaning behind it. Then, Augustus, wearing power armor, hugged Artanis briefly, which made the young Protoss executor feel stunned and didn't know where to put his hands. Artanis knew that among humans, this was how friends who had been separated for a long time celebrated their reunion. The arbitrators in the Supreme Council are sometimes just too stubborn and extreme. They are all good people. Artanis does not think that the Supreme Council is an unforgivable ruling class. They are just too immersed in arrogance. Phoenix also said, the great Kos once gave the Protoss who followed him at the beginning the responsibility of managing and leading the Protoss Empire to glory. Every arbitrator has a heavy burden on his shoulders, so that they often make inhumane decisions for the benefit of the Empire and all the Protoss. Perhaps, some arbitrators in the Supreme Council will make wrong decisions out of selfishness or narrow-mindedness. But that's only because they haven't seen successful examples. Yes, Tassadar also said, Artanis, thank you for choosing to trust me in times of crisis. I hope your Templars will continue to fight with us in the future. Of course. At this time, Augustus' order to the troops landing on Ire to advance according to the original plan has been executed. All the bunkers and alloy steel barriers temporarily built to resist the enemy's attack have been recovered, and the jungle camouflage barracks, engineering stations, heavy factories and command centers are also lifted into the air by thrusters. Augustus, Tassadar, and other Protoss commanders left the command center before it was about to take off, and walked onto the land of the primeval forest with humus layers, preparing to take aircraft or vehicles to return to their troops. In front of them was a large and spectacular scene. The marching team of one of the human armies alone was more than 10 miles long, and heavy war vehicles and tanks roared through the flat land of Ire. From time to time, the golden and red fighter planes of the human Revolutionary Army and the shining Protoss shuttles flew over, and the moving Protoss army was quickly deployed to this strategic location through the warp matrix network throughout Ire. If it weren't for the fact that the Zerg invasion destroyed many of the warp facilities, and the matrix network still under the control of the Supreme Council refused the visit of Tassadar's army, they would have appeared in the square of the Council heart in an instant. Seeing this grand scene, Tassadar said, with unity and solidarity, we will definitely be able to save Ire. Chapter 374, Ire Refugees. Ire is a hot and humid planet. The abundant and strong sunshine and abundant rainfall nourish the primitive rainforests of all latitudes and the colorful life therein, but also bring unbearable heat. In the Antioch province, the cold winter has never appeared in many geological layers. There are only short springs and long summers here. Magnificent life thrives here. So many such lives have evolved into strange species in one Ire revolution year after another. Giant lizards with giant sail-like backs, convergently evolved agile cats, and primates have appeared on the stage of life evolution. The primeval forest of Antioch is vast and ancient. When the seeds of those towering trees sprouted, the Protoss had not yet created their glorious empire. Augustus had just stepped off a heavy armored command vehicle and walked on the road opened up by tanks and road rollers in the primeval rainforest in the north of Antioch. Next to him were Faraday's martial guard and a whole company of Goliath-armed robots on the march. The surrounding area was filled with the fragrance of plant stems and leaves when the plants were crushed and cut. The knocked-down trees were neatly stacked to be used as temporary defense barriers and materials for building refugee resettlement sites. Continuing along this path, you will find the altar of Antioch and the cemetery of the elders, where the remains of Protoss heroes from past generations are said to be buried. And there is a memorial road that has been walked by pilgrims for many centuries. although it has almost sacred meaning to the Protoss. The Protoss have also lost it in recent times. Continuing past the altar is the fortress city of the Executor's Bastion, which was taken by Augustus, and is still under the control of the Protoss Empire. Among Augustus's army, the closest to there are Alpha Squadron and the 4 20,000-man divisions of the Revolutionary Army, equipped with countless heavy firepower vehicles and supporting artillery. Even so, it is a pipe dream to take down the Executor Fortress in a short time with only human military strength. It is an impregnable fortress, and the defenders can continuously summon reinforcements through the Crystal Matrix warp network throughout Aiur. The real main force is still the Protoss army of Artanis and Phoenix. No matter what, they must know better than humans how to deal with their own people. Walking on the road and looking around and into the forest in the distance, Augustus has admired the charming scenery of Aiur more than once. But he still laments the disaster suffered by such a beautiful planet. This is a vast primeval forest, with towering ancient trees supporting the blue sky of Aiur, the treetops that are higher than the head, the vines and trunks that are thicker than human arms, interweave to form a maze-like natural landscape in the Aiur rainforest. The poisonous and colorful poisonous creatures are perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment, and those ferocious large animals peek at these strange alien creatures with amazing wisdom. Large, wide, palm-like branches and evergreen vines interweave to form a green screen that blocks the sun, leaving a cool shadow for the ferns below. The leaves of the vegetation are colorful, flashing reddish-brown, bright orange, fluorescent green and sapphire blue in the sun, like blooming flowers, and the trickling streams flowing by are like flowing poetry. No leaf is exactly the same, and the veins of the leaves, like the veins of the heart and lungs, seem to be depicting a mysterious map, and the branches are like colorful corals under the rippling blue waves, with various shapes and extraordinary beauty. To date, Augustus has visited many planets, including the real purgatory and the paradise on Earth with a pleasant climate, as the home planet of a powerful and huge Protoss empire. Most of Aiur's landforms are still quite primitive, with only those golden cities and mysterious temples hidden among nature and mountains and rivers. The engineers of the Revolutionary Army briefly admired the garden-like beauty of Aiur and had to flatten these lush plants. If they did not do so, once the Zerg fungal tumors began to spread, any life form would no longer exist, and even the most beautiful flowers would turn into sticky, gelatinous purple-black fungal carpets. Lundstein's division has entered the ruins of a city 40 miles south of the Executor's Fortress. Ghost Agent Sarah Kerrigan, wearing a blue and white ghost-type combat uniform, used a knife on her body to peel open the belly of an Aiur rainforest insect while walking, and used her psychic power to burn the remaining poisonous insects to ash. This is a giant insect similar to a mosquito. Their bite to the revolutionary soldiers can cause a strong fever and kill people. This poisonous insect is by no means the most dangerous and deadly creature on Aiur. The primeval forests of Aiur are full of dangers, and those deadly hunters are not even noticeable to human eyes. The city was abandoned not long ago. There is evidence that a group of Zerg from the Balog tribe attacked and destroyed it, devouring all the Protoss. A layer of moisture condensed on Kerrigan's ghost combat uniform. The humid air made her combat uniform stick to her body more tightly, making her look more feminine. Wasn't Gwen, the brainworm of the White Balrog tribe, killed by Cyrodiil's Dark Templar? Gwen can't be resurrected, and its out-of-control tribe was defeated by the rest of the Hive. Augustus did not hide his surprise when he heard the news. As Augustus spoke, the micro-air conditioner of his power armor was still working, bringing a slight coolness to the wearer in the hot summer of Aiur. Otherwise, the humid and hot air would greatly reduce the combat effectiveness of soldiers from high latitudes. This was one of the few times that Augustus gave high marks to the humanized design of the power armor designer, while the functions of other parts of the armor were mostly not very humane. Either the Overmind rebuilt this group based on the genes of the Balog group, or the brainworms of another group, or the nameless brainworms accepted and controlled the Balog group. After capturing the brainworm named Alpha, the Revolutionary Army made a breakthrough in the study of the internal class and group specialties of the Zerg. They also learned from the brainworm that a brainworm that had just been born was insignificant and could not establish its own prestige in the Zerg group. Although the brainworm was unwilling to admit this, it threw a tantrum when the researchers questioned it. The number of Balog is small, but each clan member is bloodthirsty and powerful. Balog is one of the clans guarding the Overlord. Their presence here means that the Zerg Overlord must be not far away. General Runstein's men did not encounter any Zerg attacks. Nor did they find any Protoss survivors in the city. Kerrigan then said to Augustus. One of his jungle guerrillas shot down an overlord with an anti-aircraft missile and dug out a large number of Protoss civilian corpses from the belly of the hideous monster. He suspected that the Zerg either ate the Protoss or took them away. She speculated. The Zerg cannot assimilate the genes of the Protoss. And they probably ate the Protoss just to relieve their hunger. Research in the alien laboratory shows that if the Zerg leave the range of the fungal blanket, they must replenish the energy consumed by eating. If you can still remember the hybrid monsters created by mixing Protoss and Zerg genes that we found in the Luria's system, you may think of the conspiracy behind this abnormal behavior of the Zerg. Augustus didn't think so. The Zerg ate so many Protoss. And the hybrid monster that was born must be beyond all of our imaginations. Augustus thought of the future hybrid of the evil god's host body created by the Overmind's body. The monster formed by the Overmind's body and countless Protoss was the real Doomsday Terminator. Kerrigan couldn't figure out the meaning of Augustus' words. But she imagined that these words must have a profound meaning far beyond the limitations of her own thinking. Augustus' words will be recorded for future autobiographers and historians who will write about Emperor Augustus Mengsk. Before Kerrigan could say anything else, the commander of another main force also reported that they had entered the designated attack position. And new intelligence was also continuously flowing into Augustus's martial headquarters. The Protoss was still strengthening the defense of the Executor's fortress. But that was not to guard against the sudden appearance of humans, but to resist the Zerg attack from the direction of the province of Thane. It was the first area to fall after the Overmind descended on Aiur. A large number of Tiamat and Jormungand Zerg were wandering on the ruins of the once glorious city and the broken disc spires of the Thane province. As long as the Overmind thought it was the best time to launch an attack on the capital of the Protoss Empire, these two most powerful tribes would really take action. Tell Lieutenant General Bennett to launch an attack according to the battle plan. What we have to do is to drop bombs on the Protoss positions. The louder the sound of setting off fireworks, the better. Wait until Phoenix's army starts to move, and then launch a general attack. Augustus gave the order in the command channel. This is an important battle, and I don't need to mention the value of the Executor's fortress. I have only one request for the warriors. That is to take this fortress. He said, I will not allow any failure. Augustus was still a long way from the front line at this time. His destination was not the Executor's fortress, but the nearest city that had been occupied by the Zerg, which was also the location of the Great Altar in the Protoss doctrine. The battle to attack the Executor's fortress was the most important battle after the Revolutionary Army landed in Aiur. But Augustus had to command more than just this one battle. According to the original plan, Augustus would set up a temporary command center in that area to command the entire army. At the same time that Augustus issued the last order, a commotion suddenly came from the primitive jungle not far away, and dozens of elite martial guards around him immediately guarded the marshal tightly in the middle. An 8-man Nova Squadron ghost agent team, hidden in the shadows, quickly approached the direction of the sound, while the other two teams stayed on standby. The terrain in the primeval forest of Aiur was complex, with thick branches intertwined like a dragon, making it difficult to run. Only agile primates and birds could adapt to the environment above the treetops. Is it the beast of Aiur? This was not the first time Augustus had encountered such a thing. When walking in the jungle, panicked large animals would occasionally rush into the Revolutionary Army's marching column. If they cannot be driven away, then the soldiers can only shoot those creatures that may have been regarded as the incarnation of some kind of gods by the Protoss in the ancient tribal era. It's the Protoss. A ghost agent who went to investigate said, more than 200 people. Most of them are civilians, and few have weapons. Bring them here. Augustus ordered, take the Protoss relics given to us by Tassadar, so that these Protoss will not regard us as enemies. As you wish. Has the Protoss Empire lost control of its own civilians? Kerrigan shook her head. The Revolutionary Army rarely encountered lost Protoss civilians during their march, and the latter would not deal with such strange primates unless necessary. Aiur's primates are either stupid apes or cunning little fur balls the size of a palm, and the Protoss's understanding of humans is roughly the same. Not long after, 2 Templars in gold and blue armor were brought over, one of whom held the common Zealot Protoss blade, and the other used a sickle-shaped weapon similar to the Dark Templar's warp blade. They are obviously the leaders of these Aiur Protoss refugees and representatives sent to meet with human leaders. Entaro Adden. Salutations to you, noble Templar. I am Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the human revolutionary army. Augustus spoke to the two Templars. Salute to Adon. I am Elrina, the Templar of the Venator tribe. I already know your identity and purpose. But we do not need human help. Please tell us, where are our people? One of the Templars made a gesture of respect to Augustus. Despite being in such a state, his words still could not conceal the Protoss' deep-rooted contempt and superiority towards other races. After all, before humans stepped into the starry sky, the Protoss Empire was silently watching and protecting countless such races. Follow us. You will meet your own people soon. Augustus glanced at Kerrigan, who was a little angry because of the other party's ungrateful words, and told her not to care about such a small matter. If you were to read my mind, you would find that Tassadar and Artanis, the executors of the Protoss Empire, are both my best friends. The Human Revolutionary Army is here to help the Protoss, both to fulfill my promise and to ensure that the friendship between humans and the Protoss will last forever. Gods above, you are as honest as pure gold and stone. Salute you, human commander. The Templars' attitude towards Augustus changed significantly. Then, a group of Protoss with torn and wrinkled robes walked out of the jungle behind him. Like all the Protoss Augustus had seen, these Protoss forced to flee into the jungle had slender limbs and elegant and nimble steps. But their physical and mental exhaustion from fear, running day and night, and hiding in fear was no better than that of the human refugees who had to flee their homes because of the Zerg invasion and the burning of their homes by the Protoss. Chapter 375 Mothership. When night fell, Augustus's headquarters arrived at the location of the Great Altar of Antioch Province. It was a Xel'Naga temple that existed long ago and has been preserved to this day. The long stairs lead directly to the solemn pyramid-shaped top. The mysterious and beautiful vortex aura on the walls dotted with green moss seems to be alive. The depressions of the trapezoidal platform between the stone steps accumulated rainwater, and each small puddle reflected the red sunset glow of Ire at sunset. Like burning gems, the temple has a strong and important meaning in the eyes of the Protoss. Its simple and elegant steps connect to a several-mile-long memorial road, according to the tradition that cannot be violated. Every great man of the Protoss Empire, who is full of glory during his lifetime, will be carried by respectful farewellers to the memorial road and sent to the catering crystal force field of the Xel'Naga temple to sleep forever. But now, this road regarded as a sacred road has been destroyed by war. The crystal tower with damaged matrix circuits lies crookedly on the muddy and charred road, and the broken crystals flash orange-red glow in the afterglow of the sunset. The scene in front of him was also quite uniquely beautiful. But Augustus, who did not inherit much artistic talent from his parents, only saw it as a crooked electric pole. Not surprisingly, the magnificent buildings that lost the power supply of the crystal tower stopped working, becoming dim and lifeless, like gold and stone that had lost its color. In a sense, Ire was out of power again. Everything in front of him was like a city swept by a storm. But only a hurricane-carrying Zerg could blow down these crystal towers that had stood for more than a dozen centuries. The tragic scenes in the ancient cities that Augustus had seen along the way were many times more cruel than this. Every city in Antioch has a long history. The layout and architectural beauty of those cities are incomparable to any human city. Every dome and spire that soars into the sky is one of the most elegant designs in the world. The ancient buildings of the glorious and ancient Protoss Empire sparkled in the sunlight of the day, as if they were coated with a layer of gold. The city was brightly lit at night, and the crystal lights that reached the sky seemed to come from the Mirage and Crystal Palace in the sky. Now, the city that had stood for countless centuries in the Protoss Empire has turned into a charred, broken ruin. The floating palace, like a sky garden, fell from the sky, and the golden tower between the garden and the azure river was left with only the magnificent columns and the blackened base burned by the fire, and those precious relics of the Xel'Naga gods. Temples and Protoss Empire architecture, as well as the unique and unrepeatable crystals in the history of art, were also destroyed. The Zerg are like a thug who only wants to destroy. The treasures of civilization are not worth mentioning in front of them. The war started on Ire, the center of the vast Protoss Empire, and the damage caused by it is difficult to make up for it. The loss of the Protoss Empire in this catastrophe is incalculable. They lost an unimaginable population, cities, and technology in a short period of time. The civilization declined sharply, and the golden age in the history of the Empire's survival and development became a glorious past that only remained in records and visions. From the perspective of Augustus as a human leader, he does not want the Protoss Empire to be too powerful, unless their leaders are those who he knows well. He also does not want the Protoss to perish under the impact of this catastrophe. Because without the Protoss, humans cannot face the wrath of the Zerg and even the fallen Xel'Naga Amon, who will end the entire universe in the future. Your executor Artanis is in this temple. Augustus is standing at the end of the Road of Remembrance. In front of him is the stairs to the Xel'Naga temple. It is a long road. The winding outline is intricately arranged with exquisite patterns. The spire of the Xel'Naga temple overlooks the lush forests and poetic rivers. Every otherworldly sculpture and extremely harmonious corner is a glimpse of the peak of the ancient race's art. Of course, it is a priceless treasure. But that does not prevent the revolutionary soldiers from building firepower high ground and anti-aircraft turrets on the main body of the building. Praise your kindness, Commander Augustus Minsk. Behind Augustus were several armored transport vehicles full of civilians from the Protoss Empire. At this moment, these ragged refugees were nimbly jumping out of the armored vehicles without even stepping on the lowered pedals. They were as light and graceful as a group of cats happily stepping out of the cataract. The leader of the Protoss did not hide his gratitude. The joy and gratitude of the Templar of the Venator tribe hit Augustus' brain, making him feel dizzy. When the Ire Protoss really express gratitude to you, it must be true. I just do some good deeds according to my conscience. Augustus replied to him, Lieutenant Olga, send them to the Protoss camp. Tell Agrafort to prepare some blankets and water for these unfortunate Protoss. They must be exhausted. Following the direction pointed by Augustus, the Fanatial Templar known as Larsenus saw a Protoss camp surrounded by golden photon turrets and shield matrices. All the buildings were built of golden metal and translucent blue catering crystals, and the high towers surrounding the domes were visually striking and elegant, as solemn as a majestic symphony. Over the camp hovered a deep blue vortex formed by the distortion of the space-time force field of the Stargate, and from time to time, Protoss or human fighters flew out of it. In fact, Augustus didn't need to say anything. The Templar Larsenus could hear the call of his people in that direction from the mental network era. Every Protoss celebrated the return of his people from the bottom of their hearts. Go, Larsenus said to the Templars and other Karai civilians who followed him. May those people who were unable to escape the Zerg's pursuit like us rest in peace. And may they meet again in front of Aden. But what about you? A Templar with a scar on his face looked at him and asked. There are only the most genuine emotions expressed in the Kara, without meaningless lies and suspicions. I will go to the temple, face the executor, and ask him to punish me for losing the territory of Venator. Larsenus replied. But it is not your fault. The Zerg came too fast and too many. They are a flood that submerges everything. And we are just eggs drifting with the tide. Another Templar said in a poetic way. Go, my friend. Take the people we are supposed to protect to a safe place. And I have committed an unforgivable crime. Larsa said, I should have died on the battlefield when the territory fell. The new executive will definitely forgive you. He has never punished anyone. And no Templar has ever committed a crime that deserves punishment. The Templar left with his exhausted tribesmen. He knew that he could not convince his brothers, who were already too deeply trapped in hatred and guilt, even though they had fought side by side for hundreds of years. The fall of Ire and the unprecedented catastrophe of the Protoss Empire left irreparable damage in the hearts of the Protoss. They were originally a calm, rational, highly advanced and developed tribe. But now they are almost fragmented. Follow me, Templar. Let's go see Artanis together. Augustus was troubled by the Protoss' unique integrity, and hoped that Tychus Finley could match the noble character of these Protoss warriors. At this time, the earth-shaking roar sounded again. It was the sound of the Yamato gun of a revolutionary battlecruiser in low Earth orbit. This modified Behemoth-class battlecruiser was ordered to destroy a Zerg main nest complex on the Relas Highlands. At the same time, in another direction north of the Xel'Naga Temple, the Revolutionary Army and Tacidar's coalition forces entered the final stage of their attack on the Executor's fortress. The deafening sound of artillery fire subsided at a certain point, and it was obvious that the army of the Supreme Council and the coalition forces had already engaged in close combat. As long as they took down the fortress city, the coalition forces and the Supreme Council would definitely arrive as scheduled, because the arbitrator members of the council would never sit idly by and watch the traitor Tacidar march straight in. It must be said that the morale of Tacidar and his Templars and the Protoss, who were ordered to arrest him, dropped significantly when they were forced to fight against their own kind. The Protoss, who are used to communicating with each other, may never get over the sorrow of having killed a fellow Protoss. Your integrity and kindness are close to the great Aden. Hearing what Augustus said, The Templar Larsnes, who was deeply trapped in guilt, immediately praised him. Every word of the Iyer Protoss is true, and they are better at praising others rather than using bad contexts to belittle others. Every Protoss will be tolerated and comforted by their tribe in the Kala, which is also part of the reason why they will fall into the desire for suicide once they lose the Kala. I am just a nobleman from Korhal, and I have nothing to do with greatness. Augustus remained humble in front of the Protoss. He spoke elegantly in diplomatic occasions, but this could not cover up his prestige in the military. Augustus climbed the stone steps of the Xel'Naga temple built with some blue-gray material with the help of power armor. A team of martial guard soldiers wearing power armor followed him, and the heavy boots and armor plated with new alloys made bursts of clicking sounds. At this moment, the sun has set, and Iyer has fallen into a dark night of silence. The magical and tenacious nature has revived after this, and the insects and frogs are chirping again. Everything seems to have returned to the scene of peace and prosperity. No two Xel'Naga temples are exactly the same. Each of them seems to be naturally generated, with the ingenuity and naturalness of nature. The wide stairs and the abstract stone sculptures on both sides are amazing. The void crystals emitting green fluorescence in the dark night bring a refreshing coolness, dispelling the heat of Iyer. Above the crystal, water vapor condensed and refracted the light. This dreamlike scene reminded Augustus of the giant fountain under the silver spire of Korhal. I saw the once beautiful Korhal pour through your eyes, but it has been destroyed by war. Larsnes felt a moment of sadness from Augustus' heart. Yes, it turned into a scorched earth, and everything was burned to ashes. Augustus' eyelids twitched. I have fought until now to control my own destiny and prevent other planets from suffering the same fate as Korhal. We all fight for our homeland. Larsnes sighed. When ascending the stone steps, Augustus saw the Templars guarding the temple, who were as silent as statues. Among these Templars, in addition to the working Calais phase technicians and unmanned machines, the voices of the Revolutionary Army engineers could often be heard, who were strengthening the defense of the temple in a human way. Although the rough way these human engineers operated the spot welding guns and screwdrivers made the Protoss engineers shudder, they had no choice but to accept this blasphemous act of humanity that could be temporarily tolerated. At such a critical moment, only the most pedantic Protoss still adhered to the past dogma. With the joint efforts of humans and Protoss, this Xel'Naga temple was equipped with powerful Draken railguns and Mark electromagnetic cannons. These terrifying weapons are enough to threaten Behemoth and Leviathan in high-altitude orbits. The Protoss installed particle-light cannons and energy shields for the temple to ensure that the temple can withstand the firepower of its compatriots. If necessary, the Protoss fleet can directly warp the temple to the nearest warship. Below the temple, the human and Protoss military camps are located in the primeval rainforest. The revolutionary soldiers in the camp are enjoying their first hot meal since landing on Iyer 20 hours ago. After that, they will check their weapons and prepare to join the next battle. The revolutionary soldiers who came to Iyer were no longer new recruits. Even the youngest had participated in the Battle of Vidona. They all knew what kind of enemies they would face and were ready to fight and die. The soldiers in the Revolutionary Army were all mortals. They would also be afraid and scared. Some were deeply trapped and forced to return to Antigua. Some became deserters in Luria. But as long as they set foot on the land of Iyer, they would be regarded as true heroes. Having participated in the Battle of Iyer was not only a qualification that could be boasted to the new recruits, but also a proof that they had followed Marshal Augustus Mengsk to the most remote and dangerous areas in the galaxy. The loyalty of these soldiers was immeasurable, and they would be called the generation of ancestors who died generously for mankind in the future. Augustus eventually found Executor Artanes at a prototype altar in the temple, and the latter had already received the news of their arrival. Executor, I want to confess to you. I could have saved more people, but I failed to do so. Larsnes immediately asked Artanes for punishment. You have done your best. Templar, you are the son of Adon, a warrior among us. You have no need to apologize. As Artanes spoke, Augustus noticed the many Protoss Calais phase technicians who were busy around him. You finally decided to restart it. Augustus smiled and said, My grandfather said that the best weapon should not be hidden when the enemy is in front of us. A mothership. Larsnes read the meaning of Augustus' words from Artanes. A mothership sleeping under the Xel'Naga temple. It was originally used as a cemetery for ancient heroes. I hope the souls of the sages and heroes can forgive our disturbance. Chapter 376. The Supreme Council is furious. Augustus and Artanes, the executive officer of the Protoss Empire, stood side by side, their very different faces illuminated by the blue light emitted by the anima crystal array. The Xel'Naga temple under their feet was shaking, and the reservoir used to bathe the dead was shimmering in the white moonlight, with silver flashes. The vibration did not come from the Xel'Naga temple itself, but from a Protoss mothership rising from the primitive rainforest below. At first, a magnificent city rose from the separated rainforest, with its empty and majestic vaults, arches and domes shining with blue light forming a magnificent outline. Augustus even saw the amazing coordination and beauty of the metal arcades, circular platforms and independent spires with harmonious curves, countless circular portholes, catering crystals emitting linear blue light, and purification beam heat guns. When the Protoss Empire built this unprecedented giant ship, it was like building a flying city and palace. Its diameter is about 3 kilometers, equivalent to 4 to 5 new human behemoth-class battlecruisers. The mothership can activate the purification beam main gun to burn planets, or it can open the galactic vortex that devours everything, and open the space-time distortion that can stop bullets in the air and fall to the ground due to loss of kinetic energy. This mothership has been dormant here for more than a dozen centuries. At that time, it was the golden age of the expansion of the Protoss Empire. Countless warriors, who adhered to the will of the Khala and the teachings of the Da, rode it to conquer the galaxy. Artanis introduced this super-large ship to Augustus. She was once a symbol of that era. So many Kali Phase technician masters fought hard and worked hard to make the glory of the Empire illuminate the darkest end of the universe. It's shocking, Augustus said bluntly, but now you just let her bury it underground. The mothership once sheltered many planets and guided the direction of the fleet. Artanis watched the magnificent ship that almost occupied the entire field of vision slowly rise from the ground, and felt the trembling joy of the Protoss, who witnessed all this in front of him in Kala. Each mothership is equivalent to a fleet beacon, and each is the flagship of a huge fleet, leading the Imperial flagship deep into the universe to open up new homes. He said, however, as the Empire no longer expanded outward as it did in the Golden Age, all ambitions retreated to the former territory, and the Protoss no longer wanted to leave their homes and go to unknown directions. Even the Supreme Council began to become conservative. At that time, all the warships and weapons built for exploration and war were gradually forgotten and sealed, because the Empire no longer needed them. At this point, the Supreme Council has not thought about activating these warships? Augustus asked Artanis. The arbitrators are still hesitating. Artanis stared at the Protoss mothership being activated, and its magnificent momentum made him feel motivated. By the time they ordered the restart of these warships, it was already too late. Almost all the motherships are staying on other planets and marginal territories of the Protoss Empire, because they were all part of the colonial fleet. Artanis said, the Supreme Council has decided to recall those fleets and call for reinforcements from other colonies. I don't know how many branches of the Great Fleet are returning to Ire at all costs. From what you said, the Protoss Empire has many such warships? The Protoss mothership is the largest warship Augustus has ever seen. It is even larger than the magnificent Xel'Naga temple under his feet. The pure blue beams overflowing from the mothership lit up the night sky of Antioch province. The spiritual aura released by the bridge and the crystal harmonic array made all the Protoss buildings that lost power due to the collapse of the crystal tower bright again. When the mothership climbed to a height of several hundred feet, until it was parallel to the eyes of Augustus and Artanis, they seemed to be able to see the rounded curves and polygonal structures through the psychic shield surrounding the mothership. The almost luxurious stairs led to the pavilion suspended in the air, and a large number of Templars and Calais fleet engineers were striding on the wide deck and the 3 suspended wings around the wings. This extraordinary warship is comparable to a giant space station of mankind. Its unparalleled gravity is enough to crush her, but she still flies steadily, and even lightly like an elegant city suspended in the sky. This is a problem that human materials and structural science cannot overcome. The majestic Protoss mothership hovered over the Xel'Naga temple in an almost sacred manner. Its ship, designed in perfect proportions, slowly rotated at a constant speed, casting pure blue light on the rainforest and mysterious city below. The deep golden dome and corridor tilted downward, and the light flowing down from the height was like a blue waterfall. The mothership quietly floated in the air with an attitude of lifting a heavy weight. Augustus had no doubt about how much earth-shaking power it would unleash when launching an attack. The other motherships on Ire that lay dormant in the heart of the city for posterity to see were either silenced with the destruction of the city or dismantled for research and peaceful purposes. The rest of the motherships were stripped of their heavy armor and sturdy shields and fixed in the city's core, blending into the architecture of the molten golden building. Artanis replied, "This is the only one we can activate now," he said. "I don't know if the High Council has such plans, but as far as I know, no mothership on Aiur is ready to fight a war on Aiur. Only those motherships that stay at the edge of the Protoss Empire and the colonies can maintain their combat effectiveness." Augustus was not surprised by this answer. As long as the Protoss summoned a few more motherships, Aiur might not fall. What about the Colossus? He mentioned the war weapons that he and Tassadar found in Alluria's system. I heard that these terrible Protoss war weapons are still sleeping in the quiet lakes and ancient ruins of Aiur. I have ordered people to wake them up, and I hope they can still start normally. Artanis wanted to ask Augustus where he got this information. He seemed to know Aiur better than the Protoss. "You are right, Augustus. In the face of the crisis of genocide, no one will stop us by saying whether it violates the teachings of Kara and Dao." Artanis said, "With the help of this mothership, we will definitely be able to repel the Zerg." "Young Artanis, it is too early for you to say that." The figure of the Dark Templar Zeratul suddenly appeared between Augustus and Artanis. Zeratul. Augustus was no longer surprised by Zeratul's sudden appearance. After all, the Dark Templars were already used to the dragon's elusive movements. It must be said that Augustus even suspected that Zeratul would even find a little humor in his prank-like appearance. In any case, this respected elder was always happy to do it. "You are finally here," he said. Zeratul's Dark Templars were supposed to land on the other side of Aiur, where the Zerg first landed. They planned to launch an attack on the Overmind to force the Zerg to slow down their attack on Aiur. "Dark Master Zeratul, I have heard from my teacher about your feats on Char. You have killed many times more brainworms than the Templars." Artanis was obviously surprised by Zeratul's sudden appearance. If this man came to assassinate him, the young executor was very reluctant to admit that he would most likely be defeated by Zeratul's Master Blade. Even though his body has shown signs of aging, Zeratul is still the most terrifying Dark Templar master to date. He is also one of the few warriors who can compete with Tassadar before he mastered the power of Twilight. Fortunately, Zeratul is a friend, not an enemy. However, Artanis may have forgotten that the number of brain worms killed by the Templar is 0. And 0 cannot be used as a divisor. I can kill brain worms only because the power we have happens to be able to restrain them. Zeratul was even more surprised by Artanis' address to Tassadar. It sounds like Artanis is treating Tassadar as a teacher. Tassadar has always hoped that his idea of uniting the Protoss of Aiur and the Protoss of Shakuras can be inherited by the new successor. Which implies another meaning. That is, he believes that he will die in Aiur. "Augustus, my Dark Templar brothers have encountered unexpected obstacles," Zeratul continued, "at our landing point. Not only are the Zerg attacking the Dark Templar, but the Templars are also trying to slaughter us mercilessly. No one believes that we are here to save Aiur. They just think we are the harbingers of death and disaster," he said sadly, "just like the crows that bring the message of death. But it's not the crows' fault," Augustus said, "just because of the different skin color. The Templars can kill people?" Artanis was angry about the fate of the Dark Templar. "We tried to attack the Overmind, but encountered obstacles. The Overmind servants found us and rushed to the Dark Templar camp one after another." Zeratul continued, "I had to order my brothers and sisters to retreat. In Aiur, while advancing on our homeland, I found an underground Xel'Naga temple." "What is that?" Augustus had long been accustomed to Zeratul's half-speaking and half-hiding way of speaking, and Zeratul himself was not aware of this problem. "That is the legacy of the gods." Zeratul seemed very excited. When the ancestors of the Nerazim Protoss were persecuted by the Supreme Council, Adon hid them in such underground chambers. It was in this way that the female leader Razigal escaped the initial massacre. "Maybe we can use these temples to build bases and accommodate refugees." Augustus thought for a moment and said, "Anyway, thank the gods for bringing you back to us." Artanis said, "We urgently need to use a battle to prove to the Supreme Council that the power of the Dark Templar is indeed capable of killing the brain worm. No matter how our former tribesmen viewed us, the Dark Templar will definitely shed their last drop of blood for Aiur." Zeratul said, "Augustus, the new military intelligence report comes from Alpha Squadron." At this time, Kerrigan walked towards Augustus in almost silent steps. "General Duke and Phoenix's troops have worked together to capture the executive fortress on the border between Antioch Province and Kashako." "I see." Augustus nodded. Duke finally didn't say that this battle was entirely due to him. And the only use of the Protoss was to applaud. That old guy should have some shame. Kerrigan shrugged, but no matter what. If you order Duke to advance or retreat, he will definitely execute it well. Because he can't tell left from right. Where are the troops of the Supreme Council? Augustus asked Kerrigan. Scouting forces reported that they have arrived near the Executor's fortress. The nearest Protoss Empire Zealot Legion is 40 miles west of the Executor's fortress. Kerrigan said, currently both sides are trying to exercise restraint as much as possible. The military advisors of the command believe that a negotiation is about to begin. What we need to do now is to publicize the power of the combined forces to the Supreme Council so that they will be cautious before launching an attack on us. Augustus said, the arbitrators are not military strategists. But at least they will not ignore the comparison of military strength. Especially when the enemy commander is Tassadar, the most strategic visionary in the Protoss Empire. Artanis has always been a Tassadar fan. And he also unintentionally pointed out that the Supreme Council is stupid but not blind. With this mothership, we can immediately go to the Executor Fortress through Ayer's warp network. He then looked at Augustus, seeking his opinion. Well, if we can't convince the Supreme Council to unite with us to fight the enemy, then we can only use another way to convince them. Augustus nodded. With Artanis' order, a blue beam of light was projected from the mind crystal under the mothership, shining on Augustus, and everyone was instantly folded onto the wide bridge of the mothership. Through the transparent crystal glass of the bridge, Augustus could see the vast primeval rainforest connected to the horizon. Many Protoss navigators and technicians were operating the jewel-encrusted consoles on the bridge. Their slender four fingers seemed to be playing a piano piece. The vine-like winding column structure supported the dome formed by energy. And the golden and blue valves surrounded this extraordinary super battleship. The mothership slowly sailed in the sky, charging for the jump. When they arrived above the Executor's fortress, this solid fortress city was shrouded in the smoke of war. The Alpha Squadron of the Revolutionary Army, wearing white power armor and wearing the Red Eagle emblem, drove into the city through the broken walls in an orderly manner. And a large number of Protoss and human fighters patrolled above it. At some point, Phoenix and Tassadar were also warped onto the ship and came to the bridge of the mothership. They spent more than 10 minutes contacting the Supreme Council's Parliament Hall through the mothership's communication device. And the arbitrator who appeared on the communication projection screen was no longer Eldaris, whom they had seen before, but a younger arbitrator in a purple robe. I saw you activate the mothership and the Colossus with my own eyes. This is a blasphemy against the heroic spirits and the teachings of Daw. The arbitrator said angrily that Tassadar and Artanis' action of activating the mothership was undoubtedly dancing on the graves of heroes. Chapter 377 Stop the War. If Ayer falls, the eldest sons of the gods have all perished. What is the meaning of inheritance and law? Tassadar was standing on the right-hand side of Augustus, wearing a high-level Templar robe and gold and blue, with a tall and upright figure. This is not an excuse for your repeated violations of the Council's orders. Tassadar, you have made mistakes again and again, and the many crimes you have committed are shameful for the most noble members of the Council to speak of. This Supreme Council arbitrator is still young among the Council members, but his words and deeds are exactly the same as those of professional politicians. He still issues orders to the Templar executives with a condescending attitude. Artanis, we are surprised to see you beside the betrayer. This is the reward for the Templars' trust in the Supreme Council. The Akiri tribe was once the cornerstone of the Imperial Army, but now they are openly rebelling. His words were harsh and aggressive. Tassadar, Artanis, we once had high hopes for the executors. You have sworn allegiance to the Council and the people of the Empire. Do you really want to make this place a river of blood? Hearing this, Artanis' momentum suddenly fell, and Tassadar always looked firmly at the arbitrator on the projection screen. Politicians are good at using the people as a shield. Augustus commented softly. A human? Leave here. This is not the place for you. The arbitrator was furious, but still pretended to be polite. And Augustus just thought it was a family scandal that should not be made public. Respected arbitrator, you are the leader of the Protoss Empire and the guide of the Protoss. But you do not have the right to let a creature with free will leave the land he stands on. Augustus said neither humbly nor arrogantly, just like when he faced the nobles of the creation family of Tarsones. It seems that we are too tolerant. The arbitrator was enraged, and his cold anger turned into ice-blue flames overflowing from his eyes. Did you ever think of being tolerant when you burned the human planet? Augustus did not give him any face. Arbitrators. In my eyes, you are no different from cold-blooded blue-skinned lizards. Humans came here only because there are noble people like Tassadar among you. Do you think I care about the opinions and thoughts of the Protoss arbitrators? You are nothing in my eyes. You are rarely so ruthless. But I have to applaud. Kerrigan said a few words to prove that Augustus was not the only human present. Arbitrator. Do not let anger dominate your thinking. Tassadar stopped a fearless dispute with a word, implying that no matter what Augustus said to the arbitrator, he would have to endure it. You should forgive such a young race for their outrageous words, because that is their limit. I do not want to start a war of fratricide, and I believe the High Council does the same. At this moment, all the arbitrators of the Supreme Council must be standing behind this arbitrator. They are staring at this place, and whispering in the council hall, where Augustus and Tassadar cannot see. And this arbitrator is not one of the respected and important council members that Tassadar knows well. He is considered a young man in front of Eldaris. He is just a mouthpiece to convey the will of the Supreme Council. His anger may come from all the arbitrators, because Kara can make all the Protoss interact emotionally at close range. Considering that these arbitrators are even deeper into the inner network of the Kala's mind than the high-ranking Templars and Protectors. And the Kala is filled with the anger and sorrow of the dead due to the tragedy of Ire, and the death of billions of Protoss. They are likely to be affected by this drastic change. Except for the anger towards the Zerg and the betrayers. I am calm. Tassadar. The young arbitrator once again issued the final ultimatum in a condescending manner. On behalf of the High Council, I once again order you to lay down your weapons, and surrender all the Dark Templars immediately. The High Council will reevaluate your crimes to determine whether you are worthy of returning to the people. If that's the case, then I won't carry out this order. Tassadar had already anticipated this. At least he didn't underestimate the arrogance of the council members. The Dark Templar are our indispensable allies in the fight against the Zerg. They are the key to our killing of the Cerebrates and Overminds. Put aside all disputes and misunderstandings. Let us fight the Zerg together, and kill the enemy together. He said sincerely, when we drive out the enemy and take back Ire. I am willing to accept the punishment of the council, or I will die like a hero on the battlefield, so that the historians can erase my crimes that once brought shame to the Protoss Empire. I would rather die. Just for Ire. The arbitrator behind the screen was silent, his face hidden in the hood shrouded in an illusory light. The members of the Supreme Council were discussing fiercely in the Kara, arguing over whether to trust Tassadar and the Dark Templar. You have deceived the Supreme Council. The arbitrator said after a moment of silence. You told us that you had destroyed the infected human planet, but in fact you protected them. I am loyal to Ire. Tassadar said loudly. Stand before me. Look into my eyes through the Kala, and you will see that what I say is true. I am the son of Adon, and everything I do is for Ire. Augustus, Artanis and Zyrtl all looked at their friend and teacher. Even though the Protoss had no vocal cords and throats, they could feel the others shouting at the top of their lungs. Arbitrator. How can you doubt the cry of a man who was willing to die for Ire? Phoenix also said, Tassadar returned to Ire when it was on the verge of destruction, just to save her. How can you prove it? Templar? The Supreme Council only believes what they see with their own eyes. The Supreme Council members behind the arbitrator finally stopped the heated discussion at this time. Otherwise we can't believe you. This is for the survival of the Protoss Empire, and the safety and suffering of the people. The Supreme Council guides the direction of progress for all the Protoss. Our choice is related to all the eldest sons of God, and even the continuation of the entire race. We must not make mistakes and must not listen to the one-sided words of a traitor. I will prove that I am worthy of the honor of commanding the army in the name of Adon. Tassadar immediately said, Enough? Do you want a Templar to die to prove his loyalty? Phoenix shouted. Air is in the center of the war, and every wrong step you take will destroy her forever. That's why we must be careful every step we take. Archon, be careful about your attitude towards an arbitrator. The arbitrator said to Phoenix, It's only been a short time. Has Tassadar taught all Templars to ignore class and identity, and deny the decisions of the council members? We are the arbitrators that the Great Cause has high hopes for. Every resolution and order from the Supreme Council is a well-thought-out decision from the perspective of the Protoss Empire. The mission of making the Protoss Empire stand on top of the world again does not allow the Supreme Council to make mistakes. And we will never make mistakes. Guys, this is why you are about to lose Ire. Don't say I didn't remind you that every second you waste here, countless Protoss will be gutted and eaten by the Zerg. Kerrigan crossed her arms and said mercilessly, "They said so much because they were not sure whether they could defeat us." Augustus said, "Many executors and archons stood on Tacidar's side. And the Supreme Council also knew that this civil war would definitely make both sides lose. The division of the Protoss Empire is inevitable. The most important thing is who should fight against the Zerg and save the people from the water and fire at this time." Originally, in the original timeline, Tassadar only brought the flagship Star Shuttle, a small fleet of Artanis, and the Hyperion when he returned to Aiur. But now they have a huge fleet. Tassadar had no intention of confronting the Council as soon as he returned to Aiur. He hoped that there would be a way to reconcile the two sides without going to war. Augustus suggested that Tassadar contact his friends among the Templars before returning to Aiur, and use his prestige to gather an army that could compete with the Council. It was because of the power in Tassadar's hands that the Council made concessions. Otherwise, they would not give Tassadar any chance to explain, and would directly go to war. "Put aside your insignificant pride, arbitrator," Phoenix also said. "Listen to the wailing in the Kala. How can you still have the leisure to sit on your gorgeous chair inlaid with crystals and gems?" In Augustus's view, Phoenix is a very interesting Protoss. He is certainly a legendary warrior. Among the humans and Templars Augustus has seen, no one can match him in terms of combat power and bravery. But Phoenix can more easily understand human concepts and humor. His cheerful and upright character is also widely popular among humans. In time, Phoenix may become the first Protoss to call Augustus a brother. "Tassadar, answer us." The arbitrator looked at Tassadar and did not respond to Augustus and Phoenix's words. "You don't need to die to prove your loyalty, Tassadar. Your life is more valuable to your people than you think." Augustus gave Tassadar his advice as a friend. "We can't lose you. Face Kara. Arbitrators. You can send an arbitrator to me. Go deep into Kara and my heart, and all the darkness will disappear in the light of day." Tassadar gave Augustus a knowing look. "Tassadar, if your loyalty is truly worth the test, you should come to Kashaka now and answer our questions in the hall of the Council's heart." The arbitrator twisted his long neck for a rare moment. I thought the arbitrators were not lacking in the courage to face danger? Tassadar knew that once he really went, he might never come back. He gradually became tired of the intrigues with the Supreme Council, and was deeply distressed by the suspicion of his compatriots. Tassadar has always been pure, and it is precisely because of his integrity, kindness and purity that he cannot and will never become an arbitrator. The Supreme Council is still arguing over whether to trust Tassadar, which should not be the most concerned at this time. Who knows if the Dark Templar around you will not take the opportunity to corrupt the mind of an arbitrator? The arbitrator's mental voice became sharp because of his hatred for the Dark Templar. He did not notice Cyrodiil, who was in an invisible state. Otherwise he would have already started to curse him. They can manipulate thoughts and make corruption strike directly into the heart. "I have a better way," Augustus said, as the two sides were arguing. The arbitrator on the other side originally didn't want to pay attention to this ignorant and powerless human. But at this time Tassadar and other Protoss around Augustus all looked at him. "We all know that the Protoss Empire is heading towards a doomed defeat in the war with the Zerg," Augustus continued. "Nonsense." There was a bang from the arbitrator's side, and Augustus could hardly help but suspect that the other party was slamming the table. The Zerg overmind controls all the Cerebrates and Zerg, and the Cerebrates control all the lesser Zerg. Only by killing them can the Zerg be truly severely damaged. Otherwise the Zerg that continue to hatch will sooner or later devour the entire world. Augustus ignored him. "Tassadar has long reminded you that the Cerebrates are the key. But no matter how many times the Templars kill the Cerebrates, they will always regenerate again," he said. The arbitrator looked around, as if he was looking at his colleagues around him. "You do not believe that the Dark Templar can permanently kill the Cerebrate and prevent its resurrection. So we will kill you. Tassadar and my forces will attack the Overmind and deal a fatal blow to its servants. Watch with your eyes, and see how we step on the corpses of the Zerg," Augustus finally said. "Even as a human, I will fight for Aiur. As we fight bloody battles, you, the arbitrators of the High Council, can witness the difference between lies and sincerity behind the human and Protoss warriors. While there is still time, you can comment on the warriors' actions under the canopy. Hurry up and save the Protoss who are suffering. We are not afraid of starting a civil war, but we do not want to sacrifice loyal and fearless warriors in meaningless things and let them sacrifice in vain." If the opposite party was the Federal Council of the Terran Federation, Augustus would never say so much. He would only say, "Gentlemen, let the blood flow here. We don't need human help." The arbitrator's response came in an instant. I believe that the arbitrator's judgment on this matter is highly consistent. At the beginning, the Supreme Council trusted Tassadar without reservation. Originally, even if Tassadar violated the orders of the Supreme Council, the arbitrators chose to believe his advice that the brain worm must be killed to deal with the Zerg without much hesitation. Until the brain worm was resurrected under the sharp blade of the Phoenix army. As you said, we will not doubt a warrior who fights bloody battles to defend our homeland. If the Dark Templar can really kill the brain worm and save Ire, then the Supreme Council will not pursue their betrayal thousands of years ago. He said, when you launch an attack, the Council will send an army to fight alongside you. We are willing to give Tassadar a chance. Chapter 378 Recovering the Antioch Province. Just as the sky was getting light, a whole fleet of grizzly bombers flew over the Antioch Shining River. The dull engine noise caused the frightened wild animals in the primitive rainforest to run away. Everywhere there were low roars, the sound of tree branches breaking, and the mournful cries of birds flapping their wings into the air. A large convoy of light armored vehicles and off-road vehicles loaded with supplies rumbled past the quietly flowing river, rolling over colorful pebbles and shellfish that glowed with gemstones in the morning light. Sarah Kerrigan neatly stabbed the dagger in her hand into the brain of an Elbana tiger, and then used her mind blast ability to detonate the brains of two other Ahura predators that strayed into the march and rushed towards Augustus. The two giant predators that were once regarded as gods by the ancient Protoss fell to the ground with a bang, and blood flowed from their huge mouths and three giant eyes. When Augustus looked away from a portable holographic projection, Corporal Faraday, who was standing beside the marshal, had already pulled out his blaster pistol and smashed the head of a Meru lizard. These beasts are crazy. They are blinded by urine, running around and hitting our guns. Tychus thinly held a heavy machine gun in one hand and threw a grenade into a cave several dozen yards away with the other hand. Maybe we can have a good meal tonight, Honik Hank said. Amid the cheers of Tychus and Honik, the grenade blew up the entire cave. They were standing in a clearing in the forest left by the river diversion, surrounded by dense shrubs, ferns, and palm-like plants. The plants in the Ire primitive rainforest are surprisingly tall, and the leaves on the branches are shaped like giant fan blades, blocking the sky and the scorching sun. The glittering flood river in the sun has become the baptism site for the Fennedir tribe in the Antioch province with its purity and beauty. It is considered sacred and pure. The flood river never dries up, and even in the flood season when the water is the most abundant, it will not affect the tribes and creatures along the way. The Protoss poets have written countless moving poems for it. If it weren't for the frenzied wild animals and the moving troops and vehicles in the forest, this would be a holy place for Antioch Templars to meditate. However, at this time, the river was sometimes mixed with blood, and a large number of Ire corpses meandered down the river, and the entire river was dyed red with blood. Hey, you two idiots. There are Ire herbivores in there, and they are not aggressive at all. Kerrigan immediately yelled and cursed when she saw this. You care too much, little girl. Who knows if that damn beast will rush out and threaten the life of our great marshal, or fucking kill us all, Tychus said casually. It's not our fault. It got in the way of Master Harnack. Harnack smiled with his fangs showing. How did you get these two scumbags in? Kerrigan said to Augustus. Who knows? Augustus shrugged. Sarah, you are getting more anxious. Can you feel the Zerg nearby? Yes. I can feel the unified and cruel thoughts of the Zerg crossing the upper reaches of the Radiant River. They are the walking embodiment of death. Kerrigan said, I can almost hear the will of the Zerg buzzing in my mind. Your perception of the Zerg has become more and more acute. I hope this is a good thing. Augustus turned his attention to the battle map projected by the holographic projection in front of him, paying attention to the location information of each unit. The Revolutionary Army has deployed at least 150,000 army, Marines and engineering troops on Antioch, with a large number of vehicles and fighters, even exceeding the total number of troops deployed by the Terran Federation and the Comorian combined on Sigma Prime during the Guild War. These troops were marked on the entire battle map according to their numbers, and they moved slowly on the map generated in real time based on data. Some troops were stalled due to the obstruction of the attack, but no battalion-level troops or above had been completely defeated. Ire was now in danger, and the Revolutionary Army, far away from home, had no troops to replenish for the time being. Therefore, the casualties caused by the arrival of the alien insects and other losses caused by non-combat attrition, such as disease, became Augustus' biggest headache. Fortunately, the advanced medical technology of the Protoss can help the Revolutionary Army overcome the problem of acclimatization and solve the difficult and complicated diseases that the doctors accompanying the army are helpless to treat. Most of the areas in Antioch are primitive rainforests full of dangers, filled with mad beasts and cruel alien insects, which hide in the treetops and dense vegetation. Any revolutionary soldier who takes the rainforest lightly will pay the price in blood. Even if the rivers of Ire are pure and non-toxic, drinking these river waters is considered a prohibited act. The poisonous snakes, terrible leeches, and other deadly creatures contained in them are enough to cause a young and strong soldier to die tragically. The latest research proves that since the Zerg began to study infectious diseases that can infect humans, the Zerg virus has also begun to spread through the air and rivers. This is likely the work of the Zerg brainworm Carlos. The Alpha Squadron at the forefront has encountered a large vanguard force of the Jormungandr swarm, and they are in a tough battle. He then ordered in the channel through the encrypted communication device, "Let the Lundstein troops go to support them immediately, and they will get support from the Protoss Grand Archon Phoenix. Keep going. Take down the secondary main nest of Jormungandr, and the entire spiderweb-covered waters of the floating river basin will be ours." Jormungandr is the first Zerg swarm to invade the Copperless sector, and it is also one of the largest swarms. Kerrigan is both Augustus's adjutant and an outstanding military strategist. This is not from her training courses in the Federation Tarsoni's Ghost Academy, but from her innate strategic intuition. In the past year, the activities of the Jormungandr Zerg swarm in the Copperless sector have obviously decreased. It seems that this is because they have followed the Overmind to Ire. Their brainworm yak must also be on Ire. Augustus frowned, feeling extremely daunted by the problem he was facing. However, the information we have obtained shows that almost all brainworm nests are near the Overlord's body embedded in Ire's surface. This is to deal with the assassination of the Protoss Dark Templar, so that Zyrtl and his team have no way to start. If you want to kill a brainworm or make the Overlord feel threatened, you must go deep into the Zerg main nest area. He used his fingers to connect the distance between Antioch province and the Overmind swarm-occupied area in the north of the province of Thane. That is to say, we must face at least 3 powerful tribes guarding the Overmind. There are only 3 or 4 tribes guarding Char, which means that all the remaining Zerg tribes have now arrived in Ire. Kerrigan looked at Augustus and said, "This is a new counterattack against the Zerg-occupied area, and according to Protoss Executor Artanis, the Protoss Empire's previous counterattacks against the Zerg have all ended in failure after a brief victory. The Protoss were able to defeat and kill all the Zerg in front of them every time. But once they penetrated deep into the hinterland, they would be repelled by the Zerg swarms that followed," she said. At that time, the military strength of the Protoss Empire had not declined as much as it is now. How could we do what they couldn't do? Tassadar summoned all the Templars who were willing to follow him, and even many Calais civilians volunteered to help them. Augustus said, "Tassadar activated all the Colossi and motherships on Ire, which was our advantage in counterattack." He told Kerrigan clearly, "If it weren't for these weapons, then I would have only one suggestion for Tassadar, which is to quickly transfer the refugees and recapture Ire after summoning all the branches of the Protoss Grand Fleet." At this point, Augustus received another report from the frontline troops. General Duke of Alpha Squadron was proudly telling him that his troops had perfectly completed the order of the Martial Command and had destroyed the largest secondary main nest of the Jormungandr swarm in the Antioch province. Currently, Alpha Squadron and Archon Phoenix's troops are preparing to continue advancing northward according to the plan to recapture the capital city of Antioch province, which has been reduced to ruins. Although Duke is a man who likes to exaggerate his achievements, he dare not lie to Augustus about military intelligence. This means that the coalition's operations in Antioch province are going smoothly, and the Zerg widely distributed in Antioch are being eliminated by the Protoss and humans. After the Colossus joined the battle, the Zerg were really caught off guard. At the same time, the Zerg were also confused. If the Protoss had such a powerful weapon, why didn't they use it before? I say, the Protoss base camp was attacked by Zerg. We don't have enough time to watch the show, so there is no need to help these aliens fight the Zerg. They are arrogant, and they are simply talking to you with their noses. Tychus dragged a Rombar creature out of the cave he blew up, and said to Augustus while skinning it with a knife, "That may just be because the Protoss is too tall." Augustus said, "Tychus, there are many times when we do something not for obvious benefits or other naked purposes. Don't teach me a lesson. Tychus breathed out. So, if we help the Protoss once, they will help us deal with the Federation in the future? That's not the case. The Protoss usually don't intervene in disputes between other races, Augustus said with a smile. There are always exceptions. Right? They just need to lend us some good things to use. Tychus smiled maliciously. We have a life and death friendship with them. And brothers should help each other. No matter how much Tychus despises the rules and regulations of the Revolutionary Army, he has already called himself a soldier of the Revolutionary Army. This is not because Tychus is righteous, but because he has been able to get along well in the marginal worlds of the Federation that are close to the Revolutionary Army with this name. And there are even many young and beautiful girls throwing themselves at him. If the Terran Federation attacks our planet, the Protoss will definitely not sit idly by and watch the Revolutionary Army perish. Kerrigan said, if Tassadar succeeds the Supreme Council to lead the Protoss Empire, then the Protoss Empire and us will always maintain excellent diplomatic and cooperative relations. You should be able to imagine that such cooperation will involve many aspects, not only helping the Protoss, but also helping ourselves. Weakening or even killing the Overmind will allow us to keep the enemy out of the Copperless sector. Augustus is a far-sighted leader. He always sees things very clearly and far, even close to foresight. It is understandable that the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army admire such a leader so much. I don't understand. Honak has always been a red-haired boy with novel ideas. If that's the case, do we have to kill those people in the Protoss Council? In any case, it is very disadvantageous for us for the Supreme Council to continue to be in power. Augustus nodded and said, they issued the order to burn the human planet without hesitation. Who knows if these bastards will do anything else in the future? Something's going on. Zerg are at 3 o'clock. Kerrigan suddenly said. Protect the Marshal. Tychus, who was still grumbling just now, immediately stood up. And Harnack, wearing heavy firebat armor, and Faraday guarded Augustus one after the other. What are the people on guard doing? Harnack yelled. Shitting? Gentlemen, pull up your pants and shoot the hell out of here. It's not their fault. It's the Nidus worms that brought these Zerg. Kerrigan explained. There are only about 400 to 500 of them. I suspect this is another attempt by the Zerg to assassinate you. Oh, you're walking into a trap, Tychus said, his hands on his hips. But they didn't expect you to be a humanoid Zerg sensor radar. Which battalion-level troops are closest to us? Augustus asked without changing his expression. Augustus's headquarters was in the middle of a huge marching column. The army was moving at full speed, so it was unable to clear out the Zerg and beasts that were wandering in the rainforest. The 114th and 148th battalions. They belong to, Kerrigan said in a flash. Let them carry out the clearing mission, Augustus said immediately. The 9th Division's artillery can also provide us with fire support, Kerrigan said. At this time, the clacking sound of the Zerg shells colliding with each other has become more and more obvious. And a large number of Zerglings and Hydralisks with white chitin exoskeletons and bright head crowns suddenly appeared from the jungle on the right side of Augustus and others. Their obvious physical features come from the hunting Balog swarm, but they are different from those seen by the Revolutionary Army on Char. The moist skin and blue-green protective coloration evolved by the Iron animal group to adapt to the hot and humid planet make these alien insects look more colorful. The Balog swarm also has a huge sail-like dorsal fin on its back that can absorb sunlight, which allows them to draw energy from the hot star rays of the Iron system like the Protoss. Before the Revolutionary Army soldiers opened fire, a Protoss spaceship that the Revolutionary Army had never seen suddenly appeared above the alien insects. It had fin-like flying wings and a crescent-shaped hull, and the surface was shining with golden light, just as elegant and exquisite as other Protoss ships. The difference is that this spaceship has more gems and patterns that show the characteristics of the class. After a flash of light, 2 colossi suddenly jumped out above the Balog swarm, followed by hundreds of Protoss warriors wearing red robes instead of armor. They held psychic spears and ancient Sigmar long knives in their hands. The powerful psychic power made the surroundings filled with blue psychic storms. An arbitrator. Only Augustus recognized this spaceship. The one driving them can only be a Protoss of the arbitrator class. And those red-clothed warriors should be the direct troops of the Supreme Council. The Supreme Council Guard. The Supreme Council still keeps its word, which at least makes me have a better impression of them. Chapter 379 Arrogant Council. There are less than 200 red-clad Protoss warriors. They move gracefully and swiftly through the dense primeval rainforest with tangled branches, just like a swooping bird or a beam of sunlight passing through the flower forest at high speed. The Protoss warriors guarding the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire are all dressed in gorgeous and almost exaggerated red robes, and smaller red-brown robes sewn with dark brown beast leather. The golden pendants and blue heart energy crystals sway as they shuttle through the forest. This distinctive feature distinguishes them from other Protoss warriors. The flame-like yellow tribal symbol really looks like it is burning. Another clothing feature that is different from the Templars is that some council guards will wear eye patches on their heads. Compared with other Protoss, their nerd bundles are longer and wrapped with some thick red silk brocade, and the end is tied to a yellowed animal skin scroll. It is said that the map drawn by the Great Cass when he traveled all over Ire was copied on it. It was with the map he drew that he found the way to create the mind network Kara. As descendants of the Protoss who stood by Cass at first, the Yara tribe reminds themselves to remember their mission in this way. Similarly, this is also a symbol of their identity. They have almost no armor, but they carry around psychic amplifier on their backs, which enables these Protoss warriors, who are well versed in the way of Kala, to use powerful psychic power to perform terrible psychic attacks. The Taldaran Protoss also wear scarlet robes, but their clothes have a more vivid visual impact, and are blood-like colors. The symbol of the Yala tribe represents the flame that brings warmth and light, which also indicates that this tribe is the authority of the Supreme Council and the host of the meeting. Wow! Look at the outfits of these Protoss. They are so cool. Tychus, holding a heavy machine gun and blocking Augustus, chewed a Tyrador cigar, puffing smoke from his tightly sealed helmet while looking at the Protoss that suddenly appeared. Don't you think this is too gorgeous? It's just like those male birds that decorate themselves gorgeously to court a mate, Kerrigan said sarcastically. In public, politicians always wear elaborate traditional costumes or other attire that shows their elite status. This is normal among the Protoss, who have distinct tribal distinctions. Augustus watched the Senate guard swiftly shuttle through the rainforest, watching their crimson figures leap into the sharp teeth and claws of the Belag swarm to start a bloody slaughter. Augustus suddenly remembered the image of his father, Angus Mengsk, attending the Senate meeting of Korhol. The traditional costume he wore was so heavy that it looked like armor. The Protoss Empire maintains internal peace with a clear and strict class system to avoid civil war and fratricide. Therefore, they must emphasize and maintain this distinction in all aspects of the operation of the Empire and the lives of their people. Otherwise, the lower-class Protoss will exceed their positions and rights. The rulers of the Protoss Empire hope that their compatriots will remember their bloodline and traditions so that they can remember their mission. This is also the reason why the tribes have been preserved to this day. Before the establishment of the Protoss Empire, the Protoss on Ire had declined to the tribal era, and the distinction between tribes still existed in this era. Today's Protoss are still proud of their bloodline and tribal totems, and they also divide power by tribe when they have a highly developed civilization. The Yara Protoss are one of the youngest among the Protoss tribes, but they firmly hold the right to speak in the Protoss Empire. Augustus continued to comment, the Yara Protoss are arrogant and indifferent. They will do anything for the survival of Kara and the Protoss Empire. Another arbitrator tribe, the Silic tribe, once gave birth to great figures like Cass, but they are indifferent to politics and military affairs. The Surok tribe is the guardian of the Zelnaga Temple and the Great Archives. They only focus on the past history, not the present and the distant unknown future. In other words, the Protoss and the Supreme Council are all from this tribe? Tychus doesn't care about the culture and customs of the Protoss. He only cares about who is in office, and whether the official is a fool who is easy to fool or a tough guy who is not easy to mess with. This usually determines his own thinking of committing crimes in a certain area. It seems that they are not like those pampered politicians. Look at those crazy guys. I have no doubt that they can easily twist off Hank's bad boy's head. Why me? Harnack, who was concentrating on the wind and grass around him, heard his own name. While Tychus was speaking, the High Council guards in red battle robes had already confronted the Belag Zerg head-on. They were not far away from Augustus, who could see those lightning-fast Protoss warriors killing the Zerg through the HUD system on the power armor. A Yala tribe warrior, who was covered in a robe, used the unstoppable psychic blade in his hand to cut off the head of a Belag Zergling, and then turned around and used a sharp elbow to smash the front snout of a Hydra Hydralisk, causing the monster that was about to attack from behind to let out a sharp howl. The blue-green flames in the eyes of the Protoss warrior became more brilliant, causing the psychic energy surging around him to stagnate and take shape. A blue phantom with the same shape as him walked out of his shadow, swinging the psychic blade formed by it, and piercing through the soft armor between the Hydralisk's back and head with just one strike. More beloved Hydralisks attacked him like giant snakes from the canopy and vines of the primitive jungle, stretching the bones behind their spines and starting to shoot sharp poisonous bone needles at the Protoss warrior. Within a few seconds, hundreds of spikes and bone needles that were strong enough to penetrate tank armor hit the energy shield of the Protoss warrior. And then, these bone needles and Hydralisks were all destroyed in a surging psychic storm. It was not difficult for Augustus to find that these Protoss warriors, who had been guarding the Supreme Council, the highest authority of the Protoss Empire since ancient times, were definitely not inferior to a high-level Templar. Their powerful psychic power came from their close connection with the Arbitrator class and the Kara, and their piety to the teachings of Dala. Not only that, they also showed themselves to be extremely powerful. The Bulags were the rarest of the Zerg hives dominated by the Guardians. But their individuals were also the strongest and most brutal, able to develop the bloodthirsty nature of the Zerg genes to the extreme. And the Council Guards could easily defeat them. The Guards of the Supreme Council enjoyed a reputation in the Protoss Empire during the time of Aden for preventing the Dark Templar from going on a killing spree in ire. They were the protectors of the Council and Order, and had sworn to be enemies of all opponents of the Council. At this time, 2 revolutionary army camps hurried over, with a large number of off-road vehicles, Goliath-armed robots and self-propelled artillery rushing to the battlefield, waiting for Augustus's order. When the soldiers heard that Marshal Augustus specifically asked these 2 troops to repel the alien Zerg, they felt lucky. In a few days, it would be rumored that the Marshal had personally commanded them. Help these Protoss soldiers. Aim and shoot, Augustus ordered. It's rare that these proud Protoss will actually help us. Hank, you are in charge of them. You have to return the favor. It shouldn't be difficult. Hearing this, Harnack immediately joined the command of the 2 troops and ran over. I am Colonel Hank. You have all heard the order of Marshal Augustus Minsk. A few years ago, Harnack was a hooligan who had offended Augustus verbally. But now, he is his most loyal supporter. Although Harnack sneered at the Pantalan Revolutionary Party members, who always talked about Augustus and the party platform, that did not stop him from doing the same. Good brothers of the Revolutionary Army, you must follow me closely. Otherwise, I will kick your ass and move forward. Look at my armor. For Augustus. For the future of Terran humans. And then move forward. Harnack immediately shouted go. Go. Go, and led the soldiers to support the Protoss warriors, who were fighting the Belag Zerg. The 2 Revolutionary Army battalions were mobile infantry battalions equipped with tanks. Under the leadership of Harnack, they rode in light tanks with anti-aircraft machine guns and missile launchers mounted on the back seats, and quickly approached the Zerg and fired at them. At this moment, the 2 Protoss colossi that were advancing on the battlefield also calibrated their targets and opened fire. The high-temperature plasma particle streams projected by the solar thermal guns swept across their feet, and the extreme high temperature burned deep black pits on the ground one after another. All the Zerg that were swept were turned into scorched earth, and even their blood was evaporated. Even though the Belag Zerg swarm was extremely fierce and tenacious, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated by the joint attack of humans and Protoss. Come on, guys. We have to move on after we get rid of these bugs, Kerrigan said to the revolutionary soldiers, who were coming from other places. Wait. Something seems wrong. Those Protoss seem to turn their spearheads against us? The sharp-eyed Tychus suddenly shouted. As Tychus said, this does not seem to be as simple as a joint operation between allies. The revolutionary soldiers who went to support the Protoss quickly approached the Supreme Council guards, who were fighting the Belag Zerg swarm. But these red-robed Protoss warriors just stopped and looked at them indifferently. At a certain moment, some of the Council guards, who were stepping on the corpses of the Zerg, turned their heads at the same time as if they were in telepathy, and looked at the approaching human soldiers. Their blue eyes were like ice, as Harnack's troops got closer and closer to the Protoss. A Council guard captain wearing a red battle robe, a tall hat, and a hat with pendants hanging on the edge raised a sharp long knife made of crystal and gold alloy in the direction of the humans. Even though humans usually cannot understand the Protoss body movements, they can understand that this is full of threats and warnings. These Protoss warriors, who strictly follow tradition, still use ancient cold weapons. Even these sacred weapons named Sigmar long knives even come from the era of the gods thousands of years ago. Their toughness and sharpness are also better than many weapons of the current Protoss Empire. With the help of psychic power, They can easily cut off the shells of the Zerg and the hard bones under the neck. The arrogant Protoss warrior could have used telepathy to ask the humans to retreat. But he just used an ancient Protoss Kalani language to say a motto that is said to come from Cass. The Supreme Council will never make mistakes. And the Supreme Council is always right. I don't know, Augustus. But it looks like these Protoss weren't originally here to help us. We just happened to be in the warp field of the Protoss Arbiter. Kerrigan's voice suddenly became urgent. Augustus, I can feel their thoughts and wills coming like waves. Order the soldiers to stop, and don't get close to them. Hank, stop. Everyone stop immediately, and build fortifications where you stay. Augustus spent a fraction of a second to make a judgment. Even without Kerrigan telling him. He noticed something was wrong with these Protoss warriors. We are here to help the Protoss. How could they regard us as enemies? No. They regard human life as worthless. We are just low-level creatures in the eyes of the Protoss. Kerrigan's powerful telepathic ability could sense the thoughts of those Protoss warriors flowing on the surface. They don't take humans seriously, Augustus said. They refuse to share any glory with the weak humans. Kerrigan's voice gradually became angry. The Council regards fighting alongside humans to save Ire as an insult, because it only highlights their incompetence. The Protoss Empire does not need to accept help from humans, because the Protoss have always defeated the enemy head-on with honor. They do not need alien allies to win. The Revolutionary Army has already had experience fighting alongside the Protoss. The Templar of Tassadar has a kind of pride that comes from the warrior class. So they will not have a familiar relationship with the Kalai or other races who are regarded as civilians. But they are also willing to protect their flanks or provide other support when fighting against humans. The Dark Templar, in Tychus' words, are just a piece of rotten and smelly stone. They almost never speak, and always look at humans with sympathy, ignorance and tiny pity. But the Dark Templar are actually a Protoss clan that can more easily understand human emotions. But these Protoss in crimson robes are different. They just look at humans with hostility and contempt. Under Augustus's order, the advancing soldiers immediately stopped. Even if they could not understand the meaning of this order, they were confused but determined to execute it. If it was not Augustus, but other officers who changed the order at will, he would most likely be scolded by the young and energetic soldiers. However, even so, some of the parliamentary guards launched an attack when the revolutionary soldiers were about to stop. They were as fast as ghosts, and the blue psionic energy jumped with their vigorous steps. And the curved arcs of light were like jumping snakes. Damn. These lunatics. They don't care whether we are their allies or not. Tychus roared. Shoot. Augustus shouted loudly in the command channel. Shoot. Fucking shoot. Fucking blow them up. Harnack had already discovered something was wrong. And every 2 words in his series of orders contained a swear word. Chapter 380 The Rift Revives. The conflict occurred in a flash. And the reaction of bullets and shells was faster than that of humans. Since the areas where the Zerg appeared were extremely dense primitive rainforests, the Revolutionary Army soldiers, who were ordered to carry out the offensive mission, had to abandon their vehicles and march on foot. The closest to the guards of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire was a 10-man Red Devil Special Operations team led by Colonel Honig Hank and a heavy firepower team of the 148th Battalion, followed by 2 full-strength companies of the battalion. These soldiers are not elite guards, but they are veterans who have followed Augustus to fight on many planets. Their weapons are all standard equipment of the Revolutionary Army: CMC 200 power armor, AGR-14 Gauss rifle, electromagnetic nail gun, individual rocket launcher and grenade launcher. And some fire teams are also equipped with Mark heavy sniper and heavy chain machine gun. These soldiers can also get support from tanks and armed transport ships equipped with heavy machine guns, rockets and plasma cannons. And they will be equipped with upgraded spider mine robots in dangerous mountains and jungles. Generally speaking, these equipments are enough for trained revolutionary soldiers to resist the impact of the Zerg and wait for the support of Goliath, Arc Tank, Sidewinder Hover Tank, and other heavy firepower. But they have not participated in direct conflicts with the Protoss. They are probably only 1,500 yards away from the enemy. But with the agility and speed of the Protoss elite warriors, that is just a distance that can be crossed by accelerating and charging. The weapons and vehicles of the human race are nothing to be afraid of in the eyes of the Protoss. They can defeat the Zerg from the front with ease. And the same is true for the human race. Augustus' order to the soldiers to stop and build defenses on the spot worked to a certain extent. Their tense nerves had long been prepared to resist the impact. But the attack of the Protoss was still too sudden. too fast and too dangerous. Most of the Supreme Council guards were concentrating on destroying the Belag Zerg in the jungle. Only about 10 to 15 Protoss warriors launched an attack on the Revolutionary Army, which was nearly 100 times their number. With the help of the psychic shield, the rain of bullets could not hurt them at all. These Protoss warriors, dressed only in red robes, broke into the Revolutionary Army's ranks in the brilliant psychic light, mercilessly destroying the inferior races in their eyes. These warriors, who represented the authority and military power of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire, possessed psychic powers that were even more powerful than those of high-ranking Templars. Their noble arbitrator bloodline allowed them to be closer to the glory of the Khala. At this moment, Augustus could only see the light reflected from the soldiers' helmets in the sun, the flames of their guns, and the shining storm brought by the psychic explosion. Under Honik's command, the soldiers launched an emergency volley, and all machine guns and rockets fired at the same time. The Goliath-armed robots that strode towards the most critical area also tried their best to provide support. The dense sound of Gauss rifles and grenade explosions proved the severe challenge faced by the soldiers. Self-propelled artillery and arc-light tanks also provided support to the 2 battalions from the flanks, and the screams of artillery shells filled the sky above the rainforest. A large number of soldiers were scattered by the Protoss, who were like entering an unmanned area. The bullets and shells were either stagnant in the air or bounced off by the psychic shield. The communication channel was filled with the screams of the soldiers' power armor when they were crushed by psychic energy. The fighting style of high-level psychers is not as simple as rushing into the enemy camp and cutting off the enemy's head with a psyker blade. The spiritual power they have forged with the Khala for centuries can have a great impact on the human mind, and the actual psyker attack is enough to tear through armor and destroy everything. Unlike conventional wars that humans have seen, these Protoss warriors can also take advantage of the defects of human weapons in a very short time to launch attacks when fighting against humans, such as using willpower to block the spark plug of a rifle, or bending the barrel of a human cannon to make it explode. In the Revolutionary Army's boot camp, soldiers will also receive simulated training in fighting against the Protoss. But no matter what kind of training, it is extremely difficult for humans with a numerical advantage to win against the Protoss. Not to mention that these council guards are the elite among the elite. So a few Protoss can break through our defenses? Tychus has a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of the combat power of high-level Protoss psychers, and their destructive power is no less than that of a heavy bomb. What's going on? We came to help these Protoss fight the bugs, but they turned around and killed us. Enemy forces are encountered in the Mish River basin of the Floodlight River. All combat outposts, mobile units, jungle rangers, and all land forces in the area are assembled to me, Augustus said non-stop in the command channel. Notify Antioch Starport. I need them to transport a batch of anti-psychic forces. Quickly. Damn it. They won't even think this is a violation of the Covenant, because these bastards don't even treat us as human beings. Kerrigan took over Tychus' words. Tychus, take my guards and ghost agents to kill those Protoss. After giving the last order, Augustus looked at Tychus Finley. I'd love to. But I mean, as you wish. Tychus had been wanting to roll up his sleeves and get to work. But now the rude man began to worry about Augustus's safety. But what about you? When he was in the Federal Army, Tychus would never say such a thing. He would only say that if you send me to the front line. What the hell should I do? Don't worry about it, Tychus. Augustus's face was not looking good beneath his helmet. His loyal soldiers were dying, the bravest of them one by one, in the meat grinder of war. If this turned into a rout, it would be even worse. What are you going to do? Kill them? Kerrigan said, as Tychus led a group of marshals away. Leave no one alive. Augustus replied, this blow must be returned. Hit them in the face. Blood debt paid with blood. Tychus's support was timely. The members of the Martial Guard were all backbones and combat heroes from various troops. All of them were loyal to Augustus himself. They deserved better weapons and more rigorous training. Not only that, but to deal with the assassination of the Terran Federation ghost agent. The Martial Guard was also equipped with anti-stealth and EMP anti-psychic weapons, which also allowed these warriors to counter the psychic power of the Protoss. The timely support allowed Honik's troops to stabilize the front line, and the Protoss gradually realized that humans were not powerless to fight back. When the first Council Guard was shot to death due to the exhaustion of psychic shields, the casualties of the Protoss began to increase. At the moment of the conflict, the Revolutionary Army showed no mercy. The artillery and bomber units listed the Protoss who were fighting the Belag Zerg as equal targets. A large number of tungsten bombs and 35-pound bombs from the Grizzly bombers completed intensive firepower coverage within a few minutes, bombing and flattening the rainforest and the rivers in the mountains. The casualties of the three tribes increased exponentially. The marching order was cancelled. More Revolutionary Army soldiers were gathering here. If this Protoss army continued to stay here, they would be surrounded. The human counterattack also attracted the attention of the Council Guards, who immediately mobilized more guards and even a Colossus to destroy humanity, not caring who caused this unnecessary war. The Colossi guarding the Council were not the ones unsealed by Tassadar, but the guard giants from the heart of the Council of the Protoss Empire. They were completely different from the Colossi with slender mechanical feet, and were giants carved into the appearance of Protoss. These giants in ancient armor used some incredible crystal matrix technology as energy, were equipped with solar heat guns and psychic shields, and were also weapons of war that could destroy the world, even in the most critical moments. The Supreme Council did not activate these colossi because of tradition and arbitration centuries ago, but after witnessing the terrible power of the colossi of Tassadar's troops. Even the most stubborn and law-abiding members of the Supreme Council remained silent at the meeting to activate the colossi. The huge body of the Colossus and the terrifying power of the heat gun can be said to be devastating to the current human army. No firearms can break through its psychic shield comparable to that of a battleship. It is also too tall and too huge that the heavy firepower of mankind cannot destroy it before it stops destroying everything it sees. Only human fighters carrying nuclear warheads can threaten the colossi of the Protoss. However, the Protoss did not use this weapon on humans in the end. This was not because of the Daw doctrine that had long been distorted by the Supreme Council, but because of the sudden appearance of Artanis' army. When Artanis' troops appeared on the horizon, the Executor's unignorable mental language stopped the war from expanding. This was a flight formation composed of hundreds of Protoss fighters, and they were preparing to fly to the battlefield at the border between Antioch and the province of Thane. Even Augustus, who was far away, could hear his angry voice in his mind. Arbitrator, stop the crazy attack on human allies immediately. Otherwise we will annihilate you here. Finally, the Council Guards reluctantly withdrew from the war with humans and soon disappeared in the warp field of the Arbiter. The remnants of the Belag swarm had retreated underground, and both the Council Guards and the human revolutionary army suffered losses in this conflict. A golden reconnaissance plane landed in the clearing next to Augustus, and Artanis walked out of the Iris exit on the belly of the fighter. Augustus Minsk, my Templars are keeping a close eye on the Council's army. I came here when they did such a despicable thing, Artanis said as soon as he saw Augustus. How could my colleagues in the Council have fallen to this point? The Daw law prohibits the Protoss from intervening in the internal conflicts of other races or harming them by any means. But they still did it. The Protoss on the side of Tassadar and the Supreme Council accused each other of being the fallen, even though they were jointly launching a counterattack against the Zerg. Everyone knew that the alliance would not last long. Once the situation eases, or the Supreme Council thinks they have control over the situation, they may go back on their word. This is not over, Artanis. The Supreme Council must pay for this. Augustus walked towards the battlefield that had just calmed down. The Revolutionary Army will not regard the Supreme Council and the armies of the arbitrators as allies. In this conflict, Artanis stood firmly on the side of the Revolutionary Army, which at least prevented humans from being discouraged. The Supreme Council may not care about this, but I swear they will pay for it. I will not plead for my people. Augustus. Artanis followed Augustus and said, I just hope that we can still fight side by side as we did in the past. Although this matter had nothing to do with Artanis, his heart was still grieving for the trauma his people had brought to humanity. Artanis, if the Supreme Council had half of your sincerity and humility, then this matter would be much easier. Augustus walked towards his soldiers who had just been fighting the Protoss, and noticed that the casualties of the soldiers were far beyond his imagination. It's not just that my soldiers died because of them. Artanis, I only understand one thing. That is, the High Council is not trustworthy. Augustus walked for a long time, and Artanis followed him. Do you think this is a sudden conflict or a premeditated attack? He asked Artanis. Maybe the High Council just wants to teach humans a lesson, reminding them that they should stay on Aiur, or simply want us to leave. I don't think so, Commander. If their attack came from the order of the Supreme Council, it would not be so simple. Artanis also doubted the motives of the Council Guard. The members of the Supreme Council are not children, who cannot control their emotions. They will never act on impulse. This must be for a certain purpose. Are they trying to force us to leave so as to weaken the power of Tacidar's supporters? Kerrigan tried to speculate, but don't the Protoss regard humans as insignificant insects? The power of humans should never be underestimated. Artani said, if you can defeat the Zerg, you can defeat the Protoss. Maybe they just want to provoke conflicts between humans and Protoss to destroy our alliance with Tacidar. Augustus was not sure about the Supreme Council's thoughts. After all, these guys wanted to kill all the Protoss who were unwilling to join Kala, and sent executors to arrest Tacidar when the Zerg were ravaging Ire. But in that case, they should at least change their clothes. Don't the Protoss never play tricks? Kerrigan asked. That's why their plots are so clumsy. Augustus said, in fact, it will be difficult for us to distinguish which Protoss troops are Tacidar's allies, and which ones may attack our supporters of the Supreme Council. Augustus came to the front line at this time, silent because of the death of those revolutionary soldiers. Many people's power armor was crushed into thin slices by the power of the mind, while others were torn apart by the psychic storm. As for those who died from the attack on the spiritual level, they bled from all 7 orifices. They shouldn't die, Augustus just said.